Chapter 1. The Pristine Body of Innocence. In the year 2008 in the Dragon Kingdom, are there any adorable, chubby boys? Hey, big brother, do you want one? Are you a chubby person? Yes. Chubby person, why aren't you on a diet? How can you still be in the mood to surf the internet? From Gao Quanan's negativity 20 to a slightly greasy man with glasses angrily tossed his phone aside. What a nuisance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a tall boy lounged on the sofa, his face adorned with a continuous smile. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the previous banter. This tall boy was Su Lang. He was currently engaged in a significant endeavor regarding his future. Su Lang remained focused on the phone before him. Can anyone send me some clips? I can't sleep. I have. It's a close-up of a chest. Hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement. Su Lang swiftly searched for a chest CT scan online and turned to send it to the other party. Oh. From Zheng Xiang's negativity 30. A blossoming smile spread across Su Lang's face like a blooming flower. Unbeknownst to him, in a nearby corner, his parents watched him with deep concern. Dear, have we ruined our big account? Ruined or not, my dear wife. How about we create a small account? How shameless. Our son is like this, and you still haven't changed your ways. From Su Jiangwo's negativity 50. The sudden notification made Su Lang leap off the sofa. Without a doubt, it was because Su Jiangwo was his father. Su Lang could hardly believe he had received a wave of negativity from his own father. What a surprising twist, though it was a bit unsettling. The reason Su Lang continuously engaged in online banter was that, over 2 months ago, he had experienced a bizarre twist of fate, akin to a plot from a novel. Indeed, as a university student from the Dragon Kingdom in 2020, Su Lang never expected to find himself transported back over a decade. Much like the narratives in novels, Su Lang also acquired his own extraordinary ability, the Basketball King system. Upon hearing the name of the system, Su Lang initially assumed it to be something grand and sophisticated. Before his transmigration, he had been an avid basketball enthusiast. He had envisioned leveraging the knowledge from his past life and the system to dream of entering the NBA within a month and reigning supreme within a year, kicking Kobe, punching LeBron, and dominating the league at will. However, as time marched on, Su Lang increasingly felt that this system had an odd nature. While others enjoyed systems that were exuberantly powerful and stylish, his seemed to carry a somewhat frivolous undertone. It constantly urged him to confront others. The reason was that Su Lang needed to continuously accrue negativity from the outside world to draw prizes within the system. This unserious system shattered Su Lang's delightful fantasies. Others begin with a resounding triumph, yet I can only resort to online disputes. What a frustrating system. Su Lang returned to his bedroom from the living room, for he was about to embark on a grand lottery endeavor. Indeed, this rather unorthodox system had granted him merely a lottery interface. Curse this system. From the host's negative emotions, a 1 was recorded. How infuriating. Not even sparing me. This is the most exasperating aspect of this wretched system. While others accumulate negative emotions in the tens, I am stuck in single digits. To be precise, I have never surpassed the number 1. Nevertheless, Su Lang had grown accustomed to this that he opened his system, gazing at the solitary lottery interface. With a casual gesture, he initiated a 10-fold draw. 1 was taken. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. A single essence fruit has been acquired. Please check your inventory. Attention. The maximum limit for essence fruits has been reached. The system will no longer provide lottery draws in the future. As the host has completed preliminary evolution, a 24-hour upgrade will commence, leading to the unveiling of new sections. Su Lang contemplated the lone fruit in his hand. After 10 draws, he had obtained but a single fruit. Such a winning rate could only be described as ludicrous. However, he had grown accustomed to this scene. Having endured it over 50 times previously. To date, Su Lang had amassed a total of 50 essence fruits, all of which he had consumed. Despite the system's unreliability, the essence fruit was genuinely remarkable, enabling him to grow nearly 20 centimeters in height over a mere 2 months, all thanks to its effects. Though his rapid growth concerned his parents, their worries dissipated after a doctor, with a peculiar gaze, remarked that even a calf could not match his strength. Su Lang swallowed the last essence fruit, a warm sensation coursing through his body. His physique had reached its maximum enhancement, granting him an innate, unblemished form. Su Lang realized that these 50 essence fruits had reinforced his body to its utmost potential. Innate, unblemished form? I never anticipated this system would be so melodramatic. I play basketball, not cultivate immortality. What use is such a pretentious name? From the host's negative emotions, a 1 was recorded. Goodness. Su Lang gestured an obscene gesture towards the system. Nonetheless, he was quite eager for the system's new module, the God of the Sea. Finally, after 2 months, he would no longer be confronted by the solitary lottery interface. Basketball King System. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 2. Curry is my roommate. Su Lang did not await the system's module update, but instead encountered a conversation with Su Jiangwo. Upon finding Su Jiangwo, he noticed the international correspondence lay before him, eliciting a smile that crept across his lips. If all goes as planned, this should be an admission letter from certain university in the United States. Upon traversing to 2008 and acquiring the system, Su Lang immediately devised a strategy to reach the NBA with utmost efficiency. His plan entailed first attending a university in the United States, subsequently drawing the attention of league scouts through NCAA exposure, ultimately participating in the NBA draft. This was the most reliable and expedient method that Su Lang could conceive. Naturally, Su Lang's aspirations to study abroad received the unwavering support of his parents. However, Su Jiangwo and his wife remained blissfully unaware that their beloved son was secretly plotting to pursue a career in the NBA. Yet, with the academic year commencing in due time, gaining admission to a university in the United States was no simple feat. This was undoubtedly linked to Su Lang's choice of institution, that he did not opt for just any random, inconsequential college. If that were the case, given Su Lang's affluent background, he could easily gain admission. Instead, Su Lang selected a few prestigious basketball schools. As these institutions garnered greater attention from the NBA, he wondered which university had accepted his application. Su Lang's gaze fell upon the international mail resting on the table. Ahem, Su Lang, can you guess why I called you here? Su Jiangwo asked, beaming with a smile. Dad, your acting skills are rather lacking. Surely, you don't believe your son is oblivious. You could at least conceal the mail on the table while creating suspense. Su Lang replied, exasperatedly eyeing his father. From Su Jiangwo's negative emotions, 30 soon after, Su Lang tore open the envelope, his focus entirely on the thin sheet of paper within, completely disregarding the bemused expression of Su Jiangwo beside him. Davidson College, a knowing look of affirmation crossed Su Lang's face. Although he had applied to prestigious institutions such as North Carolina and St. John's, the likelihood of acceptance there was evidently slim. Nonetheless, Davidson College was a commendable choice. As someone who had traversed time, Su Lang was aware that Davidson was home to a future NBA superstar, Stephen Curry. Having the opportunity to be Kawhi's teammate would be fantastic. Little did Curry, across the ocean, know that his tumultuous journey was about to commence. A week later, Su Lang obtained his visa. After bidding farewell to his parents, he boarded a flight to North Carolina T. Davidson College. Due to the late timing of his enrollment, the freshman dormitories were already fully occupied. Consequently, the school could only assign him to share a dormitory with a sophomore. Upon entering the room, Su Lang observed the tidy environment and nodded in approval. It appeared his future roommate was indeed someone who valued cleanliness. Fortunately, this was the case otherwise. Su Lang would have had to seek accommodation off campus. After arranging his bedding, Su Lang heard the sound of the dormitory door opening behind him. From Stephen Kawhi's negative emotions, to Su Lang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Greetings. Who are you? And how did you find yourself in my dormitory? Upon hearing the inquiry from behind him, Su Lang turned around to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a familiar face from his previous life. Indeed, it was none other than Stephen Curry. As Su Lang expressed his surprise, Curry was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the tall figure before him would bear the features of someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Hello, my name is Su Lang, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm a new student who just arrived today. I shall be your roommate from now on, Su Lang said with a warm smile, extending his hand. Curry, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and gently shook Su Lang's hand. My apologies. I thought someone had intruded into my dormitory. Oh, by the way, I am Stephen Curry. It is a pleasure to meet you, he added, unaware that this roommate he was so delighted to meet would soon drive him to exasperation on a daily basis. Haha, no worries, Su Lang replied, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Stephen, is the school's basketball team still recruiting? The school basketball team? Curry looked at Su Lang with renewed astonishment. It was at this moment that he noticed Su Lang's extraordinary static physical talent. Eureka! This was the first thought that crossed Kawhi's mind. After witnessing Su Lang's remarkable static ability, he felt a surge of joy. Are you interested in joining the school basketball team? As it happens, I'm also a member. I can inquire with Coach Bob about it for you. Curry, completely enthralled by Su Lang's enviable static talent, offered no space for a response. After speaking, he promptly pushed open the door and dashed out. He had grown weary of the troubles that accompanied being the head of an orphanage. Surely, Even if Su Lang's skills were lacking, they would surpass those of the less competent players on his team. Moreover, Su Lang's evident static talent was undeniable. Curry could hardly believe that Su Lang's skills could be deficient in any way. He was eager to relay this exciting news to Coach Bob McKillop. Chapter 3. The Corner Cannon, Cowie's Headache. Su Lang observed as Curry rushed out in a frenzy, a smile creeping across his face. He then reclined on his bed, awaiting news from Curry. As he closed his eyes, he opened the system space. The system space was no longer merely a solitary lottery interface. It now featured an additional option for a training space. Upon entering this training space, he discovered 4 distinct options: tactical training, superstar skills training, practical training, and basic basketball training. Among these, aside from basic training, the other 3 training options required 1,000 points of negative emotional value to unlock, while basic basketball training necessitated only 500 points. Each activation would grant a cumulative 24 hours of training time, unaffected by the passage of external time. Without hesitation, Su Lang entered the superstar training space. In the midst of a spacious basketball court stood a bald giant clad in a Rockets jersey, silently observing the scene. This imposing figure was none other than P.J. Tucker. The reason Su Lang chose a star training space was rooted in a revelation from a week prior, when he learned he would be traveling to the United States. Upon his arrival, he realized that the stable influx of negative emotional points from the Dragon Kingdom Online would cease. Faced with this predicament, Su Lang resorted to a frenetic week of online mischief, transforming himself into a formidable adversary, unrelenting in his verbal assaults on anyone. From middle-aged men in their 40s to elementary school students just beginning their academic journey. Without exception, all fell victim to his relentless barbs. Engagement fosters health. As a result, Su Lang's negative emotional points began to accumulate in significant quantities. This was indeed a most frustrating turn of events. Gazing at the over 5,000 negative emotional points he had amassed, Su Lang succumbed to curiosity and once more clicked on the system's lottery interface. He was eager to discover what rewards awaited him after the system ceased to offer the coveted soul-cleansing fruit. After a series of 10 draws, he was presented with a 50% discount card for skill acquisition from P.J. Tucker. This card was specifically designed for use within the star training space. Here, Su Lang could utilize his negative emotional points to learn the skills of the fictionalized star created by the system. This was genuine training. After all, one must seize opportunities when they arise. Naturally, Su Lang opted to employ this discount card. Upon his first entry into the training space, he selected an A-level skill possessed by P.J. Tucker, a highest caliber skill available to him. Before him lay the A-level skill, Corner Specialist, with a proficiency already at 90%, eliciting a smile from Su Lang. After this training session, he should be able to master the skill completely. Having practiced this technique 9 times prior, each 24-hour session had granted him a 10% increase in proficiency. The training hours swiftly elapsed, and soon, P.J. Tucker vanished from sight. A skill icon appeared beside Su Lang, and upon opening it, he found a summary of his recent achievements. The A-level skill, Corner Specialist, would provide him with a 50% shooting accuracy from the corner, 3-point line, simple yet effective. Relieved, Su Lang exhaled as he reviewed the skill description. At last, he had acquired a fragment of basketball knowledge beyond mere physical prowess. This should suffice for the upcoming basketball team selection. Exiting the training space, Su Lang cast a final glance at his negative emotional balance, letting out a sigh. It was truly insufficient. With his negative emotional points now nearly depleted, he reflected on the cost of his newly acquired skill. Even with the discount card, he had expended 5,000 points to learn it. Without the card, the cost would have soared to 10,000 points. Su Lang increasingly recognized the significance of negative emotional points, that he realized this cannot continue. One must undoubtedly secure a stable source of negative emotional income. Su Lang resolved firmly within his heart. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open abruptly. Corey burst in, exclaiming, "Good news! Coach Bob has agreed to hold a special selection for you. I had to plead tirelessly for this opportunity, so you must perform exceptionally well." As Corey spoke, he attempted to pull Su Lang towards the door. However, after tugging, he found himself as if he were trying to move an immovable boulder, met with utter resistance. Corey turned back in astonishment, gazing at the indifferent Su Lang. "I apologize. I am not quite ready, yet perhaps we should wait a few days." Su Lang replied with a smile that illuminated his face. From Corey, the influx of negative emotions surged to 100. Su Lang's grin widened with delight. Remarkably, he had not anticipated that Corey would be such a prolific source of negative emotions. Corey's expression darkened further. Su Lang then continued. Let us indulge in jest. Let us not be so solemn. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Are we truly so well acquainted? This is but our inaugural encounter. To persuade Coach Bob to make an exception for this recruitment selection, do you have any inkling of the effort I expended? And you dare claim it was merely a joke? The negativity from the core has surged by 200. Su Lang gazed at the notification from the system with a beaming smile of gratification. In merely a few minutes, he had amassed 300 points of negative emotional value from Cooley. At that moment, Su Lang resolutely made up his mind. Henceforth, you shall be my consistent source of negative emotions. After all, such a prolific provider is a rarity. Cooley, meeting Su Lang's gaze, couldn't help but shudder, sensing an immediate drop in the temperature of the air around them. Chapter 4. Astonishing Physical Assessment. Su Lang and Curry stroll along the pathways of Davidson College. Su Lang's lips remained perpetually parted, a reflection of the incessant stream of notifications flooding the system. Negative emotions from the library. 5. Negative emotions from the library. 5. Negative emotions from the library. 5. It was evident that the library had not yet forgotten Su Lang's earlier inappropriate jest. Su Lang paid no heed, while Curry silently cursed himself with a sense of frustration. Su Lang's sole concern was the ever-increasing negative emotional value. The surging negativity made him regard the figure before him, Curry, with an increasing fondness. Soon, under Curry's leadership, Su Lang arrived at the training facility of the Davidson College Wildcats. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man with glasses and a kind demeanor, who was clearly the Coach Bob that Curry had mentioned. Coach Bob, who was currently overseeing the players' training, also acknowledged Su Lang's arrival. As Su Lang observed Bob, Bob too appraised Su Lang with a discerning gaze. Indeed, Curry spoke no falsehood. The boy's innate talent was truly remarkable. Most captivating was Su Lang's extraordinary wingspan. So, do you wish to join our team? After thoroughly assessing Su Lang, Bob felt quite pleased. Should the subsequent trial go well, there was a significant possibility of incorporating Su Lang into the team. Yes, however, Stephen mentioned that joining the team is quite challenging. I suspect I may not have a chance. Should I consider returning next year? Su Lang gazed at Bob and exclaimed, Damn, is this ever going to end? The negative emotions emanating from Curry surged to a level of 40. And Su Lang felt an overwhelming sense of joy at the prospect of reaping another wave of emotional energy from Curry's explosive performance. Whether it works or not, we shall know after the attempt. Bob furrowed his brow, clearly surprised by Su Lang's presence and his seemingly half-hearted attitude. Damn. Moments later, Bob glanced at the physical assessment data in his hands and couldn't help but utter a curse. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Wingspan, 220 centimeters. Standing reach, 281. For centimeters, hand dimensions, length 24. 9 centimeters, width 29. 1 centimeter. This was merely Su Lang's static data, and Bob had yet to fully process the implications. The dynamic statistics of Su Lang have once again made a striking impact. A 100-meter sprint, 1 seconds. A 3/4 sprint, 5 seconds. Vertical jump height from a standstill, 93 centimeters. Vertical jump height with a running start, 117 centimeters. Upon reviewing Su Lang's dynamic data, Bob realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. It felt as if fortune had descended upon him while he sat comfortably at home. After examining Su Lang's physical assessment results, Bob was eager to incorporate him into his team immediately. He understood that such extraordinary metrics were exceedingly rare, even within the NBA. Congratulations! You are now a genuine player at Davidson College. To avoid any potential delays, Bob decisively made his choice after analyzing the data. Was there not a need for further testing? Su Lang gazed at Bob in confusion. Curry, too, was perplexed, if his memory served him correctly. The selection test for the team encompassed far more than these few tasks. Damn it. It seems that genius always enjoys certain privileges. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Curry comprehended that Bob was fearful of Su Lang absconding. The negative emotion from Curry surged to 20. Initially, the system's prompt indicated that after completing the physical assessment, the negative emotion value provided by Curry had already dwindled to 1. What Su Lang did not anticipate was that a single remark from Coach Bob would cause Curry's negative emotional state to rebound dramatically. How delightful. Su Lang joyfully accepted Curry's negative emotional energy. Soon, Bob would pay the price for his impulsive decision. After the school completed the formalities and officially incorporated Su Lang into the team, Bob realized that Su Lang was not particularly skilled in basketball. No, to be precise, he was somewhat of a novice. Aside from a commendable shooting percentage from the corners beyond the three-point line, His other skills were quite dismal. Thud, thud, thud. Bob watched from a distance as Su Lang repeatedly struck the rim with the basketball, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. What troubled him even more was Su Lang's clumsy dribbling. Steven, is this the genius you told me about? This is nothing short of a basketball rookie. Curry, with a dark expression, thought to himself, now it's my fault. When you hastily brought him into the team, did you consider these factors? You were just enticed by his physical talent. You didn't even complete the standard assessments, and now you blame me. Yet, this fellow truly had a remarkable acting skill. He never expected that apart from shooting from the corner, the rest of his game was utterly dreadful. Negative emotional energy from Bob 10. Negative emotional energy from Bob 10. Negative emotional energy from Curry 10. Negative emotional energy from Curry 10. How delightful. How delightful. Su Lang, while rhythmically pounding the basketball against the hoop, found himself delighting in the ever-increasing accumulation of negative emotional points. Chapter 5. This is undoubtedly the blame-shifting ball. Su Lang has been at Davidson College's Wildcats team for a week now. During this week, Curry and Bob have collectively bestowed upon Su Lang over 7,000 points of negative emotional energy. Both Bob and Curry have never felt such an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. When the accumulated negative emotional value on Su Lang's side reached 1,000, he conducted 10 consecutive draws. Unsurprisingly, he once again received a discount card for star player training, this time featuring the illustrious Stephon Marbury. After selecting a skill from Marbury, Su Lang continued to train tirelessly. This time, it was yet another A-level skill. Thus, after 10 sessions within the training space, Su Lang finally mastered this skill. Su Lang wore a peculiar smile as he gazed at the newly added skill within the skills section. The A-level skill, Lone Wolf Pass, enhances a teammate's shooting accuracy by 20% when the offensive time is reduced to 4 seconds. If the pass is made with 3 seconds remaining, the accuracy is elevated by 30%, and with merely 2 seconds left, it raises the accuracy by an impressive 40%. The reason Su Lang chose this skill is quite straightforward: to sabotage his teammates. This is undoubtedly the most effective method for accumulating negative emotional points. This afternoon, we are to engage in a squad training session. Curry, you will lead one team, and Oscar, you will lead the other. Upon entering the gym, Bob promptly announced the training agenda for the day. Upon hearing Bob's plan, Su Lang felt an overwhelming sense of joy blossom within him. He had been concerned that his newly acquired skill would go to waste, but fortune smiled upon him as a perfect opportunity presented itself. Curry and Oscar began the selection process, and it was no surprise that Su Lang was ultimately chosen by Oscar, who wore an expression as if he were constipated. Negative emotion from Oscar 1. Negative emotion from Oscar 1. How miserly. Yet, my dear Curry is simply delightful. Upon receiving the system's notification, Su Lang couldn't help but harbor a wave of disdain for Oscar. Just look at Curry. His offered negative emotion value never dipped below 5 points. Yet Oscar, in contrast, presents a mere 1 point. What a farce. Nonetheless, it seems that recently, the negative emotion values provided by the adorable Curry have become somewhat unreliable. It appears that a moment of provocation is warranted to rekindle his spirit. Su Lang cast a glance towards Curry. As Curry was engaged in a tactical discussion with his teammates, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Damn it. Could it be a cold? Curry did not associate this chill with Su Lang in the slightest. Soon, the training match between both sides commenced in earnest. Su Lang occupies the third position in this lineup for the Oscars. Su Lang's physique is remarkably suited for the role of a swingman. Therefore, whether positioned at the 3 or 2 spot, it poses no issue. After all, Oscar has not placed his hopes on Su Lang. Once the match commenced, Su Lang instinctively gravitated towards the corner position, as it remains the sole avenue for him to score. However, it was evident that Oscar had no intention of passing the ball to Su Lang. After several consecutive plays, Mason, who was matched up against Su Lang, unexpectedly left him unguarded, opting instead to double-team Oscar alongside Curry. Here, at the position of Su Lang, he raised his arms to signal for the ball. At that moment, he found himself utterly unguarded. The other members of Curry's team showed no intention of providing assistance, after all. Oscar would never pass the ball to him. Damn it. If there were any other option, Oscar vowed he would never resort to this. With a flick of his wrist, Oscar directly passed the basketball to Su Lang, stationed at the baseline. Upon receiving the pass, Su Lang exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He launched a 3-point shot with precision. Swish. The basketball found its target effortlessly. Bob couldn't help but grin from the sidelines, realizing that indeed, a singular skill could dominate the game. After Su Lang scored, he immediately made a gesture of blowing out the flames from a gun. Negative emotions from Oscar 1. What a miser. Su Lang cast another contemptuous glance at Oscar. In the subsequent round, Curry once again relinquished his defensive stance against Su Lang, evidently deeming Oscar to pose a greater threat. With no alternative, Oscar passed the basketball back to Su Lang. However, this time, a defender swiftly emerged before Su Lang. Here. Kevin, the center of Curry's team, stepped up to provide assistance in guarding Su Lang. The center of the Su Lang team found himself unoccupied. At that moment, he was waving his arms, signaling to Su Lang for the ball. Seeking the ball? Just wait. Su Lang firmly grasped the basketball, remaining quietly stationed at the baseline. He neither advanced nor passed. Damn it. What on earth is he doing? The negative energy from Oscar intensified, reaching a crescendo as the patience of everyone around began to wane. Su Lang slowly raised his arm. Kevin C., believing that Su Lang was about to shoot, stepped forward to block him. At that moment, only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. With a swift motion, the basketball was passed by Su Lang to Oscar on the perimeter. Damn. As he watched the ball soar towards him, a torrent of frustration surged through Oscar's mind, accompanied by an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck. By the time he received Su Lang's pass, only a little over a second remained for the offense. Oscar barely had time to curse Su Lang before he instinctively lifted his hand and launched a three-pointer against Curry's impending block. As the ball left his fingertips, Oscar felt a fleeting warmth flow through his palm, though he paid it no mind. This was, of course, the result of Su Lang's skill enhancing his performance. Swish. Oscar's three-pointer found its mark with unwavering precision. In disbelief, he stared at the scene before him. Did it go in? Just like that? He casually tossed the ball. And it swished through the net? Yet, that damn Su Lang. How could he have passed him such a risky ball, almost sealing his fate? Oscar glared fiercely at Su Lang, but Su Lang was already whistling and retreating to defend. The reason for Su Lang's joy is quite simple. A single pass from Oscar directly resulted in a contribution of 70 negative emotions. Su Lang felt once again that his choice was not mistaken. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. Su Lang seemed to sense a surge of negative emotional energy rushing towards him. The prospect of sudden wealth was tantalizingly close. After being outmaneuvered by Su Lang in the previous round, Oscar was resolute in his refusal to pass the ball to him. However, he found himself in a predicament. Should he withhold the ball, Mason and Curry would double-team him. After several exchanges, Oscar had no choice but to pass the basketball to Su Lang. He could only watch helplessly as Su Lang, with the shot clock dwindling, made the fateful pass. The hot potato pass. This was indeed a hot potato pass. While Oscar silently cursed Su Lang in frustration, he nonetheless relished the delectable opportunities that Su Lang provided him. Time and again, Oscar converted these hot potato passes into points for the basket. It was truly a bittersweet experience. Meanwhile, Su Lang reveled in the continuous influx of negative emotional energy that Oscar delivered to him. Chapter 6. The bizarre match when the game concluded. It was astonishing to discover that Oscar's team had lost to Curry by merely 3 points. Prior to Su Lang's arrival, Oscar's team had never come this close to matching Curry's prowess. The fundamental reason for this impressive scoreline was Oscar's extraordinary performance, wherein he amassed a staggering 38 points. Even Oscar himself was incredulous upon witnessing his own scoring feat. When did he become this formidable? He was able to trade shots with Curry. Meanwhile, Curry wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Damn it, I almost stumbled today." To Curry, this match was nothing short of eerie. When had Oscar's shooting precision become so uncanny? At that moment, Coach Bob found himself deep in thought. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Su Lang, was contentedly tallying his gains. It wasn't long before Bob stumbled upon a peculiar statistic. Su Lang amassed an impressive total of 12 points and 11 assists throughout the match. What on earth is this? When did he accumulate such an abundance of assists? Bob gazed at the data before him, feeling as though his entire worldview was being upended. He began to replay the entire game in his mind, and soon enough, Bob discerned the source of the confusion. Although Su Lang tends to pass the basketball only when the offensive clock is nearly expired, it appears that the shooting percentage following his assist soars to an astonishing 90%. Indeed, a significant portion of Oscar's impressive score in this match, 7 to 8 instances, can be attributed to Su Lang's direct assists, particularly from beyond the three-point line. Moreover, the other teammates who received Su Lang's assists also exhibited remarkably high shooting accuracy. Bob, overwhelmed with confusion, found it difficult to comprehend such a phenomenon despite his years of coaching experience. Clearly, Su Lang's passes seem to be mere acts of deflection. Yet, how is it that each recipient consistently scores? This is utterly remarkable. Bob turned to Su Lang, unable to restrain his praise. Well done, Su Lang. Engrossed in the bountiful rewards of negative emotions, nonchalantly replied, I know. Bob's lips twitched in disbelief. How rude. What do you mean I know? I've never encountered someone so unabashed. The negative emotions from Bob surged to 100, eliciting a broad smile from Su Lang, who was pleasantly surprised. After a half-hour break, Bob suggested another team scrimmage. This time assigning Su Lang to Curry's team. Bob sought to further observe Su Lang's performance on the court. An hour later, Bob stared in disbelief at the data in his hands. Su Lang achieved an impressive 15 points and 13 assists, boasting a remarkable assist accuracy of 100%. Mason, who benefited directly from Su Lang's playmaking, amassed an impressive 30 points, second only to his teammate Curry's 32 points. On the other hand, Oscar, who had previously performed admirably, found himself without Su Lang's support this time, managing to score a mere 12 points. The absence of Su Lang's assistance revealed Oscar's limitations. After observing the situation, Bob, though still puzzled by the dynamics at play, could not help but acknowledge a distinctive quality in Su Lang. The rate of assist to turnover was astonishing, surpassing even that of the finest point guards. Remarkably, Su Lang is a player who does not demand ball dominance, and his exceptional shooting percentage from the corner can create space for Curry. Additionally, he has the capability to facilitate team play when Curry faces double teams. In that moment, Bob felt an unprecedented alignment between Su Lang and his team. How unfortunate. If only he had initiated some scrimmage training earlier, he might have uncovered this potential sooner. Some attributes simply do not manifest during regular practice, Bob reflected, filled with regret. It seems prudent to provide Su Lang with more opportunities in the future. He may yet offer delightful surprises. Bob's gaze shifted towards Su Lang in the distance. At this moment, Su Lang's heart was overflowing with joy. The two internal training matches had bestowed upon him over 2,000 points of negative emotional value. Su Lang had never before experienced the ease with which negative emotional values could be acquired. Now, he wished fervently that Bob would hold internal competitive training matches every day, 2 matches in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, with 4 matches daily. His accumulation of negative emotional values would surely be explosive. Su Lang has carelessly overlooked the player's physical endurance concerns. If his ambition of conducting 4 internal scrimmages per day were to materialize, it is likely that the Wildcats would succumb to exhaustion even before the NCAA season commences. At this moment, Su Lang remains oblivious to the fact that Bob has already discerned his peculiar assist blunders. Bob's intention to provide Su Lang with additional opportunities inadvertently aids him. These increased chances are, however, a glaring source of negative emotional value for Su Lang. With them, Su Lang feels that his once elusive dream of dominating the league in his inaugural year is now within reach. Chapter 7. S-Class Skills. It is exceedingly challenging. Su Lang has been with the Wildcat team for 2 months now. Recently, the negative emotion value in Su Lang's system account has, for the first time, surpassed the remarkable threshold of 10,000. It is not that Su Lang is reluctant to utilize it. Rather, the ongoing training sessions for player skills have remained uninterrupted. Whenever Su Lang finds the time, he immerses himself in study. Closely intertwined with Su Lang's surging negative emotional value is the chorus of grievances echoing within the Wildcat team. The root of their discontent lies in Su Lang's skill, the Lone Wolf Pass. It evokes a palpable tension akin to walking a tightrope, a heart-stopping anticipation as they await Su Lang's errant throws. They have endured this for over a month, feeling as though their spirits have been battered and their inner peace shattered. Now, they find themselves in a state where Su Lang's involvement is no longer necessary. Even during their moments of leisure, they silently curse him. Su Lang is undoubtedly aware that the players have been voicing their grievances about him in private. It is hardly surprising. The system incessantly generates negative emotional values, 24 hours a day without respite. How else could Su Lang's negative emotional value have surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000? The negative emotional values include +3 from Oscar, +5 from Mason, and +10 from Curry. Oh, the miserly Oscar. Su Lang cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, the only individual among them who consistently contributed the least amount of negative emotional energy. Curry, on the other hand, remained endearing as ever, continuing to be a major source of negative emotional energy. During this period, Su Lang's skill set underwent a significant transformation. He had not rested even for a moment. With skills like lone wolf passing and corner cannon, These were merely the two foundational abilities he possessed. Now, he had acquired an additional skill, an A-grade skill known as Ironclad Defense, which enhanced his perimeter defensive capabilities. The reason for only acquiring one skill over such a considerable span of time was rather straightforward. He had become somewhat carried away. The surging negative emotional energy had led Su Lang to opt for the learning of an S-grade skill. Upon embarking on this learning journey, he quickly realized that the proficiency required for an S-grade skill was astonishingly daunting. It necessitated tenfold the negative emotional energy and time compared to an A-grade skill to master. Under the circumstances of possessing a discount card, an A-grade skill demanded the accumulation of 5,000 points of negative emotional energy, alongside completing 10 full 24-hour training sessions within the training space to be learned. In stark contrast, an S-grade skill required a staggering 50,000 points of negative emotional energy and 100 sessions to be acquired. Furthermore, once the training tasks in the star training space commenced, they could not be interrupted. This meant that Su Lang had to complete the training before he could learn any additional skills. Initially, he harbored some regret, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the soaring negative emotional energy that led him to this precarious state. Su Lang has resolutely decided that without a discount card, he shall never embark upon the training of S-level skills again, deeming it a sheer waste of time. The S-level skill that has consumed so much of Su Lang's time derives from a talent possessed by Hamilton. The S-level skill, known as the God of Positioning, significantly enhances the host's maneuvering abilities, elevating them to a state of perfection. Currently, Su Lang has honed this skill to 90% proficiency. This signifies that he merely needs to engage in training 10 more times to fully acquire this S-level skill. Su Lang directly accessed the system and initiated yet another training session. Su Lang's figure emerged on the training ground. A player, somewhat slender and wearing a mask, stood quietly on the field, awaiting the commencement of the session. With an expression of fearless resolve, Su Lang approached Hamilton. "We can commence training now." Hamilton, within the confines of the space, glanced up at Su Lang and nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, the other skills I possess are quite impressive. Would you care to learn them? For instance, my impeccable mid-range shooting and my extraordinary physical endurance." To Su Lang's surprise, Hamilton began to promote his additional talents. Su Lang appeared composed, evidently accustomed to the environment. Upon his initial entry into the spatial realm, he was indeed taken aback. The training stars within the system space seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, diverging from the rigid models he had envisioned. Over time, Su Lang discovered that each star within the system not only held intellect but also exhibited their own distinct personalities. Tucker was composed, Marbury was aloof, and Hamilton was quite the jokester, persistently promoting the various skills he possessed to Su Lang. Su Lang dared not select any further skills from Hamilton, the reason being the impending grueling training. This was also the reason Su Lang felt a sense of resolve akin to facing death. As the training commenced, Hamilton led Su Lang in a relentless run around the entire arena. Continuous running, unceasingly. Su Lang closely followed Hamilton as the training session persisted for over an hour. Su Lang finally reached his limit. Even while training in the spatial realm, he could still feel fatigue. This was another reason why the skill acquisition took such an extended period. In his previous training sessions, Su Lang could endure a grueling 24 hours. However, during Hamilton's training, he found that after just over an hour of practice, he required a respite. Consequently, he could only intermittently fulfill the 24-hour training task. After several rounds of this, Su Lang emerged from the spatial realm. Su Lang let out a heavy sigh, his eyes revealing an expression of fatigue. Although the physical training within the space was not exhausting, the emotional strain was palpable. If only he could persevere through a few more attempts, this skill would be within his grasp. Su Lang quietly encouraged himself. Chapter 8. The First Battle of the NCAA. Su Lang comes to the rescue. The training on Su Lang's side is progressing fervently, and the NCAA competition of 2008 is about to commence. Tomorrow marks the inaugural game of our season. Everyone, rally your spirits. I firmly believe we can achieve remarkable results. After training, Coach Bob of the Wildcats shouted at the players. On the sidelines, Curry's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is finally about to begin. After last year's disappointment, he has exerted tremendous effort. This year, he is determined to emerge victorious. Curry's gaze became resolute. Meanwhile, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. At last, the moment has arrived. This is the first step in the journey of his professional career. Su Lang's gaze turned towards Curry, and upon noticing the resolute expression on Curry's face, a mischievous little devil stirred within him. With a cheerful smile, Su Lang approached Curry. From a distance, Curry noticed Su Lang walking towards him. Ordinarily, as roommates, they should have shared a close bond, inseparable in their daily endeavors. Yet, aside from the evenings spent in their dormitory, Curry found himself evading Su Lang at every opportunity. There was no remedy. The mere presence of Su Lang made Curry feel as though his heart might explode with tension. As Su Lang drew nearer, Curry sensed trouble looming. "Hey, Steven. What are your thoughts on tomorrow's game?" "What do you mean? We're definitely going to win," Curry replied, wearing an expression of unwavering confidence. "Have you ever considered what would happen if we were to lose?" Su Lang smiled as she spoke. From Stephen Curry's negative emotional value, 100. "Damn it. Such a jinx. The match hasn't even begun, and you're already thinking about losing." Curry was directly caught off guard by Su Lang's words. Su Lang gazed at the influx of negative emotional points, his heart brimming with joy. "We shall not be defeated. Victory is within our grasp," Curry remarked calmly. Yet the tone of the system's notification concerning Su Lang's entries revealed that Curry's demeanor was far from tranquil. Negative emotional points from Stephen Curry. 30 negative emotional points from Stephen Curry. 20. Damn it. What if we actually lose the game? Surely, we cannot suffer another crushing defeat this year. Indeed, Curry's current mood was tumultuous, reflecting a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. The once resolute conviction in his heart began to waver. It's all his fault. Curry shot a sharp glance at Su Lang. At that moment, Su Lang had already cheerfully distanced himself from Curry, having successfully provoked him. True to Curry's character, it was evident that he would spend the entire day accumulating negative emotional points directed at Su Lang. Su Lang felt a profound sense of contentment. The dawn of a new day had arrived. Su Lang has embarked on the inaugural match of his NCAA career. In this contest, he was not included in the starting lineup by Coach Bob. Despite consistently excelling during practice sessions, an inexplicable apprehension led Bob to exercise caution. After all, this was the first game, and prudence was deemed paramount. Su Lang naturally held no objections. After all, he understood that an opportunity to play would eventually arise. In this match, Davidson College faced off against the Sycamores from Indiana State University. In contrast to the relatively obscure Davidson College nestled in the quiet town of Davidson, Indiana State University undeniably enjoyed greater popularity. It was likely that most spectators were hearing of Davidson College for the first time. There was little to be done, after all. Davidson College had not lived up to expectations. The only occasion in their history that they advanced to the NCAA tournament was last year, led by Curry. Thus, it is unsurprising that a school with such a limited history in March Madness would elude the awareness of fans. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere surrounding the Sycamores, the Wildcats exhibited a notable sense of tension, a reflection of the team's culture. Su Lang quietly remained on the sidelines, observing the match. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the two teams officially entered the fray. The Wildcats displayed no semblance of restraint. Curry was unequivocally their primary scoring asset. Shortly after the game commenced, Curry remarkably sank 4 three-point shots, a display of precision that compelled the Mountain Men to call a timeout. During the break, the Mountain Men's coach, appearing unfazed, meticulously devised a strategy. Although Curry's performance had resulted in a pause, they deemed it an insignificant obstacle. As the whistle signaled the resumption of play, the Mountain Men indeed resorted to a rather audacious tactic. The defender assigned to Curry was no longer just one, but two. Clearly, they intended to deny Curry any opportunity to shoot throughout the game. Faced with this double coverage, Curry found himself in a predicament, desperately seeking assistance from his teammates. However, the hapless players from Davidson College were hardly capable of providing the support he required. With Curry effectively neutralized, Davidson's offense ground to a halt. Even the open players hesitated, leading to a series of unsuccessful attempts. As the situation on the court increasingly turned unfavorable for the Wildcats, Su Lang approached Coach Bob with a beaming smile. "Coach, might I have a chance to step onto the court?" Chapter 9. 9 points in a row. Fortune awaits. Coach Bob was momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice in his ear. Then, realization dawned upon him. It was Su Lang. The performance of Su Lang in the previous training match flickered through Bob's mind like a strobe light. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bob clenched his teeth and resolved to let him take the court. Surely, he couldn't be worse than Mason. Bob called for a timeout, signaling to the referee on the sidelines. As the whistle blew, the players gathered to the edge of the court. In that instant, Bob announced his decision to substitute. Mason cast a pallid glance at Su Lang, his heart heavy with resignation. Though somewhat reluctant, Mason recognized that his recent performance had been subpar. Bob had already afforded him considerable grace by leaving him on the court for so long. Upon learning that Su Lang would be entering the game, Curry's first thought was of Su Lang's precise corner three-pointer. With this in mind, Curry exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping that Su Lang's presence would ease his own burdens on the court. As the timeout concluded, the whistle sounded, and the players returned to the floor. Spectators were taken aback to see an additional player with yellow skin on the court. Davidson College seems to have thrown in the towel, bringing in a player of Asian descent. What can one expect from a small-town college? Their foundation pales in comparison. They murmured, "Do you think this yellow-skinned player can score?" "Score? That's a dream. Just getting his hands on the ball would be an accomplishment." The fans on the sidelines were decidedly unwelcoming towards Su Lang, with the more reserved among them silently questioning his capabilities, while the more boisterous ones openly jeered at him. Su Lang's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly unaffected by the raucous jeers of the fans. Instead, he raised both hands high, engaging with the spectators on the sidelines. One might mistakenly believe that the entire crowd was welcoming him. However, the reality was that the fans were mocking him. What on earth? Surely, he cannot think we are cheering for him. I doubt he understands our words. What a joke. Get off the court, you clown. Curry observed Su Lang on the court with astonishment, for he was well aware that Su Lang could indeed comprehend the taunts being hurled by the fans. Yet, Su Lang's demeanor suggested he was entirely unfazed by their derision. In that moment, Curry was left pondering whether Su Lang was simply thick-skinned or genuinely unable to grasp the insults directed at him. The game commenced. The baseline inbounds pass was executed. Curry continued to face the defensive pressure from two opponents, leaving the team's small forward, Morris, to advance the ball past half-court. There was no choice. Su Lang, playing the shooting guard position, lacked the ability to handle the ball. Upon taking the court, Su Lang, as per his usual training routine, positioned himself stealthily in the corner. Prior to the timeout, Mason had occupied this very spot, where he was left unguarded by Eric Gordon for an extended duration. Despite several attempts, he failed to find the mark. However, now it is Su Lang who stands open in the corner. Curry possesses unwavering confidence in Su Lang's ability to make three-point shots from this position. It is abundantly clear to Morris that the coach's intent in deploying Su Lang is to compel the obstinate Eric Gordon to return to his designated defensive assignment. Whoosh! The basketball soared towards Su Lang in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Su Lang executed a shooting motion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Lang glanced at the empty defense before him, then turned his gaze towards Eric Gordon in the distance. "How dare you disregard my esteemed Su?" Su Lang, in a fit of nonchalance, decided to forego any further feigned movements. After all, the opponent had already set their sights and left their defense wide open. How could Su Lang possibly show any mercy? With a swift motion, he struck decisively. The three-pointer found its mark with unwavering precision. Yes, Coach Bob of the Wildcats clenched his fist tightly, as the point gap on the scoreboard narrowed by 3. In stark contrast to Coach Bob's exuberance, the coach of the Mountaineers furrowed his brow slightly. After Su Lang made a three-pointer, it undoubtedly had an impact on their defensive strategy. The coach of the Mountain Men consoled himself, hoping it was merely a stroke of luck. As the next round approached, Su Lang once again sank a three-pointer from the corner. The head coach of the Mountain Men could no longer remain composed. Initially, their defense was solely focused on Curry, wary of his long-range shooting. However, now, while they had effectively contained Curry, another sharpshooting player had emerged. In just 2 possessions, the deficit had diminished by 6 points, bringing the gap to a single-digit margin. Most importantly, the spirit of the Wildcats had transformed. They were devoid of the earlier confusion that had plagued them. As if Su Lang's three-pointer had illuminated their path forward, the Wildcats were now brimming with momentum, while the Mountain Men began to exhibit signs of hesitation. During the next defensive possession, Eric Gordon glanced toward the sidelines at the Mountain Men coach, clearly questioning the defensive strategy that had been laid out before the game. Indeed, Eric Gordon was now caught in a quandary, uncertain whether to pursue Su Lang or to adhere steadfastly to the coach's tactics and shadow Curry relentlessly. Just as he was engulfed in doubt, Su Lang swiftly struck again, sinking another three-pointer. Swish! He has amassed 9 consecutive points. In a remarkable display, Su Lang took to the court, scoring consecutively over 3 rounds, narrowing the point deficit to a single digit. More importantly, he invigorated the spirits of the Wildcats team, completely disrupting the pre-game strategy of the Mountain Men. As the situation on the court grew increasingly precarious, the head coach of the Mountain Men hastily called for a timeout. When the whistle for the pause blew, he shot a fierce glare at Su Lang, the unexpected player who had thrown their pre-game preparations into disarray. Had it not been for this unforeseen turn of events, the well-prepared mountain men would have likely left the Wildcats with no opportunity to breathe. Negative emotional score from Powell, 100. Negative emotional score from Eric Gordon, 30. Su Lang gazed at the notification from the system with a beaming smile. 3 consecutive three-pointers struck directly at the heart of the mountain dwellers, simultaneously allowing Su Lang to reap a wave of negative emotional points. Su Lang cast a glance towards the mountain people team, silently formulating a new plan in his mind. Should he provoke them a little more? They must be seething with frustration towards him by now. If the opportunity arises to stir the pot, it could potentially unleash a torrent of negative emotions. This could lead to a significant windfall. Meanwhile, the mountain people team remained blissfully unaware that Su Lang had begun to view them as mere sources of profit. Preparing for their eventual harvest, they were still deliberating whether to continue with their prior defensive strategy. Chapter 10. The round-faced players despair. The lone wolf passes again. Beep. The timeout concluded. Both teams returned to the court. During the mountain people's offensive possession, Eric Gordon received a pass from the point guard and directly confronted Su Lang. Su Lang gazed upon Eric Gordon before him, unable to suppress a slight smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. Hey, my friend, have you ever been told you resemble something? Eric Gordon furrowed his brow, looking at Su Lang with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. What kind of tricks are you trying to play? Eric Gordon offered no response to Su Lang's inquiry. Yet, Su Lang continued to muse to himself. Basketball. It truly is spherical. I have never encountered one so perfectly round. The words of Su Lang fell upon Eric Gordon's ears like a thunderclap. Damn, is he mocking my round face? In an instant, a surge of rage ignited within Eric Gordon as he held the basketball, its surface creaking under his grip. He yearned to deliver a punch to Su Lang's face at that very moment. However, this time, Eric Gordon had indeed misinterpreted Su Lang's intentions. Su Lang's exclamation emanated from the depths of his heart. Previously, he had merely glimpsed Eric Gordon's games or posters on his computer. While he had noted the roundness of his face, standing before Eric Gordon in person now rendered a profound impact. Su Lang has come to realize that his previous thoughts were rather conservative. This is no ordinary sphere. When placed alongside a basketball, if it weren't for the distinct features of his face, one might truly mistake him for the ball itself. Negative emotional value from Eric Gordon, 200. Negative emotional value from Eric Gordon, 250. Goodness gracious. Su Lang was taken aback, unexpectedly startled by the profound reaction elicited from Eric Gordon by a mere comment she had made in passing. It was the first time Su Lang encountered a phenomenon where the value of negative emotions provided by others increased over time. Typically, after being thoroughly berated by Su Lang, the negative emotion index would diminish as time passed. The reason for this anomaly was quite straightforward. After hearing Su Lang's words, Eric Gordon found himself increasingly agitated, his anger escalating with every passing moment. He felt as though he were on the brink of an explosion. At that moment, his singular focus was to teach the individual before him a lesson. Eric Gordon forcefully recalibrated his emotions, executing a lateral jump to evade Su Lang's presence. And with both hands cradling the ball, he raised it above his head, unleashing an extraordinary long-range three-pointer from beyond the arc. As Su Lang observed the defense faltering against Eric Gordon, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He exclaimed, "What a perfect basketball." At that moment, Eric Gordon, poised in midair and aiming for the hoop, caught wind of Su Lang's remark. Damn it, will this ever end? His recently adjusted mood shattered in an instant. The timing of the comment was impeccable, coinciding precisely with Eric Gordon's shooting motion. The intense surge of emotion directly disrupted his shooting form. Once he released the ball, Eric Gordon realized his mistake. Indeed, the basketball soared out of bounds. He, Eric Gordon, had thrown an airball. Not even close. Damn it. This is all my fault. He glared fiercely at Su Lang. The negative energy emanating from Eric Gordon surged to 300. Goodness. This fellow, Eric Gordon, was truly a powerhouse of negative sentiment. Even more formidable than Curry. Su Lang was taken aback. Su Lang remains unaware that he is now in grave danger. Eric Gordon can barely restrain himself from delivering a punch to Su Lang. The head coach of the Mountain Men team furrows his brow as he observes Eric Gordon from the sidelines. The strategy they devised during the timeout was precisely to unleash Gordon's offensive prowess, as they had discerned that Su Lang's defense was rather lacking. Yet, under these very circumstances, Eric Gordon missed his shot. Indeed, in such a situation, he remarkably failed to score. At this moment, The Mountain Men's coach feels an overwhelming urge to rush onto the court and knock some sense into Gordon's thick skull, desperate to understand what he is thinking. As the next defensive round approaches, Su Lang, still the merciless assassin stationed at the corner, lay in wait for the opportune moment. Intriguingly, the Mountain Men maintained their strategy without alteration. Gordon remained by Curry's side, while Curry found himself ensnared by a double team. Realizing that his chances were dwindling, Curry opted to position himself near the center court, standing with hands on hips as he awaited the team's offensive maneuvers. Consequently, the space within the three-point line became astonishingly expansive, with 3 players congregating near midcourt. Point guard Morris, now with a clear direction, promptly passed the basketball to Su Lang in the corner. "Are you not guarding Su Lang?" he mused, prepared to be annihilated. Whack! Su Lang firmly grasped the basketball with both hands. However, this time, the Mountain Men team had altered their defensive strategy. Previously, they had completely left Su Lang unguarded. Now, as Su Lang received the ball, their power forward, Carl, charged forth from the paint. He bore down upon Su Lang, attempting to apply pressure. Initially, Carl had no intention of providing a strong double team. His aim was merely to disrupt Su Lang's rhythm with a show of aggression. Yet, through Carl's eyes, Su Lang appeared momentarily frozen, holding the basketball and standing at the corner, awaiting Carl's advance. Now, Carl found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether to continue his assault on Su Lang or retreat to defend his assigned opponent. "Damn!" Carl cursed under his breath and pressed on towards Su Lang. Su Lang appeared completely dazed, remaining motionless even as Carl charged directly in front of him. Over here, cried Lucas, the Wildcats' power forward, raising his hands high in a plea for the ball. This presented an excellent opportunity. If Su Lang could merely pass the basketball, Lucas could either take the shot himself or execute a collaborative play with Centerdale. The Mountain Men had no means of countering such a move. On the sidelines, Wildcats head coach Bob watched with bated breath, eagerly anticipating Su Lang's pass. However, time continued to elapse. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The remaining time for the offense dwindled. It was now evident not only to Coach Bob on the sidelines but also to the Wildcats players on the court what Su Lang intended to do. Su Lang's signature move, the hot potato pass. The players of the Wildcat team, filled with anxiety and trepidation, cast anxious glances towards Su Lang. Until the very last second, they remained uncertain about who will bear the brunt of this hot potato pass. Negative emotional points, 20 from Bob, 30 from Morris, 30 from Lucas. The anticipation for Su Lang's hot potato pass is nothing short of torment. The players of the Wildcat team are on the verge of madness. Chapter 11. Su Lang, you are unbelievable. 18 assists. Bob, observing the dwindling time on the clock, shook his head in resignation. How could he dare to attempt such a thing? While it might be acceptable during practice, this is a legitimate college league match. At this moment, he actually wants to execute his hot potato pass. Alas, let him be. Bob sighed once more. Without Su Lang, they would have struggled to penetrate the Mountain Men's defensive strategy. If Su Lang wishes to play, then let him play. However, should it backfire, he can forget about stepping onto the court in the next match. With just 4 seconds remaining on the clock, Carl wondered if Su Lang had lost his mind, remaining motionless at such a critical moment. But in the very next second, suddenly, Su Lang found himself with the ball. A shot? No. What an absurdity. He opted for a pass. What on earth? With so little time remaining, how could he choose to pass the ball? Carl, in utter disbelief, gazed at Su Lang as he flung the basketball away. From Carl, a wave of negative emotional energy surged, marked at 50. The ball soared beyond the three-point line, continuing its trajectory outward. Indeed, Su Lang had chosen to pass to Curry, who was being double-teamed and positioned at midcourt. Curry, initially standing with hands on his hips, felt a surge of panic as he watched the approaching ball, his nerves fraying. He had intended to remain a passive observer, but Su Lang had unceremoniously dragged him into the fray. Damn it, Su Lang, are you even human? With so little time left, are you toying with me? Curry cursed Su Lang internally, helplessly extending his arm to meet the incoming basketball. Su Lang's pass took everyone by surprise. Even the 2 defenders who were double-teaming Curry were caught off guard by Su Lang's decision to deliver the ball to him. This momentary lapse left them momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Curry had already received Su Lang's pass. But what did it matter? This was at midcourt. Receiving the pass was inconsequential. He could never make the shot. Eric Gordon thought to himself, finding solace in the belief that Curry would fail. Upon receiving the ball, Curry had merely 1 second left on the shot clock. There was no time for adjustment. He raised his hand and launched the basketball. As he released the ball, he felt a surge of warmth at his fingertips, as if he could distinctly sense the texture of the ball. It soared from his hand, tracing a magnificent arc through the air, reminiscent of a rainbow. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. Boom. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. The fans by the sidelines were ecstatic. Curry's midcourt three-pointer had astonished them all. Not only did it find the net, but it did so flawlessly. It was simply unbelievable. Eric Gordon stared with wide eyes at Curry, who was basking in the cheers. How on earth did he make that shot? This was truly insane. While the emotions of everyone else fluctuated wildly, the architect of this moment, Sue Lang, wore a beaming smile, content to remain in the shadows, basking in his unacknowledged glory. From Stephen Curry, a surge of negative emotional value, 400. Sue Lang's earlier pass had sparked an unprecedented wave of frustration in Curry, yielding the highest negative emotional value he had ever garnered from him. Indeed, when Curry received the ball at midcourt, he had felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Sue Lang from the game. Fortunately, the shot had gone in. He promptly cast aside any murderous thoughts he had harbored against Sue Lang. The ensuing game unfolded as nothing short of an extraordinary spectacle. Sue Lang savored the taste of success and decided to refrain from furthering his own offensive. Sue Lang began to showcase his solitary wolf-like passing ability, consistently distributing the ball to his teammates. Undoubtedly, the primary recipient of his passes was Curry, as the negative emotional feedback from the other players upon receiving the ball was far less pronounced than that from Curry. Sue Lang would only pass the basketball to others when there was absolutely no opportunity for Curry. Thus, when Curry received the ball at midcourt, he launched a three-pointer, and it swished through the net. Negative emotional value for Curry, 200. In a moment of desperation, Curry caught the ball amidst a double team and hurriedly threw it, only for it to go in. Negative emotional value for Curry, 250. In the corner, surrounded by three defenders, he received a pass from Sue Lang, lost his balance, yet managed to release the ball, which miraculously found its mark. Negative emotional value for Curry, 200. Yet, in this moment, Curry found joy. Just moments before, he had been internally cursing Sue Lang for such a reckless pass. But now, how delightful that pass seemed. His emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. The fans in the stands had already lost their voices from cheering. Originally, the game featuring the unheralded Davidson College had attracted a sparse crowd, most of whom had come to see Indiana University. However, they were unexpectedly treated to a thrilling spectacle. Number 30 from Davidson College appeared to be a deity descended from the heavens, impervious to any defense, whether faced with a double team or triple coverage. Curry consistently found a way to sink the ball into the basket. As for Sue Lang, who had been the one facilitating these plays, he was largely overlooked by the fans. Aside from a brief flurry of 9 consecutive points upon entering the game, his performance thereafter lacked any noteworthy highlights. Yet, Sue Lang was entirely unconcerned about being overshadowed by Curry's brilliance. Sue Lang exudes an air of ease and tranquility. The true path to success lies in quietly amassing wealth. With each three-pointer that Curry sinks, Sue Lang records yet another assist. As the game progresses, the Mountain men begin to lose their composure. They seem utterly bewildered, uncertain of whom to defend against. It appears that every player is capable of delivering a devastating three-pointer from beyond the arc. Even as the head coach of the Mountain men calls for a timeout, fervently encouraging his players, he cannot stem the tide of their disarray on the court. The once promising Eric Gordon has completely faltered in this match. Confronted by Sue Lang's defense, Eric Gordon has lost his shooting precision. Alas, for every time Sue Lang's defense falters, it is precisely when Eric Gordon prepares to mount an offensive. Sue Lang let out a resounding shout, exclaiming, "What a perfectly round basketball." This was nothing short of a psychological assault. The fact that Gordon refrained from delivering a punch at Sue Lang was a testament to his utmost restraint. Beep. The final whistle signaled the end of the match, with the score frozen at 112-83. Davidson College secured their first victory of the season. Following the conclusion of the game, Curry was exuberantly tossed into the air by his teammates, having scored an astonishing 59 points. In the latter half of the contest, Curry appeared almost frenzied, consistently sinking three-pointers and dismantling the Mountain men team. Clearly, he was regarded as the most significant contributor to the victory. The Wildcats players shared this sentiment. However, their head coach, Bob, held a different perspective. At that moment, Bob was holding the technical statistics sheet handed to him by an assistant coach, and he was utterly astonished by Sue Lang's numbers: 9 points, 18 assists, and 5 rebounds. With an assist success rate exceeding 90%, it was truly remarkable. If Su Lang's assists were converted into points, they would amount to approximately 60, indicating that more than half of the team's score was connected to him. This was particularly noteworthy, given that Su Lang had come off the bench. One could only ponder how much more impressive his performance would have been had he started. Bob found himself wavering slightly, contemplating placing Su Lang in the starting lineup. Although Su Lang's unconventional passing style was somewhat perplexing, the high success rate was undeniable. Even now, Bob struggled to comprehend the underlying reasons for this effectiveness. During the match, Bob also noticed another crucial aspect: the frequent connections between Su Lang and Curry. Su Lang provided Curry with a total of 11 passes, all of which were made beyond the three-point line, achieving a perfect success rate. It can be said that out of Curry's impressive 59 points, 33 were directly attributable to his connection with Su Lang. On the court, Su Lang seemed to have awakened Curry's extraordinary prowess. After all, some of Curry's shots today left even the seasoned coach Bob in a state of astonishment. Bob's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he glanced at Su Lang, who was discreetly chuckling to himself. He couldn't help but shake his head. This young man truly evokes a complex blend of admiration and exasperation. At that moment, Su Lang was immersed in the realm of his own accomplishments, having amassed over 5,000 points of negative emotional value from just a single game. This was significantly more than what he had garnered during the team's previous training sessions. Although Su Lang could sense the system continuously notifying him of the negative emotions being absorbed throughout the match, he was still taken aback by the sheer volume he had collected. Thus, he found himself exceedingly pleased. Su Lang has resolved to adopt the demeanor befitting a person of substantial means. From this moment forth, he shall no longer entertain skills of grade S or below. After all, he possesses an abundance of negative emotional value. While it is true that acquiring S-grade skills may be somewhat time-consuming, they undeniably surpass A-grade skills in efficacy. At present, Su Lang feels that he does not require an extensive repertoire of skills. Su Lang has repeatedly glimpsed his own future, armed with an arsenal of S-level skills. He strides boldly into the NBA, ready to challenge the likes of Kobe with his fists and deliver a kick to LeBron. The corners of Su Lang's mouth involuntarily lifted. He had entirely forgotten the torment he endured at the hands of Hamilton while mastering S-level skills. Now, faced with a surge of negative emotional value, Su Lang had completely inflated. After the conclusion of the first match, it came as no surprise that Curry had ignited the court. A player capable of scoring 59 points in a single college league game had already garnered sufficient merit to attract the attention of NBA teams and scouts. However, these scouts remained in a state of observation, as the NCAA season had only just commenced. Some scouts had begun to take note of Su Lang's peculiar statistics, shifting a portion of their focus onto him. Unbeknownst to the quietly ambitious Su Lang, he had already caught the eye of several individuals. He had underestimated the keen insight of these NBA scouts. Chapter 12. Remarkable. Discovery of a system bug. A week had elapsed since the first match. During this week, the Wildcats had only played 2 games, which aligned with the typical frequency of the NCAA regular season. Yet, Su Lang was not satisfied. In his eyes, every game represented a source of negative emotional value, an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Su Lang eagerly wished for competitions to be held every day. After another week of relentless training, he finally completed the mastery of the S-level skill, God of Positioning. Now, his skill panel prominently displayed a resplendent golden skill, God of Positioning. Su Lang has, in a true sense, acquired his first S-level skill after such an extensive passage of time. Su Lang has also stabilized after the euphoric emotions of his first match that led to sudden wealth. In hindsight, he indeed feels that he had become somewhat reckless. Su Lang first extracted 1,000 points of negative emotional value and directly plunged it into the lottery interface. The lottery interface continued to scroll, leaving one to wonder what useful items might emerge this time. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 30 discount card for the Russell Westbrook Star Training. A 30 discount? Su Lang furrowed his brows, sensing that fortune had not favored him this time. His previous lottery draws had yielded nothing but 50% discount cards. Nonetheless, acquiring Westbrook was an unexpected delight, as he represented the most illustrious star player Su Lang had drawn thus far. As he unveiled Westbrook's attributes, Su Lang meticulously examined the skills at his disposal: turbocharged technique, explosive dunk, beastly slam, and extreme vertical leap, each one an S-level skill. Notably, the turbocharged technique stood out, likely embodying Westbrook's explosive prowess. To his astonishment, This skill was classified as SS level. Su Lang felt his mouth watering, yet he managed to rein in his emotions. Some things are truly best suited for oneself. Moreover, this time he possessed a discount card offering a substantial 7% off. If he were to select an S-tier or even SS-tier skill, the required negative emotion value would indeed be astronomical. Currently, Su Lang lacks offensive strategies. Apart from his ability to shoot three-pointers from the corner, he possesses no other scoring options. As the game progresses and the Davidson College players analyze him more thoroughly, they are bound to uncover this deficiency. Therefore, Su Lang requires an offensive technique. Fortunately, he has just acquired an S-level movement skill, which should ideally complement his mid-range shooting ability. Su Lang began to peruse the skill set of Westbrook. Soon, he stumbled upon the abilities he sought: A-level skill, zombie jumper, mid-range shot, and A-level skill, mechanical pull-up, three-pointer. To his astonishment, he could not help but roll his eyes. This was Westbrook's mid-range and three-point shooting skills. At this point, Su Lang felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. The zombie jumper, which he had often encountered on his computer during his previous life, was simply grotesque. The three-point shot was equally unimpressive. Su Lang felt a twinge of hesitation regarding his choice. Furthermore, Westbrook's three-point and mid-range shooting seemed to be somewhat inconsistent, likely due to his shooting mechanics. This uncertainty was not what Su Lang desired. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to set Westbrook's discount card aside for the time being. He then retrieved 1,000 units of negative emotional value from his system account. Su Lang prepared to engage in another 10 consecutive draws, hoping to discover something more suitable. As he clicked on the lottery interface, it spun incessantly. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heartfelt connection card. Is it not a discount card? This marks the first item he has acquired, aside from discount cards, since the system upgrade. Su Lang clicked on the newly appeared card in the system. Heartfelt Resonance Card. Upon use, it binds to a teammate on the field, establishing an absolute synergy with the host. Su Lang shook his head, realizing that it was merely a card to enhance the state of tacit understanding, not what he truly desired. Su Lang, with a resolute heart, once again summoned 1,000 negative emotion points from the system and poured them into the inspection interface. Thank you for your review. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a training acceleration card. Is it not a discount card? Su Lang felt a bit bewildered. Training acceleration card. Upon usage, it reduces the time required for star skill training by 1/3 and is stackable. A marvelous item indeed. After reviewing the card, Su Lang comprehended that it was undoubtedly a remarkable asset. It is worth noting that Su Lang had recently devoted over a month to mastering an S-level skill. Had he possessed this card earlier, he could have accomplished the task in approximately 20 days. Yet, this is not the most significant aspect. The true value lies in its cumulative effect. Essentially, if Su Lang were to acquire a sufficient number of acceleration cards, he could expedite his learning, whether for S-level skills or SS-level skills, within a remarkably brief period. The pressing concern now is the probability of obtaining this acceleration card through the lottery. Perhaps today was merely a fortuitous day, allowing him to draw one, especially after 2 consecutive attempts with no success in acquiring a training discount card. Su Lang harbored some alternative speculations in his heart. Su Lang extracted 1,000 negative emotion points from the system. He intended to conduct an experiment, a series of 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Sensation Lock card. Sensation Lock card, upon use, the entire match will be locked based on the sensation of the host's last shot before utilizing this card. Confirmed. Su Lang has come to a definitive conclusion regarding his own speculations. It appears that the system's default regulation dictates that he may possess only a single star training discount card. Should he acquire such a card, the lottery process will no longer present him with further opportunities. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled upward slightly, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Su Lang had already devised a plan. In the future, he could stockpile a star player training card upon himself. This would enable him to infinitely draw rewards from the card system S lottery, commonly referred to as the card buck. Just as Su Lang was reveling in his discovery of a flaw within the system, a notification chimed. Thank you very much for identifying this system's vulnerability. A repair process will commence for a duration of 3 hours. Good grief. Su Lang couldn't help but curse. Just as a vulnerability was discovered, the system mercilessly prepared to eliminate it. Where can Su Lang possibly agree? I discovered this flaw through my own capabilities. What right do you have to suppress me? It seems the system has also sensed Su Lang's intense resistance. After a brief moment, the system issued a supplementary statement. In gratitude for the host's assistance in identifying the bug, the system will unveil a new section once the flaw has been rectified. Su Lang gazed at the message dispatched by the system, pondering what mischief it might be plotting this time. In any case, his newfound venture into wealth, having just uncovered a flaw, had yet to take flight before it was stillborn. Su Lang, unable to contain his frustration, directed a middle finger towards the void, venting his discontent. The negative emotion stemming from the host surged to a 50, and the system, ever perceptive, promptly relayed a message to Su Lang. Damn you, system. Chapter 13. The Infuriating Compensation. The arrival of beastly luck quickly. 3 hours elapsed. Ding. The system has completed the repair of vulnerabilities. Following the restoration, the lottery section will no longer offer discounted training cards for star players. Ding. As a reward for the host's grievances, the system will unveil a new section, the marketplace. When Su Lang received the message, he felt a twinge of confusion. It was only after he opened the system's marketplace that his curiosity began to unfold. Su Lang was on the verge of destroying the system. The offerings in the system's marketplace were utterly simplistic. Discount cards for star player training. Moreover, these discount cards bore clear price tags. A 10 discount card required a staggering 100,000 negative emotional points. A 20 discount card demanded 80,000 negative emotional points. A 50 discount card cost 1,000 negative emotional points. A 60 discount card required 800 negative emotional points, and a 70 discount card needed 500 negative emotional points. Was this not merely a rebranding of the star player training discount cards from the system's lottery section? It was nothing short of consumer deception. What compensation rewards? All were mere fabrications. Moreover, upon reflection, Su Lang had received no actual compensation at all. Previously, when utilizing the lottery section of the system, he could secure a 50 discount star player training card with a mere 1,000 negative emotional points. Yet, in the marketplace, the 50 discount card also cost 1,000 negative emotional points, which meant Su Lang had gained nothing advantageous. Instead, he felt ensnared by the system. Curse you, system. You are utterly despicable. Negative emotional points from the host increased by 20. Ding. The host previously could not select star discount cards at will, but in the marketplace, it was possible. The system, ever so considerate, provided this explanation. Negative emotional points from the host increased by another 20. Yet, the system's explanation did nothing to alleviate Su Lang's discontent. On Su Lang's side, another feature was discovered within the system's marketplace, recycling. It resembles a discount card for star player training, offering a 50 reduction, which requires 1,000 negative emotion points for purchase. However, the system's buyback price is merely 500. This implies that the system effectively siphons off half of Su Lang's negative emotion points in a single transaction. Truly, it epitomizes the essence of an unscrupulous merchant. Su Lang promptly shut down the recycling interface within the system's marketplace. Given his intellect, how could he possibly engage in such a foolish transaction? Surely, the system must lack common sense. Am I to buy at 1,000 and sell to you for 500? I am no fool. Wretched system, insatiable in its greed. Ultimately, Su Lang opted for the A-grade skill of zombie jump shot possessed by Westbrook. The rationale behind this choice lies in the fact that, although Westbrook's other skills are undeniably enticing, they do not significantly benefit Su Lang at this stage. Should he have chosen an SS-grade skill, the training period would have been excessively prolonged. Furthermore, if Su Lang genuinely desires to acquire the skills of other players, he must first sell this card back to the system. In doing so, Su Lang would break his promise and fall into the system's trap. Su Lang, indifferent to the system, directly opted for the zombie jump shot. Aesthetic flaws were of little concern, after all. There would be opportunities to refine other mid-range techniques in the future. As the second week of the NCAA regular season unfolded, Davidson College continued to uphold their unblemished record. This week featured 3 matches, yet the rewards did not match those of the previous week, primarily because Su Lang had not encountered a prolific scorer like round-faced Gordon again. The third week had now arrived. The Su Lang team found themselves facing yet another formidable adversary, one that could potentially bring their winning streak in the regular season to an abrupt halt. The Eagles from the University of Kansas. Among their ranks is the highly coveted prospect of this year's draft, Michael Beasley, who poses a significant threat to the Davidson Wildcats' impressive run. As the day of the match arrived, Su Lang had firmly established himself in a starting position after 5 games. In fact, it was during the 3rd match that Coach Bob had already entrusted Su Lang with a starting role. The former starting shooting guard, Mason, could hardly fathom that he would lose his starting position just 2 games later. The most elated by Su Lang's ascent to the starting lineup was undoubtedly Curry. After several games, Curry discerned a noteworthy pattern. The presence of Su Lang on the court rendered their play considerably more fluid. Furthermore, since Su Lang's promotion to the starting lineup, Curry observed a remarkable increase in his average points per game. A significant portion of this surge could be attributed to Su Lang's enigmatic passing style that often left defenders bewildered. While the team's victory always takes precedence, no player can genuinely dismiss the allure of achieving personal scoring milestones alongside team success. As the game commenced, Su Lang cast a glance at Michael Beasley, a player who, despite his immense talent, seems destined to squander it. In terms of raw ability, Beasley is arguably on par with Carmelo Anthony. However, he has tragically orchestrated his own downfall. The negative emotions emanating from Michael Beasley are palpable. Suddenly, Su Lang received a notification from the system. Su Lang was utterly perplexed. He merely cast a glance at Beasley. Yet somehow this individual bestowed upon him a wave of negative emotional energy. Meanwhile, Beasley, observing Su Lang, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He interpreted Su Lang's gaze as a provocation, fueling his determination to impart a lesson during the game. One that would ensure Su Lang faced some hardship. Underneath the surface, tension surged as the match officially commenced. Dale, the center for the Davidson Wildcats, displayed commendable spirit in this game, directly aiding his team in securing the first possession of the first half. Upon receiving the jump ball from Dale, Curry gradually maneuvered the ball across half court. As Su Lang observed Curry skillfully dribbling past the half-court line, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed he had acquired a card of profound connection. Should he experiment with Curry? With this notion in mind, Su Lang promptly retrieved the card from the system and clicked to activate it. Please select a target for usage. Appeared before him, revealing the 4 starting teammates within his line of sight. Su Lang clicked on Curry's avatar. In an instant, a formless thread connected Su Lang and Curry. At that moment of connection, Su Lang felt as though he had known Curry for many years. In a fleeting moment, Su Lang comprehended the thoughts behind Curry's gaze. Curry sought to find him, desiring to ignite the game and capture the attention of the University of Kansas. Upon grasping Curry's intentions, Su Lang hesitated not for a moment. Perfectly timed, he had just acquired the S-level skill, God of Positioning, alongside the freshly minted A-level skill, Zombie Jump Shot. Su Lang yearned to test the might of his newfound skill. Suddenly, from his position in the corner, he activated the divine ability of movement, gracefully weaving through the court. Brandon Rush, who was matched against Su Lang, was utterly unprepared for such a display of agility. Prior to the match, they had meticulously studied Davidson College, possessing a profound understanding of Su Lang's technical attributes. In his previous 5 matches, Su Lang scored exclusively from the corner positions, receiving passes effortlessly. Consequently, defending against Su Lang was quite straightforward. One merely had to position themselves at both sides of the corners to anticipate his moves. However, Su Lang executed an unexpected maneuver, leaving Brand Lash somewhat bewildered. Chapter 14. A Meeting of Minds. Sudwood was jump shot. Upon utilizing the skill of the God of Positioning, Su Lang immediately sensed a remarkable difference. Within his mind, he could distinctly perceive the movements of his teammates on the field, as well as the defensive positioning of the opposing Sanjiang team players in their forthcoming trajectories. Su Lang can discern with a certain degree of clarity, truly worthy of an S-level skill. Indeed, formidable. There exists a qualitative distinction compared to A-level skills. The expenditure of this negative emotional value is well justified. At the very first moment, Su Lang developed a fondness for this skill. Over at the Arc, Curry contemplated allowing Su Lang to take the initiative in the attack, preparing to pass the basketball directly to Su Lang stationed at the corner. Despite the presence of a defender before Su Lang, Curry exhibited no hesitation towards Brandon Rush. After all, Su Lang had passed him numerous scapegoat balls. Thus, delivering one in return seemed trivial. Upon receiving the ball, it would be up to Su Lang to determine his fate. However, in the next instant, Curry was taken aback to witness Su Lang beginning to reposition himself. What on earth was happening? Curry was acutely aware of how limited Su Lang's offensive capabilities were beyond the 2 corner positions. Yet, here he was, making a move. In the following moment, a fleeting thought crossed Curry's mind. Su Lang emerged near the free throw line from the corner, utilizing a screen set by Center Dale. Before Stephen Curry had the chance to ponder why such a thought had crossed his mind, he realized that Su Lang was indeed making his way toward the free throw line with the aid of Dale's screen. Without pausing to consider whether Su Lang could successfully execute the play, Curry swiftly propelled the basketball toward the vicinity of the free throw line. The opportunity was simply too splendid to pass up. Although Curry's offensive prowess is formidable, his primary role remains that of a point guard. The innate instincts of a point guard compelled him to seize such an exquisite passing opportunity without hesitation. As Su Lang approached the free throw line, the basketball suddenly came into his view. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the ball. With a stiffened posture, he executed a zombie jump shot, soaring into the air in an awkward manner. His shooting motion appeared to be jammed, rendering his entire form exceedingly uncoordinated. Su Lang launched the basketball directly toward the hoop. On the sidelines, Coach Bob witnessed this moment and was filled with dismay. As the one who personally recruited Su Lang to the team, Bob was acutely aware of the implications. The offensive capabilities of Su Lang, aside from the angles at either side, are undeniably dismal. To my astonishment, Su Lang has now opted for a jump shot near the free throw line. How infuriating. What a dreadful shooting form. After years in the profession, this shooting technique is perhaps the most abysmal I have ever encountered. If such a shot were to succeed, I might as well swallow the basketball whole. Bob furrowed his brow. It seems that since Su Lang joined the starting lineup, my expectations of him have been excessively lenient. On the court, as Su Lang released his zombie-like jump shot, Brandon Rush, who was trailing in defense, had just arrived in front of him. Initially, Brandon Rush was somewhat concerned after losing his defensive position. However, upon witnessing Su Lang's shot, he felt completely reassured. Swish. The sound of the basketball net rippling echoed behind Brandon Rush. He turned in disbelief to see the ball descending from the net. Incredible! How on earth did that go in? What sheer luck. Negative emotion points from Brandon Rush, 100. Upon suddenly scoring, Su Lang was met with expected negative sentiments. A slight smile graced his lips. Yet in the next moment, Su Lang was taken aback. Negative emotion points from Bob, 200. What on earth? The head coach? How could this individual provide me with negative emotion points? Shouldn't he be elated after my goal? Why is he generating negative emotion points instead? This coach is truly difficult to manage. Su Lang cast a glance in Bob's direction. Upon noticing Su Lang's gaze, Bob instinctively began to evade it. What is there to see? It was merely a goal. Does he truly expect me to consume the basketball? Wait, that's not right. He has no inkling of my thoughts just moments ago. Why should I feel apprehensive about him? With this realization, Bob straightened his posture and gave Su Lang a thumbs up, signaling his approval of Su Lang's splendid performance on the court. As Su Lang observed the head coach Bob, his expression initially reflected a fleeting moment of fear, which then transformed into a smirk of delight. Ultimately, it culminated in a smile tinged with a hint of servility. Su Lang couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. The swiftness of this transformation was truly unparalleled. Could it be that the head coach is unwell? Su Lang silently labeled Coach Bob as a patient suffering from a severe deficiency of cerebral nourishment. After Su Lang executed a mid-range jumper, the Wildcats secured the first points of the game, bringing the score to 2-0 in favor of Davidson College. It was now the turn of the Kansas University Jayhawks to launch their offensive. The point guard dribbled past half-court and chose to pass the basketball directly to Beasley. In contrast to the strategic complexity of the Wildcats, Kansas University's approach was markedly simpler, relying heavily on their star player, Beasley, to dominate the court. Consequently, the offensive strategy was straightforward: deliver the ball to Beasley. As Beasley faced off against the Wildcats' number 3, Allen, it was evident that Allen's physique was significantly less imposing than Beasley's. Taking advantage of his physical superiority, Beasley barreled into the paint and successfully sank a mid-range shot. After this defensive lapse, Allen's expression clearly reflected his frustration. He had not anticipated Beasley's overwhelming strength, which caught him off guard. On the sidelines, Coach Bob stroked his chin, observing the unfolding scene. Although he had mentally prepared for this scenario prior to the game, witnessing Beasley overpower Allen made it abundantly clear that Allen was no match for Beasley. Regardless of Allen's readiness, he simply could not contend with Beasley's prowess. Reflecting on the defensive strategy he had devised, Coach Bob hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to continue assessing the situation on the court. He believed that his pre-game defensive plan should not be deployed prematurely. Rather, it would be more effective if introduced at a critical juncture, potentially yielding surprising results. After scoring, Beasley cast a triumphant glance towards Su Lang, as if to respond to Su Lang's earlier mid-range success. Look, I've also made a mid-range shot. Not only did I score, but my form is also far superior. Beasley felt immense satisfaction with his shot, and in his eyes, Su Lang's shooting technique seemed utterly atrocious. How could someone's shooting form be so ungraceful? Facing Beasley's taunting gaze, the tension mounted. Su Lang offered a brief response from an angle unnoticed by the referee. Su Lang defiantly raised his middle finger at Beasley. Is this a provocation? Who has indulged your temper? From Michael Beasley, Negative Emotional Value 200. Chapter 15. Inciting the opposing coach's fury. The Wildcats' offensive possession commenced. Curry skillfully maneuvered the basketball past half court. In the previous play, Su Lang executed a move unlike any he had ever witnessed before. A sense of curiosity blossomed within Curry's mind. Was Su Lang's recent offensive prowess merely a stroke of luck, or had he genuinely refined his mid-range shot? Contemplating this, Curry resolved to test the waters. Thus, in this possession, he aimed to involve Su Lang once more. Su Lang instinctively sensed a profound connection. A sudden thought emerged in his mind. Curry would seek him out for this possession. With that in mind, Su Lang did not hold back. He continued to maneuver around the court alongside Brandon Rush. At this juncture, Brandon Rush began to perceive something amiss. Su Lang's offensive techniques in this game were strikingly different from the videos they had previously analyzed. Once just a shooter who spread the floor from the corner, Su Lang now moved with the elusive grace of an agile eel. Within merely 2 possessions, Brandon Rush realized that Su Lang's movements were exceedingly difficult to contend with. Su Lang, accompanied by Brandon Rush, was tirelessly traversing the court. In truth, given the formidable power of the S-level skill that Su Lang had acquired, he could effortlessly evade Brandon Rush within a mere 5 seconds, should he so desire. However, Su Lang chose not to do so, for a thought had taken root in his mind. Before his journey across time and space, Su Lang had vividly recalled a particular anecdote, the encounter between Hamilton and Kobe during the finals, utilizing the divine skill of positioning. Hamilton had bewilderingly outmaneuvered Kobe to the point of nausea. Su Lang vividly recalls the grim expression on Kobe's face when he spoke of the matter with clenched teeth. Consequently, Su Lang devised an audacious plan for this match, to run circles around Brandon Rush. The fact that Kobe, who rarely displays his emotions, expressed such vehement discontent indicates just how infuriating this skill truly is. Su Lang does not believe that Brandon Rush can endure. If, at that moment, Brandon Rush truly succumbs to his own exertion, it will be a time when he accumulates a significant amount of negative emotional energy. A wicked smile crept upon Su Lang's lips. Brandon Rush, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his spine for reasons unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Curry was commanding the basketball at the top of the arc. With an inexplicable connection, he sensed Su Lang's intentions, realizing that Su Lang aimed to waste time. The Kansas Jayhawks watched as the shot clock steadily dwindled, with Curry still unable to mount any effective opposition at the arc. They believed their defense had triumphed, convinced that the Wildcats were devoid of any opportunity. However, as the shot clock ticked down to approximately 5 seconds remaining, suddenly, Su Lang's speed surged dramatically as he executed a sprint, effortlessly evading Brandon Rush's pursuit. Brandon Rush was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Su Lang, whom he had been closely shadowing, suddenly accelerated and left him behind. As Su Lang accelerated towards the basket, Curry, positioned at the apex of the arc, instinctively discerned Su Lang's trajectory. Without hesitation, Curry launched the basketball into the air. At that very moment, Su Lang found himself at the precise spot where the ball would land. Receiving the pass, he executed a zombie jump shot. Swish! The basketball found its mark once again. Coach Bob, observing this scene from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. What on earth? It was baffling to see the team remain inactive with just 5 seconds left on the shot clock. This was a college league, not the high-caliber NBA. Completing an effective offense in 5 seconds was an arduous task. Bob himself had resigned to the notion of a failed offensive attempt. To his astonishment, in those final 5 seconds, Curry and Su Lang managed to connect. Damn it, this was all Su Lang's fault. If it weren't for him, how could Curry have transformed into what he was now? Bob found himself mentally cursing Su Lang in circles. Su Lang, this fellow, is playing with fire. And to his surprise, Curry is indeed cooperating with him. From Bob, a surge of negative emotional value, 200. Just after making a shot, Su Lang suddenly realizes that the head coach has begun to supply him with negative emotional value once more. Su Lang could not help but glance at Bob. What on earth does this old fellow mean? Every time I score, You exude negative emotional energy. How much do you loathe my success? Thus, a delightful misunderstanding was born. Bob held no objections to Su Lang's scoring, yet that was not how Su Lang perceived it. After once again evading defense to make a basket, the head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks, Chef, could no longer remain seated. Damn it. What on earth are you doing? How could you allow him such an easy shot? Chef shouted at Brandon Rush. Brandon Rush's expression darkened, and he could not help but curse Su Lang in his heart. If it weren't for that slippery eel, how could he be publicly reprimanded by the coach? Negative emotional energy from Brandon Rush, 100. Upon seeing this system message, a slight smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. He suddenly found Coach Chef of the Jayhawks rather endearing. Initially, Su Lang had considered that Brandon Rush would only provide him negative emotional energy when he was made to feel utterly defeated. Unexpectedly, a single remark from Coach Chef had completely broken Brandon Rush's defenses. With this thought, Su Lang felt a sense of gratitude towards Chef. Su Lang directly gestured a thumbs up towards Siefu, expressing his gratitude. Upon witnessing this scene, Siefu nearly suffered an apoplexy. When did it become the player's prerogative to provoke him on the field? This player possessed an audacity that was simply outrageous. Damn it. Siefu could scarcely contain his desire to confront Su Lang with ferocity. Su Lang's provocation increasingly led Zeef to perceive Brandon Rush as utterly ineffectual. Were it not for his incompetence, Su Lang would never have dared to challenge him. Consequently, Zeef shot a fierce glare at Brandon Rush, his eyes conveying a message that was abundantly clear. Should Brandon fail to meet expectations in the forthcoming match, Zeef, the head coach, would undoubtedly ensure he faced the consequences post-game. Damn it, it's all his fault. Insisting on provoking the head coach. Now look where it has led. The head coach despises me as well. Upon witnessing the fierce look from Coach Zeef, Brandon Rush inwardly cursed Su Lang once more. Negative emotional value from Brandon Rush, 150. Su Lang's laughter grew increasingly joyful. The sensation of this match was exceptionally delightful. Shortly after the game commenced, he began to amass a substantial amount of negative emotion points. Su Lang perceived this as a promising omen. Should the execution be deftly managed, there exists a potential to surpass the gains achieved in the match against Roundface Gordon. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a prolific source of yield. With this thought, Su Lang became increasingly elated. His entire demeanor transformed into one of exuberance. Su Lang was exhilarated, yet this was a source of torment for Brandon Rush. Chapter 16. Fishing. Truly, he was about to be sick. In his excitement, Su Lang found it increasingly difficult to control his pace. Several times, he nearly outpaced Brandon Rush entirely. If he succeeded in shaking him off, it would thwart Su Lang's initial plan of outmaneuvering Rush. Consequently, he was compelled to rein in his speed just as he was on the verge of breaking free, deliberately slowing down to allow Brandon Rush to catch up. At that moment, Brandon Rush felt as though he might lose his mind. He could sense that Su Lang was on the verge of leaving him behind. Yet why was he pausing to wait? What was the purpose? Was it a form of baiting? Such humiliation was unprecedented for Brandon Rush, who had never endured such indignity since he began playing basketball. Su Lang watched with delight as Brandon Rush continually provided negative emotional energy. During the ensuing match, Coach Chef called for a timeout specifically to instruct Brandon Rush to closely monitor Su Lang, insisting that he should not allow Su Lang to break free and execute an offensive play, even if it meant committing a foul. A foul. I will still pursue him. Upon hearing Coach Chef's directive, Brandon Rush turned his gaze towards Su Lang, unable to suppress a faint smile of resignation. As the first half approached its conclusion, Su Lang could distinctly sense the unsteady footsteps of Brandon Rush behind him. Could it be? Is he truly that inept? It is only halfway through the game, and he is already faltering? A sense of doubt began to arise within Su Lang's heart. Su Lang has truly wronged Brandon Rush. It is essential to recognize that Su Lang's impression is rooted in the legendary duel between Hamilton and Kobe. Naturally, Su Lang measures the current situation against that epic confrontation. However, how can Brandon Rush even be compared to Kobe? At best, Brandon Rush is merely a late first-round pick, while Kobe is a paragon within the professional league. Moreover, Brandon Rush has not undergone any systematic professional training. Given these circumstances, it is already a considerable feat for Brandon Rush to keep pace with Su Lang over half the court. If Brandon Rush were to realize that Su Lang perceives him as ineffectual, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Presently, Brandon Rush feels a dryness in his throat, accompanied by a relentless tearing sensation in his lungs. Under such distressing sensations, his steps involuntarily slow. Yet, Su Lang is not one to let him off the hook so easily. Su Lang slowed his pace, without turning back, addressed Brandon Rush. Hey, buddy. What's the matter with you? Even my grandmother can move faster than you. You really don't know what is wrong with me? Good heavens. I've never encountered someone who can run so fast. You should take up long-distance running instead of playing basketball. It's utterly ridiculous. Brandon Rush felt an overwhelming surge of anger rising within him. However, confronted by Su Lang's provocation, he was determined not to concede. He yearned to retaliate verbally. Just as Brandon Rush was about to respond, a wave of nausea surged forth from his throat. Su Lang, with his back to Brandon Rush, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the commotion. He abruptly pushed off the ground and darted to the side. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of vomit erupted forth. Indeed, Su Lang had achieved his objective. Brandon Rush had truly run himself to the point of vomiting. After Brandon Rush purged, he finally felt a rush of fresh air fill his lungs. His previously weary body felt somewhat lighter. Yet, this was merely an illusion if the game were to continue. It was uncertain whether Brandon Rush could even move his legs. The referee promptly blew the whistle, calling for a timeout. There was no choice. Brandon Rush had unleashed a veritable fountain of vomit onto the court. Under such circumstances, the game could not possibly proceed without a thorough cleanup. The spectators, momentarily hushed, watched in disbelief. They had witnessed many injuries and bloodshed on the basketball court, but never had they seen someone vomit from running. This was undoubtedly one of the greatest absurdities of the new century. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter directed at Brandon Rush, the first person to vomit on the basketball court from exertion. From Brandon Rush, negative emotional points, 1,000. Yes, Su Lang clenched his fists tightly, just as he had envisioned. Brandon Rush indeed unleashed a torrent of negative emotions at the final moment. Su Lang could not help but ponder whether he should make it a habit to run one opponent to the point of vomiting in every match. If that were the case, each game would undoubtedly yield explosive results. While the notion is intriguing, it does place considerable strain on the opponents. Nevertheless, it is indeed rather impractical. In truth, Su Lang's ability to push Brandon Rush to such extremes in this match was significantly aided by the efforts of the opposing coach, Chef. Had it not been for Chef's relentless desire to put Su Lang in a difficult position and the immense pressure he placed on Brandon Rush, the outcome might have been quite different. Su Lang may not necessarily achieve his objective. Had it been another team, the head coach would have promptly substituted a player displaying poor form and fitness. There would be no opportunity for Su Lang to truly exhaust his opponent unless the player in question were a pivotal member of the team. Su Lang slowly descended from the stage. Unfortunately, Brandon Rush was not graced with such good fortune. As he relaxed, Brandon suddenly felt his legs weaken beneath him, rendering even the simple act of taking a step an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, he had no choice but to rely on his teammates for support as he gradually made his way off the court. Coach Chef of the Eagles wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had no desire to cast another glance at the fool, Brandon Rush. It was clear to Coach Chef that by tomorrow, their team would gain notoriety, infamy, in fact. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear Brandon Rush apart. The detestable number 0 player. Coach Chef cast a fierce glare in Su Lang's direction, his negative emotional energy surging by 100 points. Su Lang's negative sentiment towards Chef comes as no surprise. After all, Chef has contributed to such feelings on numerous occasions. Just as the match concluded, Curry embraced Su Lang, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend. You actually made the opponent vomit. This is simply astonishing. Oh, by the way, how come you were completely unscathed?" The other party was indeed left in such a state. Curry looked at Su Lang with uncontainable excitement. Su Lang replied, "I have no idea. He just vomited while running. But I truly don't feel fatigued at all." Su Lang feigned ignorance in response to Curry's inquiry, embodying the adage of playing the fool to catch the tiger, quietly amassing wealth. This was indeed Su Lang's motto. However, Coach Bob distinctly noticed the corners of Su Lang's mouth subtly lifting. Suddenly, a chilling thought crept into Coach Bob's mind. Could this fellow be deliberately attempting to mislead the opponent? The mere notion startled him. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that Su Lang's offensive plays in the first half had repeatedly coincided with the waning moments of the shot clock. Moreover, Su Lang had indeed managed to elude Brandon Rush in a remarkably brief span. One instance could be dismissed as mere chance, but a multitude of such occurrences began to suggest a calculated strategy. With this realization, Coach Bob couldn't help but shudder, and his gaze towards Su Lang transformed into one laden with profound significance. Chapter 17. The frustration of Beasley on this side. Su Lang was engaged in conversation, utterly unaware that his clandestine plan to amass wealth had already been uncovered. Meanwhile, Coach Sifu of the Songying team watched Su Lang, who was laughing heartily, and felt increasingly irate. He still remembered the provocation from Su Lang earlier. To his dismay, it was not Su Lang who was embarrassed, but rather his own team that had been disgraced. Incompetent. At that moment, a curse echoed in Sifu's ears, originating from the core player of the team, Beasley, who disdainfully cast a glance at Brandon Rush, who was still retching beside him. Brandon Rush at that moment was utterly drained of strength. Otherwise, he would have retaliated against Beasley's insult. He would have engaged in a battle of words. Incompetent? You would fare much better than I would. Brandon Rush suppressed the urge to vomit and took a deep breath. Humph. Why don't you try it yourself? No need to mock me here. Just as he finished speaking, Brandon Rush nearly retched again. Upon hearing his words, Beasley's eyebrows shot up. Try it. Do you really think everyone is as incompetent as you? The humiliation of making someone vomit was simply too much. Beasley arrogantly shot a disdainful glance at Brandon Rush. Just watch how I'll obliterate him. Coach Sifu silently observed the unfolding drama, not intending to intervene. The reason behind his silence was that Beasley had taken the initiative to request the task of defending Su Lang. Just moments ago, Sifu had been troubled about how to handle Su Lang in the second half. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Su Lang's positional skills were indeed quite vexing. Now, with Beasley stepping up, Sifu felt a flicker of hesitation. After all, Beasley was a central offensive point for their team. If anything were to happen to him, the match would indeed be lost. However, upon seeing the determination in Beasley's eyes, Sifu realized that regardless of his own agreement, Beasley would undoubtedly take to the court to defend Su Lang. Contemplating this, Sifu made a decision to support Beasley, as he might be overthinking the situation. Once Beasley entered the game, his defense could yield miraculous results. Thus, the dilemma could be resolved. Beep. The whistle for the second half of the match sounded. The players from both teams began to take the court. Soon, Su Lang noticed that his defender had transformed into Beasley. Judging by their physiques, Su Lang and Beasley were indeed more closely matched, resembling direct opponents. Beasley stood firmly before Su Lang. You pathetic clown who can only run. Soon you will realize that your tactics are utterly worthless. Beasley provocatively taunted Su Lang, having long been irritated by Su Lang's incessant running on the court. Now that he had the opportunity, Beasley was more than willing to take a jab at Su Lang. Su Lang initially felt quite elated, especially after Brandon Rush had delivered an impressive performance that yielded significant rewards for him. However, upon hearing Beasley's words, his mood shifted abruptly. How dare that scoundrel mock me? He must be unaware of the prowess of my evasive maneuvers. With this thought, Su Lang resolved to include one more target in his plans. He aimed to exhaust Beasley in the second half, ensuring that, as teammates, they would collectively succumb to the sidelines in a display of shared defeat, accompanying Brandon Rush in the process. Have you noticed Rush on the sidelines? Su Lang pointed towards the direction of Rush off the court, directing Beasley's attention. Beasley instinctively followed Su Lang's gaze. That's where he would soon be headed. No, you will undoubtedly fare far worse than him. Without waiting for Beasley to respond, Su Lang chuckled and spoke. Suddenly, Beasley clenched his fists, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. I am not that useless, Rush. Let me see how you can make me suffer more than you did. It was the offensive turn for the Songying team. Beasley aimed to demonstrate his prowess against Su Lang, directly signaling to the point guard for the ball. With no other options, the unmarked Kyle had no choice but to pass the basketball to Beasley. Beasley refrained from further banter, aware that no amount of taunting would matter if he failed to score. Lowering his center of gravity, he accelerated, forcefully maneuvering past Su Lang. He charged toward the basket, and upon nearing the hoop, opted for a delicate jump shot. With a sharp sound, the basketball was released, but in Beasley's line of sight, a colossal hand abruptly swatted the ball out of bounds. The one who thwarted Beasley's shot was none other than Su Lang himself. At that moment, Su Lang felt a twinge of disbelief. Defense was not his forte. Initially, he had merely intended to test his skills against Beasley's shot, yet to his astonishment, he succeeded in blocking it entirely. It was an unexpected delight. From Beasley, negative emotions surged, a 100 increase. Having just issued a fierce challenge, he was met with an emphatic rejection. Beasley felt as if he had just stepped in excrement, consumed by frustration. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Su Lang certainly would not let this golden opportunity to harvest negative emotion points slip away. Hey, are you presenting me with a gift? This block is simply too easy. Su Lang smiled directly at Beasley and said, Damn, Beasley, Gazing at the grinning Su Lang before him, felt an overwhelming urge to throw a punch. How could there be such an infuriating player? Beasley's negative emotional value surged by 250. Having obtained what he desired, Su Lang's smile widened even further. Su Lang has constructed his joy upon the suffering of Beasley. The possession remains with the Eagles. As the Eagles' point guard Kyle received the inbounds pass, he was met with Beasley's fierce gaze, as if withholding the basketball from him would result in dire consequences. At that moment, Beasley was entirely incensed by Su Lang's provocation. His singular thought was to eliminate Su Lang. Kyle passed the basketball to Beasley, who, upon receiving it, executed no superfluous feints. He abruptly accelerated and spun, charging towards Su Lang behind him. After being struck by Beasley, Su Lang instinctively leaned back and fell onto the floor. If the memories from Su Lang's previous life were accurate, Beasley should be a player with poor emotional control, prone to emotional outbursts during the game. Thus, Su Lang capitalized on this trait. After Su Lang's maneuver, the linesman displayed no hesitation whatsoever, immediately blowing the whistle. The signal rang out, foul on Beasley for offensive interference. Just as Beasley was preparing to showcase his prowess after colliding with Su Lang, he was abruptly penalized for an offensive foul. He nearly choked on his breath in disbelief. The feeling was utterly suffocating. It was akin to a duck slipping away just before it could be caught, or gazing longingly at a beautiful woman from afar, unable to approach. This overwhelming sensation of frustration made Beasley feel as though he could wither away. Negative emotion points from Beasley, 300. In contrast, Su Lang reveled in Beasley's plight, gratefully accepting the unexpected gift. Chapter 18. The grand gift emerges, driving Beasley to madness. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, Curry observed that Su Lang's desire to attack was exceptionally fervent in this match. As Su Lang dribbled past the half-court line, Curry found himself contemplating the same thoughts as in the first half. He no longer cared to ponder why this was the case. He simply understood that he had gained insight into Su Lang's intentions. Even a fool would have discerned the signs after such an extended period. And Curry was certainly no fool. He was quite pleased to facilitate Su Lang's emergence. After all, in the previous games, Su Lang had significantly contributed to his scoring. In the spirit of reciprocity, Curry believed it was only fitting to allow Su Lang to shine in this match. Positioned at the top of the arc, Curry stood firm against his defender, refusing to pass the ball even when opportunities arose for his teammates. He awaited the precise moment when Su Lang would seize the chance to attack. As Su Lang continued to guide Beasley around the court with the same relentless energy as in the first half, Beasley, having suffered a setback in the previous play, was already on the brink of frustration. Now, being led around like a dog by Su Lang only exacerbated his already foul mood. With a scowl etched on his face, he silently trailed closely behind Su Lang, consumed by a singular desire to redeem himself from this humiliation. The only way to restore his dignity was to thwart Su Lang's every attempt to score. As the offensive clock steadily ticked away, it became apparent that only 5 seconds remained. Su Lang's speed in running off the ball surged once again. Taking full advantage of the screen set by the center Dale, he sprinted toward the vicinity of the three-point line. Curry, who was positioned at the top of the arc, felt a spark of excitement. This scenario had unfolded countless times in the first half, making it second nature for him. Thus, as the thought flickered in Curry's mind, the basketball was swiftly released from his hands, perfectly aligning with Su Lang's rapid movement. Su Lang receives the pass, and with a zombie-like jump shot, swish, the basketball effortlessly finds its mark in the hoop. In the inaugural round of their confrontation, Su Lang held the upper hand against Beasley. Beasley cast a fierce glare at Su Lang, who stood not far away. Although he had been on guard, Su Lang still managed to shake him off. The sensation of being publicly humiliated was truly unpleasant. Negative emotional energy from Beasley, 200. Su Lang accepted Beasley's contribution with a smile. It must be said that Beasley's output is somewhat astonishing. If Su Lang were to be overwhelmed by him, it is possible that the production would surpass even that of Brandon Rush. Su Lang's anticipation for the forthcoming rewards grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, Brandon Rush sat weakly on the sidelines, observing Su Lang and Beasley on the court, a sneer curling his lips. Is this it? They are not superior to me. What gives them the right to reprimand me? Brandon cast a disdainful glance at Beasley, who was engaged in the ongoing match. Beasley, after initially taunting Su Lang at the outset, had fallen silent, not out of a lack of desire to speak, but rather due to the embarrassment he now felt. It would be futile to provoke further without reclaiming his dignity. One must concede that Beasley possessed a modicum of skill when he focused. He undeniably presented a challenge for Su Lang. Su Lang gained the upper hand in the first round by leveraging Beasley's psychological state. Subsequently, Beasley gradually regained control over his emotions. The defense on Su Lang's side has encountered some difficulties. At this moment, the head coach of the Wildcats, Bob, displayed a pensive expression. An opportunity has presented itself. Head coach Bob did not call a timeout. Instead, he rose from the sidelines and whistled towards the players on the court, a prearranged signal. This whistle indicated that the grand surprise prepared for Beasley was about to unfold. Upon hearing Bob's cue, the Wildcats players swiftly adapted. Initially, Su Lang was solely tasked with defending Beasley, but in the blink of an eye, Williams, the Wildcats' number 3, abandoned his immediate opponent and positioned himself beside Beasley, joining forces with Su Lang to double-team him. Beasley, caught off guard by the sudden influx of defenders, was swiftly stripped of the ball by Williams. Curry received the pass from Williams and executed a fast-break layup with finesse. This was the surprise Bob had orchestrated for Beasley. The strategy had been previously employed by Indiana State University against Davidson College in their first match, a game that had solidified Bob's faith in Su Lang's capabilities. The opposing team had relentlessly double-teamed Curry, and but for Su Lang's unexpected prowess, Davidson College would have faced defeat. Thus, Bob drew inspiration from the tactics of his former adversary. The current circumstances were far more favorable than those during Davidson College's encounter. Indiana State University's approach had been a mindless double team on Curry, inadvertently allowing Su Lang to break the deadlock. Now, however, Davidson College faced a different scenario. The second key player from the Kansas Jayhawks, rendered ineffective by Su Lang, left Beasley as the sole focal point of the offense. Bob had scrutinized the substitute who had just entered the game for the Jayhawks. He was merely a filler on the team. Had it not been for Bran Lash's unfortunate incident in this match, this substitute would hardly have had an opportunity to play. Bob had the discernment to recognize this. Allowing Williams to double-team Beasley with confidence, even while disregarding the newly introduced substitute, the impact on the game was expected to be negligible. As exceptional players like Su Lang were a rarity, Bob did not believe he was unfortunate enough that a mere substitute from the Jayhawks could emerge as a game-changer. As Bob's strategy unfolded, the expression on Coach Szef's face darkened, for he realized that the outcome of the match was all but sealed. He was acutely aware of the caliber of the substitute on the court, knowing that even in an open position, he would struggle to score. Szef had initially placed him in the game merely to fill a spot, and now he found himself outmaneuvered by Bob, the cunning old fox. Szef cast a distant glance towards Bob. Sensing Szef's unfriendly gaze, Bob, the head coach of the Wildcats, turned to meet his stare. Their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. But while Bob's expression radiated genuine joy, Szef was consumed by discontent. Before the match commenced, he could never have fathomed that he would be so thoroughly defeated by the obscure Davidson College. The reality of his predicament was simply too much for Szef to bear. The root of all this turmoil lay with him. Szef's gaze shifted to Su Lang, who was relentlessly pursuing Beasley across the court. A look of perplexity etched on his face. What manner of player was this? Chapter 19. The Eagles surrender. Beasley strikes as the second half of the match progressed past its midpoint. The Wildcats had firmly seized control of the game. Following Coach Bob's unscrupulous tactical maneuvering, Beasley found himself utterly silenced. The so-called strongest high school player in the nation was laid bare in a single contest. Beasley's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have lost his senses, trailing behind Su Lang like a shadow. In this state of emotional turmoil, Beasley was oblivious to the fact that his physical stamina had been depleted far beyond his expectations. Whether it was the Wildcats' double-team defense or Su Lang's cunning tactics in the defensive rounds, both had significantly drained Beasley's energy. Were he in a clearer state of mind, Beasley would undoubtedly recognize that he was on the brink of exhaustion. Alas, he was far from realizing it. At that moment, Coach Szef of the Eagles called for a timeout. While Beasley remained unaware of his predicament, Szef had keenly observed it. He could distinctly perceive the rising and falling of Beasley's chest and the heavy sound of his breaths, all indicating that Beasley's physical condition was far from optimistic. A glance at the scoreboard revealed to Szef that hope was all but extinguished in such a brief span of time. Even if Michael Jordan himself were to step onto the court, it would be futile, with hope and opportunity lost. Szef had no intention of allowing his key players to continue to embarrass themselves on the court. Moreover, he had discerned Su Lang's intentions. Su Lang aspires to transform Beasley into a likeness of Brandon Rush. Su Lang's cunning schemes appear rather simplistic in the presence of these seasoned veterans. Naturally, Shifu would not allow Su Lang to have his way. If Sulong were to succeed in a match by incapacitating two of their team's primary starters, one of whom is the core of the team, then the Sanjing team would become the laughingstock of the entire league. As the timeout whistle sounded, Beasley regained his senses and glanced toward Xiefu on the sidelines. At that moment, Xiefu refrained from uttering any scathing remarks. Although the game was lost, they could not afford to further humiliate themselves. Xiefu gestured for Beasley to leave the court. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lang felt a surge of discontent. After exerting considerable effort to drive Beasley to the brink of collapse, how could an unexpected figure akin to Cheng Yaojin suddenly emerge and thwart his meticulously laid plans? The prize he had nearly secured had now slipped through his fingers. Where can Su Lang find agreement? Su Lang is now certain that as long as he can make Beasley vomit, he will undoubtedly reap a substantial wave of negative emotional value. To relinquish such a prolific source of resources is far more distressing than the prospect of losing his own life. Su Lang observed Beasley's intent to leave the court, and he was not about to let his opponent escape so easily. Hey, you ought to express your gratitude to your coach, were it not for him. You would undoubtedly find your impending exit far more disastrous than that of Rash. Beasley, initially ready to depart, halted abruptly upon hearing Su Lang's words. The meaning of the Su Lang dialect is quite simple, and Beasley instantly comprehended it. Su Lang's words were a scornful jab, branding him a coward. Coupled with his previous taunts, Beasley felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. If there were a chasm in the ground at that moment, he would not hesitate to burrow into it. Damn it, Beasley had never harbored such disdain for anyone before. Su Lang is the first. This enmity has been established. There will be ample time in the future. You are destined to be my lifelong adversary, Beasley. Negative emotional value from Beasley, 500. Su Lang's face betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Beasley's final surge did not match the contributions of Brandon Rush. This outcome diverged sharply from Su Lang's expectations, leaving him discontented, yet it was the only recourse available to him. After all, if Chev intended to substitute Beasley, Su Lang could not simply threaten him with a knife at his throat. With a grim expression, Beasley exited the court, having suffered a crushing defeat in this match. Chev placed a reassuring hand on Beasley's shoulder, offering him some comfort. However, one individual would not let Beasley off the hook, Brandon Rush. He had long awaited this opportunity, and he had not forgotten how Beasley had once ridiculed him. This was now Brandon Rush's chance for retribution. As for Beasley's status as the team leader, Brandon Rush was no longer concerned. Had Beasley proven himself on the court, Brandon Rush would have remained silent, even accepting the label of useless if necessary. But now, it was evident that Beasley was no better than he himself, had Chev not substituted him. Beasley's fate would have surely been worse than his own. How could such a Beasley dare to insult him? Hey, didn't you call me useless? Look at yourself now. Turns out you're just as useless. Brandon Rush scoffed at Beasley. Upon encountering the disdain in Brandon Rush's gaze, Beasley could no longer contain his inner fury. Previously, Brandon Rush had merely been one of his underlings. Now, he audaciously dared to taunt him openly. This was all Su Lang's doing. Beasley understood that his standing within the team had now dwindled to nothing. In the days to come, the players of the Sanjing team would undoubtedly lose their respect for him. Negative emotional value from Beasley, 1,000. Damn it. Su Lang, who was on the sidelines, was astonished by the system's notification. He had not anticipated any further developments. Initially, after stepping off the court, Su Lang had reflected on his performance. He had indeed gotten carried away during the match. Had he managed to control the score difference and maintain the suspense of the game, Chev would not have substituted Beasley. And thus, Su Lang's plan might have come to fruition. Su Lang still feels youthful in the future when faced with such circumstances. He will undoubtedly ensure that the suspense of the competition lingers until the very last moment. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Su Lang instinctively glanced in the direction of Beasley. Dion. Su Lang happened to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. Beasley delivered a powerful punch directly to Brandon Rush. Poor Brandon Rush, already drained of his strength by Su Lang, was utterly exhausted. Although he had rested during the second half, his energy had not replenished. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of Beasley's unexpected assault. Collapsing to the floor as his legs gave way, Brandon Rush gazed incredulously at Beasley, unable to fathom that Beasley would actually strike him. After a moment, he regained his senses and attempted to rise from the ground to confront Beasley. However, he underestimated his own fatigue. As soon as he stood, he faltered once more and fell back to the floor. Beasley looked down at Brandon Rush with disdain, thinking, is the tiger merely a sick cat when it chooses not to roar? Now you understand who the real leader of this team is. The head coach of the Eagles. Chef stood by, utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding drama. It was over. Completely finished. Chapter 20. Feeling the crisis. Learning self-defense skills. 3 days had elapsed since the match against the Kansas University Eagles. At the conclusion of the previous game, a scandal erupted within the team. The core player, Beasley, had resorted to physical violence against his own teammate. This was even more distressing than their loss in the match. The conflict between Beasley and Brandon Rush had reached a boiling point. Sue Lang has once again garnered a significant influx of negative sentiment points. Beasley and the opposing coach, Chev, have collectively contributed 3,000 negative sentiment points. This truly feels like a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Sue Lang naturally accepted this wave of negative emotions with a sense of satisfaction. As for the issues faced by Beasley and the Eagles, they were, of course, irrelevant to Sue Lang. However, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. This match imparted a crucial lesson to Sue Lang. In his reckless pursuit of self-destruction, he appeared to be courting danger. Had it not been for Beasley managing to contain himself and ultimately erupting from the sidelines, it could very well have been Sue Lang who suffered the consequences in the previous match, rather than Brandon Rush. Upon discovering this issue, Sue Lang keenly sensed the necessity of acquiring a self-defense skill. Only then could he continue to pursue his reckless endeavors on the field with peace of mind. With a clear objective in mind, Sue Lang promptly accessed the system's marketplace. Sue Lang's intention was unequivocal: to seek out players with formidable combat skills on the court. The Beast, Alonzo Mourning. The Warrior, Steven Jackson. The dynamic duo of Karl Malone. The formidable Larry Johnson. The combat enthusiast, James Johnson. In no time, Sue Lang identified the stars he desired. Each of these individuals was a force to be reckoned with in the league. In the absence of necessity, every player on the court must yield respectfully. Otherwise, they would face a severe beating. The Beast and the Warrior rose to prominence during the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Following that incident, few dared to provoke them. Karl Malone, who carved a path of blood with his iron elbows in the ancient NBA, requires no further introduction. Larry Johnson once relentlessly pursued the tough Alonzo Mourning throughout the finals, forcing Mourning to retreat in despair. Such dominance over a player of Mourning's caliber speaks volumes of Johnson's ferocity. As for the final individual, he has yet to grace the NBA. However, if Sue Lang's recollection serves him right, this year marks his entry into the league. Compared to the aforementioned players, James Johnson's prominence is considerably lesser. Yet, his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Since joining the league, he has never been bullied. Rather, it has always been his opponents who suffered. A professional MMA expert with an unblemished career record and born into a family of martial artists, he is not one to be trifled with. Ultimately, Sue Lang opted for James Johnson. Upon reflecting on the previous contenders, despite their formidable reputations, they had all encountered defeats at various points in their careers. In contrast, this Johnson, though lesser known, has never tasted defeat in his professional journey. Thus, the superiority is evident. Sue Lang directly redeemed a 50% discount training card for James Johnson from the system's marketplace. Sue Lang has calculated that the 50% discount card is the most economical choice for the present situation. Sue Lang entered the realm, poised to acquire the skills embodied by James Johnson. Sue Lang first observed the skills possessed by James Johnson. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded. If he were not to disclose this information, Sue Lang might genuinely believe that this individual was a professional fighter. For, in truth, his basketball skills were scant, while combat skills dominated the majority of his repertoire. Proficient in boxing, mastery of striking techniques, expertise in Muay Thai, accomplished in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Sue Lang gazed upon the array of combat techniques, finally comprehending why a seemingly insignificant character like James Johnson commanded such respect in the league. It was obvious. After all, who would dare confront an opponent capable of delivering a knockout at any moment? Sue Lang vowed that he would never court disaster. As he gazed at the dazzling array of skills, he found himself at a loss regarding which to choose. Logically, the most suitable skills for use on the court would be boxing mastery and stand-up combat mastery. However, Sue Lang still harbored a sense of discontent in his heart. In his previous life, Sue Lang had frequently watched compilations of conflicts within the league. Unlike the ancient clashes of the NBA, the confrontations in recent years often did not escalate into actual fights. Instead, they typically culminated in a gathering of individuals who were then forcibly separated. During those moments, the skills of boxing proficiency and standing striking mastery proved to be of little practical use. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lang ultimately directed his gaze towards Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. On the surface, it appeared to be the most unlikely combat skill to manifest on a basketball court. Yet, within Su Lang's mind, there resided an entirely different perspective. Su Lang's strategy was remarkably simple. While everyone else anticipated a clash of fists, he effortlessly brought his opponent crashing to the ground. At that moment, no matter how formidable their strength, they were no match for him. After all, it was rare for any player in the league to dedicate themselves to practicing ground techniques and grappling. The ultimate objective was to decisively incapacitate the opponent, followed by either executing a guillotine choke to compel submission or employing a kimura lock to force them to concede. This approach was undeniably more humiliating than merely delivering a punch. Su Lang's intention is to provoke discomfort in others. Otherwise, where would his negative emotional value stem from? However, opting for jiu-jitsu does come with its drawbacks, as this skill is more suited for one-on-one confrontations. Should Su Lang indeed find himself in a situation that incites public outrage, it is evident that this skill would be inadequate to handle such circumstances. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Lang ultimately chose the skill of proficiency in jiu-jitsu. If necessary, he could always pursue a standing combat skill later. Once he had selected his skill, Su Lang entered the star training space. However, he overlooked a crucial issue. The 24 hours within the star training space swiftly elapsed, yet there was no trace of joy on Su Lang's face. Rather, it was dominated by regret. System, he inquired. Is it possible to withdraw from this partially learned skill? After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Lang ultimately decided to pose the question to the system. Ding. Once the host has selected a star player's training skills, the training progress must remain uninterrupted until the completion of the skill acquisition. Damn it. Su Lang raised a middle finger to the void. Negative emotional value from the host, 100. This marked the highest accumulation of negative emotional value he had experienced since acquiring the system. The cause of Su Lang's profound distress was remarkably simple. He had overlooked a crucial detail. The training was conducted on the ground. Can you imagine the sensation of having a grown man clasp your head under his armpit? This was the treatment Su Lang endured upon entering the realm. And this was merely the beginning. Techniques such as the scissor leg and guillotine awaited him. In any case, Su Lang found himself perpetually grappling with James Johnson on the ground, an ordeal he simply could not tolerate. Su Lang had never imagined that one day he would be rolling on the floor with a burly man sporting a thick beard. However, if it were a young lady instead, the circumstances would certainly be different. Chapter 21. Impulsiveness is the devil, confronting the Lopez brothers. The system did not provide him with the answers he sought. Su Lang was not in a particularly good mood. Thus, Su Lang decided to seek an outlet for his feelings. There is nothing quite as therapeutic as indulging in a shopping spree. Su Lang directly extracted 1,000 negative emotion points from the system and plunged them into the lottery interface. After all, he currently possessed an abundance of negative emotion points. A mere 1,000 points was inconsequential. With a few more taunts in the next match, he would reclaim them all. Furthermore, after utilizing the heartfelt connection card in the last match, he found the experience quite delightful. Su Lang intends to draw a few more cards from the heartfelt connection deck. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a time deceleration card. Time deceleration card, upon use. It will slow the flow of time in normal space for the subsequent 3 seconds by a factor of 3. The system, predictably, maintains a lottery probability of 1 in 10. Su Lang is weary of commenting on this unscrupulous system. However, the moment the time deceleration card appeared, Su Lang understood its purpose. It is meant to be used for a decisive victory in the final moments of a match. For the time being, this card holds little significance for Su Lang. Without hesitation, Su Lang once again poured 1,000 units of negative emotion into the lottery space, maintaining the same 1 in 10 odds of winning. This time, Su Lang drew a sensation lock card. Subsequently, he continued to invest negative emotion values, ultimately spending a total of 10,000 units. After 10 consecutive draws, Su Lang acquired 3 sensation lock cards, 1 time deceleration card, 1 training acceleration card, and 3 telepathic cards. Having squandered a significant amount of negative emotional value, Su Lang finally felt a semblance of tranquility. However, upon gazing at the multitude of cards within his space, a wave of headache washed over him. Impulsivity is indeed a devil. Now, Su Lang harbored a tinge of regret. The thrill he experienced was fleeting, yet he had expended a staggering 10,000 points of negative emotional value, which left him feeling rather pained. Just as Su Lang was grappling with this discomfort, Curry pushed open the dormitory door and strolled in. Observing Su Lang sprawled on the bed, Curry couldn't resist teasing him. "Hey, what's the matter? Did you burst from a match and turn into jelly? A man shouldn't be like this." In his moment of melancholy, Su Lang seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations, as Curry had unwittingly provided him a chance to do so. Su Lang would certainly not let this golden opportunity slip away. "Hey, my friend, why not give it a try this evening?" Su Lang gazed at Curry with a mischievous glint in his eye. Curry had intended to jest with Su Lang, but he was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of brazen words that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. In that moment, Curry recalled instances where Su Lang had indeed stolen glances at him with a smirk. Good heavens, could he genuinely harbor ulterior motives? An astonishing thought erupted within Curry's mind. The moment he pondered this, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He looked back at Su Lang with a newfound trepidation, completely bypassing a casual greeting and hastily fleeing through the door, leaving behind the dinner he had brought. Negative emotional points from Stephen Curry, 250. Su Lang gazed contentedly at the system's notification, then promptly rose to seize the evening meal from the kitchen, indulging in it with great relish. "You think you can compete with me? You are still a novice." Su Lang had indeed underestimated the profound impact his words had on Curry. That very night, Curry did not return to his hotel room. In the days that followed, whenever he caught sight of Su Lang, there was no need for any jesting from Su Lang. Curry would willingly present an abundance of negative emotional energy. Moreover, the glances Curry directed at Su Lang were tinged with an unmistakable hint of trepidation. Although Su Lang has accumulated a considerable amount of negative emotional value, witnessing Curry endure similar circumstances for several consecutive days is quite striking. Su Lang also began to experience a slight headache. Could this fellow truly be taking things seriously? Fortunately, the emotions on Curry's side did not affect the game on the court. Following the match against the University of Kansas, Su Lang has once again reverted to the corner sniper mode. For the majority of the time, he lurks in the corner or delivers solitary passes, siphoning off a wave of negative emotional energy from his teammates. In the following fortnight of matches, Davidson College surged forward with remarkable momentum. Many began to take note of this dark horse, especially after several formidable teams had fallen before its prowess. Once Davidson College comes into focus, one name is inescapable: Stephen Curry. However, another individual has also captured public attention: Su Lang, who, aside from a singular explosive performance against the University of Kansas, has been quietly persistent. His statistics are simply dazzling. An intriguing phenomenon emerges. All teams that have faced Davidson College express a palpable disdain for Su Lang, revealing the psychological shadow he casts upon them. In comparison to Curry, Su Lang leaves a more indelible impression on his opponents. As the regular season approached its final week, the victorious Davidson team prepared to face yet another formidable adversary, the Stanford Cardinal. This team boasts two perennial stars destined for greatness in the league, the Lopez brothers. This encounter presents Davidson College with its first true test against such a formidable interior presence. Hence, this match serves as a final examination for Davidson. Should they fail to subdue the Lopez brothers, their journey through the impending madness of March will likely be short-lived. On game day, the match took place at Stanford's home court, with Davidson College's Wildcats in the role of the visiting team. The players of the Wildcats began to arrive at the arena. As Su Lang stepped onto the court, he immediately felt the weight of the pressure that accompanies an away game. His gaze was drawn to the Lopez brothers, who were not far off. Neither had yet entered the NBA, making it difficult for the average observer to distinguish between the two, given their striking resemblance. Without further ado, after the warm-up, the match commenced. Unsurprisingly, the Wildcats lost possession of the ball in the first round. Centerdale was no match for Big Low, who swiftly secured the offensive possession for the Crimson team. The strategy of the Crimson team was crystal clear: to relentlessly attack the Wildcats' interior defense. In the first possession, point guard Hill promptly passed the ball to Big Low. Without hesitation, Big Low took on the challenge against Dale, who was unprepared for such an aggressive opponent. Leveraging his physical advantage, Big Low bulldozed his way into the paint, executing a smooth layup near the basket and securing the first points for the Crimson team. Coach Bob of Davidson College watched anxiously from the sidelines. Chapter 22. Disrupting one's livelihood is as grievous as taking one's parents' lives. Coach Bob's concern stemmed from the fear that Davidson College might suffer the same fate as the previous year. Last year, Davidson started off strong, displaying commendable effort that led them into March Madness. However, they faced an abrupt exit in their very first game, succumbing to the formidable Ohio State University, led by the powerful big man, Odin. That defeat not only ended Davidson's NCAA journey but also shattered Coach Bob's ambitions. Now, facing the Lopez brothers from Stanford University, while they may not compare to Odin individually, the challenge was compounded by their dual presence. The difficulty was self-evident. Coach Bob held his breath, intently observing the unfolding match. Meanwhile, Curry was controlling the ball as he crossed half-court, just after passing the midline. A thought flickered in Curry's mind as he glanced towards Su Lang. Indeed, in this game, Su Lang had once again activated a card of telepathic synergy, which explained Curry's intuitive sense. He swiftly passed the ball to Su Lang, stationed at the corner. The strategy employed by Stanford was particularly vexing. Whenever Curry stood just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, Stanford's defense would shift to a single coverage. However, the moment Curry entered that critical zone, another defender would inevitably reveal their intent to double-team. This was far more sophisticated than Indiana State's simplistic approach, which had allowed Su Lang to lead Davidson to a comeback last time. Stanford's defense was notably more polished. Rather than mindlessly double-teaming Curry, they aimed to apply pressure within his most effective shooting range, compelling him to distribute the ball to his teammates. This was the scenario they sought. After passing, Curry remained just 2 steps behind the three-point line, while the Crimson team's point guard, Hill, eyed him warily. As the shot clock dwindled, the countdown approached the 5-second mark. Su Lang had yet to pass the ball when Stanford University's head coach, Collins, bellowed from the sidelines, "Run." Upon receiving Coach Collins' directive, the players of the Stanford Cardinals swiftly adapted, each one racing towards their assigned opponent to initiate a rigorous defense. This exemplifies Stanford's strategic approach to countering Su Lang's solitary passing style. Isn't Su Lang known for opting to pass the ball only in the final moments of the offensive play? Consequently, they intensify their defense immediately after the offensive period. Let us observe whether the Wildcats players can evade the defense in the dying seconds. Su Lang is pondering in the corner about whom to pass the ball to and from whom to harvest negative emotional points. He is only aware that Stanford University has orchestrated this elaborate scheme. Su Lang observed that his teammates on the court were all tightly marked. Even Curry found it impossible to shake off his defender momentarily. In this dire situation, point guard Hill was giving it his all. It was unrealistic to expect him to contain Curry for the entire game. Nevertheless, within the span of just a few seconds in a single possession, Hill remained confident that he could prevent Curry from receiving the ball. With no opportunities arising for his teammates, Su Lang had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He forcefully launched a three-pointer from the corner, directly facing his defender. Under normal circumstances, the probability of success for such a shot would be quite low. However, Su Lang possessed the skill of being a corner sniper, and fortune smiled upon him this time. The basketball struck the rim, circled the hoop, and ultimately fell gracefully into the net. Su Lang, with tears in his eyes as he accepted the 3 points, clearly appeared less than jubilant. Su Lang cast a glance at Stanford's head coach Collins on the sidelines. "Old dog, to obstruct a man's path to wealth is akin to slaying his parents. You shall pay for this." Collins' maneuver had effectively thwarted Su Lang's intention to harvest negative emotional value through his signature lone wolf passes during the match. With his connection severed, Su Lang found himself unable to draw upon his teammates for the desired negative emotional value. This incident had undoubtedly touched upon Su Lang's sore spot. Negative emotional value was the very foundation of his strength. With Collins now obstructing Su Lang's efforts, he would not easily let the matter rest. In his mind, Su Lang had already inscribed Collins' name in his little notebook. Turning his attention back to the game, the Crimson team persisted with their strategy of penetrating the paint. This proved to be a considerable burden for power forward Lucas and center Dale. The disparity in strength was evident, as they were indeed no match for the Lopez brothers. This further underscored the frailty of Davidson College's Wildcats' interior defense. After a seamless exchange of passes between Big Low and Little Low, Little Low executed a one-handed slam dunk with precision. Lucas, tasked with defending against Little Low, wore an expression of deep frustration. Despite his utmost efforts to defend against Little Low, he ultimately succumbed to the latter's prowess. Coach Bob furrowed his brow from the sidelines. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Davidson College. It was now the Wildcats' turn to mount an offensive. Su Lang unleashed the godly skill of positioning, which he had sealed for several matches, alongside the zombie jump shot. By the end of the first round, Su Lang realized that in this contest, one could not rely on the lone wolf pass to harvest negative emotional points. That avenue had been thoroughly blocked by the head coach of the Crimson team, Collins. Given this situation, Su Lang saw no reason to linger in the corner any longer. Su Lang incessantly maneuvered across the field, while Stocky, the number 2 player of the Crimson team, tirelessly pursued him, inwardly cursing Su Lang. Stocky's negative emotional score increased by 20. Upon witnessing the system's notification, Su Lang remained utterly unperturbed. His indifference towards these sporadic negative emotions had reached a pinnacle. The head coach of the Crimson team, observing Su Lang's movements during the on-court meeting, could not suppress a smile. This scenario had been anticipated long before the match commenced. It was a deliberate attempt to force Su Lang away from the corner position. In contrast to his current movements on the court, Su Lang's presence at the corner posed a far greater threat to them. Collins directed his gaze towards another player on the sidelines. Sutton, prepare to warm up and get ready to swap in for Stuckey. Collins had been thoroughly prepared. He was not like that inept coach from the University of Kansas, allowing his star players to be outmaneuvered by Su Lang. It could be said that Collins had meticulously strategized for this match, having studied Davidson in great depth. He had envisioned every possible scenario unfolding on the court. Therefore, victory was imperative in this contest. Collins gazed at Su Lang, who had just executed a zombie jump shot, the basketball ricocheting off the rim. A smug smile crept across his lips once more. According to my calculations, you stand not a chance. Chapter 23, Taking the Initiative. Breaking the deadlock. Upon witnessing the basketball bounce off the rim, Su Lang's expression was far from pleasant. The drawbacks of the zombie jump shot skill began to manifest. Its inconsistency became apparent. In one game, Su Lang might effortlessly sink basket after basket. Yet in the following match, he could just as easily miss the mark entirely. Su Lang took a moment to gather his thoughts, swiftly initiating a retreat. As he fell back, he quietly pondered how to leave a lasting impression on Collins, this old dog. Turning around, Lopez and his brother resumed their cunning tactics, ruthlessly dominating the Wildcats' interior scoring. On the sidelines, Coach Bob's expression grew increasingly grim. He loathed his own ineptitude, for the unfolding situation left him utterly devoid of any solutions. If this continued, the Wildcats would be in peril. Beep. When the score reached 15-5, Coach Bob called for a timeout. Apart from Su Lang's solitary three-pointer and Curry's powerful drive to the basket, the Wildcats had failed to score further. Coach Collins of the Crimson team had successfully executed his devious scheme. This marked the most challenging start for Su Lang since joining the Wildcats. The morale of the Wildcats players was dismal, and Curry wore an expression of deep self-reproach. Believing he had failed to lead the team to break the deadlock, a display of utter incompetence. In stark contrast to everyone else, Su Lang's gaze grew increasingly bright. His plan was gradually taking shape. Indeed, Su Lang had devised a strategy to turn the tide. Coach, let me guard Little Low. Su Lang rose directly from the bench, eagerly volunteering to defend against Xiao Luo. Bob looked at Su Lang in astonishment, never having anticipated such a move from him. It was not that he doubted Su Lang's capabilities. Rather, it was that Su Lang's defensive skills were not significantly superior to those of Lucas. Although Su Lang possessed remarkable physical attributes, defense was not solely reliant on physical prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Bob turned his gaze towards Su Lang. I understand your desire to break the deadlock for the team, but your thinking is overly simplistic. Xiao Luo is not so easily subdued. The head coach, Bob, felt a twinge of hesitation regarding Su Lang's bold offer. Su Lang sensed the hesitation within Bob's heart. He steadfastly gazed at Coach Bob once more. I can do this. Trust me. I have a way to handle him. Bob, taken aback by Su Lang's determined expression, paused momentarily. When had Su Lang ever displayed such a serious demeanor? This left Bob momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, Bob turned his gaze back to Su Lang. I choose to believe in you. From now on, you will switch defensive positions with Lucas. Upon receiving Bob's consent, a smile crept onto Su Lang's lips as he turned towards Collins. Old dog, dare to cut off my path to success. If I don't make you call me daddy this time, I shall forever be known by the surname Su. Beep. The timeout concluded, and both teams' players returned to the court. Soon, Xiao Luo was astonished to discover that his assigned defender had been replaced. Xiao Luo stood a full 10 centimeters taller than Su Lang. However, in front of him, Su Lang's stature was no less imposing. After all, Su Lang's physical prowess had been enhanced by the system. Hey, are you sure you want to defend me? Xiao Luo sneered, clearly believing that Su Lang, who was significantly shorter, posed no threat. Indeed, I am here to defend you, Brooke. You shall not score under my watch. Su Lang gazed at Xiao Luo with an unwavering expression. Brooke? This left Xiao Luo utterly bewildered. Hey, I am Robin. My brother is Brooke, he exclaimed, clearly unaware of the true nature of Su Lang. With a serious demeanor, he pointed towards De Luo in the distance, attempting to clarify the situation for Su Lang. Little did he know that Su Lang was deliberately playing with him. Do not deceive me any longer, Brook. I know it is you. Su Lang was utterly dismissive of Xiao Luo's explanations, steadfastly convinced that he was Brook Lopez. Xiao Luo, feeling an irritable turmoil within, decided to ignore Su Lang, thinking it best to let him harbor his misconceptions. The negative emotional value from Robin Lopez surged by 100. Observing Xiao Luo's expression and the system's notification, a smile graced Su Lang's lips. The initial stage of his plan had indeed succeeded. It seemed his memories from a past life were not mistaken. The initial step of Su Lang's plan is quite straightforward: to sow discord among the Lopez brothers. In the hazy recollections of Su Lang before his transmigration, he vaguely remembered that although the Lopez brothers were twins, the younger brother, Little Lopez, had always lived in the shadow of his elder brother, Big Lopez. He could not match him in academics, excel in basketball, nor attract the same romantic interests. This enduring sense of inadequacy was a persistent ache in Little Lopez's heart. Nevertheless, the bond of brotherhood had always prevailed, preventing Little Lopez from displaying any overt negative emotions over the years. However, if Su Lang's memory served him correctly, once Little Lopez entered the league, he began to transform himself, striving to distinguish himself completely from Big Lopez. What transpired during this transformation remained a mystery to Su Lang. Yet, through the recent tentative dialogue, he became convinced that his previous memories were indeed accurate. As the upcoming matches unfolded, Su Lang commenced his elaborate scheme. Brook. Who is that person? How do you resemble him so closely? Brook. Do not even think about breaching my defenses. Hey, Brook. I must concede that you are indeed quite formidable. Negative emotional value from Robin Lopez, 50. Negative emotional value from Robin Lopez, 60. Negative emotional value from Robin Lopez, 70. The incessant cries of Brook were driving Little Luo to the brink of madness. I have declared that I am not Brook, unable to endure any longer. Little Luo shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, the attention of the players on the court was captivated, all drawn towards Little Luo. Big Luo observed with astonishment, seemingly perplexed by Little Luo's eccentric outburst. If you're not him, then so be it. Why shout? Su Lang shook his head helplessly, then spoke to Xiao Luo. Negative emotional value from Robin Lopez, 200. Upon observing the system's notification, Su Lang realized that Xiao Luo was teetering on the brink of an outburst. A smile crept onto Su Lang's lips at this thought. Witnessing Su Lang's expression, the flames of anger within Xiao Luo blazed even more fiercely. In the next round, Brook, allow me to pose a question. I heard you mention having a brother who is inferior to you in every aspect. Surely, the one over there must be your brother. As Su Lang spoke, he gestured towards the direction of De Luo. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Luo's long-suppressed fury erupted. The one thing Xiao Luo detested most was being compared to his elder brother. Now, Su Lang had struck a nerve. Damn it. Silence yourself. Xiao Luo forcefully shoved Su Lang behind him. Negative emotional value from Robin Lopez increased by 300. Su Lang raised his hands high, signaling to the referee at the sidelines. The altercation between the two had captured the attention of the officials. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air as the referee rushed onto the court, intent on preventing any further escalation between Su Lang and Xiao Luo. However, the referee's intervention did little to awaken Xiao Luo from his fervor. After pushing Su Lang away, Xiao Luo relentlessly charged toward him once more. In Chapter 24, provocations persist. The conflict begins. De Luo observed his younger brother in distress and could not stand idly by. The saying goes, brothers fight together, fathers and sons fight side by side. This was a moment to test their brotherly bond. De Luo rolled up his sleeves and dashed forward, eager to join Xiao Luo in confronting Su Lang. Get lost. I don't need you. De Luo barely had time to join forces with Xiao Luo when the latter abruptly turned and shouted at him. De Luo stood there in frustration, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Surely, when he sought to aid his brother in revenge, Xiao Luo should be grateful, not lash out at him. In that moment, De Luo found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the conflict between Xiao Luo and Su Lang did not linger. With the help of their teammates, they were eventually separated. The referee assessed the situation and issued a technical foul against Xiao Luo, granting the Wildcats a chance for 2 free throws. Curry stepped up to the line and confidently sank both shots. Despite the earlier embarrassment, De Luo chose to approach Xiao Luo. Though Xiao Luo had disrespected him, he remained his brother, and De Luo needed to comprehend what had transpired. Hey, Robin. What exactly happened? De Luo inquired, looking at Xiao Luo. At that moment, Xiao Luo's demeanor had noticeably softened. He was no longer as aggressive as before. "It's nothing, brother. I can handle it myself." Xiao Luo clearly wished to keep the details from De Luo, primarily because he did not want his brother to intervene further. After Curry completed his free throws, the Wildcats resumed their offensive play. Although Su Lang's direct opponent was Xiao Luo in defense, the Crimson team would not allow Xiao Luo to guard Su Lang during their offensive phase. After all, Collins was well aware of Su Lang's remarkable agility, and Xiao Luo might not be able to contain him. Presently, Su Lang's defender remained stocky. After a swift maneuver, Su Lang evaded Starkey. Once more, he attempted a jump shot. Clang. The basketball failed to find its mark yet again. Su Lang's performance in this match was undeniably subpar. Coach Bob, observing from the sidelines, could not help but sigh in disappointment. It was not merely Su Lang who struggled. Even Curry's shooting touch seemed lacking. Had either of them maintained a modicum of their usual prowess, the situation on the court would not have been as dire. However, Coach Bob was not inclined to shift the blame solely onto Su Lang and Curry. He was acutely aware that from the onset of the game, their Wildcats had fallen into the carefully laid traps of the Crimson team. Each move was fraught with pitfalls, and the Crimson's preparation was exceedingly thorough. They not only guarded against Curry's three-point shots, but also effectively neutralized Su Lang's contributions. This was a significant factor contributing to the challenging circumstances on the court. As the head coach, Bob recognized that such tactical missteps were indeed his responsibility. He harbored a deep-seated frustration over his own oversight and inadequacy. In this moment of crisis, he had no choice but to rely on the adaptability and resourcefulness of his players. After Su Lang missed his shot, the smile on Coach Collins of the Crimson team became increasingly pronounced. To Collins, the earlier conflict between Su Lang and Xiao Luo was merely a display of Su Lang's impotent rage, a futile attempt to vent his frustrations through confrontation. This thought only intensified Collins's delight. His aim was to see both Su Lang and Curry in discomfort, for only then could their performance be adversely affected. In Collins's eyes, this match was already a foregone conclusion, an easily secured victory, with no unexpected turns anticipated. The game continued on the court, with the Crimson team taking their offensive turn. Su Lang would certainly not let Xiao Luo slip away. Having finally provoked Xiao Luo, to abandon this opportunity now would be to squander all previous efforts. Su Lang couldn't help but glance at the skill of jiu-jitsu mastery within the system, feeling a flicker of reassurance in his heart. He hoped that this skill would safeguard his well-being. Otherwise, he would truly need to refrain from engaging in such reckless endeavors in the future. During this period, Su Lang had finally endured the grueling experience of rolling on the floor with James Johnson in the confines of the system space. Su Lang, having successfully acquired the skill of jiu-jitsu, felt emboldened enough to provoke Xiao Luo on the field. With newfound confidence, he approached Xiao Luo from behind once more. It was evident that Xiao Luo harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Su Lang, as their movements and positioning became increasingly exaggerated. The sounds of their bodies colliding echoed, a testament to Xiao Luo's persistent attempts to confront Su Lang, seemingly believing that this was the only way to unleash the pin-up frustration within. "Hey, Brooke, why did you do that just now?" "I was merely trying to engage in conversation," Xiao Luo exclaimed, his temper flaring as he struggled to contain his rage. The negative emotions stemming from Robin Lopez surged, adding to his agitation. Su Lang could entirely rely on the system's cues to discern Xiao Luo's emotions. It was evident that Xiao Luo's feelings were far from the calm facade he presented. Xiao Luo offered no response to Su Lang. Instead, after a brief but intense confrontation, he directly reached out to the point guard on the perimeter for the ball. Su Lang observed that Xiao Luo displayed no outward reaction. However, he was acutely aware of the turmoil within, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down, pressing the advantage. "Hey, Brooke, why are you silent? I believe an apology is in order from you." Su Lang once again addressed Xiao Luo, exclaiming, "Curse you." Xiao Luo silently cursed back, feeling a surge of negativity from Robin Lopez, gaining an additional 300 points of adverse emotional energy. Upon noticing the system's prompt, Su Lang's lips curled into a smirk. "I wonder how long you can endure this," he mused. "Hey, Brooke, you must realize that your recent behavior is utterly unreasonable. I am certain your brother would never act in such a manner." In a fit of frustration, Xiao Luo was about to turn and unleash a furious shout at Su Lang. Unbeknownst to him, the point guard from the Crimson team passed the basketball at that very moment. Xiao Luo elegantly missed the opportunity to receive the pass, and the ball struck him squarely on the head. The impact was severe, and his spirit was wounded by Su Lang's provocation. Enraged, Xiao Luo swung his fist towards Su Lang, but there was someone swifter, his older brother, De Luo. From the onset of Xiao Luo's initial confrontation with Su Lang, De Luo harbored suspicions regarding Su Lang's involvement. Thus, he had been vigilantly observing the interactions between Xiao Luo and Su Lang. As anticipated, he indeed uncovered troubling signs. Although De Luo was positioned at a distance, rendering him incapable of comprehending the exchange between Su Lang and Xiao Luo, he was certain that it could not have been anything pleasant. Witnessing his younger brother's eruption of anger once more, De Luo charged towards Su Lang without hesitation. After all, isn't it the duty of an elder brother to protect his younger sibling? De Luo was resolute in avenging Xiao Luo, believing that such an act might mend their strained relationship. Although puzzled by the sense of emotional distance he had felt from Xiao Luo, he hoped that standing up for his brother would help restore their bond. Chapter 25. Scissor Kick. Coach KO as Xiao Luo prepared to unleash his fist. De Luo rushed in and forcefully shoved Su Lang aside. Hey, Duong. Just as De Luo intended to unleash a tirade upon Su Lang, a sudden, fierce blow landed on his face, interrupting his thoughts. Indeed, the fist that struck him belonged to Xiao Luo. Originally, Xiao Luo had aimed to deliver a punishing blow to Su Lang, but with De Luo's intervention, he inadvertently took Su Lang's place and absorbed Xiao Luo's furious punch. Observing this scene, Su Lang inhaled sharply. My goodness, that was truly ruthless. Su Lang clearly observed that at the moment of impact, De Luo's mouth was distorted by the force of the blow. This vividly illustrates the immense power behind Xiao Luo's punch. Fortunately, De Luo managed to push himself away. Otherwise, Su Lang would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade. De Luo is truly a commendable individual. In his heart, Su Lang felt a wave of gratitude towards De Luo, as if he had bestowed upon him a commendation for his good character. Meanwhile, De Luo, having been struck on the jaw by Xiao Luo, collapsed limply onto the floor, having been decisively knocked out by a single blow. The referee's whistle pierced the air, prompting him to rush into the arena. However, Xiao Luo had completely lost his sense of reason. The guilt of knocking out De Luo only intensified the flames of anger within him. At that moment, Xiao Luo's sole desire was to make Su Lang pay a price. Ignoring the referee's whistle, he charged towards Su Lang with unwavering determination. Upon observing the chaos, Su Lang was taken aback. This was truly a life-threatening situation. The players of the Wildcat team swiftly realized the gravity of the moment and positioned themselves directly in front of Su Lang, effectively isolating him from Xiao Luo. No. Remain calm. Stay composed, shouted Lucas, the forward, as he shielded Su Lang and pushed aside the approaching Xiao Luo. Whether it was due to Xiao Luo's frustration causing her to lose her footing or Lucas's overwhelming strength, she was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. The players of the Crimson team, witnessing this, were incensed. How dare you bully my teammate? Exclaimed Glenn, the forward, as he charged towards Lucas to settle the score. Following Glenn's lead, the members of the Crimson team surged forward like a tide. The spectators initially watched in disbelief as Xiao Luo erupted. Then as De Luo collided with Su Lang, culminating in De Luo being knocked out by Xiao Luo. This dramatic turn of events transpired in mere seconds, leaving Collins utterly astonished. He could not comprehend how such a favorable situation had devolved into chaos. As Collins grappled with his astonishment, a secondary conflict erupted on the court. It was then that he realized the urgency of intervening to prevent his players from escalating the situation further. Without a second thought, Collins rushed onto the court, oblivious to the fact that he was surrounded by formidable athletes, each as strong as beasts. The balding, middle-aged man found himself utterly ineffective in the fray. Do not act impulsively. Everyone, cease this at once. Collins attempted to assert authority, but in the blink of an eye, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, it felt as though he had been ensnared by an unseen force. Let me go. Release me. I am the head coach. Collins protested, unaware that it was Su Lang who had taken him down with a swift scissor kick. In the midst of the tumult, no one noticed Su Lang's decisive action. Enough. Everyone, release me, Collins exclaimed. At that moment, security personnel rushed in. With the dual intervention of the security staff and the referee, the two groups of players were finally separated. Every player glared at their opponents with an intensity that suggested they wished to devour each other. It was then that everyone noticed an alarming detail. Aside from De Luo, who had initially been knocked out by Xiao Luo, there lay another individual on the court floor, Collins, who had been downed by Su Lang. What a tragic sight. The referee, witnessing this scene, was left incredulous, Amidst the earlier chaos, he had failed to notice when Collins had entered the game, let alone how he had been knocked out. Meanwhile, Su Lang, the one responsible for Collins' KO, wore an expression of nonchalance, as if the incident bore no relation to him whatsoever. A moment later, medical personnel swiftly entered the scene to attend to both DeLuo and Collins. The circumstances on the court clearly indicated that the Crimson team had suffered a significant setback. After all, the Davidson Wildcats had incurred no injuries, while two members of the Crimson team lay incapacitated on the floor, notably including their head coach. This was simply unbelievable. DeLuo was the first to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, his expression was one of profound embarrassment. He had never anticipated being knocked out by his own younger brother. What had begun as a desire for revenge against Xiao Luo had instead culminated in his own humiliation at the hands of a sibling. It was hardly surprising that DeLuo's mood soured. From Brook Lopez, a surge of negative emotions 200 flooded over him. DeLuo immediately attributed all his woes to Su Lang. Su Lang also harvested a wave of negative emotional values. Subsequently, Collins, under the care of medical personnel, regained consciousness. However, his emotional state was far more agitated than that of DeLuo. Upon awakening, Collins' first utterance was, "Damn it. Who ambushed me?" With eyes ablaze, he glared at the players from the Wildcat team. What a disgrace. After many years in the profession, it was the first time Collins had been knocked out on the court by a player. This was nothing short of a blemish on his career. At that moment, Collins was filled with an overwhelming desire to tear apart the individual who had assaulted him. From Collins, negative emotional value 1000. Su Lang gazed at the furious Collins, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "You old dog, who dared to sever my financial lifeline. This lesson will haunt you for a lifetime." Moments later, Collins, having received no response, managed to stabilize his emotions, though his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. He gently stretched his sore neck and slowly rose from the floor. Collins now understood that the team required his steadiness to quell the growing unrest. With animosity flaring up between the players, it was imperative that the Crimson team did not suffer defeat. To lose both dignity and the match would be a fate far worse than death for Collins. At this juncture, the referee, observing that the situation on the field had calmed somewhat, approached the technical area. It was now time to test his judgment. The referee began to scrutinize the replay of the earlier altercation, needing to render a decision based on what he observed. The players from both sides stood quietly on the sidelines, awaiting the referee's verdict. However, one thing was clear to all. None of the players involved in the conflict would be able to continue the match. Chapter 26. Truly Sinister. The outburst of the away fans. The referee examined the replay on the monitor. Big Luo initiated the attack. He noted. Then he pushed Su Lang. Little Luo threw a punch. Big Luo was knocked down. Little Luo continued to swing. Lucas intervened, pushing Little Luo down. The conflict escalated. Wait, had he missed something? The referee, sensing something amiss, quickly rewound the video to the critical moment. Slowing down the footage, he soon realized that a chilling breeze swept over his neck. Indeed, what he saw was Su Lang stealthily ambushing Collins, bringing him down with a scissor hold that rendered Collins incapacitated. Initially, the referee believed that although Su Lang instigated the conflict, he had maintained his composure without any excessive actions. However, upon witnessing this scene, the referee realized that Su Lang was the most treacherous player in this entire affair. Throughout the altercation, Su Lang had merely been pushed by Big Luo, while the remaining damage was inflicted solely upon the players of the Crimson team. Su Lang seized the opportunity to incapacitate the opposing team's head coach. Goodness, the Lopez brothers are now seeking retribution against you. How could you possibly retaliate against them after knocking out their coach? What sort of absurdity is this? The referee swore that in all his years of officiating, he had never witnessed a player incapacitate an opposing head coach. Soon after, the referee reviewed all the replays and approached the technical area to render a decision. On the side of the Crimson team, apart from the starting point guard, all four other key players were involved in the altercation and were promptly dismissed from the game. It was not that the point guard of the Crimson team was unwilling to step forward. Rather, his stature was too diminutive. He had been pushed to the back from the very beginning, and by the time he maneuvered through all the obstacles to confront the Wildcats players, the conflict had already subsided. Additionally, 3 substitutes from the Crimson team were ejected, having also participated in the brawl. Ultimately, the Wildcats faced their own penalties. Curry from the starting lineup was not penalized either. His situation mirrored that of the Crimson team's point guard. He had no opportunity to intervene in the fray. By the time he had a chance, the conflict had concluded. Consequently, like the Crimson team, all four other key players were expelled from the game. Upon learning that Su Lang too had been ejected, Coach Bob expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, it was Su Lang who had been subjected to the Crimson team's aggression. Su Lang was not the party at fault. It was the players from the Deep Red team who initiated the altercation. If other key players had been penalized, Bob would have accepted it, considering they were nearly entangled with the opposing players. However, Su Lang was not involved in such actions. Little did Bob know that the seemingly honest Su Lang was, in fact, the most cunning player on the field. He had even managed to knock out the opposing coach. Collins. Coach Bob expressed his dissatisfaction to the referee. The referee, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded the enraged Bob with indifference. Ultimately, Bob's grievances bore no fruit, and the referee upheld his decision. Su Lang was indeed expelled from the field. However, he appeared remarkably composed regarding the outcome. He felt no surprise at all, for he was well aware of his own actions. The rest, he left to you all. With a relaxed smile, Su Lang waved at Curry and Bob as he sauntered towards the player tunnel. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. This was an away game, at Stanford University's home ground. The local fans were unlikely to let those who had just bullied their team off easily. Get out of here, you butchers. You scoundrels. You are not welcome here. Damn it. You should go to hell. You won't escape Stanford. A chorus of curses erupted from the stands, with some particularly fervent fans even issuing threats. Initially nonchalant as he approached the player tunnel, Su Lang's demeanor soured as he neared his exit. Su Lang executed a startling gesture. He turned around and made a universally recognized sign, raising his right hand high before defiantly extending his middle finger towards the visiting fans. In that moment, the previously raucous stadium fell into a brief silence. The away supporters were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated such a provocation from Su Lang. This was utterly unforgivable. How dare he? He was courting disaster. What does he intend to do? Don't hold me back. I must confront him. How dare he be so arrogant in our home ground? In the next instant, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent chorus of curses. Su Lang now wore an expression of astonishment, for a singular thought occupied his mind. It seemed he was on the brink of a fortune. The negative emotional values he received were as follows. From Andrew, a substantial 100. From Carl, a considerable 150. From Zika, an impressive 120. And from Mills, a remarkable 160. Su Lang was bombarded by the system's notifications. Initially, he was merely irritated by the curses from the fans in the stands, which prompted him to turn and respond. Little did he expect that this unintended provocation would unleash a surge of explosive negative emotional energy from the entire audience. It was then that Su Lang realized he had seemingly discovered an extraordinary avenue for accumulating negative emotional value. Until now, he had tirelessly sought to extract such value from both teammates and opponents while on the court. However, that had only involved a mere handful of individuals. Including his own teammates, the total barely reached 20. In stark contrast, the number of fans present was staggering, ranging from a few hundred to, at times, over 1,000. Should the fervor of March Madness ensue, the crowd would swell even further. If even half of these individuals were to provide Su Lang with negative emotional value, he would find himself immensely affluent. This was precisely the situation at hand. Su Lang gazed at the incessant notifications flashing within the system, nearly bursting into laughter. Fortunately, the Team S power forward, Lucas, turned around and noticed that Su Lang had yet to depart. He hurried over and tugged at Su Lang. Hey, buddy, we need to leave quickly. Otherwise, the fans will tear us apart. At that moment, Su Lang became aware that some of the enraged away fans were contemplating rushing down from the stands. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly turned to follow Lucas out of the players' tunnel. Damn it. If you have the guts, don't walk away. Coward. Come back. Behind Su Lang, the anguished roars of the visiting fans echoed with discontent. While provoking the away supporters could yield a plethora of negative emotional energy for Su Lang, it also carried an immense risk. A single misstep could result in the opportunity being torn apart by the fervent crowd. In truth, as Su Lang prepared to depart, he contemplated further taunting the visiting fans, yet ultimately opted to forego that temptation. If Su Lang continues to provoke, he may indeed find himself unable to leave Stanford University. After all, this is someone else's territory. It would be wise to know when to retreat. One must not be overly greedy, don't you think? Su Lang's lips curled into a faint smile as he beheld the imminent breakthrough of his savings surpassing 100,000. A surge of ambition welled up within him. Chapter 27. Winning the match. Su Lang strikes gold. Once both teams' players had been ejected from the game, the atmosphere on the court became rather intriguing. Due to the numerous expulsions, it was only after the process concluded that both sides realized they lacked enough players to form a complete starting lineup. The Wildcats, including Curry and the substitutes, were left with merely 4 players, while the Crimson team faced a similar predicament. According to NCAA regulations, the game must continue under such circumstances. With no alternative, both teams pressed on with their diminished rosters. Head coach Bob surveyed the players on the court, his heart brimming with elation. Goodness, what a dismal lineup remained for the Crimson team. Initially believing his own squad to be in dire straits, Bob felt a flicker of joy upon witnessing the plight of the Crimson team. Despite the challenges, his star player remained on the court, while the Crimson team was left utterly desolate, lacking even a single interior player. The delight of Coach Bob was matched only by the despair of Collins from the Crimson team. Collins gazed hopelessly at the unfolding scene, still reeling from the earlier blow. The game had initially tilted in favor of his team. With a steady approach, victory seemed easily within reach. However, such a straightforward scenario soon unraveled. Collins could hardly fathom that a conflict would erupt on the court, stripping his team of the majority of its strength. The 2 pivotal players, the Lopez brothers, had both been expelled. What was left to fight for? The outcome of the match had become a foregone conclusion. Collins was acutely aware of the limited capabilities of the players who had been thrust into action. To envision a victory under these circumstances felt like a fanciful dream. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, confirming Collins' grim expectations. The players from the Crimson team had no opportunity to retaliate, as they were decisively overwhelmed by Curry alone. Following the conflict, the Wildcats orchestrated a remarkable comeback. The home fans, witnessing their team not only succumbing to defeat in a fierce confrontation, but ultimately losing the match, found their spirits increasingly dampened. Their resentment towards the contemptuous individual who had once gestured rudely at them grew ever deeper. Meanwhile, Su Lang, who had been on the minds of the fans, was reveling in delight, for they had unwittingly bestowed upon him a substantial influx of negative emotional energy. Although Su Lang was unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon, the sight of his soaring balance brought him immense joy. As the NCAA regular season drew to a close, the Wildcats, without any unexpected twists, secured their place in the thrilling madness of March. Su Lang was acutely aware that the true test was only just beginning. The frenzied month of March marked the commencement of his soaring journey. Not only Su Lang, but also the other members of the Wildcats team were filled with exhilaration. Last year, they faltered at the very first match of March Madness. This year, they had silently resolved amongst themselves to not repeat the mistakes of the past. They were determined to advance further in the competitions of March Madness. Following their match against the Stanford Crimson, they were afforded a week of respite. The following week would plunge them into the chaotic schedule of the tournament. On the day after the match, Su Lang was preparing to select another skill for study from the system when, unexpectedly, he received a notification. Negative emotion value from Collins, 2000. Goodness. It was a sudden and overwhelming surge. Su Lang was engulfed in perplexity. How could Collins suddenly inundate him with such a torrent of negative emotional energy after such a considerable passage of time? At that moment, Curry pushed open the dormitory door and stepped inside. "Hey, Su, you must see this," Curry exclaimed, extending his phone towards Su Lang. After the conclusion of the last match, Su Lang sought out Curry to clarify the previous incident, which had merely been a jest. It was only then that Curry grasped the situation. Otherwise, he would have never dared to return to the dormitory. Su Lang took Curry's phone and was momentarily taken aback by an image displayed on the screen. The picture depicted Su Lang executing a scissor kick on Collins, accompanied by a prominently displayed headline: "Wildcats player transforms into octagonal cage on the court, delivering a direct KO to the opposing coach." The title was crafted with a hint of bloodiness. "Goodness," Su Lang exclaimed inwardly after viewing it. He finally comprehended the sudden surge of negative sentiment surrounding him. It was likely that Collins, that old dog, had come across this report and discovered who had truly ambushed him. "Su, you're remarkably ruthless. I never imagined you were the one who knocked Collins out." Curry gazed at Su Lang with an expression of disbelief. Indeed, following the match, everyone had speculated privately about who had incapacitated Collins. Yet no one had the courage to confess. Ultimately, they could only assume that amidst the chaos, Collins had sustained an injury unintentionally. They never once considered that it was Su Lang who had stealthily delivered the KO. What a devious act it must have taken. Had it not been for this report, Collins might have remained oblivious for a lifetime to the identity of the one who had felled him on the court. Su Lang smiled gently. "Let's keep it low-key. I'm doing this for the team, after all." His explanation held a semblance of credibility, which Curry reluctantly acknowledged. Little did Curry know that Collins had been incapacitated by Su Lang's swift maneuver due to the severance of Su Lang's financial prospects. Fortunately, Curry chose not to dwell on this matter any further. Next week heralded the arrival of March Madness. Curry mused to himself, his eyes reflecting a nostalgic glimmer. He recalled last year, filled with ambition to lead Davidson College to triumph in the tournament. However, no one anticipated their disheartening defeat in the very first game. This year, Curry had matured significantly. Moreover, he was no longer fighting alone. With Su Lang's addition, the team's overall strength was notably enhanced compared to the previous year. Although Su Lang could be unreliable at times, he was certainly an improvement over the underperformers of the past. Su, what do you think our prospects are this year in March Madness? Curry inquired slowly. Without a doubt, the national championship. The resolute voice of Su Lang echoed. Upon hearing Su Lang's response, Curry was momentarily taken aback, followed by the emergence of a smile at the corner of his lips. The championship. This was precisely what he had envisioned last year. Yet, he had perhaps underestimated the madness of March. He silently contemplated that merely reaching the Final Four would suffice for him. Little did Curry know that when Su Lang proclaimed the championship, it was a definitive declaration. Su Lang had never envisioned that he would falter in the tumultuous month of March. Any obstacle impeding his pursuit of the championship was deemed an adversary. The source of Su Lang's unwavering confidence lies in the negative emotion value within the system, an astounding figure of 150,000. The last match alone granted him nearly 100,000 in negative emotion value. Coupled with his previous accumulation, Su Lang's reserves have reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Chapter 28, S-Class Streetball Master. The frenzied March approaches. It is the opportune moment to acquire a new S or even SS level skill. The 150,000 in negative emotion value has significantly bolstered Su Lang's self-assurance. Su Lang glanced over his skill panel, contemplating his current shortcomings with great care. At present, he finds himself lacking in the ability to shoot from a distance as well as in ball handling during offensive plays. Su Lang first glanced at the system and recalled the player renowned for his unparalleled three-point shooting accuracy, Curry. The SSS Court Scope. The Court Scope, upon mastery, it grants the host an extraordinary shooting percentage from any angle on the court. The further the distance, the higher the accuracy. With no adverse effects. Ray Allen. SS-level Precision Strike. Precision Strike. Mastery of this skill bestows the host with a three-point shooting percentage far exceeding the norm, with an additional bonus in clutch moments. No adverse effects. Kyle Korver. S-level Burning Sensation. Burning Sensation. By sacrificing the host's mid-range accuracy, this skill enhances their long-distance shooting percentage. Though excessive use may lead to a temporary loss of shooting accuracy. Tracy McGrady. S-level Unlimited Fire. Unlimited Fire. The three-point accuracy increases with the number of shots taken on the court, but it comes with the risk of causing irreversible damage to the player's body. Among all these stars' long-range skills, Su Lang favored Curry's Court Scope the most. However, at present, he could only admire it from afar. The SSS level skill required a substantial amount of negative emotional value to learn, which Su Lang did not possess. Yet, he was unwilling to settle for mastering any other three-point skills. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lang decided to temporarily set aside the skill of three-point shooting. After all, the team currently boasts the presence of the formidable Curry. There is no immediate concern regarding the team's perimeter shooting prowess. Although Curry's three-point shooting skills have not yet reached their full potential, they are undoubtedly at an SS level. What the team lacks at present is a player capable of penetrating the interior. In Su Lang's perspective, there is a lack of significant presence. Although Curry's slender physique poses a certain threat when penetrating the paint, the extent of that threat remains limited. Thus, Su Lang ultimately resolves to prioritize a ball-handling offensive skill. However, this does not signify that he relinquishes the opportunity to utilize Curry, an SSS-rated court magnifier. Su Lang had already devised a plan in his mind. During the frenzied March competitions, he could accumulate a wealth of negative emotional points. Before entering the league, he aimed to master the court's eightfold magnification skill. With a plan in place, Su Lang began to select ball-handling offensive abilities from the system's roster of stars. Among them were Allen Iverson's SS-level Flower Butterfly, Chris Paul's S-level Perfect Rhythm, Russell Westbrook's SS-level Turbo Boost, LeBron James's SS-level Brutal Charge, Jamal Crawford's S-level Streetball Master, Kyrie Irving's SS-level Unity of Man and Ball, and Magic Johnson's SS-level Magical Skillful Hands. The array of skills dazzled Su Lang. However, he promptly eliminated the SS-level skills from consideration. Initially, he believed that the negative emotional points he possessed were quite substantial, but now it seemed he had merely entered a modestly affluent tier. Among the remaining S-level skills, Su Lang was particularly inclined towards Crawford's Streetball Master. This skill, when executed adeptly, could allow him to toy with his opponents on the court, naturally generating some negative emotional points for him. Yet, one drawback remained. Crawford's Streetball Mastery lacked sufficient impact against interior defenses. After much contemplation, Su Lang resolved to adhere to his original thought. Despite the evident shortcomings of the Streetball Master skill, it appeared that no other S-level skills were more suited to him. Chris Paul's S-level perfect rhythm was out of the question, as it excelled in exploiting mismatches. Paul employed this skill to achieve advantageous situations against larger opponents. Yet it was ill-suited for Su Lang, whose towering stature made such maneuvers impractical. Having secured an S-level ball-handling breakthrough skill, he now required a finishing skill for layups. For mid-range shots, Westbrook's zombie jump shot could be used with some degree of effectiveness and could synergize well with the Streetball Master. Nevertheless, if he were to penetrate the paint, lacking a definitive finishing skill would be untenable. Ultimately, for the layup finishing skill, Su Lang opted for the A-level fingertip layup from Tony Parker. Su Lang cast a covetous glance at the SS skill, tip of the finger waltz, worn by Kyrie Irving. The system is replete with formidable skills. This once again ignited Su Lang's ambition to accumulate negative emotion points. One day, I shall master all these skills. Su Lang resolutely made up his mind. As time gradually passed, the negative emotional value in Su Lang's account plummeted to the lowest point. A portion of this was due to the waste incurred while he was on the lottery interface. There was no alternative. In order to master an S-level skill within a week, an ample supply of training acceleration cards was essential. In a fervent quest to acquire S-level skills within a brief span, Su Lang devoted an impressive 30,000 units of negative emotional energy directly into the 10 consecutive draw system interface. Although the probability of obtaining training acceleration cards is notoriously low, Su Lang's relentless efforts yielded some rewards. At long last, after a week of diligent endeavor, he successfully mastered the S-level skill master of receiving and the A-level skill fingertip basket. Su Lang now possesses a certain degree of confidence. He is eagerly anticipating the commencement of the March Madness tournament, as his financial situation has become quite dire. This predicament has adversely affected his mood, leading him to confront others with increasing aggression. The one who bears the brunt of his ire is Curry, after depleting his savings. Su Lang has taken to relentlessly criticizing him, even causing Curry to question his own existence. However, Curry does not take these provocations to heart, as he is well accustomed to Su Lang's temperament. Yet, the frequency of such confrontations is unprecedented for him. Curry perceives this behavior as a manifestation of Su Lang's anxiety before the tournament. Little does he know that Su Lang is not anxious at all. Rather, he is exhilarated. Su Lang eagerly awaited the commencement of March Madness, for it was only through this event that he could amass a significant amount of negative emotional value. As Su Lang's anticipation heightened, the fervent month arrived. It was a competition from which there was no retreat. A single loss would render an entire year of effort futile. All universities participating in March Madness began to take the event with utmost seriousness, particularly those aspiring athletes aiming for the NBA, as this represented their sole shortcut to success. A standout performance during March Madness could attract the attention of scouts and teams alike. It could be said that the regular season served merely as an appetizer, with only a handful of scouts and teams paying attention at that time. However, once March Madness commenced, scouts would be present at nearly every game, and the players' task was to showcase their talents and capture the scouts' gaze. Chapter 29, An Unfavorable State. The Beast, Griffin. The date was March 2nd, and Davidson College was set to face their first opponent of March Madness, the Cowboys from the University of Oklahoma. Much like the previous year, Davidson found themselves up against a team boasting a formidable interior presence. Last year it was the Great Odin. This year, they faced the Beast, Griffin. The two teams had not clashed during the regular season, as they belonged to different conferences. Although Davidson College had achieved an undefeated record in the regular season, they could not compete with the popularity and prestige of the University of Oklahoma. To the fans, Davidson remained an underdog, and this dark horse might very well stumble today. Inside the locker room of the Davidson Wildcats, the atmosphere was tense, with everyone silently organizing their belongings. Even Curry's expression was notably grave. They were all too familiar with the humiliation of being ousted in the first round of March Madness the previous year, a moment of disgrace etched in their memories. This year, They returned with renewed determination, unwilling to let history repeat itself. At that moment, Coach Bob pushed open the locker room door and entered, his demeanor equally solemn. Initially, Coach Bob had hesitated to join the team in the locker room. Mindful of the immense pressure already weighing upon the players, he sought not to amplify their stress. Yet, ultimately, his concern compelled him to step inside. Clap, clap. Bob clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Surely, you have not forgotten the humiliation of last year? He addressed the players. Upon hearing his words, all heads bowed, their eyes clouded with contemplation. I will say but one thing. If we wish to avoid the repetition of last year's events, we must fight with all our might on the field this year. Bob's words carried an undertone of ferocity. Upon hearing his declaration, the players' gazes sharpened, their uncertainty dissipating. Indeed, in the eyes of all, we are perceived as the dark horse, whether last year or this. We have no recourse but to strive relentlessly until the very end. As Bob observed the resolute expressions of his team, he felt a sense of relief. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Whatever may come this year, we have done all that we can. Now, it is up to destiny. Beep. The players from both teams began to take the field. As Su Lang entered the arena, his focus immediately fell upon the opposing team's pivotal player, Griffin. To Su Lang, Griffin epitomized a veritable embodiment of negative energy. Griffin, sensing the weight of a gaze upon him, turned to meet Su Lang's eyes. What a gaze it was! It resembled the allure of a delectable donut. Upon encountering Su Lang's penetrating stare, Griffin couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Little did he know. From Su Lang's perspective, he was far more enticing than any confection. After both teams completed their warm-ups, the match commenced. Predictably, Davidson College lost possession in the first half. A development that was anticipated. After all, it was widely recognized that apart from Su Lang and Curry, the skill level of the other players on the team was rather mediocre. Such shortcomings were forgivable in the regular season, but during the exhilarating madness of March, such events were sure to recur. During the Cowboys' initial offensive play, point guard Pikas dribbled past half-court and launched the basketball skyward. The Wildcats, lacking proper defensive positioning, were caught off guard. A resounding thud echoed from the paint as Griffin hung on the rim, having executed an alley-oop with his teammate, Pikas. This electrifying dunk caught the Wildcats off balance and ignited a fervor among the audience. Griffin wore a triumphant smile, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. He understood all too well what thrilled the fans. Such a powerful dunk was the key to winning their hearts. The eruption of cheers from the crowd affected the Wildcats' morale. Should they fail to score in the subsequent possession, they would find themselves at a psychological disadvantage from the outset. Curry, acutely aware of this dynamic, retaliated shortly after by sinking a three-pointer, leveling the score at 3-2 and restoring the players' composure. Returning to the Cowboys' offensive possession, Griffin sought to replicate his previous success. The Cowboys capitalized on Davidson College's vulnerability in the paint. Neither power forward Lucas nor center Dale could contend with the airborne Griffin. With a swift pivot, Griffin evaded Lucas and soared into the air. Pikas, the Cowboys' point guard, deftly sent the ball soaring toward the basket. A thunderous boom resounded as Griffin executed another emphatic dunk over Dale. The crowd roared in response. The emotions of the fans in the arena were completely ignited. The game commenced with two explosive alley-oops, propelling the Cowboys' momentum to its zenith. On the sidelines, the Wildcats coach, Bob, managed a wry smile, reminiscent of last year. Once again, their interior was mercilessly ravaged by a player named Odin, leaving them utterly helpless. This year proved no different, as Lucas and Dale found themselves incapable of containing Griffin. How could they turn the tide? Would they face another early exit this year? A look of reluctant determination crossed Bob's face. Griffin soared for two consecutive alley-oops, his excitement palpable. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that another pair of eyes gleamed with fervor, watching him intently, those of Su Lang. Su Lang could hardly contain his eagerness to harvest the negative emotional value emanating from Griffin. The plan for this endeavor had already taken root in Su Lang's mind. Now, it was merely a matter of observing how much Griffin could provide for himself. Relish the moment. These are your final two dunks of this match. Su Lang's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to face the offensive play of the Wildcat team. Su Lang remained stationed in the corner, lurking in anticipation. In the absence of necessity, he primarily assumed the role of creating space. Curry dribbled past the half-court line. According to his usual habit, he ought to have sought out Su Lang in the corner at this juncture. However, this time he did not. Upon crossing the half-court, Curry executed two rapid directional changes and took a pull-up shot from beyond the arc. The basketball once again swished through the net. It was evident that Curry's mindset had undergone a transformation. His desire to score in this match was particularly fervent, perhaps stemming from the frustrations of last year's defeat that had weighed heavily upon him for an entire year. Now, he felt the need to unleash his pent-up energy. To prove himself. Chapter 30. The Ankle Terminator. Su Lang. The Cowboys initiated their offensive sequence, yet they exhibited no alterations in strategy. All players cleared the lane for Griffin, clearly intent on allowing him to execute a dunk once more. Griffin was constantly shifting his feet, attempting to shake off Lucas, who was equally determined in his defense. Their coach, Bob, had already emphasized in the locker room that they had nothing to rely on but sheer effort. Nevertheless, the disparity in skill proved challenging to overcome. After struggling for 7 or 8 seconds, Lucas ultimately succumbed to Griffin's prowess. With a swift step back, Griffin propelled himself towards the basket. The Cowboys' point guard, Pikas, launched the ball towards Griffin. Griffin's eyes were fixed intently on the soaring basketball, poised to complete yet another explosive dunk and bask in the adulation of the crowd. Yet, Griffin's dreams were abruptly shattered. The ball was intercepted mid-air by none other than Su Lang, who was ready to take his shot. This time, Griffin had no opportunity to dunk. Su Lang soared through the air, his body elegantly unfolding. He reached high above to snatch the basketball from its lofty perch. Lucas and Dale gazed in astonishment at Su Lang suspended in midair. Who would have imagined he could leap so high? Below, Coach Bob's eyes widened in disbelief. A breakthrough opportunity had emerged. Yet, to his surprise, it was still Su Lang. At that moment, Bob recalled the physical assessment conducted on Su Lang. Su Lang's physical prowess is truly remarkable. However, he has seldom utilized his formidable athleticism on the court. Coach Bob nearly forgot about Su Lang's exceptional vertical leap. This oversight primarily stemmed from Su Lang's previous lackadaisical performance during games. Despite possessing such extraordinary physical gifts, he relied excessively on skills like the lone wolf pass. Gradually, Coach Bob indeed overlooked the fact that Su Lang's innate athletic talent is astonishing. With a surge of excitement, Coach Bob rose from the sidelines and turned his gaze towards Su Lang on the court. Upon descending from the air after seizing the basketball, Su Lang swiftly passed it to Curry. As he landed, he cast a glance at Griffin, whose foolish visage was adorned with a look of utter astonishment. "Hey, mark my words, with me in the game, you shall not execute a single alley-oop." The voice of Su Lang resonated in Griffin's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow. "You think you can deny me an alley-oop? Who do you think you are? I am the beast." His glare intensified as he directed his ire towards Su Lang's retreating figure. Unperturbed, the corner of Su Lang's mouth curled upwards once more. The negative emotional energy emanating from Blake Griffin had successfully hooked him, resulting in an increase of 100 points. The initial step of the Su Lang plan is to compel Griffin to succumb to his own tempo. Su Lang is aware that while his physical talents are exceptional, his defensive abilities remain a considerable weakness. If Griffin relentlessly penetrates the paint, Su Lang finds himself with limited options to counteract. Su Lang's current strategy is to provoke Griffin, diverting his attention towards completing the alley-oop. In other aspects, Su Lang remains modest. Nevertheless, he possesses unwavering confidence in his jumping ability. As long as the basketball soars through the air, Su Lang is assured of his capacity to intercept it. Whenever Griffin aims for an alley-oop, Su Lang guarantees his ability to thwart it. The Wildcats' offensive possession unfolds. Su Lang's performance on the defensive end has allowed Curry to regain some semblance of normalcy. At the very least, Curry now has the presence of teammates in his line of sight. After contemplating for a moment, Curry opted to pass the basketball to Su Lang, who was stationed in the corner. Upon witnessing Su Lang receive the ball, the players of the Wildcats felt a sudden tension in their chests. This reaction has become instinctive for them. The moment Su Lang secures the ball, the Wildcats players begin to panic. However, this time, they misjudged the situation. Su Lang did not opt to linger in the corner, wasting time before delivering that peculiar pass. This time, upon receiving the ball, Su Lang immediately sprang into action. Su Lang maneuvered the basketball towards a position at a 45-degree angle, as the space in the corner was rather confined. Su Lang was eager to utilize the newly acquired skill of the catchmaster. However, the confined space at the corner proved to be a hindrance to his execution. Upon noticing Su Lang's movement, Curry quickly grasped his intentions and moved to the opposite side to help create space for him. This was a result of Su Lang's habitual gesture of sending Curry a heartfelt connection card at the beginning of the game. Presently, Su Lang's reserve of heartfelt connection cards was quite formidable, especially considering that he had invested a staggering 30,000 negative emotional points in acquiring skill acceleration cards previously, with the majority yielding heartfelt connection cards. Once Curry had successfully opened up the space, Su Lang initiated his movement. With a swift flick of his left hand, the basketball soared toward the right side. Simultaneously, he subtly lowered his right shoulder, shifting his center of gravity slightly to the right, creating an illusion as if he intended to break through from that side. Clearly, Carls, who was matched against Su Lang, was deceived by this deceptive maneuver. He instinctively lowered his center of gravity and retreated a step toward the left rear, preparing to intercept Su Lang's anticipated breakthrough on the right. As soon as Carls made his move, Su Lang, with a gentle flick of his right hand, sent the basketball soaring in a perfect arc back into his left hand. In an instant, he lunged fiercely to the left. This time, Carls could no longer maintain his composure. Realizing he had been tricked, he forcibly twisted his body to the left. At that moment, Su Lang changed direction once more. This time, Carls was not so fortunate. In the blink of an eye, he lost his balance, and with a slip of his feet, he found himself sprawled on the floor. Su Lang suddenly accelerated, effortlessly bypassing the fallen Carls on the floor. Before him stood no one. A zombie leap shot. Employing a tactile lock on the card, Su Lang executed a sudden halt, employing the zombie jump shot. At the moment the basketball left his hands, he felt an exhilarating sense of confidence. There was an unmistakable warmth radiating from his palms. This was undoubtedly one of the finest sensations he had experienced since mastering the zombie jump shot. Su Lang would naturally not let this opportunity slip away. After utilizing the sensation lock card, he felt as though the intense heat he had just experienced was now firmly anchored in his hand, rather than fading away in a fleeting moment. This is precisely the purpose of the sensation lock card. With a swish, the basketball soared effortlessly through the hoop. As a result of being outmaneuvered by Su Lang, the dejected Carls contributed a surge of negative emotional energy, adding 100 to Su Lang's score as he fell to the ground. The fans in the arena erupted with excitement. If one were to inquire what fans cherish most, aside from the explosive dunks, it would undoubtedly be the breathtaking and exquisite ankle-breaking moves. Su Lang had just delivered one such mesmerizing performance. Chapter 31. The incompetent fury of Griffin, the head coach of the Wildcats, was left utterly speechless by Bob's shock. When did Su Lang acquire such an extravagant dribbling style? This is something he is completely unaware of, much like his earlier ignorance regarding when Su Lang mastered the mid-range shot. It appears that his head coach is indeed not performing his duties satisfactorily. Curry, too, is astonished. Just a few months ago, he witnessed Su Lang's clumsy dribbling. And now Su Lang has astonishingly transformed into an ankle breaker. This perplexes Curry entirely. Nevertheless, the emergence of Su Lang's ball handling capabilities is undoubtedly beneficial for the Wildcats, significantly enhancing their offensive firepower. Su Lang has acquired the fundamental skills befitting a number 2 position. Carl's anger ignited as he rose from the floor, having just been humiliated. In the realm of basketball, few things are as demeaning as being dunked on or being outmaneuvered. Carl could clearly perceive Su Lang's taunting gaze. Damn it. You shall pay for this. He seethed inwardly as he glared at Su Lang. During the Cowboys' offensive possession, Griffin had not forgotten Su Lang's earlier provocation. An alley-oop. For Griffin, executing such a play was as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, Su Lang audaciously proclaimed that he would not allow another alley-oop in this game. Such bravado was nothing short of a jest. Naturally, Griffin felt compelled to respond to Su Lang's challenge. With a swift cross of his path, he deftly evaded Lucas. Damn. Lucas cursed in frustration as he helplessly watched Griffin soar into the air once more. In midair, Griffin was poised to receive the ball, already envisioning how he would taunt Su Lang post-alley-oop. He envisioned pointing at Su Lang's head, exclaiming, "See this? This is what an alley-oop looks like." However, as Griffin indulged in his daydream, Su Lang's figure re-emerged in the air. With a resounding clap, the basketball was intercepted again. The astonished expression on Griffin's face lingered as the fantasy of asserting dominance slipped away. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow. "I told you, you shall not complete another alley-oop." After Su Lang landed, he continued to mock Griffin. Griffin clenched his fists tightly, for this humiliation was intolerable to him. It was akin to a master in a particular field suddenly being confronted by an unknown novice who, pointing a finger at him, declares that he is worthless in his domain. This affront ignited a fierce wrath within Griffin. The negative energy emanating from Blake Griffin surged to plus 200. There was another reason for Griffin's fury. Su Lang had deprived him of the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Griffin relished the exhilarating eruption of cheers from the crowd following each of his powerful dunks. But now, all of that was stripped away. He was reduced to a mere jester, leaping beneath the basket, unable even to grasp the basketball. If given the chance, Griffin would have relished the opportunity to dunk Su Lang into the hoop alongside him. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, Curry crossed half-court with the intent to pass to Su Lang. However, to his astonishment, Su Lang was met with a double team. Indeed, Su Lang was being double-teamed for the first time since joining the Wildcats. The player responsible for this was none other than Griffin. Griffin was not one to shy away. After being provoked by Su Lang twice, he had to respond. Otherwise, he would no longer deserve the title of Beast. He might as well be called Hello Kitty. On the sidelines, Coach Ford of the Cowboys furrowed his brow. Griffin's strategy of double-teaming Su Lang was entirely absent from their pregame plans. This was clearly a personal defensive choice made by Griffin. Nevertheless, Coach Ford did not dwell on it. After all, Griffin was the undeniable core of the team, and such privileges were to be expected. Upon noticing Griffin approaching to double-team him, Su Lang felt not a trace of anxiety. Rather, he was imbued with exhilaration. Griffin's current performance signified that he had taken the bait. It also indicated that the negative emotional value Griffin would provide would be even greater. Hey, are you certain you wish to defend me? You ought to remain steadfastly within the paint. Su Lang smiled as he looked at Griffin, who was closely guarding him. Are you afraid now? From this moment on, you shall not receive the basketball. Griffin retorted fiercely. I hope you won't regret it. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upwards. In a fleeting moment, Su Lang activated his S-class skill, the god of off-ball movement, which remained on his skill panel. Although this skill had been sealed away by Su Lang for several matches, it did not imply that he would refrain from utilizing it indefinitely. It is, after all, one of the most elite off-ball movement techniques in the annals of NBA history. Bringing it into the NCAA arena certainly feels somewhat unfair. Su Lang began to weave through the court, dynamically repositioning himself. At the arc's apex, Curry, attuned to Su Lang's intentions, swiftly grasped his thoughts. He maneuvered the basketball slightly backward, poised to capitalize on the opportunity created by Su Lang's movement. As the positioning of Su Lang commenced, Griffin realized just how formidable his opponent truly was. He was as elusive as a slippery eel. Even with both himself and Carls pursuing relentlessly, they were unable to lay a finger on Su Lang's form. Su Lang now seems to be toying with him entirely. Hey, hurry up. You are almost catching up to me. Hey, I'm right here. Why haven't you followed me? Forget it. How pitiful. Next, I shall return to the corner. Would you like to wait for me there? Damn, you actually went to the corner. Do you possess any intelligence at all? I told you to remain steadfast in the paint, yet you insist on venturing out to seek trouble. Su Lang commenced his artistic bombardment of language. Negative emotional value from Blake Griffin, 100. Negative emotional value from Blake Griffin, 150. Negative emotional value from Blake Griffin, 200. Negative emotional value from Blake Griffin, 250. As the negative emotional values provided by Griffin continued to escalate, Su Lang was acutely aware that Griffin was on the brink of an emotional explosion. Shut up. Griffin could no longer endure the incessant provocations from Su Lang. Most frustratingly, the reality seemed to align with Su Lang's assertions. Even when he and Carls attempted to double-team, Su Lang's movements on the court appeared effortless. This was what infuriated Griffin the most. He had initially believed that their joint efforts would expose Su Lang's weaknesses, only to find that he himself had become the fool. A sense of impotent rage engulfed him. Su Lang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he cast a remark towards Griffin. Su Lang's response was akin to dousing gasoline on the smoldering emotions of Griffin, who was on the brink of an explosion. Chapter 32. The Nemesis of Beasts. Where's your alley-oop? Griffin felt as though he might explode with fury. Inept rage. Inept rage. These four words echoed incessantly in Griffin's ears as his anger reached its zenith. Su Lang accelerated suddenly, distancing himself from White, who was trailing behind. At the arc summit, Curry had long been anticipating this moment. Upon effortlessly receiving the basketball, Su Lang executed a zombie jump shot, having activated the touch lock card. The scorching sensation from the previous round has persisted until now. Su Lang effortlessly took the shot. Swish. The basketball seamlessly nestled into the net. Following his successful basket, Su Lang continued to taunt Griffin with a glance. With two defenders against him, he still managed to score. Do you even know how to play basketball? Su Lang would not let slip this opportunity to further provoke Griffin. Griffin vowed that he had never encountered such an insufferable individual on the basketball court. He now felt as if he was on the brink of losing control over his seething rage. Just then, the referee on the sidelines blew the whistle. Coach Ford of the Cowboys had already sensed that the dynamics of the game were shifting. The once subdued Wildcats were beginning to rally. While the initially formidable Cowboys suddenly lost their rhythm, Ford needed to regain control of the pace. Sue Lang cast a reluctant glance at Coach Ford of the Cowboys camp. Had Ford not called that timeout, Sue Lang was confident that within no more than 3 plays, he could have completely unsettled Griffin's mindset. This would not only lead Griffin to generate an abundance of negative emotional energy, but also allow the game to fall entirely into the rhythm of the Wildcats. However, it was evident that Coach Ford had recognized this predicament. Indeed, no team that reaches the madness of March is devoid of complexity. Hey, Blake, what on earth happened? After the players exited the court, Ford approached Griffin directly. He had noticed that Griffin's demeanor was somewhat off, based on Ford's understanding of Griffin. While he played with fierce intensity, he typically maintained control over his emotions for the majority of the game. Yet, it was clear that Griffin now teetered on the brink of eruption. His impulsive decision to double-team Sue Lang was a manifestation of his loss of control. Damn it. I have never encountered someone so infuriating. I could almost envision shoving his head through the hoop. Griffin angrily hurled the towel onto the floor, a means of venting his pent-up frustration. Ford, with an expression of understanding, finally grasped the reason for Griffin's current state. Hey, Blake, you need to remain calm. We need you. They're undoubtedly trying to provoke you. Do not fall into their trap. Ford began to engage in psychological reinforcement. He lavished praise on Griffin's significance to the team, thereby amplifying Griffin's sense of responsibility. This would help him channel his seething rage through a sense of duty. Ford's approach proved effective. Although Griffin yearned to unleash his frustration, he ultimately succumbed to Ford's theory of responsibility. His mood had somewhat settled. After Sue Lang stepped off the court, his gaze remained fixated on Griffin. Soon, he discerned that Griffin's emotions were beginning to stabilize. A smile crept onto Sue Lang's lips as he thought, "Oh, foolish Griffin, you are still too naive. Did you think this was the end? The bombardment has only just commenced." The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the timeout. The players from both teams returned to the court, and it was the Cowboys' offensive turn. They unabashedly continued their strategy of targeting Griffin. However, given the Wildcats' feeble interior defense, there was no need for subtlety. This time, Griffin appeared noticeably composed, regaining his rationality. He chose not to pursue several attempted alley-oops that had failed previously, instead opting to demand the ball in a back-to-the-basket position. Poor Lucas, in the face of Griffin's bull-like strength, could only exert every ounce of effort to maintain his position. Yet, the outcome remained futile. Griffin effortlessly received the basketball in his advantageous post position. Hey, Blake, have you surrendered? Where are your alley-oops? As Sue Lang confronted Griffin, the latter disregarded the provocation from the perimeter and began to assertively overpower Lucas with his physique. He charged into the paint with unrelenting force. A hook shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yet, Griffin remained utterly unfazed. He leaped once more, snatching the ball midair and hurling it back towards the hoop. Thud. The ball again rebounded away. This time, Griffin forcefully clashed with Lucas beneath the basket. Lucas immediately lost his footing. Once displaced, Griffin effortlessly leaped again, securing the ball with both hands and crashing it towards the basket. Center Dale found himself outmaneuvered by the opposing center and could only watch helplessly as Griffin soared for a dunk. Just then, a figure darted from the perimeter like a bolt of lightning, racing into the paint with such velocity that even the sideline cameras struggled to keep up. Crack! A resounding noise echoed. The anticipated ferocious dunk from Griffin never materialized, for the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Damn it, that truly stings. Sue Lang inwardly cursed. Indeed, the one who charged into the paint to block Griffin was none other than Sue Lang himself. However, Griffin's strength was undeniably formidable. Although Sue Lang managed to swat the basketball from Griffin's hands, his own palm stung with a fiery ache. Sue Lang can be certain of one thing. Had he not employed the tactile lock card previously, this particular block would likely have a significant impact on his subsequent shooting accuracy. Sue Lang rubbed his slightly numb palm. Hey, did you see that, Blake? I just blocked you. Sue Lang gazed at Griffin with a smile, while Griffin shot him a fierce glare. I endure. Griffin silently vowed to himself. After Ford's analysis, Griffin understood that Sue Lang was deliberately provoking him. He remained silent, completely ignoring Sue Lang's taunts. However, Sue Lang was not about to let him off easily. It turned out that the formidable Griffin could be quite easily contained. I endure. Griffin's heart roared again. Yet, The creaking fists betrayed his inner turmoil. On the sidelines, the Wildcats coach, Bob, vigorously rubbed his eyes. If he had not misjudged, Su Lang had actually blocked Griffin. Bob was unaware of when Su Lang had developed such formidable defensive prowess. In truth, given Su Lang's physical attributes, his defensive performance was not as abysmal as Bob had imagined. The crux of the matter lay in Griffin's straightforward offensive style, which offered no concealment. Such direct assaults could indeed create a crushing scenario if there was a significant disparity in physical capabilities. However, when faced with an opponent possessing similar physical gifts as Griffin, it merely became an exercise in imparting experience. Griffin encountered Su Lang, whose physical talents were equally impressive, and naturally found himself at a disadvantage. When confronting Griffin's offense, Su Lang needed no contemplation. He simply leaped, as Griffin would unwittingly present the opportunity. Chapter 33, Collapse. First, Coach Bob observed Su Lang's remarkable defensive performance and felt as though he had overlooked certain aspects in the past. Su Lang's defensive capabilities are not lacking. Rather, it is his defensive awareness that falls short. There exists a significant distinction between the two. Take, for instance, Su Lang's recent block against Griffin. Had Su Lang not possessed exceptional physical attributes, even with an understanding of Griffin's offensive angles and directions, he may not have succeeded in blocking him. Yet, he accomplished that feat. However, when confronted with opponents possessing superior offensive skills, Su Lang's defensive awareness tends to wane, making him susceptible to deception. At this moment, Griffin has unwittingly walked into a trap. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, following Coach Ford's counsel, Griffin refrained from foolishly attempting to double-team Su Lang this time. "Hey, big guy, are you truly avoiding me in defense? Are you afraid?" Yet, it is understandable. Even if he approached, it would be of little use. His defense resembles that of a sieve. As Su Lang maneuvered to evade Carl's, he directed his words towards Griffin, who stood a short distance away. Griffin's eyes widened, and his breath grew labored. "I must endure." Griffin silently resolved to keep his anger in check once more. Su Lang shook his head, opting not to continue. Instead, he swiftly received the pass from Curry. Since Griffin was not falling for the feint for the time being, he decided to seize the opportunity against Carl's. The streetball maestro's skill was yearning to be unleashed in Su Lang's hands. His ball handling remained as flamboyant as ever, and his movements were characterized by remarkable agility. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, he suddenly accelerated, deftly shifting Carl's center of gravity. Su Lang swiftly charged toward the paint. On the other side, Carl was hastily adjusting his stance, fervently moving his feet to trail behind Su Lang. However, at that very moment, Su Lang abruptly slammed on the brakes, coming to an instantaneous halt. However, his companion Carl's was not as fortunate. Unable to stop in time, he surged past Su Lang in a swift rush. Logically speaking, Su Lang found himself without a defender beside him. Su Lang could have executed a daring zombie jump shot. However, he chose not to pursue an offensive move. Instead, he maintained control of the basketball while observing the advancing Carl's. Initially, Carl's feared the worst, aware that he had faltered in his defensive position. Yet, once he regained control of his momentum and glanced back, his scalp tingled with shock. Su Lang wore a beaming smile, exuding no intent to attack whatsoever. Unable to contain himself any longer, Carl's propelled himself forcefully towards Su Lang, unaware that he had just initiated a shooting motion. With a deft change of direction, Su Lang effortlessly glided past Carl's. Carl's could only watch in astonishment as Su Lang surged forward. This time, Su Lang refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he continued to gaze at Carl's, determined and resolute. Carl's once again pursued Su Lang with all his might. Su Lang once again drew back, and Carl's was sent flying away from him once more. This time, Carl's no longer charged forward. His mental state had reached its breaking point. Despite having several opportunities to attack, Su Lang chose to toy with him instead. Carl's felt like a mere clown, endlessly darting around Su Lang yet unable to catch him. In light of this, Carl's abandoned his defense, straightened his posture, and let his arms hang down naturally. He stood a short distance away, simply observing Su Lang. Negative emotional energy from Carl's, 300. Upon witnessing this, Su Lang's face broke into a smile. Though this round did not succeed in toppling Carl's, it certainly inflicted considerable torment upon him. Did one not observe how the child's mindset shattered, leading to an outright abandonment of defense? Su Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment as he toyed with him. With his right hand controlling the ball, he raised his left hand, mimicking the gesture of checking a watch. In the next moment, he executed a flawless jump shot. Swish. The basketball sailed smoothly through the hoop. The spectators below were on the verge of ecstatic laughter. Although the earlier scene of Su Lang toying with Carls might be witnessed on a streetball court, it was merely a reflection of the uneven skill levels often found there, allowing for such comical displays. Yet, this was the NCAA, a veritable talent reservoir for the NBA, the second most prestigious professional basketball league in the United States. The scene of Su Lang playfully teasing Carls has taken a dramatic turn. Ha ha ha, how utterly absurd. I could barely contain my laughter. I swear, had I experienced such humiliation on the court, I would have certainly left the arena in disgrace. This will likely haunt Carls for the rest of his life. Did you not notice? Carls has begun to question his very existence. Such flamboyance. When did the NCAA ever witness a player with such dazzling ball handling skills? Does anyone know his name? Su Lang. It is Su Lang. Su. 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 The entire crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Su Lang's name. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. He had utterly lost interest in such hollow titles. Su Lang is concerned with negative emotional value. In contrast to the cheers of the entire crowd, Su Lang prefers to adopt the role of an antagonist. This way, he can also harvest a wave of the fans' negative emotional value. Su Lang has not forgotten the last regular season game against Stanford University, where he harvested a wave of explosive negative emotions. However, now that the madness of March has arrived, there are no longer distinctions between home and away games, and thus such opportunities have vanished. This remains a regret in Su Lang's heart. If there had been away games during March Madness, given the frequency of the matches, Su Lang is confident that he could have significantly enhanced his performance prior to entering the league, with SS-level skills no longer being a mere dream. Damn it! Why are you giving up on defense? Ford, from the sidelines, shouted at Carls in frustration. Carls shrugged disinterestedly. Would he continue to allow Su Lang to toy with him? At this point, Carls had adopted a reckless attitude, disregarding Coach Ford's shouts. If only he could be substituted. It would be a relief to escape the torment inflicted by Su Lang. During the Cowboys' offensive possession, Griffin found his attempts thwarted by Su Lang multiple times. Although he felt a surge of anger within, he ultimately recognized the situation for what it was. Su Lang is not a mere character. Unlike Carls, who has resigned himself to suffering, Griffin has not yet relinquished hope. He believes there is still an opportunity to reclaim his standing through Su Lang. During the Cowboys' offensive possession, Griffin explicitly signaled his teammates to spread out. Particularly on Carls' side, it is imperative for Carls to draw Su Lang toward the weak side at a 45-degree angle. This positioning would allow Griffin, upon receiving the ball, to execute an attack on the strong side. The distance between Su Lang and Griffin had significantly increased. If that were the case, Su Lang would still manage to provide assistance defense, thereby impeding Griffin's offensive maneuvers. Otherwise, Su Lang would not be human. After all, in the realm of the NBA, no one dares to assert that they can effectively assist from the farthest position on the weak side to defend the strong side's basket. This is especially true in the NCAA Collegiate League. After regaining his composure, Griffin seemed to have sharpened his intellect, discovering a strategy specifically aimed at countering Su Lang. Chapter 34. A sight unbearable to behold. Just watching it was painful. On the sidelines, Coach Bob furrowed his brow. After all the effort, Su Lang had finally ignited a breakthrough, shattering the deadlock. Yet, in such a brief moment, the Cowboys had devised a method to counter Su Lang. Indeed, as Bob had anticipated, with Su Lang being restrained at the farthest distance, Griffin transformed once again into an unstoppable force. Griffin barreled through Lucas with a surge, sprinting towards the basket. The familiar sensation, the well-known routine, this was the very offensive tactic that rendered Griffin invincible at the onset. Griffin soared towards the vicinity of the hoop, with the Cowboys' point guard delivering a timely pass. This time, before leaping, Griffin even took note of Su Lang's position. This time, Su Lang truly had no opportunity to intercept Griffin's alley-oop. What about the last two alley-oops of this match? What a boast. Allow me to demonstrate an alley-oop right before your eyes. Excitement gleamed in Griffin's gaze. In the previous exchanges, Su Lang had vexed him to the brink of frustration. Griffin yearned for a moment of exhilarating dunking. In reality, Griffin indeed acted upon this desire. Upon receiving the pass, he summoned every ounce of strength within him and launched himself towards the hoop. He aimed to unleash all the pent-up fury accumulated from Su Lang's earlier provocations. Griffin's intention was to obliterate the rim with his dunk. Bang! In the next moment, however, the basketball did not soar through the hoop as Griffin had envisioned. In his fervent exertion, he had entirely lost his accuracy. This dunk ended up crashing against the rim instead. Poor Griffin. It is worth noting that he had poured his heart and soul into that dunk. Now, having struck the rim, all that force was abruptly returned to him in midair. Griffin, suspended in the air, instantly lost his balance and fell backward. Thud. A heavy sound echoed as Griffin came crashing down onto the floor. Su Lang was left in a state of shock, as was Curry and Lucas. It was not just them. Even Griffin's teammates from the Cowboys were rendered speechless. The scene was utterly gruesome. It was painfully difficult to behold. Words could scarcely encapsulate the tumult of their emotions. Such a self-destructive offensive play could only be executed by someone as foolish as Griffin. Su Lang's smile lingered for merely 2 seconds before transforming into a visage of distress. This was prompted by the sight of Griffin, who had inexplicably begun to curl up in agony on the court. It was evident that Griffin had sustained an injury during the recent offensive play. This development was not only unfavorable for the Cowboys, but also cast a shadow over Su Lang's spirits. Su Lang was also poised to harvest negative emotional value from Griffin. His plan had only been halfway executed. If Griffin were to withdraw from the arena due to injury at this juncture, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. In the depths of his heart, Su Lang silently prayed for Griffin's well-being, fearing that an injury would deprive the match of a pivotal player. Alas, fate was unkind, and Griffin was ultimately carried off the court on a stretcher, indicating the severity of his injury, likely involving a fracture or something similarly grave. Witnessing this scene, Su Lang grappled with an unspoken sentiment, torn between anticipation and disappointment. After such prolonged preparation and hope for a moment to shine through Griffin's prowess, it was unfathomable that Griffin, in a moment of folly, could injure himself with a mere dunk. This year, Griffin was regarded as a frontrunner for the top draft pick. Alongside Memphis University's Rose, both vying for the coveted position. However, it now appeared that if Griffin failed to recover before the draft, he might very well falter in the competition. Su Lang concluded internally that Griffin likely would not participate in this year's draft. He recalled that prior to his own time travel, Griffin was projected as the next year's #1 pick, seemingly overshadowed by Rose. Now, fate had providently provided him with a perfect excuse. Griffin lay in anguish upon the stretcher, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Su Lang. What should have been a straightforward alley-oop dunk, an action he had executed countless times without incident, had turned disastrous this time. Had it not been for Su Lang's provocation and defensive pressure, Griffin believed he would have emerged unscathed. In his mind, he placed all blame squarely on Su Lang's shoulders. If given the chance to rise again, Griffin vowed he would not hesitate to unleash his fury upon Su Lang's visage. Yet, now, it was too late. Negative emotional value from Blake Griffin. 500 negative emotional value from Blake Griffin. 600 Su Lang gazed at the negative emotion values presented by the system, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards the direction in which Griffin had departed. This fellow, despite his injuries, remained disobedient. He had even dared to elicit a fleeting sense of sympathy from Su Lang moments ago. In retrospect, it seemed that he had indeed been rather lenient in his approach. Su Lang shook his head. After Griffin left the court, the match lost all suspense. The game commenced to prevent it from becoming tedious. Su Lang has also lost his fighting spirit. His counterpart, Carl's, surrendered early, waving the white flag and opting for a passive acceptance of defeat. Regardless of how much Su Lang mocks or provokes him, the negative emotional value he receives is pitifully minimal. Su Lang had no choice but to shift his focus onto others. The rest of the Cowboys regarded Su Lang as if he were a formidable beast, eager to distance themselves from him as much as possible. The Su Lang competition was increasingly frustrating. The negative emotional toll from this match was pitifully scant. It can be said that this was Su Lang's least fruitful experience in the NCAA League. Beep. The final whistle sounded, and the Wildcats secured a decisive victory with a score of 89-70 in their first game of March Madness. Following the triumph, all the Wildcats players erupted in jubilation. They had broken the curse and made history for Davidson College. Head coach Bob wore a triumphant expression, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events in what had begun as a tense match. Primarily, after this game, the players of Davidson College had truly relinquished their inner obsessions. Future matches would undoubtedly become increasingly effortless. The Elite Eight, and even the Final Four, were no longer distant aspirations. Everyone was elated. However, Su Lang was profoundly discontent. The reason was that he had not garnered sufficient negative emotional value from this match. To be precise, it was disproportionate to his pre-game expectations. "Hey, Su, we won the game. Why aren't you the least bit happy?" Lucas laughed as he approached Su Lang, only to find him wearing a grim expression. "It's nothing, just pondering some matters." Su Lang forced a wry smile and deftly changed the subject. However, Lucas was relentless. "Hey, Shouldn't we express our gratitude to the hero of this match? Lucas declared directly to his teammates. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Su Lang. Indeed, Su Lang was the one who had secured their victory in this game. Before Su Lang could even comprehend the situation, all the Wildcats players surged toward him. "What on earth are you beasts up to?" Su Lang exclaimed, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. Su Lang was abruptly tossed into the air by his teammates. Chapter 35, A Grim Income, the Elite Eight approaches. It has been a week since the first match. Su Lang's mood has increasingly darkened. After the first match, he profoundly doubted that this group of individuals was not harboring thoughts of celebration, but rather seeking to exact revenge on him for the torment he had inflicted upon them in the preceding months. Fortunately, the head coach, Bob, ultimately curtailed their impulsive behavior. After Su Lang landed, the expressions of regret were vividly etched upon their faces, further solidifying his resolve. In the subsequent week, Su Lang's experiences in the competition were disheartening. Consequently, his teammates faced dire consequences. Once Su Lang discerned their intentions, he confronted them without the slightest psychological burden. After all, if it had not been for Bob's intervention last time, these scoundrels would likely have conspired to silence Su Lang permanently. Su Lang, naturally, shows no mercy towards them. This past week has been nothing short of a nightmare for the Wildcats players. No one knows when they might face judgment from Su Lang. "Hey, Su, have you had dinner? Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time practicing a bit more? Have you forgotten how you were trampled by Griffin?" Negative emotional value from Lucas, 100. "Hey, Su, let's go back to the dormitory together tonight." "Forget it, Steven. If you were a girl, I might consider it." Negative emotional value from Stephen Curry, 100. "Su, I am truly curious when you will develop your ball handling offense." "Oh, is ball handling so difficult? I mastered it in just one night." Negative emotional value from Bob, 150. At this moment, the Wildcats, from the coach down to the players, are all questioning their existence under Su Lang's relentless pressure. Many players now avoid Su Lang whenever they see him. But who is Su Lang? The Prince of Confrontation. The ultimate conversation ender. "If you want to come to me, I shall come to you." In any case, none of the Wildcats can escape Su Lang's judgment. Others are merely subjected to his scrutiny during the day, but poor Curry dreads returning to the dormitory every night, knowing fully well that Su Lang will not spare him. As the competition progresses, Davidson College is gradually coming into the spotlight. More teams and scouts are taking notice of this dark horse, particularly the core players, Curry and Su Lang. At present, Su Lang is undeniably the heart of the Wildcats. At the beginning of the season, Su Lang was just a player who had recently seized the starting position from Mason. Now, he has firmly established himself as a core player of the team. This progress could only be described as meteoric. The Wildcats are increasingly approaching their first goal, a place in the Elite Eight of the Madness of March. Su Lang's mood showed no signs of improvement. After experiencing the explosive victory in the away match, he found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the outcomes of each game. This sentiment was particularly pronounced following their triumph over the University of North Carolina, led by Tal Lawson. Su Lang accumulated merely 1,000 points of negative emotional value throughout the entire match. This only exacerbated his already discontented mood. Meanwhile, all the players of the Wildcat team were celebrating their triumphant advance into the top 8. Su Lang meticulously devised an ambitious plan. Unable to endure the disheartening sentiments that plagued each game, in the quarterfinals, Davidson College faced off against the formidable UCLA Bruins. A victory over the Bruins would allow Davidson to etch its name in history once more, successfully advancing to the Final Four of March Madness, which was the pinnacle of their season's aspirations. However, this match was far from straightforward. The Bruins were indeed strong contenders for the NCAA championship, boasting a roster that outclassed the Wildcats by several tiers, with players like Collison, Love, and Westbrook, who had all made their mark in the NBA. It was evident that this would be the Wildcats' most arduous challenge yet. In truth, the Wildcats had little hope for this encounter, their mindset remarkably relaxed. They felt emboldened, for they had triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries, already possessing ample bragging rights. As the date of March 22nd arrived, the Wildcats finally prepared to confront the Bruins. Unlike previous matches, the quarterfinals garnered significantly greater attention, necessitating a larger venue capable of accommodating more spectators. Even with the change to a grander arena, it was insufficient to house all the fans. The basketball court, with a capacity for 20,000, was utterly packed. Enthusiasm filled the air as everyone anticipated a thrilling contest that evening. However, The majority of the crowd were supporters of the Bruins, as many had scarcely heard of Davidson College prior to the quarterfinals. The consensus was that this match would be a one-sided slaughter. As the players from both teams entered the court one after another, the cheers of over 20,000 fans erupted in unison, sending a shiver through the Wildcats players. This exemplified the disparity in legacy. Meanwhile, the Bruins, regulars in the NCAA quarterfinals, exhibited a calm demeanor in stark contrast to the Wildcats' tension. On the Bruins side, Darren Collison observed the anxious Wildcats with a smirk of disdain. "Hey, Kevin, look at them. They resemble a bunch of bumpkins. It's utterly ridiculous." Hearing Collison's taunt, Kevin Love glanced toward the Wildcats as well. While his character prevented him from mocking them directly, he couldn't help but harbor some contempt for Davidson College. "Let us not underestimate them. They have fought their way here. Do not allow the illusions before us to cloud your judgment." The head coach of the Brown Bear team, Ben Herland, reminded Corison from the sidelines. "Coach, you are being overly cautious," Corison retorted. "I've inquired, and had it not been for Griffin's unexpected injury, this team would have been eliminated in the first round." Corison remained dismissive. Coach Herland furrowed his brow, realizing that Corison had become increasingly audacious. As the NCAA tournament neared its conclusion, it was almost certain that Corison would enter the draft this year. He had already envisioned himself as a future NBA superstar, immersed in a world of luxury, with abundant wealth and admirers. There was no need for him to feign respect for this elderly figure. Consequently, Corison's arrogance had grown, and his deference towards Herland had diminished. With a weary shake of his head, Herland acknowledged the futility of his attempts to offer guidance. He could only hope that it would not adversely affect the game, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Chapter 36. The Clown of the Circus. In self-defense, the players from both teams completed their warm-up. The match officially commenced. The Brown Bears center Mutai swiftly secured the offensive possession in the first round, passing the basketball to the point guard, Westbrook. In this game, Westbrook occupied the number 1 position, while Corison naturally assumed the role of shooting guard, facing off against Sue Lang. Corison provocatively glared at Sue Lang and taunted, "Hey, country bumpkin, you are destined to lose this match. This is not your stage." Sue Lang nearly burst into laughter. It was his first encounter with a player daring to provoke him on the NCAA stage. Typically, it was Sue Lang who took the initiative to taunt others. It is indeed the first time Sue Lang has been provoked by someone. I must say, the sensation of being challenged is rather unpleasant. Given that Corison is so audacious, Sue Lang will not hold back any longer. I hope Corliss can endure for a few more rounds. If I were a rustic country bumpkin, you would be the foul insect lurking in the sewer, exuding a repugnant odor. Sue Lang retorted directly at Corison. Upon witnessing Sue Lang fall into silence, Corison presumed that Sue Lang was too intimidated to respond. He reveled in his own arrogance, only to be astounded when Sue Lang delivered a crushing blow. "How dare you insult me as a bug?" Corison glared angrily at Sue Lang. "Isn't it true? Only a bug would behave so irrationally." Sue Lang curled his lips in disdain. "You will come to regret this." Corison shot a fierce glare at Sue Lang, then swiftly maneuvered to the perimeter, reaching out to request the ball from Westbrook. At this moment, Corison undeniably stood as the leader of the team. During Westbrook's time on the court, he often played the role of a mere facilitator. Who could have anticipated that the currently arrogant Corison would fade into obscurity within the league? While the once subordinate Westbrook would erupt into prominence, he would eventually ascend to become a superstar in the league. Westbrook passed the basketball to Corison, who, upon receiving it, wore a cruel smile. "You country bumpkin, you will soon regret this. I am going to break your ankles." A disdainful smile appeared on Sue Lang's face. It was not that Sue Lang looked down upon Colson, but the notion that Colson could shatter his ankle was indeed a fanciful delusion. Colson refrained from making further threats, confronting Sue Lang's defense. With a swift change of direction, he attempted to penetrate the paint. However, Sue Lang had already discerned his intentions, stepping across to intercept Colson's inevitable path of advance. Bang! Rather than breaking through, Colson collided headlong into Sue Lang's embrace, feeling as though he had struck a solid wall. Reluctantly, Colson had to regain control of the basketball and retreat, preparing to recalibrate before launching another offensive against Sue Lang. Sue Lang would not grant him an easy opportunity to adjust. As Collison took a step back, Sue Lang advanced forward, effectively pushing Collison from within the three-point arc to beyond it. "Hey, you cowardly insect. Weren't you supposed to get past me?" A disdainful voice from Sue Lang reached his ears, and Corzine felt as though he might explode with indignation. Very well. Now, in addition to being labeled a pest, he was also branded a coward. This was nothing short of an insult. He was on the verge of entering the NBA as a burgeoning star. A hick from a remote village, utterly oblivious to the heights of ambition. Corazon was determined to prove himself. He completely disregarded Love, who had already established his position in the paint, frantically waving for the ball. Corazon's singular focus was to outmaneuver Su Lang. Unfortunately, after 2 successive crossovers from beyond the arc, he found himself unable to shake off Su Lang. His state of mind began to spiral into frustration. After yet another attempt to fake him out, with Su Lang still firmly planted before him, Corazon was nearing the brink of madness. I believe you would be better suited for the circus. Your antics resemble those of a clown, and the audience would surely applaud. Su Lang remained undeterred in his provocations towards Collison. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Collison erupted in anger, accumulating a staggering 1,000 points of negative emotional energy. Su Lang had yet to comprehend the sudden outburst of negative emotions unleashed by this fellow, Corazon. In the next moment, Corazon discarded the basketball in his hands, raising his fists as he charged towards Su Lang. His actions not only took Su Lang by surprise, but also astonished everyone present. The very first round of the match had just commenced, and he had already erupted. At this moment, Su Lang's experience in training martial arts in the spatial realm proved invaluable. As he observed Corazon's returning fist, Su Lang reacted instantaneously. Su Lang initially took a step back, evading Corlison's punch. Seizing the moment when Corlison was momentarily stunned, he swiftly grasped Corlison's arm, pivoted, and executed a flawless maneuver. Corlison barely had time to register what was happening before he felt himself soaring into the air, followed by a disorienting sensation. With a resounding thud, Corlison was forcefully slammed onto the floor. It was only after the sharp pang of pain coursed through him that he realized he had been thrown down by this seemingly rustic individual. The referee, blowing his whistle, rushed onto the scene, keen to prevent any further escalation of the conflict. Observing that Su Lang had not been harmed, the members of the Wildcats team refrained from intervening, though they subtly shifted their positions towards Su Lang's direction, prepared to protect him should the Brown Bears consider retaliating. However, they somewhat overestimated Corlison's standing among his peers. Despite Corlison being toppled by Su Lang, not a single member from the Brown Bears stepped in to defend him. This was undoubtedly linked to Corlison's recent arrogance, which had alienated him from his teammates over time. Now, witnessing Corlison receive a beating, they felt more joy than sympathy. Why would they come to his aid? After all, he had instigated the altercation. They were merely acting in self-defense. Upon noticing the referee approaching, Su Lang raised his hands high, feigning innocence. On the floor, Collison, upon hearing Su Lang's accusation, nearly spewed blood in exasperation. After all, it was he who lay on the ground. Anyone could see that he had just been assaulted. Yet, here was the true perpetrator, wearing an expression of utter innocence while accusing him. Initially, Su Lang's words seemed harsh enough, but the referee's subsequent statement shattered Collison's composure. Chapter 37. The Biased Referee. Poor Collison. Hey, calm down. I indeed saw that Collison struck first, the referee declared to Su Lang. The referee had just witnessed Su Lang's prowess, and his immediate concern was to placate him. Should Su Lang lose control, a further escalation of conflict on the court was inevitable. This was the thought that occupied the referee's mind, leading him to overlook the damage his words inflicted upon Collison. In the referee's eyes, a mere player daring to instigate conflict in his officiated match was unforgivable. Negative emotional points from Darren Collison, 500. All of Collison's fury transformed into negative emotional points, enriching Su Lang's arsenal. Although Su Lang wore an innocent expression on his face, his heart was blooming with joy. That fellow Corazon is truly remarkable. Merely at the outset, he has already contributed a staggering 1,500 points of negative emotional value. He is nothing short of a mobile repository of negativity. Su Lang's gaze towards Corazon softened. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the referee before him were to be stringent in his judgments, and if Corazon were to attempt to assert his authority, it was quite possible that Corazon could be summarily ejected from the game. This would certainly not bode well for Su Lang. After a prolonged wait, Su Lang finally encountered a significant contributor. How could he possibly let him go? Referee, I believe that Collison did not act with intent. His foot merely slipped. Might you consider a more lenient judgment? The referee gazed at Su Lang in astonishment. After officiating NCAA games for so many years, this was the first time he had witnessed a player plead for an opponent. It was utterly shattering to his worldview. Regaining his composure, the referee turned to face Collison. A look of disdain etched upon his features. Look at the awareness of your opponent, and you dare to call him a country bumpkin? I dare say you hardly qualify as one. The referee promptly strode towards the scorer's table. Beep. Darren Collison receives a technical foul. And that was that. There was no indication that the referee intended to penalize Su Lang in any way. Typically, in such situations, referees would split the blame evenly between both parties. However, in this instance, the referee solely punished Collison, leaving Su Lang unscathed. Damn it. Did you not see him trip me? Do you even know how to officiate? Upon hearing this, Collison sprang to his feet, intent on confronting the referee. Fortunately, Westbrook rushed in and restrained Collison. Had he continued in this manner, the referee would most likely have issued yet another technical foul, sealing Collison as fate of expulsion. Kevin Love also positioned himself in front of the referee. The referee cast a dismissive glance at Collison before choosing not to engage further. Nevertheless, the referee harbored thoughts of providing Collison with a lesson in the forthcoming plays, reinforcing the authority of the officials, which should never be challenged. Even if one were a player on the brink of entering the NBA, such arrogance would not be tolerated in his officiated game. At this juncture, the head coach of the Grizzlies, Ben Herland, wore a face of dismay. Collison had become increasingly unreasonable. What had just transpired? The match had scarcely begun when he sought trouble, completely disregarding his pre-game statements. Herland recognized that Collison's mind was no longer on the NCAA court. The game continued on. Following the technical foul, Collison's mood soured even further. All due to the antics of this country bumpkin. Unfortunately, Collison remained oblivious to the fact that scouts on the sidelines had already noted this behavior in their notebooks. This player is highly emotional. One should exercise caution when making new choices. This singular statement from the scout could potentially cause Coruscant's draft ranking to plummet by at least 10 positions. Were Coruscant to become aware of such remarks, he would likely be even more incensed. The offensive possession remains with the Bears, as Westbrook skillfully handles the ball, transferring it to the interior player Love before Coruscant can even extend his hand for it. This aligns perfectly with the pregame strategy devised by Coach Bearland. Although Davidson College may not be a household name, their ascent to the NCAA quarterfinals attests to their prowess. Unlike Coruscant, Bearland is not plagued by arrogance. Prior to the game, he meticulously analyzed Davidson College and swiftly identified their vulnerability in the paint. Fortuitously, the Bears boast a formidable interior player in Love, a resource that must be capitalized upon. Love indeed showcased his capabilities, deceiving the interior defender Lucas with a feint before rising to execute a bank shot. Swish. The basketball found its mark with unwavering certainty. Coruscant's expression, however, was less than favorable. This moment to shine was originally his, as he is the Bears' primary player. Now, it is Love who has seized the spotlight, much to Coruscant's dissatisfaction. The scene shifts to the Wildcats' offensive possession. Su Lang stepped forward directly to ask Curry for the ball. Curry looked at Su Lang in surprise. Such an assertive demand for the ball from Su Lang is exceedingly rare. Typically, it is Curry who orchestrates the play and then passes to Su Lang. However, in this instance, Su Lang's direct request for the ball is unprecedented. Curry, curious to see Su Lang's intentions, promptly delivers the basketball to him. Upon receiving the basketball, Su Lang cast a scornful glance at Collison. Hey, were you not aiming to outmaneuver me? I trust your ankles are sufficiently sturdy. Upon hearing this, Collison's expression darkened instantly. Su Lang's words once again reopened the wound for Coruscant. The misfortune he endured in the previous round remained etched in his memory. Moreover, Su Lang had the audacity to bring it up once more. Coruscant knew that Su Lang was far from the obedient figure he had just displayed to the referee. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Such thoughts are nothing but delusions. With a defiant gaze, Coruscant turned to face Su Lang. Su Lang's lips curled upward slightly. And then, with a deft control of the basketball, he executed a sweeping motion with his arm. In an instant, he vanished from before Collison. Damn. Faced with Su Lang's rapid and sweeping change of direction, Collison's heart was filled with both astonishment and fury. He had never anticipated that Su Lang's explosive power would be so formidable. How could a country bumpkin possess such strength? He, the chosen one, had underestimated his opponent and was now paying the price for his arrogance. With a mere swift change of direction, Su Lang disrupted Collison's rhythm. Chapter 38, Dazzling Collison. The turtle-faced Westbrook. Collison was unwilling to let Su Lang slip past him so easily. To be outmaneuvered by Su Lang in such a manner would be a significant loss of face. Collison extended his sinister arm, attempting to tug at Su Lang and disrupt his offensive flow. Upon sensing Collison's movement, a faint smile crept upon Su Lang's lips. However, in the next moment, that smile froze. Toot toot. The referee on the sidelines blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Darren Collison. The referee gestured towards the scorer's table. At that moment, Collison was utterly bewildered. Logically, he had merely entertained the thought, and his arm had just barely made contact with Su Lang, without any intent to foul. The referee had called the foul prematurely. This was unreasonable. After making the call, the referee turned to Su Lang, revealing a reassuring expression. Su Lang was on the verge of tears, coming to the realization that, in the eyes of the referee, Collison had become the quintessential villain, while he himself was the aggrieved party. At that moment, the referee transformed into a guardian of justice, intent on protecting Su Lang. However, this was not what Su Lang desired. Had the referee refrained from calling the foul moments ago, Su Lang would have been able to unequivocally bring Collison crashing back to the floor, potentially causing him to shatter his teeth and swallow them, leaving no recourse for appeal. Yet, the referee's whistle had irrevocably disrupted Su Lang's plans. Su Lang could only watch helplessly as the negative emotional value soared away. The referee, in a misguided attempt to be benevolent, inadvertently caused a mishap. Su Lang smiled helplessly. Consider yourself fortunate. The referee has saved your life. Su Lang gazed at his companion. Collison. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Collison felt as though he might explode with frustration. Damn it. Only a fool would require the referee's assistance. Collison now comprehended that the referee was indeed targeting him. Regrettably, he found himself utterly powerless to contest the actions of the official before him. Thus, Collison vented all of his pent-up dissatisfaction upon Su Lang. Negative emotional energy from Darren Collison, 300. Su Lang accepted Collison's generous gift with a smile. The possession still belonged to the Wildcats. Curry now understood what Su Lang intended to do. It was evident that this Collison had provoked Su Lang. Su Lang is poised to make a decisive resolution with the other party. Su Lang received the basketball once more. With a swift motion, he executed a between-the-legs dribble, seamlessly transitioning into his own ball handling. Su Lang transformed directly into a spirit of the wind, becoming extraordinarily agile. Poor Collison had completely lost his defensive focus, desperately exerting all his strength to maintain his position before Su Lang. Off you go. Su Lang swiftly returned, but this time, Collison could no longer maintain his balance. He felt a sharp twist in his ankle, and in an instant, his body collapsed onto the floor. Upon witnessing Collison's fall, Su Lang looked down from his elevated position and executed a contemptuous gesture. He then proceeded with a zombie jump shot, swish. The basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. The match lacked the earlier fervor of a scorching performance. Were it possible, Su Lang would not hesitate to utilize another sensation lock card. This, too, is a form of regret. After Su Lang scored, Collison emphatically struck the floor, venting the fury that simmered within him. Negative emotional value from Darren Collison, 500. Hey, is your ankle still resilient enough? Su Lang has yet to relent in his pursuit of Collison. This individual had brazenly provoked Su Lang with his indiscreet remarks at the onset. Su Lang is a person who understands the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Collison refers to himself as a rustic individual. His fall, as a result of Su Lang's actions, could be seen as a fitting response to his demeanor. Surely, this is not excessive. From Darren Collison, a surge of negative emotional energy, 1000. Once again, the fallen Collison has provided Su Lang with a significant boon. On this side, Su Lang and Collison engage in a battle of wits and cunning. Not far away, a pair of eyes fixates on Su Lang. It belongs to none other than Westbrook. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Su Lang's shot, a sense of familiarity welled up within Westbrook. At this moment, he remains oblivious to the fact that Su Lang is employing the very shooting technique he developed after entering the NBA. Regardless, it is clear that Westbrook's impression of Su Lang has significantly improved. After Su Lang completed his mocking performance towards Collison, he too sensed Westbrook's gaze upon him. Su Lang turned his gaze towards Westbrook. Their eyes met, and an amicable smile instantly blossomed between them. However, little did Westbrook know that within the next heartbeat, a single remark from Su Lang would nearly choke him. What are you staring at, turtle face? Are you planning to avenge him, turtle face? The smile on Westbrook's face abruptly froze, as a surge of negativity coursed through him, tallying an increase of 1000 in his negative emotional value. Indeed, Su Lang's face bore no expression, yet his heart was filled with joy. In his previous life, Su Lang's memories were profoundly etched in his mind. Westbrook, in particular, despised being referred to as turtle face. It could be said that this was one of Westbrook's greatest aversions. Evidently, this principle remains valid in this temporal realm. A single remark was sufficient to shatter Westbrook's composure. Although Westbrook did not react as violently as Corliss, the slight sense of affinity he felt towards Su Lang dissipated at that moment. Westbrook preferred to communicate through the language of basketball. A look of regret appeared on Su Lang's face. He sincerely wished that Westbrook could experience an outburst akin to that of Collison. Currently, among the three key players of the Grizzlies, two have begun to contribute negative emotional value to Su Lang. Only Kevin Love remains. Su Lang's gaze shifted towards Kevin Love, who suddenly felt a chilling sensation sweep over him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Turning his attention back to the offensive possession of the Bears, Collison, having been thoroughly dominated by Su Lang in the previous 2 rounds, was now eager to retaliate and prove his worth. As for the tactics laid out by the head coach, he could care less about them. Collison charged towards Westbrook, who had just crossed the half-court line, demanding the ball. Westbrook glanced at Collison before directing his gaze towards the paint. However, instead of passing to Collison, he opted to deliver the ball to Love in the post. This action sent Collison into a furious rage. After all, he was the team's primary star. How dare Westbrook disregard his demand for the ball? What did this mean for his standing and respect within the team? Damn turtle face. Pass me the ball. Collison bellowed at Westbrook, who suddenly darkened in countenance. Turtle face. Again with the turtle face. Westbrook shot a resentful look towards Su Lang, feeling an influx of negative energy surging from him, a staggering 500. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upward. It appears that the turtle face truly strikes a nerve with Westbrook. Merely uttering those 3 words is sufficient to unsettle him. This indeed simplifies matters. Su Lang and Westbrook exchanged glances, as if they had glimpsed a reservoir of negative emotions. Chapter 39, Versailles. Su Lang. Making waves. In the paint, Lucas remained no match for Love, who once again scored 2 points at Lucas's expense. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, Curry took charge, drawing a foul from beyond the 3-point line. He launched an extraordinary long-range shot directly in the face of Curry's defense, which found its mark. Su Lang gazed enviously at Curry's shooting. He vowed that as soon as he amassed sufficient negative emotional value, he would undoubtedly acquire Curry's skill of the court 8-fold lens. Given that Curry had yet to fully evolve and was already this formidable, one could only imagine the sheer power of the fully realized court 8-fold lens. The ensuing match fell entirely into the rhythm of the Wildcats. If the Grizzlies adhered to their coach Ben Holland's strategy, the Wildcats might indeed find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. However, the Grizzlies had a player named Collison, who perfectly embodied the role of a disruptor, throwing the Grizzlies' offense into disarray and causing them to lose their rhythm entirely. Meanwhile, the Wildcats seized the opportunity, decisively overwhelming the Grizzlies. During this period, Ben Holland recognized the issue and promptly substituted Collison out. Stripped of Collison, the Grizzlies managed to regain their rhythm and maintain the score within a reasonable range. But that was the extent of their success. Though Collison was undeniably brash, he was indeed a sharp weapon for the Grizzlies. Without him, the team lacked some of the necessary capabilities to breach the opponent's defenses. Thus, Holland did not intend to keep Collison off the court for long. He simply needed him to regain his composure. If Collison could calm down, the current score indicated that they had a genuine chance of turning the tide. As halftime concluded, in the Wildcats' locker room, Curry first surveyed the scene and noticed that Su Lang was in good spirits before approaching him. Recently, Curry had been somewhat intimidated by Su Lang's sharp retorts, but this experience had honed Curry's abilities. Typically, he could gauge from Su Lang's expression whether he would face another rebuke. At present, it seemed the likelihood of such an encounter was minimal. "Hey, Su, you seem particularly eager to attack today," Curry remarked, settling beside Su Lang. However, Curry overlooked the lingering effects of poverty that had weighed on Su Lang. Upon hearing Curry's words, Su Lang's immediate reaction was to retort, "Not at all. If you all played better, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much." Su Lang shook his head in resignation. Negative emotional value from Stephen Curry, 100. Negative emotional value from Lucas, 100. Negative emotional value from Dell, 100. A torrent of grievances from his teammates surged forth. It was only then that Su Lang realized the abundant rewards of this competition truly alleviated the need for him to continue his harsh criticisms of his teammates. However, it was still a reflexive response from earlier. Su Lang turned to see the resentful gaze of Curry. It seemed that Curry was mentally conjuring a circle of curses upon himself. "Haha, just joking, please don't take it to heart." Su Lang embraced Curry with a smile, while Curry shook his head in resignation. The other teammates chose not to pursue the topic further, evidently intimidated by Su Lang's retort. In truth, Su Lang had not revealed the whole truth to them. At present, Su Lang exhibits an intense desire to attack in this match, driven by compelling reasons linked to his grand plan formulated earlier. Should he perform admirably in this game, it is anticipated that he will reap rewards far exceeding those of his previous explosive away game. This fervent pursuit of points is why Su Lang is so determined in his scoring efforts. At this moment, head coach Bob pushed open the locker room door. Upon entering, Bob immediately directed his gaze towards Su Lang. He had just seen Su Lang's technical statistics from the first half and was momentarily taken aback. The entire Wildcats team noticed Su Lang's vigorous offensive enthusiasm, yet they overlooked the precise number of points he had accumulated. However, Bob, having scrutinized the statistics, discovered that Su Lang had amassed an astonishing 45 points in the first half. While this score may not stand as the most formidable in NCAA history, considering there have been instances of players scoring 70 points in a single half, it is nonetheless an impressive feat. Bob's purpose for being here was to ascertain this fact. Clapping his hands to capture the attention of all players, he exclaimed, "Su, you have already secured 45 points in the first half of this match. Have you considered continuing this momentum into the second half?" Bob turned his gaze towards Su Lang. Su Lang was somewhat perplexed. Had it not been for Bob's revelation, he would have been oblivious to the fact that he had scored 45 points. Nevertheless, Su Lang was struggling to comprehend Bob's intentions. The head coach, Bob, perceived Su Lang's confusion and promptly elucidated, "It is as follows. If you can maintain the same offensive efficiency in the second half as you did in the first, while chasing the NCAA's single-game scoring record may seem improbable, achieving a significant score will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous scouts." Bob articulated his thoughts, fully aware that Su Lang's aspiration was the NBA. Indeed, Bob was genuinely concerned for Su Lang's future. As he envisioned, if Su Lang's scoring in this game reached an explosive level, it would surely capture the interest of many NBA teams and players. The NCAA athletes participate at this stage primarily for exposure and recognition. An opportunity now lay before Su Lang. If he succeeded, it would significantly enhance his draft position. Bob had truly invested considerable thought and care into Su Lang's prospects. Su Lang himself had not considered this aspect, yet head coach Bob had. Upon hearing Bob's words, the other players exhibited expressions of envy, for they, except for Curry, were acutely aware that, given their own abilities, few among them stood a chance of making it to the NBA. Thus, their admiration for Su Lang was profound. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly secure him a position in the first round of the NBA draft. At that moment, Curry approached Su Lang and said, "Hey, what are your thoughts? If you're determined, I can assist you. My purpose in coming over is precisely this. If you truly desire this opportunity, we can support you." Coach Bob chimed in from the side as well. Su Lang made an immediate judgment. This is a venture that bears no risk and promises abundant benefits. Why not agree? Furthermore, if it proves successful, it may inadvertently bolster some of his own plans. "Very well. I have made my decision. Let us strive for it." Su Lang cast a resolute gaze around, awaiting the responses of his teammates. Chapter 40. Crossing you is akin to a morning road. Beep. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the second half of the match resumed. The moment he stepped onto the field, Su Lang sensed a chilling gaze upon him. Su Lang turned his head to look. It turned out that Coruscant had returned to the court. It must have been during the halftime break when Coruscant reached an understanding with coach Ben Herland, who then permitted him to re-enter the game. It was quite straightforward. The Brown Bears could not afford to forego Coruscant as a vital offensive asset. The underlying condition was that Coruscant needed to maintain his composure on the court. If he were to disrupt the team's offensive rhythm as he had in the first half, Ben Herland would not have allowed him back in the game, even at the cost of losing. Indeed, during halftime, Coruscant assured Ben Herland that he would manage his emotions in the second half, which led to his reinstatement on the court. Coruscant bowed his head for two reasons. Firstly, he still greatly needed the exposure that comes with playing on the court. Although there was a 90% chance he would be selected in this year's draft, a stellar performance could enhance his draft position. Thus, Coruscant was eager for this opportunity. Secondly, he sought to return to the court to exact revenge on Su Lang. Of course, Coruscant would not resort to throwing punches. His vendetta was to triumph over Su Lang in basketball. Despite being outmaneuvered by Su Lang several times in the first half, Coruscant still did not perceive Su Lang as superior. In his eyes, Su Lang remained a mere country bumpkin. Coruscant harbored a persistent sense of superiority. As for Coruscant South's return to the court, Su Lang was undoubtedly elated. Although this individual had relentlessly fueled Su Lang's negative emotions off the court, it paled in comparison to the intensity he provided while on the court. Su Lang responded to Corson with a warm smile. With the return of the moving treasury, it was only natural for Su Lang to extend a proper welcome. However, upon witnessing Su Lang's smile, Corson felt no sense of warmth in his heart. He had now come to a clear realization. Su Lang was nothing more than a smiling tiger, while his face bore a friendly grin. One could never know what schemes he might be concocting behind the scenes. He would not be deceived. Su Lang's smile instilled an additional sense of vigilance in Corson's heart. The match commenced. It was the Wildcats' inaugural offensive possession. During halftime, the entire Wildcats team had reached a consensus to assist Su Lang in achieving a high score in this game. Consequently, Curry did not hesitate and promptly passed the basketball to Su Lang. Su Lang received a pass from Curry beyond the three-point line. Collison instantly lowered his center of gravity, effectively blocking Su Lang's position. He was now taking this more seriously, as he certainly did not wish to be toyed with by Su Lang right after stepping onto the court. "Hey, welcome back. To express my warm welcome, I shall present you with a gift." Su Lang addressed the vigilant Corson beside him. Corson offered no response, merely lowering his center of gravity further and drawing closer to Su Lang. Su Lang smiled lightly, remaining indifferent. He understood that after a prolonged period of the match, Collison had become less susceptible to provocation. However, Su Lang was confident in his ability to incite that rascally Collison into a fit of rage once more. Su Lang deftly controlled the basketball with both hands, pivoting sharply in place like a spinning top. Faced with Su Lang's sudden maneuver, Collison was compelled to take a step back. Otherwise, the referee, who had been observing him with disapproval from the sidelines, would undoubtedly call a defensive foul against him. Out of the corner of his eye, Collison noticed the referee had already poised the whistle at his lips, further solidifying his resolve. After retreating a step, he willingly afforded Su Lang the space he needed. Su Lang resumed his mesmerizing ball control. Collison now deeply regretted his previous retreat. After granting Su Lang some space, Collison realized a troubling truth. Though reluctant to admit it, he found himself utterly unable to guard against Su Lang's swift changes in direction. After a swift maneuver, Su Lang effortlessly fended off Collison. He then accelerated towards the three-point line, executing a jump shot near the free throw line. This moment yielded an unexpected delight, as the fleeting sensation of a scorching touch returned as he released the basketball. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang promptly employed a tactile lock card, preserving the sensation within himself. With this, the strategy devised for halftime became significantly easier to execute. The basketball, following its expected course, seamlessly swished through the net. Swish. The crisp sound echoed behind Collison. "Hey, what do you think of this gift I've bestowed upon you?" Su Lang cast his gaze upon Corson. Corson's reaction this time took Su Lang by surprise. In Su Lang's estimation, Corson should have erupted, undoubtedly unleashing an overwhelming wave of negative emotional energy. However, to Su Lang's astonishment, Corson remained remarkably composed. In truth, Su Lang's strategy was sound. Yet, Corson had come to a realization. Defense was not his forte. He had acknowledged the harsh reality that he could not effectively guard against Su Lang. Nonetheless, he excelled in offense. Corson believed he could reclaim his standing through his offensive prowess. He awaited the opportunity to strike during the next offensive possession for the Brown Bears. Leveraging Kevin Love's screen, Corson halted momentarily and took a mid-range shot. The basketball swished through the net. This marked Corson's first successful basket of the match. It also represented a concession from Ben Holland during halftime regarding Corson. Corson assured that while he was on the court, he would remain compliant and refrain from causing turmoil. Ben Holland's concession was to provide Corson ample opportunities to shoot, with assistance from Love and Westbrook. This offensive success fortified Corson's conviction. Although he could not restrain Su Lang defensively, he could certainly respond on the offensive end. After Corson's successful basket, the momentum shifted. Su Lang's mood was far from cheerful. After setting a screen, Love quickly distanced himself from Su Lang, not wishing to be subjected to any inquiries about his family. As the offensive possession resumed, Su Lang has unleashed his true potential. With the skills bestowed upon him by the street ball master, he has transformed the game of basketball into an art form. Poor Corson finds himself once again sprawled on the floor, having been outmaneuvered by Su Lang. Although Corson is well aware that he cannot successfully defend against Su Lang, being humiliated before an audience of over 20,000 fans still stings. The satisfaction he derived from scoring in the previous play has considerably diminished in this moment. "Hey, getting past you is as effortless as crossing the street at dawn." After Su Lang successfully launched another offensive, he looked down at the fallen Collison and smiled. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Collison felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and deliver a punch to Su Lang's grinning face. However, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, Su Lang had already demonstrated his formidable strength. If Collison were to retaliate, the consequences would not necessarily favor him. Secondly, he was acutely aware that any further altercation would undoubtedly result in his expulsion from the game. Chapter 41. Losing the match is acceptable, but Su Lang must perish. With no outlet for his frustration, Collison felt as though he might explode. Halfway through the second half, the head coach of the Brown Bears, Ben Harland, recognized a pressing issue. It became evident that 90% of the Wildcats' offensive plays in the second half were centered around Su Lang. Furrowing his brow, Harland turned to his assistant coach and instructed, "Show me the technical statistics." Upon receiving the statistics, Harland's eyes widened in shock as he comprehended the Wildcat strategy. It was clear they intended to have Su Lang single-handedly dismantle their entire team. Su Lang has now scored an astonishing 68 points. Should the Wildcats succeed in this endeavor? Regardless of the outcome of this match, our Bears will forever be etched in the annals of NCAA disgrace. Ben Harland will not allow such a travesty to unfold. He gestured towards the referee on the sidelines, and with a sharp whistle, the referee called for a timeout. "I have an announcement to make," Ben Harland said, his gaze piercing through his players. "The opposing team's shooting guard has amassed 68 points. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" The Bears players were momentarily stunned. Their initial reaction to the news one of disbelief. How could this be possible? This is the Elite Eight of March Madness. Although they were aware that Su Lang had been scoring prolifically in this game, they never anticipated such a terrifying number. You must understand that the Wildcats are intent on allowing their shooting guard to single-handedly dominate you. In the second half, he has accounted for 90 of their shots. Ben Harland continued, his voice growing more intense. "Damn it," Corlison thought, feeling a wave of frustration. This glory should belong to him. How could that country bumpkin claim such accolades? Let me make this clear. We can accept defeat in this game, but we cannot accept such a humiliating loss. You all understand what must be done next. Ben Harland's expression turned steely, though he did not explicitly state it. It was evident that he was urging his players to employ any means necessary to counter Su Lang, no matter what. They could not afford to lose the match in such a disgraceful manner. The one most pleased by this revelation was Corlison, finally granted the opportunity to confront Su Lang openly. As they prepared to re-enter the fray, Ben Harland delivered his final words to the team. "You must realize that if we lose this game in such a manner, you will be forever marked in the history of our school's shame." In that instant, the eyes of all the players sharpened, and they turned in unison towards Su Lang. At that moment, a consensus was reached. The game may be lost, but Su Lang must be vanquished. Su Lang remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught the attention of the Brown Bear team. Beep. The timeout has concluded, and both teams have returned to the court. The Brown Bear team continues its relentless strategy, as Love once again scores by overpowering Lucas beneath the basket. When it is the Wildcats' turn to attack, every player on the Brown Bear team instinctively directs their gaze towards Su Lang. Su Lang instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere on the court. Collison was fiercely focused on him, while problems arose on Curry's side as well. Westbrook relentlessly positioned himself between Curry and Su Lang. The remaining players, almost in unison, slightly adjusted their steps towards Su Lang's direction. After a swift maneuver, Su Lang suddenly felt a tugging sensation behind him. Collins had begun employing subtle tactics. He had previously concluded that if Su Lang successfully executed his run, he would undoubtedly be unable to catch up. Thus, he brazenly extended his arm, seizing Su Lang's jersey. This time, the referee refrained from penalizing Collins, which only emboldened his audacity further. In an instant, the connection between Su Lang and Curry was severed, rendering them unable to complete the pass. As Su Lang found himself unable to receive the ball, Curry was compelled to initiate an offensive maneuver. Outside the three-point line, he took the shot. Given the limited number of attempts he had in this match, it was evident that his shooting rhythm was not at its peak. The ball ricocheted off the rim with a resounding thud. Darn it. On the sidelines, Bob, the head coach of the Wildcats, couldn't help but curse under his breath. It was apparent that the Grizzlies had begun to implement a tight defensive strategy against Su Lang, having discerned the Wildcats' tactics. Consequently, they had started to apply pressure on him. Bob cast a disdainful glance towards Ben Harland, his eyes betraying his contempt. That old fox has no shame. To assign 5 players to guard Su Lang. What a ridiculous notion. Although Su Lang currently faced only Corliss, The other 4 players were in close proximity. Bob was certain that once Su Lang secured the ball, they would undoubtedly converge upon him in a flurry. Meanwhile, Su Lang had also recognized the Grizzlies' defensive focus on him. However, he remained unperturbed, understanding that any haste on his part would only present an opportunity for the Grizzlies. As the Wildcats prepared for their next offensive play, Su Lang did not make runs on the field. Instead, he positioned himself directly in the corner. The Brown Bears, having concentrated all their defensive efforts on him, left no room for maneuver. Su Lang need not expend any more energy. Su Lang is fully capable of creating opportunities for his teammates. Let us not forget that his initial prowess in establishing himself within the Wildcats was his uncanny ability to deliver deceptive passes and assists. As Su Lang reached the corner, Corlison remained steadfastly by his side, his gaze never wavering from Su Lang for even a moment. He could not bring himself to believe that Su Lang would relinquish this opportunity. Su Lang's current actions undoubtedly served to numb himself. If one were to empathize and consider the situation from another's perspective, Corlison would certainly seize such a chance to shine. Thus, he has always maintained a vigilant watch over Su Lang. Hey, relax a bit. Can't you see I've already abandoned my offensive? Su Lang wore an expression of calm and ease. Collins glanced at Su Lang, his heart entirely disbelieving of Su Lang's words. Just then, Coach Bob called a timeout. Since the opposing coach had cast aside all sense of shame, Bob felt no need to hold back. During the timeout, he devised a secret strategy, determined that the Brown Bears would thwart Su Lang's ascension in this match. Meanwhile, the Brown Bears coach, Ben Holland, first praised his players for their defensive efforts in the initial 2 rounds. He then reiterated the importance of vigilance, cautioning that if they were not careful, Su Lang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Collins patted his chest with confidence, assuring that he would prevent Su Lang from scoring in the ensuing plays. The successful defense in the first 2 rounds had rejuvenated Collins's sense of competence. He cast a glance in Su Lang's direction, a flicker of envy and admiration flitting across his eyes. Chapter 42. They're all trash. As the timeout concluded, all players returned to the court, only to discover a perplexing situation. None of the Wildcats players had crossed the halfway line. They all remained in the backcourt, awaiting the inbound pass. This unexpected maneuver left the Brown Bears utterly bewildered. With his S-rank skill of positioning, Su Lang commenced his movement across the court, a stark contrast to the previous rounds. All the players of the Wildcats team were diligently setting screens for him. Collison collided headlong with Lucas. Meanwhile, Love, who had just arrived to provide support, also crashed into the center Dale. In that fleeting moment, an opportunity emerged for Su Lang, and the basketball seamlessly found its way into his hands. After receiving the ball, Su Lang found himself encircled by all the players of the Brown Bears. Any member of the Brown Bears wishing to impede Su Lang would first have to get past this formidable barrier. This was the secret tactic devised by Coach Bob, an impenetrable fortress. The Wildcats, on their part, had entirely abandoned their offensive strategies in other positions, clearly intent on targeting Su Lang alone. One must acknowledge the effectiveness of the Wildcat strategy, as it truly bore fruit. The defense from the Brown Bears faltered. They had aimed to swarm Su Lang, yet found themselves unable to make contact with him. Screen after screen was set, leaving the players of the Brown Bears feeling as if their minds might explode. After crossing the half-court line, Su Lang surged forward with an acceleration, bursting through the ironclad defense. At that moment, the Brown Bears center, Mutai, had just positioned himself for defense. However, Mutai's footwork could not keep pace with Su Lang, who effortlessly made his way to the basket, executing a delicate layup to score. The dynamics of the game began to shift peculiarly. The Brown Bears frantically attempted to corner Su Lang, while the Wildcats fiercely defended against them. The Wildcats' offensive play resembled more of a defensive stance, in stark contrast to the aggressive approach of the Brown Bears, who still found themselves unable to contain Su Lang. With 7 minutes remaining in the match, Ben Hurland glanced at the scoreboard and shook his head in resignation. He recognized that the tide had turned. This game was lost. The NCAA journey for the Brown Bears had come to a disheartening conclusion, marked by a profound sense of humiliation. Ben Hurland could easily envision the headlines across major media outlets the following day. With a sharp whistle, Ben Hurland called for a timeout and replaced all the starting players. The expressions on the faces of the players were one of numbness, as if they had just awakened from a dreadful nightmare, only to find that the nightmare had indeed materialized. Ultimately, the Wildcats triumphed over the Brown Bears with a score of 132 to 101. Su Lang achieved an impressive score of 98 points throughout the game. In truth, he had a significant opportunity to reach the century mark. However, after the Bears replaced their key players, Bob inquired if Su Lang wished to remain on the court, to which he received a negative response. Su Lang believed that this score would undoubtedly capture the attention of NBA teams and scouts. After the match concluded, all his teammates congratulated him, and even Curry shared in his joy. However, Su Lang appeared distracted, his gaze wandering around the vicinity. Soon, a figure emerged within his line of sight. A smile graced Su Lang's face. It is about to begin. The groundwork has been laid exceptionally well. Now comes the most crucial step. Indeed, Su Lang's grand plan has reached its final stage. Greetings. May we conduct an interview with you? A representative from an official media outlet appeared before Su Lang. It is an immense honor. Su Lang smiled as he gazed at the reporter. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge your remarkable achievement of scoring 98 points in this game. The reporter greeted him warmly. May I ask how you feel about such an impressive score? The reporter extended the microphone towards Su Lang. To be honest, I don't feel much at the moment. It seems akin to merely practicing my shooting. Su Lang replied with a smile. Shooting practice? The reporter was momentarily taken aback. Was this not an implication that the Brown Bears had no capable players at all? In the next instant, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. As if he had stumbled upon a sensational story, he promptly pressed on. Are you suggesting that the Brown Bears have had absolutely no impact on you? The reporter inquired, with a degree of subtlety. No. You have misunderstood my meaning. Su Lang waved his hand dismissively, causing the reporter's eyes to dim significantly. As he failed to obtain the answer he sought, it seemed that this sensational scoop was no longer within reach. However, in the next moment, Su Lang's words struck the reporter with overwhelming force. What I mean is, not just the Brown Bears, but any of my future teammates will not pose a challenge for me, he declared, prompting the reporter to react instantly. Su Lang no longer holds the Brown Bears in disdain. Rather, he looks down upon all remaining teams in the competition. Allow me to question this. The upcoming matches feature numerous formidable opponents, such as Lawson from North Carolina, the highly touted Rose from Memphis, and Beasley from Kansas, among others. The reporter gazed at Su Lang with palpable anticipation, yearning to hear the answers he sought from his lips. Su Lang feigned arrogance as he raised an eyebrow. Beasley is merely a defeated opponent of mine. As for Lawson, do you truly believe that a mere 5-inch nail could have any effect on me? And what about the highly touted rookie, Rose? Do you honestly think Rose could score 98 points in a single game? Su Lang did not directly respond to the reporter's probing inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. A smile blossomed on the reporter's face, for he had acquired the answer he sought. In that fleeting moment, he found Su Lang to be exceedingly endearing. No journalist would decline the opportunity presented by a player who eagerly creates a sensational story for them. Content. The reporter departed from the Wildcats roster, as he still had an interview to conduct with the Bears. After Su Lang finished answering the reporter's questions, he turned around and was momentarily frozen in place. All the players of the Wildcats team stood over 2 meters away from him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Just moments before, when Su Lang was responding to the interview, his teammates had gathered around him, seizing the opportunity to bask in his limelight. They had supported him immensely during the match, and it seemed only natural to share in a fraction of his spotlight. However, as soon as Su Lang began to speak, they sensed that something was amiss. Su Lang is truly playing with fire, daring the entire NCAA league. Is he unaware of the consequences of his actions? Setting aside the fervent fans of North Carolina, the supporters of both Beasley and Rose would eagerly shred Su Lang to pieces. At this moment, they would wish for nothing more than to distance themselves from him, clearly stating their position. They have no desire to be torn apart by frenzied fans. Now they can vividly envision the impending 2 matches, where they will not only contend with their opponent's fervor but also face the madness of the fans. Su Lang has directly elevated the difficulty of their upcoming matches to a hellish level. One can only imagine the players, previously provoked by Su Lang, feeling an overwhelming desire to tear him apart upon receiving this news. Chapter 43, A Bounty of Emotions. From Popovich, a lingering resentment, to Michael Beasley, negative emotional value 500. To Ty Lawson, negative emotional value 200. To Rose, negative emotional value 100. To Harden, negative emotional value 50. To Foster, negative emotional value 50. To Ryan, negative emotional value 50. The following day, Su Lang beamed with joy as he gazed at his system. The notifications were nearly bursting with activity, arriving at such a rapid pace that Su Lang struggled to keep up with them. How can you still be in such high spirits? At that moment, Curry pushed open the door to the dormitory and rushed in. Do you realize how the media has sensationalized your words? Curry directed a pointed look at Su Lang. Oh. Su Lang responded. The negative emotional value from Curry increased by 100. Observing Su Lang's calm demeanor, Curry felt a surge of frustration. Are you not aware of what we are about to face? I firmly believe that the forthcoming ferocious opponents will tear us apart. Curry stated seriously as he gazed at Su Lang. Unlike Su Lang, who remained unfazed, Curry had heard some disconcerting news from the outside. The next match's adversary, North Carolina, had issued a fierce warning. They intended to make the Wildcats suffer. Initially, it was Su Lang who had provoked them, yet in the end, the blame fell squarely on the Wildcats. Curry could vividly imagine the impending match would be exceptionally brutal. Meanwhile, Su Lang maintained an expression of tranquility. Curry, witnessing Su Lang's calmness, felt an escalation of frustration. The negative emotional value from Curry increased by 200. Su Lang smiled lightly. Don't worry, it's just a sprinkle of water. We mustn't underestimate ourselves. It's simply absurd. Curry wore an expression of helplessness. Su Lang's words did nothing to alleviate Curry's tension. In Curry's view, Su Lang had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The sentiment from North Carolina was clear. They had no intention of allowing the Wildcats to exit the court unscathed. It was quite likely that North Carolina would leave the Wildcats bloodied on the floor. What was initially meant to be a routine match had now escalated into a battle for survival due to Su Lang's reckless maneuver. What a predicament! The negative emotional toll on Curry surged by 300. Meanwhile, at the Spurs headquarters in San Antonio, the team's manager, Buford, remarked to the recently entered Popovich, "Hey, guess what I've discovered? Come take a look. This player is truly intriguing." Popovich's interest was piqued. Had Buford stumbled upon another hidden gem in the draft? Popovich held great respect for Buford's scouting prowess, as he possessed the ability to perceive qualities in players that other teams often overlooked. This exceptional insight had enabled the Spurs to consistently secure valuable prospects during the draft. Presently, the successes of Ginobili and Parker were a testament to Buford's acumen. Popovich leaned in closer, as the computer screen before Buford displayed footage of the matchup against the Grizzlies. The interview report on Su Lang is quite intriguing. Buford gazed at the screen displaying Su Lang with a beaming smile, clearly captivated by the player. However, on the other side, Popovich furrowed his brow. After reading the report on Su Lang, Popovich immediately condemned him in his mind. As long as Su Lang remained, he would not allow him to join the Spurs. Popovich had not forgotten the tumultuous experience with Rodman. In Popovich's eyes, a player with such a strong personality as Su Lang was merely a reincarnation of Rodman. At that time, despite Popovich's inability to manage the team as hierarchy, they stubbornly traded for Rodman. History proved Popovich's concerns to be valid, as that period became a nightmare for the Spurs, and indeed, for him as well. One Rodman turned the Spurs into a chaotic mess. Now, Popovich harbored a profound apprehension towards such strong-willed players. There was no telling whether Su Lang might become the next Rodman. Popovich was unwilling to plant a ticking time bomb within his team. Buford, I believe he may not align with the culture of the Spurs. If you are considering him, I recommend you reflect on it. Popovich subtly conveyed his thoughts to Buford. Upon hearing Popovich's words, Buford frowned. He had indeed been momentarily swept away by enthusiasm, finding Su Lang to be a fascinating player and wishing to recruit him to the Spurs. However, it was evident that Popovich was not particularly fond of Su Lang. Had it been a few years prior, Buford could have dismissed Popovich's opinion without a second thought. But the circumstances had changed. Popovich now held a significant position within the Spurs. Thus, his perspective could not be overlooked. Ultimately, Buford abandoned the notion of recruiting Su Lang, recognizing that it was not worth jeopardizing his relationship with Popovich over one player. Su Lang was meticulously tallying his harvest when suddenly a notification from the system rendered him momentarily speechless. A message indicating a negative emotional value of 200 from Popovich appeared before him. Upon reading this, Su Lang found himself utterly perplexed. He had certainly heard of the illustrious name of Popovich, yet he could not fathom how this individual had contributed to his negative emotional value, especially since he had no direct interaction with him. In truth, the negative emotional value bestowed upon Su Lang by Popovich coincided with the moment when the Spurs general manager, Buford, was recommending Su Lang to Popovich. Of course, Su Lang remained oblivious to these developments. Su Lang has taken to heart the matter concerning Popovich. Turning his attention, he began to tally his own gains. The grand plan devised by Su Lang has achieved remarkable success. The negative emotional value he currently possesses has reached an unimaginable height, 500,000. This is the profit Su Lang has garnered this time. Although the notifications within the system have somewhat slowed down, they continue to ceaselessly supply Su Lang with an influx of negative emotional value. Although Su Lang's recent plan has garnered him a wave of animosity, it has ultimately fulfilled his desires. The inspiration for this strategy stemmed from his previous encounter with the University of Kansas, where the home crowd's fervor significantly amplified his negative emotions. Thus, Su Lang decided to target the fans this time. No fan can tolerate the provocation of their idol. While each individual fan may contribute only a small amount of negative sentiment, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. This is precisely why Su Lang has achieved such remarkable results. Su Lang's grand scheme has, thus far, been executed to perfection. However, it is the teammates of the Wildcat team who have found themselves in a pitiable predicament. They must now venture outside fully armored, uncertain of encountering any deranged fans. The players of the Wildcat team, naturally, harbor no mercy towards Su Lang for the chaos he has wrought. They fervently curse him in their hearts, oblivious to the fact that their maledictions merely serve as nourishment for Su Lang's burgeoning strength. Chapter 44, Convergence in the Finals. An unexpected visitor. The semifinals have arrived, and the Wildcat team's opponent is none other than the prestigious North Carolina University from the NCAA. Due to Su Lang's provocations prior to the match, the players of North Carolina University have taken to the court with a fervent animosity towards him, launching an unrelenting defense against Su Lang from the very outset. Su Lang firmly believes that had there been no referee vigilantly observing from the sidelines, the players from the University of North Carolina would undoubtedly have brought him down on the court. The officials overseeing this match were almost in tears. What should have been a prestigious assignment, officiating the NCAA semifinals, had become a daunting task. The tense atmosphere prevailing on the court left the referees with no room for relaxation. They were acutely aware that a moment's inattention could ignite a conflict. The referees, filled with trepidation, managed the game under immense pressure, for the atmosphere had already descended to a freezing point. Though Su Lang has personally shattered his previously established strategy of quietly amassing wealth, he harbors no regrets. After all, the staggering income of 700,000 points of negative sentiment is well worth the endeavor. Although the subsequent phases of the plan have slowed the pace of income generation, they have ultimately culminated in a total revenue of 700,000. The correlation between effort and reward is undeniably direct. While there are advantages to quietly accumulating wealth, namely the reduced likelihood of becoming a target for others, this more flamboyant approach affords Su Lang the opportunity to garner even greater amounts of negative sentiment. Su Lang has now tasted the sweetness of success, almost yearning to cry out, "Unleash your wrath upon me," to draw all animosity towards himself. In this match, although Su Lang was met with stringent defenses from North Carolina, it was Curry who truly erupted. It is worth noting that before Su Lang arrived at Davidson College, Curry was the unequivocal linchpin of the team. In the annals of history traversed by Su Lang, Curry single-handedly led the underdog Wildcats to the semifinals. Although they ultimately faced defeat, none can underestimate Curry's prowess. North Carolina has erred gravely in this regard, diverting excessive defensive focus towards Su Lang. As a consequence, the match spiraled into chaos. The perimeter was ablaze with relentless scoring. Each time North Carolina executed an offensive play, Curry responded with a swift three-pointer, steadily widening the gap in the scoreline through sheer determination and skill. Su Lang gazed at Curry on the perimeter, continuously sinking challenging three-pointers, which further solidified his desire to acquire the SSS-level skill, the court eightfold mirror. Of course, the negative emotional value he carried had surged dramatically, yet it also instilled in Su Lang a flicker of confidence in grasping the SSS skill. Ultimately, the University of North Carolina paid the price for their complacency. The Davidson College Wildcats, this unexpected dark horse, once again wrought a miracle, toppling the prestigious North Carolina. Meanwhile, the victor between Kansas University, led by Beasley, and the University of Memphis, spearheaded by Rose, would face the Wildcats in the championship final, until they clinched victory. All members of the Wildcats seemed to be in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. At the season's outset, their loftiest ambition had merely been to reach the Final Four. Now, they had far exceeded their expectations, surging through the ranks straight to the finals. It was only at this juncture that fans began to acknowledge the remarkable journey of this dark horse team. Davidson College. The fervor surrounding Curry and Su Lang also soared to new heights, as numerous teams commenced serious analyses of their gameplay. When a team begins to study a player intently, it signifies their genuine intent to select that player in the upcoming draft. Following the conclusion of the match, Su Lang resolutely chose his next skill, the coveted SSS-level Court 8-fold mirror, long desired from Curry. After a thorough calculation, Su Lang made the decision to purchase a 3-fold Stephen Curry training card. He then channeled all of his remaining negative emotion points into the lottery interface, thereby acquiring a skill training acceleration card. Even so, Su Lang realized that completing this training would require approximately a month, making it impossible to finish before the finals. However, he could certainly master this skill before entering the NBA. Meanwhile, the Memphis University team, led by Rose, managed to narrowly defeat the University of Kansas, successfully advancing to face the Wildcats in the finals. Yet, just before the championship match, an unexpected visitor arrived for the Wildcats, Sam Presti, the general manager of the Oklahoma City Thunder. To the players in the NCAA, he was a significant figure. His presence clearly indicated that he had his sights set on a particular player within the team. Evidently, the most promising candidates were Su Lang and Curry. Although the other players recognized that their chances were slim, it did not deter them from dreaming. After all, even a fish out of water may aspire. Unfortunately, the harsh reality was that they indeed had no opportunity. Presti's purpose for visiting was Su Lang. When the team's head coach, Bob, heard this news, he nearly thought he had misheard. Initially, Bob assumed that Presti's target was Curry, as he was undoubtedly the core of the team. To his surprise, Presti had turned his attention to Su Lang instead. Moments later, Su Lang appeared in the office, facing none other than the Thunder's general manager, Presti. As Presti observed Su Lang seated across from him, a smile crept upon his lips. He held firm confidence in his judgment, believing that Su Lang would be a better fit for the NBA than Curry. Prior to this visit, Presti had conducted some research, and upon learning that Su Lang had engaged in systematic basketball training for less than 6 months, his conviction in his original thought was only strengthened. Su Lang will undoubtedly be a hidden gem in this year's draft. Prior to the draft, it is customary to engage with favored players, a tacit rule within the NBA. Typically, teams send a representative to gather insights about the players of interest. However, instances such as Presti personally visiting are exceedingly rare in history, underscoring his sincerity. After exchanging glances, it was Presti who broke the silence first. "Mr. Su, may I inquire about your thoughts on the Thunder?" Su Lang pondered for a moment, contemplating the significance of the question posed by the other party. "In my opinion, the Thunder team embodies a vibrant spirit." Su Lang provided a rather appropriate answer. Upon hearing Su Lang's response, Presti's face broke into a smile. It was evident that he was quite pleased with Su Lang's answer. Su Lang remains remarkably rational. Unlike other players who fervently boast about the opportunity to join the NBA, he does not indulge in extravagant praise for the Thunder. He is well aware of the true nature of his own team, and Presti is equally informed. Had Su Lang engaged in excessive flattery of the Thunder, Presti might have had to reconsider his previous decisions. However, the reality has proven that his judgment was indeed sound. Chapter 45. Another one? Curry's choice after exchanging pleasantries. Presti sensed that the moment had arrived to address the main topic. The conversation unfolded in a most pleasant manner, allowing me to reach a decision. Presti smiled as he turned his gaze towards Su Lang. Su Lang was acutely aware that they were finally about to delve into the crux of the matter. At this year's draft conference, they possessed 2 first-round draft picks, one nestled within the lottery zone and the other towards the tail end of the first round. At this juncture, Presti paused, casting a glance towards Su Lang, eager to discern some semblance of an answer upon his countenance. However, Su Lang's composed demeanor thwarted Presti's expectations. Logically, one would anticipate that the mention of draft positions would elicit a reaction of astonishment or elation from Su Lang, yet his expression was indeed unexpected for Presti. "I can assure you that we are prepared to select you with the later first-round pick, provided that you have not been chosen prior to that. As for the lottery pick, I regret to inform you that we have other plans for it," Presti continued. This time, Su Lang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Typically, in the lead-up to the draft, teams refrain from making commitments. Such assurances are usually reserved for the trials conducted before the draft itself, when teams are more inclined to pledge their intentions to players. Su Lang was astonished by Presti's unorthodox approach. Nevertheless, this also revealed his sincerity. As for the lottery positions mentioned by Presti, Su Lang was well aware of his value. The Thunder, much like in his previous life, had their sights set on Russell Westbrook from the UCLA Bruins. This could be regarded as one of the classic maneuvers in the Thunder's drafting history. This selection positioned the Thunder to secure a cornerstone player for the next decade. "Why not choose me from the lottery picks?" Su Lang directly inquired. which was also a strategy of his. In truth, Su Lang was well aware of the Thunder team's approach. However, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Su Lang does not believe he is unworthy of a lottery pick. Presti was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated Su Lang would so directly broach the subject. Logically, after extending an olive branch, Su Lang should have eagerly accepted. However, it appears that he is not entirely satisfied with Presti's proposition of selecting him with a late first-round pick. This, in turn, reflects Su Lang's confidence. Indeed, Mr. Su is certainly deserving of a lottery selection. Let us set aside the matter of draft positioning for now, and we shall discuss it in detail during the tryouts. Presti refrained from directly answering Su Lang's inquiry, primarily because he had not envisioned the current scenario before his arrival. Nor had he anticipated Su Lang would confront him so candidly. Consequently, Presti found himself at a loss for words in response to Su Lang's question. He certainly could not tell Su Lang, "I apologize, Mr. Su, but in my eyes, you do not measure up to Westbrook. Therefore, our lottery pick is reserved for him." Presti could assure that if he were to utter such a statement, it would be a grave error. Su Lang would undoubtedly refrain from choosing the Thunder team. For now, he could only take one step at a time. After exchanging pleasantries once more, Presti rose to bid farewell. Overall, this encounter had been quite satisfactory, at least from Presti's perspective. As he exited the Wildcats facility, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon a familiar figure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Presti remembered who it was. The individual was a staff member from the Warriors, specifically one named Hill, who was responsible for external negotiations. Thus, Presti was quite familiar with him. Upon seeing Hill, Presti instantly grasped certain implications. Clearly, the Warriors were interested in one or possibly two players from the Wildcats. The fact that Hill was leading the team indicated the Warriors placed significant importance on this interaction. After all, other teams did not possess stingy owners. The only sincerity they could offer was their personal engagement. With this thought, Presti inwardly cursed his own miserly owner. It was relatively straightforward for Presti to ascertain the Warriors' intentions. He had numerous methods to uncover their objectives. If it were Curry, then the goals of both parties would be misaligned, presenting no issue. However, if it were Su Lang, matters would become complicated. With this in mind, Presti's expression grew troubled. If only his team's owner were more generous, he would not have to be so meticulous during the draft. He ran his fingers through his thinning hair, feeling as though he was on the verge of baldness. As Presti's interaction concluded, the Warriors' delegation arrived. Unlike the Thunder's approach, the Warriors operated with far greater professionalism, led by Hill and a comprehensive team of experts. This team included specialists in psychological evaluations as well as a medical team focused on career predictions. Unsurprisingly, the Warriors' target was Curry. "I truly apologize, Mr. Hill, but I have no intention of participating in this year's draft. I would prefer to spend another year in collegiate basketball," Curry expressed, regret evident on his face. Hill furrowed his brow, stating, "Your abilities are more than sufficient for the NBA. Remaining in collegiate basketball would merely waste your time. You must understand this. I genuinely appreciate your admiration, but I must reiterate, I am not considering entering the draft at this time," Curry replied, his disappointment palpable. Coach Bob, standing nearby, was nearly beside himself with urgency. He fully understood Curry's motivations. Curry's decision stemmed from a sense of gratitude towards Davidson College. After graduating high school, no university had shown interest in Curry, believing his slender frame would not withstand collegiate competition. It was then that Davidson extended a lifeline, offering him the opportunity he so desperately needed. Curry recognized this debt of gratitude and was acutely aware that Su Lang had already confirmed his intention to enter the draft. If Curry were to leave this year as well, Davidson would undoubtedly be left significantly weakened. This would risk returning the once prominent institution to being perceived as a mere backwater program. Curry felt a profound sense of responsibility to lead Davidson for one more year. Believing that this year's performance could elevate the school's reputation and attract budding basketball talents, thus ensuring a smooth transition for the future. This, in essence, represented the ideal conclusion in Curry's heart. Chapter 46. The world has gone mad seeing Curry's unwavering stance. Hill shook his head in resignation. Unlike Presti, he had no intention of begging Curry. After all, the mere fact that an NCAA player was being approached personally was already a significant gesture of goodwill. If the player was not interested, it simply indicated a lack of compatibility between him and the Warriors. At that moment, Coach Bob could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. "Stephen, I understand your perspective. You have done more than enough. There is no need to halt your progress for the sake of the school. Please do not urge me, Coach Bob. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Curry replied, shaking his head as he reaffirmed his stance. However, Hill's interest was piqued. Bob's words had illuminated the reason behind Curry's actions: loyalty. Previously, Hill felt a tinge of displeasure at Curry's refusal. However, his current sentiment leaned more towards curiosity. Hill had indeed excluded Curry from the Warriors' plans. Yet just that one remark reignited his interest in Curry. Mr. Curry, if you decide to enter the draft next year, we can afford to wait a year. I look forward to the opportunity to meet you again, Hill said, casting a glance at Curry. Curry, surprised, regarded Hill with astonishment. Initially, he had turned down Hill, believing he had lost the chance to earn the Warriors' admiration. Yet, it now appeared that the team Hill represented still held sincere interest in him. Hill even went so far as to promise that they could wait a year, which was indeed a tremendous honor. Thank you very much for your understanding, Curry exclaimed, rising to bow respectfully towards Hill. Hill waved his hand dismissively and prepared to depart. Though the purpose of his visit had not been fulfilled and the journey had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was still quite intriguing. Just as Hill was about to leave, Curry's voice broke the silence. Mr. Hill, if you don't mind, although I lack the opportunity to join the Warriors this year, one of my teammates will be participating in the draft. Curry looked intently at Hill, naturally recommending Sue Lang. Despite the fact that Sue Lang often bullied him and sometimes drove him to frustration, this was the essence of male camaraderie. Upon hearing Curry's words, Hill paused in his tracks. He was aware that Curry was referring to the player Sue Lang, and he also knew that the Thunder had considerable interest in him. However, his purpose for this visit was not Sue Lang. After a moment's contemplation, Hill decided to engage with Sue Lang nonetheless. After all, a brief interaction would not cause any harm. Moreover, having brought along a professional team, Curry's absence from this year's draft rendered their presence somewhat redundant. It would be remiss to let them make the trip for naught, so he might as well scout the player Sue Lang. Before long, Sue Lang received the message and arrived at the office. Sue Lang is well aware that the primary objective of the Warriors is Stephen Curry. Hence, he is not the least bit surprised by their visit. However, it remains unclear what their intentions truly are. Sue Lang found himself somewhat bewildered. However, under the elucidation of head coach Bob, he soon grasped the situation. Curry opted to remain in college for an additional year before recommending himself to the Warriors. Sue Lang gazed at Curry in astonishment. Before the time leap, Sue Lang distinctly recalled that Curry was indeed slated to enter the draft the following year. The reason being, he had failed to lead his team to an NCAA championship, thus opting to remain in collegiate basketball for another year. However, this year, the championship seemed tantalizingly within reach. Why, then, had Curry chosen to stay in college? Initially, Sue Lang harbored hopes of altering the course of history, envisioning that Curry would join him in this year's NBA draft. Though they had never broached the subject, Sue Lang was convinced that should they clinch the championship this year, Curry would accompany him into the draft. Yet, the news he received was that Curry still opted not to participate in this year's selection. Faced with Curry's recommendation, Sue Lang felt a flicker of genuine emotion. Despite often exasperating Curry, he was surprised that Curry still chose to advocate for him with the Warriors. Could it be that Curry harbored a penchant for masochism? Regardless, Sue Lang did not decline Curry's goodwill. This time, Hill did not engage in preliminary discussions with Sue Lang, opting instead to conduct some professional evaluations first, relegating their conversation to the end. This approach starkly contrasted with Curry's. Hill's reasoning was that, since Sue Lang was not part of their initial plans, despite providing this opportunity, he preferred to ascertain what assessments the professional team would offer. Sue Lang, accompanied by a professional team, commenced a series of tests. The medical team not only assessed his static physical data, but also evaluated aspects rarely observed, such as bone strength and muscle density, showcasing their exceptional expertise. Following this, a psychological assessment and other intricate procedures ensued, clearly demonstrating a more meticulous approach than that of the Thunder's Presti. Over an hour later, Hill perused the report in his hands. Initially calm, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of unease, ultimately prompting him to rise from his chair in astonishment. The report was unequivocal. Sue Lang's physical assessment data had shown a remarkable increase compared to his initial evaluation upon joining the Wildcats. His already impressive metrics had surged to astonishing heights. At first glance, Hill felt a sense of disbelief. Although the data was extraordinary, almost unprecedented, he had encountered similar figures before. However, what truly astounded Hill was the subsequent evaluation provided by the medical team. Physical talent perfect, minimal injury susceptibility, optimal competitive condition. bone condition flawless, muscle condition impeccable. In summary, they deemed him an exceptional player, strongly recommending that the team take him into consideration. Such a prodigious talent was likened to a chosen one, referencing the illustrious Michael Jordan. The medical team emphasized this comparison in their concluding remarks, which was the source of Hill's astonishment. Were it not for his confidence in the professionalism of the testing team he had brought, Hill might have suspected that Su Lang had somehow influenced the entire medical staff. In all his years, this team had never bestowed such high praise upon a player. It was hard to fathom that the name Michael Jordan would be evoked unless Su Lang were undeniably exceptional. Nonetheless, Hill resolved to discuss the evaluation with the representatives of the medical team, as the commendation was simply too remarkable to overlook. Chapter 47. The impatient representative of the Warriors. Soon, Hill met with the representative of the medical team. The two engaged in hushed conversation. Suddenly, the medical team, as if affronted, raised their voices. "Mr. Hill, I hold you in the highest regard, but that does not warrant any doubt regarding our professional capabilities." With that, the medical representative turned and departed, leaving Hill in an awkward silence. In truth, Hill had merely posed a single question. Is there any exaggeration in Su Lang's test data? This question immediately irked the other party. However, Hill felt a profound sense of relief. Based on the demeanor of the team doctor representative, Hill could ascertain that the report before him was indeed of absolute authenticity. Upon reviewing the psychological test data, Hill promptly made a resolute decision. He would secure Su Lang. The evaluation provided by the psychological testing team was straightforward. There was no need to peruse the detailed aspects of the constipation test. It sufficed to consider the final assessment given by the team. The player exhibited remarkable psychological maturity, unwavering determination, and maintained a stable state. While the evaluation from the psychological testing team held no novel insights, Hill sensed that something was amiss. After flipping the report back and forth in his hands, he still failed to uncover the information he sought. Typically, such psychological reports, in addition to the evaluations provided, would also highlight any psychological shortcomings of the player. After all, everyone possesses minor flaws. For instance, Kobe's psychological report bore a summary akin to Su Lang's. However, it included a crucial note. The player exhibited a pronounced obsession, which was a double-edged sword, necessitating subsequent guidance if the team chose to select him. That would be the norm for such reports. Yet, Su Lang's report evidently lacked this crucial detail. Reluctantly, Hill called upon the psychological testing team representative once more. Given the previous awkwardness, Hill approached this conversation with heightened seriousness. He soon received an astonishing response. The representative of the psychological tests asserted that no personality flaws had been detected in Su Lang's character thus far. Nevertheless, Hill remained undeterred. He recalled Su Lang's notoriously arrogant demeanor. Could it be that the psychological testing team had overlooked this aspect? He was met with a definitive negative answer. The representative further speculated that Su Lang's previous arrogance was merely an act. Indeed, it was all a performance. The intention appeared to be to attract the attention of various teams. After receiving this revelation, Hill found himself in a state of profound contemplation. Astonishing. Life truly resembles a theatrical play, entirely dependent on one's acting prowess. Su Lang has indeed deceived everyone. Were it not for the insights provided by the psychological expert, Hill would still hold the belief that Su Lang is an arrogant player. At this point, Hill felt compelled to cease his reading, primarily out of concern that continuing would overwhelm his heart. The information he has absorbed thus far warrants serious consideration regarding his interaction with Su Lang. Initially, he merely wished to avoid a wasted trip and, out of respect for Curry, granted this opportunity. However, Hill no longer harbors such arrogance. This unexpected chance has unveiled to him a player of remarkable caliber. If he were to select Su Lang for the team due to his own influence, Hill would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. After all, this is a testament to his abilities, being able to uncover a hidden gem at the draft. Such an achievement is no trivial matter. Moreover, this is not merely a hidden gem, but rather a resplendent jewel. Hill once again approached Su Lang, clearly with a more serious demeanor this time. Previously, he had positioned himself with great pride, but now he dared not do so. Hill lowered his stance and said, "Mr. Su, I would like to know your thoughts on the Warriors." He gazed at Su Lang with trepidation, eager to elicit the response he sought. "I have a profound affection for the city of Golden State." Su Lang smiled gently as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a joyful expression also graced Hill's face. Although Su Lang did not explicitly express his opinion on the Warriors, his demeanor conveyed his sentiments nonetheless. Su Lang would likely not mind fighting for the Warriors. With this thought in mind, Hill found himself devoid of the inclination to continue the discussion. He needed to hasten back to convey this good news to the management of the team. After all, there was that fellow from the Thunder keeping an eye on Su Lang as well. They must prepare in advance. Mr. Su, at this moment, I am unable to offer you any commitments, but I will earnestly advocate for you to the team, Hill said, casting an apologetic glance at Su Lang. At this juncture, the disparity between Hill and Presti became evident. Presti possessed the authority to make immediate decisions, whereas Hill did not share that privilege. By the way, Mr. Hill, as far as I am aware, the Warriors do not lack players on the backcourt. Therefore, should the team genuinely express interest in me, I hope to receive clarity regarding my role. Su Lang articulated his conditions. Indeed, there is no inherent flaw in Su Lang's reasoning. The Warriors possess an abundance of talent within their backcourt. Both Monta Ellis and Crawford are exceptionally gifted players, creating a highly competitive environment among the guards. It would be unreasonable to relegate Su Lang to a bench role, although Su Lang believes that his skills are sufficient to earn a starting position progressively. He has now reassessed his stance. He is no longer the novice who first joined the Wildcats. His current abilities undoubtedly merit a place in the starting lineup. Su Lang's words left him momentarily speechless. I sincerely appreciate your candor, Mr. Su. I shall convey your thoughts to the team, Hill said slowly. After hearing Hill's response, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hill rose to take his leave, having already spent a considerable amount of time there. Who knows what that fellow from the Thunder was up to? At this point, Hill could hardly bear to remain any longer. As both parties prepared to depart, Su Lang addressed Mr. Hill with a significant statement. By the way, Mr. Hill, Mr. Presti from the Thunder had approached me earlier, and they have assured me of a lottery position. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Hill, who was initially prepared to depart, paused momentarily. He turned back once more. I sincerely appreciate your candor, Mr. Su. I shall convey this information to the team. With that, Hill promptly took his leave. Seemingly eager to rush back to the Warriors' headquarters at the very next moment, Su Lang observed the retreating figure of Hill, a smile gracing his lips. Hill's unabashed demeanor revealed certain truths to Su Lang, prompting him to utter his final remark. This was intended to exert some pressure on the Warriors. In truth, Su Lang harbored a greater fondness for the Warriors than for the Thunder. After all, the notoriously stingy owner of the Thunder had garnered quite a reputation. Conversely, Su Lang found himself more inclined towards the Warriors. Perhaps, upon joining the Warriors, he would have the opportunity to introduce the small ball strategy that would later define the franchise onto the historical stage. Chapter 48. Full Throttle. The finals commence. As soon as Hill exited Davidson College, he eagerly dialed a number. With spirited enthusiasm, he introduced to the person on the other end a miraculous player he had discovered, emphasizing that only the Thunder had taken notice thus far. This conversation lasted a full hour and a half, and Hill reluctantly hung up, still brimming with excitement. He could hardly wait to return and report this revelation, so he decided to send some of Su Lang's information back to the team to increase their awareness. At the Warriors' headquarters, General Manager Chris Mullin, after concluding his call, meticulously scrutinized the documents Hill had faxed. It soon became evident to Mullin why Hill had been so exuberant during their conversation. Su Lang is indeed a player worthy of frenzied admiration. However, moments later, Mullin furrowed his brow. Had the Thunder promised a lottery pick? Mullin was aware that the Thunder currently possessed 2 first-round draft picks, one of which was indeed a lottery selection. Yet, he had long known that the Thunder had already earmarked that lottery pick for another player. If the Thunder were still making promises, could it be that they intended to trade for another lottery pick? Mullin found himself lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he resolved to confer with the team's head coach, Don Nelson. Soon, Nelson arrived in Mullin's office. After meticulously reviewing Su Lang's profile, Nelson shared his perspective. If the testing team is sufficiently professional, I believe we simply cannot afford to overlook a player of this caliber. It is the first time I have encountered such an evaluation, reminiscent of Michael Jordan, Nelson remarked with a smile directed at Mullin. Hearing Nelson's words, Chris Mullin rolled his eyes. It was easy for him to speak so casually about not letting Su Lang slip through their fingers. The issue, however, was that their current lottery pick was positioned quite low. If the Warriors wished to acquire Su Lang, they would have to opt for a trade involving a higher pick, which was no trivial matter. It was likely that the Warriors would be subject to significant demands from other teams. The thought alone made Chris Mullin's head throb. For now, all they could do was take it one step at a time, with the priority being to gather information from the Thunder. as Su Lang now graces the court. The players of the Wildcats gaze upon him with envious eyes. It seems inevitable that Su Lang's future will lead him into the prestigious realm of the NBA. A dream cherished by all. This aspiration embodies not only the promise of success but also a profound belief. Recently, Curry had extended an opportunity to Su Lang. And in the past couple of days, Su Lang has chosen to forego his previous intentions of confronting Curry as a gesture of gratitude. Firstly, Su Lang's reservoir of negative emotions has reached its zenith, rendering Curry's modest support unnecessary. Furthermore, he now feels a twinge of guilt at the thought of criticizing Curry. Thus, he has decided to spare Curry from any further rebuke. On the other hand, Curry finds himself somewhat disoriented, with Su Lang no longer confronting him. He feels an inexplicable void in his daily life. He even questions for a fleeting moment whether he might indeed harbor a penchant for masochism. Yet, this notion is swiftly dismissed. More pressing matters await, for the finals are upon them. The underdog Davidson College has the chance to make history this year, and the outcome will be revealed tomorrow. March 27th marks the climactic finale of the NCAA, the ultimate crescendo of March Madness. Beep, beep, as the halftime whistle blew. The score stood at 59-45, with the Davidson College Wildcats in the lead. They had indeed succeeded in suppressing the Memphis University, which boasted the presence of Rose. During the first half, contrary to the pregame expectations of a titanic clash, the Wildcats swiftly established dominance over the Tigers. This remarkable turn of events was attributed to the collective eruption of the Wildcats players throughout the first half. Although the individual skills of these athletes may not be particularly formidable, their performance in this singular match was nothing short of exceptional. The 5 players on the court moved as one cohesive unit, exhibiting seamless fluidity in both offense and defense. The Wildcats' extraordinary state of play was largely a result of Su Lang's strategic intervention. Prior to the game, he boldly deployed 5 heartfelt connection cards, distributing them among each player. With an ample stock of these cards at his disposal, Su Lang indulged in this luxury. This match served as a revelation for him regarding the true efficacy of the heartfelt connection cards. Initially, he had merely utilized a single card to link with Curry, which proved to be a waste. It was the quintet of cards that truly showcased their power. The Wildcats themselves were bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet they operated on the court as if they were a singular entity. Often, a mere glance was sufficient for them to intuit each other's intentions. During the halftime break, Coach Bob was exuberantly ecstatic, never having anticipated that the championship match would be so straightforward. He now dared to entertain a newfound aspiration to etch a chapter in NCAA history, transcending merely that of Davidson College. Bob's ambition soared to unprecedented heights. Should the Wildcats secure victory, they would indeed make their mark in NCAA lore. With fervor, Coach Bob rallied his players, drawing upon the entirety of his life's experiences to galvanize their spirits. Conversely, the Memphis Tigers were not faring as well. Their coach, Calipari, was in a state of frenzied rage, his eyes ablaze and spittle flying from his lips. Yet none of the Tigers dared to evade his fury. Throughout the first half, they appeared to be in a daze, having confidently believed that the championship was theirs for the taking, dismissing the Wildcats entirely. From any vantage point, the Tigers were considered to be superior to the Wildcats. However, once the game commenced, all Tigers players were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why they were being so thoroughly outmatched by a team they deemed inferior in every position. The Tigers' defense was akin to paper, offering no resistance to the Wildcats' advances. Nevertheless, Coach Calipari's furious exhortations began to rouse the Tigers from their stupor. The culmination of a year's hard work had arrived, and it was illogical to surrender victory without a fight. It was a moment that called for desperation. In this narrow passage, only the brave would prevail. It was time for a fierce confrontation. The core of the Tigers, Rose, took the lead in expressing his resolve. Witnessing the typically reticent Rose display such intensity prompted the other players to adopt a more aggressive mindset. With another half of the game remaining, the outcome remained far from certain. Chapter 49, the counterattack begins. The battle intensifies. The brief intermission of over 10 minutes swiftly came to an end. Even some players barely managed to recover their stamina. Yet, such is the madness of March, a relentless pursuit that extracts every ounce of energy from each individual. Both teams returned to the field, with the fervent fans in attendance passionately waving their jerseys, fervently cheering for their respective teams. Overall, the majority of the crowd comprised supporters of Ross. The Wildcats now found themselves playing as if they were the visiting team, much like during the quarterfinals. The grand arena of the finals felt even more expansive, with an estimated attendance exceeding 30,000 enthusiastic spectators. Su Lang gazed longingly at the spectators in the stands. To him, Rose's fans appeared as a series of waving negative emotional values. Su Lang yearned to reap the rewards of their downfall on the spot for in this match. He encountered the Waterloo of his career. From the very beginning, Su Lang set his sights on Ross, intent on reaping negative emotional value from him, as he had done in the past. However, little did he know that Ross remained as steadfast as a mountain. No matter what tactics Su Lang employed, he did not receive the desired feedback from the system. Su Lang harbored doubts regarding Ross's mental state, astonished that there existed individuals capable of remaining unfazed amidst his barrage. Consequently, Su Lang directed his resentment towards Ross's fans. Currently devoid of opportunity, it was conceivable that, upon securing victory in the match, Su Lang would unleash another wave of sarcasm. Su Lang cast one last glance at the fans in the stands before redirecting his focus to the game unfolding on the court. Although the Wildcats held the lead, it was not yet time to relax. A momentary lapse in concentration could allow the Tigers to seize an opportunity. In the first round of the Wildcats' offensive possession, Curry skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line. Su Lang has directly initiated the skill of the god of positioning. Under the influence of the heartfelt connection card, the coordination among the Wildcat team members is remarkably seamless. Every time Su Lang makes a run, he receives support from his teammates. After 2 consecutive off-ball directional changes, in front of Su Lang, his original defender, Joey Desai, was completely left in the dust, rendered invisible. Joey Desai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He believed his defense was sound. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he felt as though he were contending not merely against Su Lang, but against the entire Wildcats team. With every step, a player from the Wildcats would emerge to set a screen. Joey Desai found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Su Lang, left helplessly watching as Su Lang distanced himself step by step. Su Lang deftly evaded his defender and received a perfectly timed pass from Curry. Su Lang made no adjustments and executed a jump shot with a zombie-like demeanor. Swish. The basketball effortlessly found its way through the net. Such a scenario had unfolded countless times during the first half. Negative emotion value from Joydis, 100. Joydis gazed in despair as Su Lang scored once more. Su Lang's successful scoring did not affect Ross of the Tigers. In turn, Ross here began to lead by example. With an iconic, unyielding change of direction, he charged towards the paint. Although the synergy card significantly enhanced the Wildcats' coordination, their inherent abilities remained unchanged, and their defense continued to be subpar. Ross boldly challenged the center, Dale, executing a highly difficult layup in response to Su Lang's score. Upon landing, Ross resolutely sprinted back to the defensive end. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. He had abandoned the notion of extracting negative emotional value from Ross. Turning around, the Wildcats executed a swift and flawless pick and roll, instantly providing Curry with the opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc, striking true once more. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Anderson of the Tigers for his defensive interference. "Curse it!" Anderson vehemently swung his fist at the air, venting his frustration. Coach Calipari's motivational speech during halftime had indeed awakened the players, but it appeared that the inspiration had perhaps been a bit overwhelming, too much of a good thing. As the Tigers took the court in the second half, their defensive maneuvers often skirted the fine line of the referee's tolerance. In truth, Anderson's foul was not entirely warranted, yet this was the referee's stance. He intended to use this call as a warning to the Tigers not to stir up trouble while he officiated. Coach Calipari was acutely aware of this, but could not allow the referee to act with such impunity. While he could not physically assist his players on the court, he could still support them from the sidelines. Calipari directly applied pressure on the referee, exclaiming, "That was hardly a necessary call, was it?" Anderson did not infringe upon the opponent's cylinder at all. The referee replied, "Sir, I strictly adhere to the guidelines of officiating. Please do not question my professionalism. What you need to do now is return to your position." Upon witnessing this exchange, Calipari sighed and returned to his seat. He understood that if he persisted, the referee would undoubtedly issue him a technical foul, which would be counterproductive. Nevertheless, he was aware that his objective had been achieved. His earlier actions conveyed to the referee their dissatisfaction with the call. Although a referee's decision would remain unchanged, the subsequent officiating would certainly be influenced by the earlier incident. This was precisely what Calipari had aimed for. While he could not aid his players on the court, he could subtly sway the referee from the sidelines. Indeed, no 2 rounds transpired. The referee immediately called an unsubstantiated foul on Curry during his defense against Rose, seemingly granting the Tigers an advantage. On the sidelines, the Tigers head coach, Calipari, could not suppress a slight smirk upon witnessing the incident. Meanwhile, the Wildcats coach, unwilling to concede, vocally protested to the referee. Whether the referee took heed of these complaints remains solely within his knowledge. Nonetheless, under the referee's oversight, the dynamics on the court stabilized significantly. The players' defensive maneuvers were considerably restrained, as they understood that the referee was seeking to assert authority at that moment. Any overt aggression could result in severe repercussions. Consequently, the Wildcats found themselves in a more favorable position. Previously, the Tigers had managed to stifle the Wildcats' offense through tenacious defense, but with the referee's stricter enforcement, the Tigers became wary of potential penalties and hesitated to engage aggressively. This shift allowed the Wildcats' offense to flow more freely once again. Chapter 50, a devious turn of events. As the second half approached its final 10 minutes, Taggart of the Tigers could no longer contain his frustration. The deficit they had incurred in the first half loomed large. And despite their fervent efforts in the second half, they failed to narrow the gap to a hopeful margin. Despair, resentment, and fury compelled Taggart to take a risk. Disregarding the referee's intimidation, he launched himself at Curry during the next offensive play. Curry released the basketball, scoring with precision. However, before he could revel in his success, Taggart collided with him like a mountain crashing down. In his college days, Curry's physique was still quite frail, unable to withstand such a deliberate assault from the paint. He failed to evade in time and was sent crashing to the floor. A moment later, a pained cry escaped him. Alarmed, the Wildcats felt a chill run down their spines. Coach Bob, visibly furious, waved his fists from the sidelines, fearing the worst had come to pass. The Wildcats, led by their power forward Lucas, charged toward the Tigers. In this moment, the victory of the game paled in comparison to the bonds of brotherhood, as the Wildcats chose the latter. After colliding with Curry, Taggart had yet to react when, in the blink of an eye, a fist struck his cheek, an enraged blow from Lucas. Caught off guard, Taggart was struck down once more by Lucas's furious blow, crashing to the floor. This ignited the ire of the Tigers players. Though they initially lacked justification, Lucas had now thrown a punch, and they could not remain passive. Having been suppressed throughout the match, they were eager to unleash their pent-up frustration. In the next moment, the Tigers players surged forward in a frenzy, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Su Lang, seizing the opportunity, stealthily approached Taggart on the floor, shielded by the chaos of the battle. At that moment, Taggart lay sprawled on the ground, appearing as though he had been knocked out by Lucas. In reality, however, he was unharmed, with only slight swelling on his cheek. Yet, Taggart was cunningly playing dead, fully aware that if he were to rise, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of contention on the field. The players of the Wildcat team would not let him off easily. Thus, feigning unconsciousness was his safest course of action. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already set their sights on him. Su Lang gradually approached Taggart, who lay on the floor. Suddenly, he noticed a slight movement in Taggart's throat. The scoundrel, pretending to be unconscious. In the next moment, Su Lang understood that this fellow was merely feigning his faintness. If that were the case, then I shall not hold back. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled upwards, revealing a wicked smile. Lying on the floor, Taggart suddenly felt a surge of energy behind him, lifting him off the ground. Initially, Taggart thought it was a member of the team's staff coming to assist him. However, in the next instant, he was utterly bewildered. As he sat up, he felt a constricting force around his neck, akin to an iron ring locking him in place. A wave of suffocation washed over him, prompting Taggart to frantically pound the floor in a desperate attempt to attract attention. Yet, amidst the chaos on the field, no one noticed the plight of Taggart sprawled on the ground. The guillotine. This was the sinister gift Su Lang had bestowed upon Taggart. This contemptible individual showed no mercy. Had it not been for a flicker of rationality remaining within him, Su Lang would have undoubtedly opted for a more excruciating fate for his opponent, rather than the mere guillotine he had chosen. Taggart flailed his arms in a frenzy, but then there was nothing more to follow. He could only endure the guillotine's grasp for a mere 4 seconds before succumbing to unconsciousness. This time, it was not a feigned act. He truly lost consciousness. Su Lang sensed that Taggart had ceased his resistance and casually cast him onto the floor. Then, once more taking advantage of the cover provided by the battle group, he distanced himself from Taggart. With matters settled, he departed discreetly, concealing both his merits and his name. No one noticed the moment of conflict between the two parties just moments ago. The clandestine actions of Su Lang, akin to a stealthy strike, unfolded as the battle raged on for nearly half a minute before finally subsiding with the arrival of security personnel. Although the players from both sides were separated, they remained fixated on one another with intense glares. At this moment, Su Lang presented himself as the picture of innocence, standing protectively beside Curry. While the referee's expression darkened ominously, it could be said that the referee's fears had come to fruition, despite his extensive preparations to avert conflict during the match. He had not anticipated the eruption of hostilities, which indicated a failure in his oversight. In truth, the referee bore no fault in this incident. He had executed his duties commendably, both in terms of adjudication and managing the situation. However, certain matters lay beyond his control, such as Taggart's reckless behavior and Lucas's explosive temper. The referee shook his head in resignation and turned to observe the proceedings at the technical table. Su Lang quietly stayed beside Curry. "Hey, how is Steven?" Curry shook his head helplessly, a hint of discontent evident on his face. In an instant, Su Lang's expression darkened. It seemed that Curry's issue was more serious than he had initially perceived. Su Lang now truly regrets having gone easy on Taggart earlier. Soon, medical personnel swiftly entered the scene. It was at this moment that people realized Taggart lay unconscious on the floor. Lucas stared at Taggart in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the power of his own fist. When had he developed such formidable strength, capable of knocking someone to the ground with a single blow, leading to their current state of unconsciousness? Could it be that in a moment of rage, he had unleashed his utmost potential? Lucas found himself engulfed in self-doubt. As Taggart remained in a state of unconsciousness, the medical team prioritized their attention on him. In the meantime, Curry tugged at Su Lang's jersey. Su Lang turned to Curry. "Is it you?" Curry gazed back at Su Lang, inquiring, "What do you mean, is it me? What are you talking about?" Su Lang felt a sudden jolt of surprise in her heart, yet her face betrayed no emotion. After all, the scene had been so chaotic moments ago that Curry surely could not have seen anything. "You know what I'm referring to," Curry remarked, gesturing towards Taggart's direction as he spoke. Su Lang gazed into Curry's eyes, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I shall grant you your revenge." Su Lang did not provide a direct answer to Curry's inquiry. However, Curry gleaned the information he sought from Su Lang's words. Indeed, the current state of Taggart was a consequence of Su Lang's actions. Contemplating this, Curry felt an involuntary chill sweep over the back of his neck. He meticulously reflected on whether he had offended Su Lang during this period. He had no desire to meet a silent downfall akin to Taggart's. Both Curry and Su Lang tacitly chose not to pursue this topic further. Before long, Taggart regained consciousness. Upon confirming that he was not gravely injured, the medical staff approached Curry. A fractured tibia, perhaps even a more severe fracture. This was the preliminary assessment provided by the medical personnel. Thus, it signaled the end of Curry's NCAA campaign for the year. He would be unable to remain on the court for the forthcoming matches. Upon receiving this news, the Wildcats erupted in outrage. Had it not been for Coach Bob's intervention, they might have charged into the Tigers' camp, igniting another brawl. In truth, Coach Bob yearned more than anyone to tear Taggart apart. In his eyes, Curry was already akin to family. Nevertheless, Bob could not act impulsively. The Wildcats were already brimming with fervor. He needed to maintain his composure. This was a matter of responsibility. He could not allow the team's hard work over the year to go to waste. Chapter 51. Catastrophe. A 4-against-5 situation soon. The dejected Curry was carried off the court. As he exited, he turned to Su Lang and said, "The upcoming matches are in your hands." Observing Curry's earnest gaze, Su Lang, usually lighthearted, rarely displayed such a serious demeanor. "Do not worry. Victory shall surely be ours." With Su Lang's reassuring response, Curry was finally carried away on the stretcher. Shortly thereafter, the referees rendered their decision. All of the starting Wildcats, save for Su Lang, were ejected. 4 players from the bench were also expelled. This left the Wildcats in an awkward predicament, far from their usual team composition. A team typically comprises a standard roster of 12 players. However, following the recent altercation, Curry sustained an injury and was forced to withdraw. The remaining players were expelled from the game, leaving the Wildcats with a mere 4 players. They could not even muster the requisite 5 for a basic configuration on the court. On the other hand, the Tigers were fortunate. The instigator of the conflict, Taggart, was also expelled, yet they retained exactly 5 players. According to NCAA regulations, this predicament meant that the Wildcats would have to contend with a 4-5 disadvantage in the upcoming match. Coach Calipari of the Tigers recognized this opportunity and glanced up at the scoreboard, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. The altercation had indeed become a pivotal moment. Despite the score disparity, there remained a viable chance for the Tigers to close the gap before the game concluded. A flicker of hope illuminated Calipari's gaze. At that moment, Taggart, who should have exited, engaged in a dispute with the referee. He accused the official of overlooking that during the fracas, someone had indeed throttled him, which was the true cause of his unconsciousness, rather than the punch delivered by Lucas as the referee had assumed. It was evident that Su Lang had escaped expulsion this time because the officials failed to witness his knockout of Taggart, having learned from the previous incident captured on video. Su Lang exercised greater caution this time around. The process of Su Lang's crime was entirely obscured by the chaotic battlefield. Thus, even the referees, upon review, failed to notice the 5 seconds during which Su Lang committed the act. Taggart, eager to engage the referees in a dispute, was interrupted by the appearance of Calipari. This was the Tigers' opportunity for a comeback, and he was determined not to let Taggart interfere. Although Taggart bore some responsibility for the current situation, it did not imply that Calipari would indulge him. Damn it. Stop this pointless bickering. I can clearly see you were knocked out by a punch from the opponent. Calipari decisively concluded the matter. Taggart cursed under his breath, realizing that further appeals were futile, and reluctantly turned toward the players' tunnel. As he approached the tunnel, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance back at the Wildcats' direction. His gaze met Su Lang's enigmatic smile, a moment that ignited a frenzy in Taggart's mind. In an instant, he comprehended that his instincts had not betrayed him. The sharp pain in his throat was all too real. The true mastermind behind it all was the man before him. Positioned at a distance, Taggart had never felt his intellect so acutely engaged, but in this moment, he indeed discerned the architect of the unfolding events. Negative emotion points from Taggart, 1,000. As Su Lang noted the system's prompt, a subtle smile graced his lips. It appeared that this fellow was not entirely dim-witted. He had managed to infer the meaning behind Su Lang's glance. Originally, Su Lang hadn't expected Taggart to be perceptive enough to notice. However, since he had, it bore no consequence, as it merely provided Su Lang with a wave of negative emotion points. Taggart vanished begrudgingly into the players' tunnel, while the match continued unabated. The Tigers' head coach delivered the final tactical instructions before the players took the field. You too, keep a close watch on Su Lang. Regardless of whether it's offense or defense, the two players, having received Calipari's directive, nodded emphatically. The players from both teams returned to the court, with Ross of the Tigers still on the field. This was hardly surprising, given Ross's temperament. Such a conflict will naturally not participate. At present, both teams possess a core player on the field. Logically, the disparity should not be substantial. However, one must not overlook a crucial point. The Wildcats are down to only 4 players. Perhaps only in the NCAA could such an inequitable match be permitted. This is precisely the allure of the NCAA, as many fans are eager to witness what miracles might be conjured when 4 face 5. Moreover, history has shown instances in the NCAA where a team with 4 players has emerged victorious against 5. Nonetheless, this is the first occurrence at the finals. The possession of the ball has reverted to what it was before the conflict, belonging to the Wildcats. Initially, 2 players from the Tigers rigorously adhered to Coach Calipari's strategy, completely disregarding the others. From the very beginning, they clung to Su Lang like a piece of taffy, one on the left and the other on the right, providing him with no space to receive the ball whatsoever. Su Lang continuously maneuvered, yet his defender was equally relentless, shadowing him at a mere step's distance. As the time for the baseline throw approached, the Wildcat substitutes found themselves at an impasse and were compelled to pass the basketball to another substitute. Coach Bob of the Wildcats, observing from the sidelines, was in a state of agitation, stamping his feet in frustration. There was no alternative. After all, substitutes are merely substitutes. In stark contrast to Bob's explosive demeanor, Calipari's countenance remained increasingly composed. This time, the Wildcat substitutes made a grave error in judgment, as the basketball was passed to another substitute. Despite his utmost efforts to control it past half court, he could find no offensive opportunities, for before him stood the relentless Ross. Though Ross felt a twinge of unfairness in his actions, he would not relinquish the chance to seize the championship. Under Ross's staunch defense, the Wildcats ultimately committed an offensive violation. Witnessing this unfold, a smile crept across Calipari's face. The Wildcats were finished. Although there was a point deficit on the scoreboard, Calipari was confident that his prized protege, Ross, would undoubtedly bridge that gap. Indeed, in the next round, Ross executed a reckless, unyielding change of direction, instantly leaving the opposing Wildcats substitute in his wake, and then surged to the basket to complete a thunderous dunk. In a mere possession, The disadvantage of 4 against 5 was glaringly evident. Damn it. After witnessing this scene, Su Lang cursed internally. This was indeed a significant loss. After the match concluded, there would surely be a reckoning. In Su Lang's gaze, a hint of displeasure was evident. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 heart-to-heart cards from the system. There was no alternative. This might be the final means to assist the 3 substitutes of the Wildcat team. This match did not yield a significant amount of negative emotional value. Yet it did deplete a considerable portion of Su Lang's reserves. Su Lang found himself engaging in a rather unfortunate venture for the very first time. Chapter 52. A Life Hanging by a Thread. Rose's near-game winner. After utilizing the heart-to-heart card, the situation on the court began to improve slightly. However, the inherent disadvantage of being 4 against 5 remained apparent. At the very least, Su Lang was now able to receive the basketball, as long as he could secure possession. He could exert some control over the unfolding events. Rose was also giving it his all, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity that lay before him. As time passed, the score on the court drew ever closer. Rose sensed that his goal was within reach, tantalizingly close. Boom. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers. Indeed, with just 35 seconds remaining in the match, the Tigers managed to equalize the score. The figures now stood at 108 to 108. Although Su Lang continued to score, the Tigers had escalated their unscrupulous tactics to the extreme in the absence of his teammates. At times, 3 players would surround Su Lang, determined to prevent him from receiving the ball, believing that without him, the Wildcats would falter. Rose, panting heavily, had just executed the shot that leveled the score. At this moment, he was relying solely on sheer willpower. In pursuit of closing the gap, he had expended considerable energy. Fortunately, as the game neared its conclusion, he had managed to rectify the deficit. Foul! Foul! Coach Calipari on the sidelines shouted frantically, responding to his signal. A player from the Tigers grabbed hold of a substitute from the Wildcats. How shameless. Witnessing this scene, Wildcats head coach Bob was tempted to confront Calipari directly in a show of rivalry. Calipari seemed intent on obliterating the Wildcats' hopes. The fouled Wildcats player stood at the free throw line, a bewildered expression on his face. He could almost feel his heart racing to the brink of explosion. After all, he was merely a bench warmer. Why should he bear such immense pressure? The Wildcats substitute stood on the verge of collapse, never having anticipated that the fate of the championship would rest upon his unassuming shoulders. The overwhelming pressure caused his first free throw to sail beyond the baseline. Coach Bob could no longer bear to watch. All the players on the Tigers' side wore expressions of exhilaration. At that moment, a voice broke through. Hey, calm down, just like in practice. Trust me, I've got this. The voice of Su Lang resonated from beyond the three-point line. The substitute players of the Wildcats turned to see Su Lang, his expression serious and focused. Unlike his usual banter with them, he exuded an air of remarkable calmness. An inexplicable aura of authority surrounded him, and the players of the Wildcats found an unexpected sense of reassurance in his presence. This demeanor is a quality that only a true leader of a team possesses. It can be said that a core leader must embody such attributes, making him worthy of the team's future. Su Lang had never displayed these traits before. But after Curry's departure, he embraced a greater responsibility. The qualities inherent in Su Lang can no longer be concealed. In truth, Su Lang is quite attentive in his demeanor, recognizing that Curry is the true leader of the team. For Curry, Davidson College represents a significant chapter in his life. However, for Su Lang, the NCAA merely serves as a stepping stone to the NBA. Consequently, Su Lang has not exhibited any desire to compete for the title of team leader against Curry. This dynamic elucidates why Curry is particularly inclined to pass the ball to Su Lang. Both players are tacitly engaged in fulfilling their respective roles. If Curry were genuinely perturbed by Su Lang's presence, he would refrain from passing him the ball. Su Lang expressed his determination to compete for the role of the team's core leader. The harmonious dynamic between Curry and Su Lang stems from their mutual intelligence. However, Su Lang has now revealed a side of himself previously unknown to others. After receiving Su Lang's support, the Wildcats bench player confidently converted a second free throw, allowing the Wildcats to regain a 1-point lead. The score on the court now stood at 109 to 108, placing pressure back on the Tigers. With 31 seconds remaining, the Tigers had ample time to orchestrate an offensive play. Rose, positioned at the arc, skillfully controlled the basketball while consuming precious seconds. As time ticked away, tension gripped the hearts of all present. The fans in the stands held their breath, fully absorbed in the unfolding drama, wary of any distraction that might affect the players on the court. With just 8 seconds left, Rose initiated his attack. Without losing momentum, he changed direction, evading his defender. And, aided by a screen, he skillfully eluded the approaching Wildcats player. Without hesitation, Rose charged toward the basket, executing his most confident offensive maneuver. Upon reaching the hoop, he delivered a thunderous dunk, completing the play. The Tigers had now taken their first lead of the match, with the score at 109-110. At this moment, the game clock paused. In NCAA matches, the clock stops during the final 2 minutes of each half following a successful basket, providing the Wildcats with one last opportunity. Su Lang immediately lifted his gaze towards the timer. For seconds. Only 4 seconds remained in the offensive play. Beep. Coach Bob of the Wildcats called a timeout. This would enable the team to execute an inbound pass, allowing those precious seconds to facilitate an offensive attempt. It was clear to everyone that the final play would undoubtedly be executed by Su Lang. Consequently, during the timeout, both teams' strategies became glaringly obvious. The Wildcats were determined to pass the ball to Su Lang at all costs, while the Tigers were resolutely intent on denying him the ball. As the timeout concluded, the Tigers were taken aback. To their astonishment, it was Su Lang himself who would execute the inbound pass. Indeed, they had anticipated that the decisive moment would rest in Su Lang's south hands on the court, but he had opted to initiate the play from the sidelines. This unexpected turn of events completely rattled the Tigers. In truth, this tactic was one that Su Lang had suggested to Coach Bob at the last moment. Initially, the Wildcats' strategy had been to create screens for Su Lang to receive the ball. However, Su Lang deemed that approach too risky. Thus, he ingeniously devised an alternative strategy. This new tactic caused a flicker of confusion among the Tigers. After all, their preparations during the timeout had been solely focused on Su Lang. With him absent from the court, they suddenly found themselves devoid of a clear target. No one knew where the defensive focus should lie. Chapter 53, Counterattack. We are the champions. This was the situation Su Lang had desired. Su Lang seized the moment of chaos within the Tiger team as the basketball was just released from the referee's hands. Su Lang received the basketball and, in one fluid motion, propelled it into the court. He then swiftly advanced into the playing area. The trajectory of the basketball was directed precisely towards the back of a defensive player from the Tiger team. Su Lang is playing with fire. However, the defensive player from the Tigers has let his guard down. He mistakenly believes that Su Lang poses no threat outside the court. Consequently, his attention wavers for just a fleeting moment. Afterward, the basketball strikes him from behind. Su Lang swiftly seized the basketball and, without a moment's hesitation, accelerated towards the hoop. Should he employ the time-slowing card? Indeed, Su Lang had not forgotten the card that once aided him in achieving victory. Upon utilizing the time-slowing card, he felt as though his world had instantaneously transformed into a languid state. He could even discern the trembling muscles on the faces of the defensive players, taut with anxiety. 3 seconds. Su Lang stepped beyond the three-point line, deftly evading a defender. 2 seconds. Su Lang stood near the free-throw line, and the entire Tiger team rushed towards him. In his eyes, their movements transformed into slow motion. 1 second. Su Lang leapt into the air, executing his shot with seamless precision. Beep. At that moment, the final whistle of the match echoed through the arena. Yet, silence enveloped the crowd, as all eyes were fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. This single shot would determine the fate of the championship. As Su Lang released the basketball, a faint smile graced his face. The shot was successful. Su Lang harbored an unwavering confidence in his shot this time. Indeed, the outcome confirmed his belief. Swish. The sound of the basketball gracefully finding its mark resonated. A triumphant victory. In a thrilling finale, Su Lang delivered a stunning victory against the Tigers, securing the championship title for this year's NCAA tournament and propelling Davidson College to an unexpected triumph. As the basketball swished through the net, the crowd erupted, no longer able to contain their exuberance. Their joyous roars filled the arena as the match unfolded in a manner that defied all expectations. This encounter could be deemed the most exhilarating NCAA final in nearly 5 decades. 4-against-5, a near-game winner followed by a remarkable counter. The emotions of the fans soared like a roller coaster ride. It was simply extraordinary. Oh my goodness, this was nothing short of a miracle. Good heavens. I find myself somewhat fond of this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom. The entire audience was utterly captivated. We are champions. We truly won. Yes, we accomplished it. This will undoubtedly be the most magnificent moment of my life. My word. Su, I adore you. At this moment, Coach Bob could no longer restrain his elation and embraced Su Lang fervently. In his excitement, Coach Bob even contemplated kissing Su Lang on the cheek. Goodness! Upon witnessing this, Su Lang felt a shiver run down his spine. Hey, Coach Bob, I would rather not be kissed by a bearded giant. As Su Lang spoke, he gently declined the enthusiastic overtures of Coach Bob. Naturally, if you were a stunning beauty, I would certainly not mind such attentions. Su Lang added another remark. The negative emotional value from Coach Bob increased by 500. Coach Bob cast a resentful glance at Su Lang. Just a moment ago, Su Lang appeared endearing in his eyes. But now he seemed somewhat detestable. The joy of having secured the championship had notably diminished. Shouldn't this be a time for wild celebration and exuberant cheers? Yet here we are, still quibbling over trifles. Besides, I am not some burly figure. Observing Coach Bob's melancholic gaze, Su Lang smiled softly and took the initiative to embrace him, gently whispering in his ear, Hey, I am immensely grateful to you, Coach Bob. I shall never forget you. You old fellow. Damn it. Coach Bob could hardly contain his tears as they began to fall. This insufferable fellow certainly had a way with emotions. In Bob's eyes, Su Lang appeared even more endearing. Su Lang and Bob were engaged in an emotional exchange, while the other players of the Wildcats reveled in carefree banter. At that moment, no one noticed the somber atmosphere enveloping the Tigers. After battling fiercely throughout the match, they faltered in the end. The Team S star, Ross, struggled to suppress the tears welling at the corners of his eyes, his gaze tinged with red. Why did he leave 4 seconds on the clock? If only he had squandered another second or two, Su Lang might not have had the chance to deliver the final blow. Ross found himself grappling with this question. Yet no one possessed the answer. Gradually, Ross approached Coach Calipari's side. I'm sorry, Coach, he murmured, bowing his head. It's not your fault, kid. You've performed admirably. Calipari gently patted Ross on the head, offering solace. At that moment, Ross could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face like a rushing river. If I hadn't left him 4 seconds to attack, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to defeat us. Ross took the full weight of the blame upon himself. Calipari, sensing Ross's turmoil, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not despair. This is the very allure of basketball, the reason you love the game. This match is not your conclusion. Your future lies ahead. Calipari sought to console the young man before him, fully aware of the sensitivity hidden beneath his seemingly sturdy exterior. He had always carried the team's burden, and the pressure on him was immense. Now, dry your tears. Let us extend our congratulations to them, for they deserve our respect. Calipari encouraged, patting Ross's back before turning toward the Wildcats. Even in defeat, maintaining dignity was paramount. Congratulations. You are indeed fortunate to have such remarkable players, Calipari remarked, shaking Bob's outstretched hand with a smile. Too kind. Too kind. Bob responded with laughter, though inwardly he cursed, old fox. Still not satisfied? The implication of Calipari's words was clear. He was insinuating that victory was solely due to having 2 exceptional players. Meanwhile, Ross and Su Lang stood together. You're amazing. I never anticipated losing this match, Ross said, his expression somewhat forlorn as he gazed at Su Lang. Of course I'm good. I never expected we would play this well against each other, Su Lang replied. With a radiant smile, Su Lang embraced Ross before him. Upon hearing the first half of Su Lang's words, Ross was momentarily taken aback, but eventually a subtle smile graced his face. Su Lang is also praising his own strength. By the way, I heard that you will participate in a talent show this year as well. Su Lang gazed at Ross before him. Thus. This may well be the regret of my lifetime. Ross nodded, casting another reluctant glance towards the court. Do not dwell on the present. Our battlefield lies within the NBA. Su Lang smiled as he spoke. Next time, I shall not be defeated by you. Ross replied nonchalantly, then turned and walked away from Su Lang's side. Next time, I will still prevail over you. Su Lang's voice echoed from behind Ross, causing his footsteps to falter for a brief moment. In that instant, Ross felt as though he had encountered a fateful rival. Chapter 54. Let him go celebrate. The members of the Tigers had vacated the court, leaving only one prominent figure remaining, the victorious Davidson College Wildcats. The players who had previously been ejected gradually returned, as they were to partake in the traditional NCAA celebration. It was imperative that all Wildcats players were present for this occasion. Seated in a wheelchair, Curry returned to the scene, accompanied by an extendable ladder positioned beneath the hoop. Their task was to engage in the NCAA's cherished tradition, cutting down the net. Without hesitation, Curry remained steadfast, while Su Lang took it upon himself to sever the first strand of the net. Su Lang casually snipped a strand of the net that symbolized his own contributions. This is a tradition in the NCAA. The first to cut the net is invariably the team's pivotal leader, followed by other players who ascend in accordance with their standing within the team. However, the final strand is undeniably reserved for the head coach. The significance of this ritual lies in the fact that the first strand represents the trailblazer who bravely battles for the team, while the last strand signifies the silent architect who diligently lays the foundation for the team's success. Su Lang extended the first basketball net towards Curry. Curry looked up at Su Lang and said, "Hand me a piece of yours. I wish to see how yours differs." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang handed over everything he had to Curry. Upon receiving the two strands of the net, Curry, under Su Lang's astonished gaze, swiftly clasped his hands together, intertwining the two strands. Even Curry himself was unsure which strand was the first. "Choose one," he said, extending his hands with a beaming smile directed at Su Lang. "You need not follow my lead. The previous outcome was quite satisfactory." Su Lang cast a helpless glance at Curry. Curry was expressing his gratitude to Su Lang through his actions. He believed that Su Lang was more deserving of the first piece of the net. However, based on his understanding of Su Lang, he knew that directly proposing it would surely be met with refusal. It would be better to leave the final outcome to fate. In this way, only the heavens would know who truly claimed the first piece of the net. After scrutinizing the scene, Su Lang reached out and took a piece of the basketball net. Upon witnessing Su Lang's action, a smile blossomed on Curry's face. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. "Ah, Stephen, I neglected to inform you earlier. I had anticipated your move, and thus, I had already marked it in advance." Su Lang smiled as he gazed at the bewildered Curry. The system displayed a friendly notification indicating that Stephen Curry's negative emotional value had increased by 200. A slight smirk appeared on Su Lang's lips. He then turned to Curry and remarked, "I was merely jesting. You didn't genuinely believe that, did you? You damned brat. Are you truly toying with me at this moment?" Curry's exasperated shout echoed in response, resulting in an additional increase of 300 to his negative emotional value. The smile upon Su Lang's face blossomed with increasing joy, a stark contrast to the negative emotional aura emanating from Curry. The next opportunity to harvest from Curry's talents was likely a year away. Observing Su Lang's grin, Curry felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch on him. At long last, this fellow had departed, leaving Curry free to engage with the NBA players at his leisure. He had finally escaped the depths of his troubles. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. 3 days after the conclusion of the finals, Su Lang publicly announced his intention to enter this year's draft. Meanwhile, Curry chose to remain with Davidson College, eager to compete for another year. Shortly after Su Lang's announcement, Rose also declared his entry into the draft. Following this, like a spark igniting a flame, numerous NCAA stars revealed their own draft intentions. However, another draft favorite, Griffin, unexpectedly opted to forego this year's draft, primarily due to the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Su Lang, which he felt compelled to rectify himself. With Su Lang having departed from the NCAA, the best course for Griffin was to lead his team to success the following year, achieving personal redemption. Once all the players had made their announcements, the draft market began to stir with an undercurrent of excitement, as many athletes received invitations for tryouts. On the side of Su Lang, there was a profound silence. However, Su Lang remained remarkably composed. For whether it was the Thunder or the Warriors, he felt no concern. Su Lang firmly believes that the opposing side will never relinquish their hold on him. It is merely a matter of time. However, the management of the Chicago Bulls, situated far away in Chicago, has erupted into chaos over Su Lang. The catalyst for this uproar lies in a report currently resting on their table. Had Hill from the Warriors been present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the very report he encountered during his dealings with Su Lang. "You are stifling the future of the Bulls," exclaimed one member, comparing Su Lang to Michael Jordan, incredulous that they would even consider relinquishing such a talent. Who can ascertain the veracity of this report? Any player can be measured against Michael. Do you genuinely believe a second Michael exists? Must we truly opt for Ross, whose brother is entangled with the mob? You must be aware of the terrifying ramifications of such a choice. Let us refrain from these extraneous comments. We are selecting a player, not the criminal elements lurking behind him. I now harbor doubts regarding the professionalism of the Warriors report. When you measure a player against Michael, this report has lost its merit. Thud, thud, thud. The Bulls' general manager, Paxson, rapped sharply on the table, quelling the tumult within the conference room. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Paxson shook his head in resignation. As the newly appointed general manager of the Bulls, he felt immense pressure, considering his predecessor had established the Bulls dynasty. As the successor, Paxson must demonstrate his own capabilities. Thus, he recognized the necessity of addressing this matter. It represented an opportunity to showcase his competence, and he was determined not to falter. All eyes turned to Paxson, the bickering management of the Bulls awaiting his perspective. Personally, I lean more towards Ross. As for the report at hand, I do not trust its accuracy. Paxson's inclination was clearly towards Ross. Upon hearing Paxson's stance, the faction supporting Ross appeared triumphant, casting smug glances at those advocating for Su Lang. We could allow him to try out, thus enabling us to verify the authenticity of this report, suggested the management supportive of Su Lang, unwilling to abandon the opportunity. Paxson furrowed his brow slightly. I have observed Su Lang's game. It pales in comparison to the exaggerated claims of this report. I believe we need not squander any more time on him. It would be more prudent to deal with Ross's mob-related brother. Paxson decisively rendered his final judgment on the matter, sealing its fate. Chapter 55. Undercurrents Stirring. The draft commences. Su Lang has finally received a trial invitation, and it is from the Thunder. Presti has clearly acted more swiftly than the Warriors in this regard. Oklahoma. Su Lang encountered Presti once more. Presti embraced Su Lang, expressing his delight at their reunion. It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Su Lang, he said, extending his hand to invite Su Lang upstairs. Su Lang nodded and ascended the stairs alongside Presti. After our deliberation, we have determined that we will select you with the lottery pick, Presti stated, pausing momentarily to gauge Su Lang's expression. As before, Su Lang's demeanor remained composed and unruffled. Just a moment, Mr. Presti. If my memory serves me correctly, you previously mentioned that you possess only one lottery pick. Upon arriving here today, I ought to be well aware of whom this lottery pick is intended for. Do not underestimate my insight. Thus, the pressing question arises. Are you truly willing to part ways with Westbrook? Su Lang gazed at Presti, who, upon hearing Su Lang's inquiry, was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. He had not anticipated that Su Lang would pose such a question. In truth, he comprehended Su Lang's apprehensions, as numerous teams within the NBA often resort to issuing hollow promises. Their intent is to lead players into making erroneous judgments, thereby allowing the team to acquire them at minimal cost. Clearly, Su Lang perceived the lottery pick he mentioned as one such empty promise. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we have successfully traded for a lottery pick from another team, and I can personally vouch for this, Presti reassured him. He refrained from disclosing the identity of the team, not out of distrust towards Su Lang, but to avoid unnecessary complications. Some players have been known to engage in duplicitous behavior to elevate their draft position. Although Presti did not consider Su Lang to be such a player, he nonetheless chose to exercise caution. Su Lang smiled, comprehending Presti's implication, and thus refrained from further inquiries. In truth, having received Presti's assurance, Su Lang felt a newfound confidence regarding this draft, as it was unlikely he would find himself in the second round or go undrafted. Although Presti was aware that Su Lang had engaged with the Warriors, he gracefully chose not to mention this matter. Their conversation prior to the tryout was merely a final probing from both sides. In reality, each held certain insights, yet both chose to remain discreet. Presti had discerned that Su Lang had no objections to serving the Thunder, provided that the team was able to select him. Su Lang has also discerned the determination of the Thunder team, represented by Presti. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Presti is indeed correct. He has prepared a lottery pick for himself. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment once again, the two parted ways. Su Lang descended the stairs, commencing his formal training session. Russell Westbrook observed Su Lang's direction, for he had not forgotten the time Su Lang had mocked his turtle-like visage. Encountering Su Lang once more left Westbrook feeling somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, he refrained from any excessive displays. Westbrook's forthright nature was simply inherent. He expressed his fondness or disdain without reservation. The pride lost on the court must be reclaimed on the court itself. Consequently, during the ensuing training session, Westbrook was as if invigorated by a stimulant, striving to overshadow Su Lang in every drill. Su Lang glanced at Westbrook and smiled helplessly. For the moment, he paid it no mind. However, if the future truly brought him to the Thunder to become Westbrook's teammate, there would be ample time for Westbrook to acknowledge his prowess. Su Lang exuded an air of unwavering confidence in his methods. As he cast another glance at Westbrook, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. The news of Su Lang's trial with the Thunder swiftly reached the Warriors. Chris, it is time to make a decision. If we continue to waver, We will incur greater losses, Don Nelson remarked, observing the troubled countenance of Warriors general manager Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin cast a resigned glance at Nelson, who was acutely aware that a resolution was necessary, oblivious to the arduous nature of the process. The teams he had contacted were akin to vampires, eager to seize a piece of the Warriors once they learned of their interest in their coveted draft picks. This was the source of Mullin's distress. Most importantly, he had yet to receive any news regarding which team with a lottery pick the Thunder had reached an agreement with. If he were privy to that information, the cost would undoubtedly be lessened. Let us wait a bit longer, Chris Mullin said helplessly to Nelson, hoping to receive updates from his contacts about the Thunder's situation. Nelson, aware of the futility of his persuasion, shook his head. Should we invite Sue Lang for a trial as a gesture of goodwill? He suggested as a compromise. There is no need for that. You must have seen his report. Do you truly believe a player of his caliber would be concerned about such matters? I can assure you that if we select him, he will undoubtedly join the Warriors. So let us preserve the suspense for the end. Chris Mullin replied with a hint of detachment. Nelson nodded, his gaze following Mullin's as they looked into the distance. On June 27, 2008, at Madison Square Garden in New York, the highly anticipated draft commenced. The event was broadcast live to 203 countries and regions around the world via ESPN, captivating basketball enthusiasts everywhere. At that moment, Sue Lang was quietly awaiting in the draft green room. Sue Lang was not the least bit surprised by the developments. Although he ultimately did not receive an invitation for a tryout with the Warriors, he was certainly on the list for the Thunder, having made his mark. In truth, Sue Lang was somewhat taken aback by the lack of an invitation from the Warriors. However, he brushed it off, recognizing that both the Warriors and the Thunder were commendable destinations. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, Warriors head coach Nelson was embroiled in a fierce argument with general manager Chris Mullin. Are you going to wait any longer? The draft is about to commence, and we may truly miss out on him. Nelson glared angrily at Mullin. Calm down, just hold on a bit longer, Mullin reassured him, though internally, he was filled with trepidation. At that juncture, Mullin received a phone call. A hearty laugh resonated on the other end. Ha! Chris, you better remember that you owe me a bottle of fine Lafite. Upon hearing this, Chris finally felt a sense of relief. He knew that Sue Lang was firmly within his grasp. Chapter 56, You think you can compete with me? You still have much to learn. After ending the call, a smile crept onto Chris's face as he dialed another number. I accept your terms. Remember to assist us in selecting Sue Lang. Don Nelson gazed at Chris in astonishment at this maneuver. After hanging up, a triumphant grin appeared on Chris's face. It settled. Upon receiving Chris's affirmation, Don Nelson couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. The initial call had been straightforward. Chris had commissioned an inquiry into the Thunder's situation, and a response had finally emerged, with knowledge of which team the Thunder had reached an agreement with. Chris Mullin could now select a trading partner from the teams preceding them in the draft order, ensuring minimal cost. A satisfied smile spread across Chris Mullin's face. Let Presti of the Thunder go to hell. You think you can compete with me? You still have much to learn. Sue Lang quietly awaited the commencement of the talent competition in the small greenhouse. However, suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze sweep through. Sue Lang turned his head and surveyed the surroundings. He nearly succumbed to the urge to stride out of the small green room. The atmosphere was thick with resentful gazes emanating from all directions. Beasley, Bigelow, Westbrook, Love, the round-faced Gordon, Brandon Rush, and others, familiar faces all around. In the previous competitions, Sue Lang had certainly taken advantage of these individuals. Now, all the victims have gathered together. Although Sue Lang possesses the skill of mastery in jiu-jitsu, if all the individuals in the small green room were to charge at him simultaneously, Sue Lang may inevitably face some setbacks. Fortunately, these individuals merely gazed at Sue Lang with resentment, refraining from taking any further action. Sue Lang forcefully turned his head away, resolutely avoiding the gaze of those individuals. After redirecting his attention, he exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the moment. These fellows were truly intimidating. Was it merely a few confrontations that had provoked such pettiness? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He shall settle the score once he enters the league. Amidst Sue Lang's anticipation, NBA Commissioner Stern finally approached the stage with measured steps. At this point, Stern was no longer in the bloom of youth, though he had yet to step down from his position. His slow gait and graying hair hinted at the toll that a lifetime devoted to basketball had taken on him. Upon reaching the podium, Stern first extended a warm welcome to the assembled media, then commenced his address for the draft event. As was customary, his speech was succinct. Let us keep the pleasantries brief. "I know you are not here to hear an old man reflect on life," said Stern, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the audience. This instantly invigorated the atmosphere. "Now, I declare the draft officially open," Stern announced as the laughter subsided, prompting another round of enthusiastic applause. A staff member approached, presenting the envelope representing the Chicago Bulls to Stern. "Let us see which fortunate player the Chicago Bulls will select," Stern said with a beaming smile, glancing at the eager draft prospects below. As he slowly opened the envelope, the name revealed within confirmed his earlier speculation. Despite losing in the finals, the Bulls had chosen him. "The Chicago Bulls select Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis," Stern declared into the microphone, announcing the number 1 pick. Rose was hardly surprised, as the Bulls had been in contact with him prior to the draft. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed Rose's draft profile, Dwayne Wade. This is the template provided to Rose after discussions among the experts. The upper limit is Dwayne Wade, and the lower limit is Steve Francis. At this moment, Rose is filled with exhilaration. He can finally follow in the footsteps of his idol, Michael Jordan. He is poised to represent the Chicago Bulls and forge a new chapter in history. After receiving the Bulls cap from the staff, he embraced his family and friends, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. He then turned to Stern, who offered a comforting embrace to the emotionally overwhelmed young man. Ultimately, the two shook hands, and the media captured the moment, marking the conclusion of this year's first overall pick. Next came the Miami Heat's 3rd pick. The staff handed the envelope representing the Heat's selection to Stern. Upon opening it, a smile graced Stern's lips. The Miami Heat had chosen Michael Beasley from the University of Kansas. Upon hearing this news, Beasley leaped with excitement. Unlike Rose, the Heat had not made any promises to him prior to the draft, leaving him in a state of considerable anxiety. The event showcased Beasley's draft comparison to Carmelo Anthony, one of the league's most outstanding small forwards. Naturally, Beasley was elated to receive such high praise. After embracing his family and friends, he turned to face Stern. As he passed by Sue Long, Beasley cast a provocative glance, as if to say, "What does it matter if I won? Look at me. I am the 3rd pick in the draft." Observing Beasley's triumphant grin, Sue Long's lips curled slightly upwards, and he couldn't help but mourn for the Heat. After all, no one could foresee like Sue Long. The Heat remained unaware of the troublesome player they had just selected. Sue Lang did not hold any grudges against Beasley, for he understood that the disparity between the two would only continue to widen. In the ensuing draft, the 3rd overall pick was claimed by O.J. Mayo from the University of Southern California. Sue Lang is acutely aware that this individual is nothing more than a subpar talent. It is no wonder that the Timberwolves have held such a coveted draft position over the years yet have failed to ascend. In retrospect, their draft acumen seems rather lacking. As the draft draws near, the top 3 picks have been conclusively settled. Next, it is time for the selection from the Oklahoma City Thunder, a choice that bears significant implications for Sue Lang. Sue Lang was aware that in his previous life, the Thunder selected the illustrious triple-double maestro, Russell Westbrook, at this very position. However, this time, he pondered whether he might alter the course of history. The Thunder had assured him of a lottery pick, leaving him uncertain whether they intended to select him or Westbrook. Soon, the exhilaration of the Thunder's choice was conveyed to Stern. As Stern opened the envelope, he paused momentarily upon viewing the Thunder's selection, clearly taken aback by their decision. Observing Stern's expression, the crowd grew ever more curious about whom the Thunder had ultimately chosen. Chapter 57, An Unexpected Turn. The sudden arrival of Chung Yao-jin, the Oklahoma City Thunder selection, was Russell Westbrook from UCLA. Stern finally announced the Thunder's choice, plunging the arena into a flurry of whispers. Stern's astonishment stemmed from his belief that this choice was not particularly wise. He had previously heard that the Thunder had conducted a workout with Sue Lang, leading him to assume that the Thunder would opt for Sue Lang. To his surprise, the Thunder had chosen Westbrook instead. Sue Lang smiled helplessly, never expecting that the Thunder would ultimately select the Turtle, just as he had remembered. On the other side, the chosen Turtle wore a delighted expression as he accepted the cap representing the Thunder, joyfully making his way towards Stern. At this moment, Westbrook was exceedingly happy. He had finally fulfilled the dream of his childhood friend. After so much effort, he was about to step onto the NBA stage, carrying his friend's aspirations with him. Although Stern was somewhat surprised by the Thunder's choice, he proceeded with the formalities, shaking hands and posing for photos with Westbrook. As soon as Westbrook left the stage, he was whisked away by the Thunder's staff. Clearly, the Thunder wished to minimize Westbrook's interactions with the media or other teams. The subsequent draft selections unfolded as Stern had anticipated. Each team opted for their predetermined choices, undeterred by the Thunder's influence on their drafting rhythm. It wasn't until the 8th selection that Stern paused after opening the envelope. The Milwaukee Bucks had chosen Sue Lang from Davidson College, initially waiting quietly offstage. Sue Lang was taken aback. The Bucks? The team where Eugenian once played? Sue Lang's thoughts soared in an instant. The Bucks had never engaged with him before. They had not sought him out for a workout prior to the draft. Why would they choose him? This situation reeked of the bizarre. Now, the only possibility remained. Either the Thunder or the Warriors had struck a deal with the Bucks. Upon receiving the cap representing the Bucks, Sue Lang ascended to the stands. Stern gazed at Sue Lang with an inexplicable fondness. Years ago, it was his audacious spirit that paved the way for the NBA market in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, players like Sue Lang serve as the vital link between the NBA and the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, Stern harbors a peculiar affection for the players from this region. Following the established protocol, Stern offered words of encouragement to Sue Lang before shaking his hand and posing for photographs. Sue Lang, displaying a keen sense of caution, refrained from publicly expressing his excitement about playing for the Bucks. After all, the situation remains uncertain, with numerous variables at play. Should a trade materialize between the Bucks and another team, uttering such sentiments would be quite embarrassing. The draft proceedings continued in an orderly fashion, with many teams successfully selecting their desired players. However, the Oklahoma City Thunder's general manager, Sam Presti, found himself in a state of utter disbelief. Just moments ago, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. According to his strategy, he had planned to select Russell Westbrook with the 4th pick, having already reached an agreement with the Pacers, who held the 11th pick. The Pacers were set to choose Sue Lang for the Thunder, subsequently facilitating a trade. This arrangement conveniently positioned them above the Warriors, who possessed the 14th pick. Presti was convinced that the Warriors would select Sue Lang with their pick. Yet he was blindsided by an unforeseen complication that disrupted all his plans. Meanwhile, Chris Mullin was equally perplexed. The team he had previously negotiated with over the phone was not the Bucks, leaving the Warriors in the dark about the Bucks' choice. At that moment, Chris received a phone call from the Bucks general manager. The message was straightforward. If they wished to secure Sue Lang, they needed to acquiesce to the trade conditions. Additionally, the Bucks general manager made a maddeningly audacious move by informing the Thunder of this development. This signified that the team willing to present the highest bid would finalize a trade with the Bucks by the conclusion of the draft. After hanging up, Chris, filled with rage, hurled his coffee cup to the ground. He had never anticipated such a twist. The Warriors had initially aimed to select Sue Lang with the 9th pick, which was only one position lower than the Bucks' 8th pick. It was evident that there was a mole within the Warriors' ranks. However, the news of their agreement with the Bobcats, who held the 9th pick, had only surfaced an hour prior to the draft. The Bucks' ability to obtain this information in such a brief span was astonishing. Chris cast a suspicious glance at Don Nelson, who now seemed the prime suspect, possessing an uncanny awareness of the Warriors' strategies. Hey, don't look at me like that. You can't possibly think I leaked the information. Use your head. It's simply implausible, Don retorted, visibly agitated by Chris's scrutinizing gaze. The rhythm of the moment was disrupted by this news. Chris Mullin cast an apologetic glance at Don Nelson. In an instant, he dismissed any doubts he had regarding Don Nelson, for there was no reason for him to act otherwise. Chaos ensued on the Warriors' side, while on the contrary, Presti of the Thunder was brimming with delight. Initially fearing that the Warriors had intercepted their plans, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, a new dilemma now loomed before him. The general manager of the Bucks was evidently intent on extracting a piece of flesh from both the Warriors and themselves. Even if they were to trade Sue Lang, the cost would be significant. Presti was left with two options, either relinquish Sue Lang or allow the Bucks to take a sizable bite. He weighed the pros and cons of the situation in his mind. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, Presti dialed the general manager of the Bucks. Meanwhile, Chris Mullin, the general manager of the Warriors, looked gravely at the phone in his hand. He had already communicated his terms to the Bucks general manager. Now, he awaited the latter's decision. Buzz. The phone in Chris Mullin's hand rang, and he eagerly picked it up. Congratulations, Mr. Mullin. You have won the opportunity in this trade. Upon hearing the news from the other end of the line, Chris Mullin exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his face bore no trace of joy. Although they had acquired the player Sue Lang, the price they paid was indeed steep, as the Bucks had ruthlessly torn a piece from their reserves. Chapter 58. The Misfortunate Warriors. The dust settles. The draft was approaching its conclusion. The remaining time was dedicated to the final trading period of the draft. If no team made trades, this draft would come to a close. A staff member approached Stern with an envelope. Upon opening it, a smile spread across Stern's face. He stepped closer to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. We have breaking news. The Milwaukee Bucks have reached a trade agreement with the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors will exchange their selected Anthony Randolph and Al Harrington for the Bucks' 8th overall pick, Sue Lang." As Stern's voice faded, the arena erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Sue Lang, hearing this news from the crowd below, could not help but smile. Indeed, the Milwaukee Bucks had no intention of absorbing him, ultimately returning to the Golden State Warriors. Meanwhile, Thunder's Presti watched helplessly from the sidelines, his disappointment palpable. This time, he faced utter defeat, unable to prevent Sue Lang from slipping through his fingers. The cost borne by the Warriors was indeed beyond his means, not to mention a lottery pick. Even a player like Al Harrington was something Presti could not afford. In the end, he succumbed to the harsh reality of poverty. With a resigned shake of his head, Presti cast one last glance at Sue Lang. Sue Lang donned the cap representing the Bucks before officially placing the Warriors' hat upon his head. Upon witnessing this moment, Chris Mullin finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that they had successfully acquired Sue Lang during this draft. However, the Warriors were not the true victors. Nor was the Thunder. The real winner was that cunning old fox from the Bucks, who had masterfully outmaneuvered them. Chris Mullin etched this incident in his memory, understanding that time was on their side. Being in the same league, there would be ample opportunities to reclaim their pride in the future. Now, as the tumultuous draft concluded, the customary practice followed. Prominent players would typically be approached by the media for interviews post-draft. Sue Lang is no exception in this regard, as he was indeed a star during his NCAA days. The players selected in the earlier rounds of this draft are merely his former adversaries. Moreover, the multitude of media outlets is well aware of Sue Lang's distinctive character. Sue Lang undoubtedly possesses the ability to provide them with sensational highlights. Consequently, the number of media personnel surrounding him is astonishingly high, even surpassing that of the illustrious rookie Derrick Rose. After all, the reticent Rose cannot offer the media the intrigue they seek. Michael Beasley gazes enviously at Sue Lang, who is enveloped by reporters. "Damn it, why am I not afforded such treatment?" A wave of negative sentiment from Michael Beasley surged, quantified at 200. Observing this development during his interview, a subtle smile crept upon Sue Lang's lips. "Mr. Sue, are you satisfied with your draft position?" a reporter inquired, presenting the microphone before him. "Although the journey was fraught with twists and turns, the outcome remained within my expectations," Sue Lang responded with a smile. However, this answer was far from what the journalists desired. The media representatives, shedding their pretense, directly confronted Sue Lang. "Mr. Sue, we are well aware that during your time in the NCAA, these draft prospects were once under your command. Yet now, their draft rankings surpass yours. Do you have anything to say about that?" One journalist voiced the sentiments of those present. Sue Lang couldn't help but smile inwardly, pleasantly surprised that these delightful journalists had presented him with such a golden opportunity. It would indeed be rather inappropriate not to seize this moment. Previously, during the NCAA finals, his exuberance had led him to overlook the chance to capitalize on the negative sentiments of the fans at the conclusion of the match. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, Sue Lang was determined not to let it slip away. Time would ultimately reveal the truth. He firmly believed that neither in the NCAA nor the NBA would they prove to be his rivals. A player drafted 8th in the first round, triumphing over the first overall pick, the third pick, and the second pick, was that infinitely more intriguing? Sue Lang playfully jested at the reporters, igniting an explosive reaction among them. This was precisely the revelation they had been yearning for. In an instant, they began to mentally concoct sensational headlines. 8th overall pick boasts of pummeling the top 2 selections. The discontented 8th pick lambasted the teams for their choices, declaring them all garbage, regardless of whether it pertained to the NCAA or the NBA. The mere thought of this incited a palpable excitement among the journalists, who could scarcely contain their eagerness to abandon the draft venue. They yearned to dash back to their desks and compose the article detailing this revelation. Indeed, after acquiring the answers they sought, the reporters dispersed in haste. Observing their impatient departures, a subtle smile graced Sue Lang's lips. He wondered how much negative emotion he would accrue from this encounter, an anticipation that was almost delightful. He had already mastered Curry's SSS level court magnification skill, rendering him exceptionally formidable. Thus, Su Lang eagerly anticipated significant gains from this experience, as it would enable him to acquire new skills. The following day, Su Lang patiently awaited the system's notification. The message from Buford arrived. Negative emotion value 100. The instant this first notification appeared, it seemed to ignite the entire system, causing the interface to malfunction. Messages flooded in incessantly, rendering it nearly impossible for Su Lang to discern the sources of these negative emotion values. It was only after more than an hour that the situation began to alleviate significantly. Su Lang understood that he had once again taken flight. It seemed that occasionally displaying arrogant bravado in front of the media was indeed the proper approach to navigate this system. In merely 1 hour, Su Lang had amassed a staggering 400,000 points of negative emotional value. What Su Lang can assert with certainty is that this time, the gains will undoubtedly surpass those of the previous occasion when he was ridiculed in front of the media, yielding far greater rewards. Su Lang had already begun to ponder which skills he should acquire from the system this time. However, he had yet to determine what to focus on when he received a notification from the Warriors. The team's general manager, Chris Mullin, wished to meet with him. This was not entirely unexpected, as there had been little communication between the Warriors and him prior to this moment. It was indeed necessary to clarify Su Lang's role within the team. What? You want me to play as a point guard? Half an hour later, Su Lang stared in astonishment at Chris Mullin and Don Nelson, feeling as though he had just received earth-shattering news. Su Lang had never imagined that the Warriors would assign him the role of point guard. What would happen to the illustrious Stephen Curry? Would he still return to the Warriors next year? In that moment, Su Lang found it difficult to process the news before him. Chapter 59. Choosing a New Skill. A visual feast observing Su Lang's fluctuating expressions, Chris Mullin and Don Nelson exchanged glances. They understood that Su Lang was likely not entirely pleased with this designation. In truth, Su Lang had not given much thought to satisfaction or dissatisfaction. He had simply never envisioned himself occupying the position of point guard. You occupying the point guard position is merely a temporary arrangement. We will make adjustments based on the subsequent games, Don Nelson explained as he looked at Su Lang. Before we settled on you, our initial plan had been to trade for Jamal Crawford from the Knicks. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, which has led us to temporarily assign you to the point guard role, Chris Mullin added. At this moment, Su Lang gradually regained his composure from the shocking news. Previously, he had considered the possibility of being regarded as the sixth man, serving as a substitute for Monta Ellis. However, he had never anticipated that the Warriors would place him in the position of point guard. Once he collected his thoughts, Su Lang came to understand the rationale behind the Warriors' decision. According to the course of history, they were indeed expected to trade for Crawford this year, which would have ensured they were not lacking in a primary ball handler. However, the assets that could have been used to acquire Crawford were instead utilized to secure Su Lang from the Bucks. Consequently, the Warriors found themselves deficient at the point guard position. Moreover, Su Lang possessed commendable ball handling skills, which led to the consideration of placing him at the point guard position. While I am capable of fulfilling the role of point guard, I must clarify that I am more suited to the shooting guard or small forward positions. For the time being, I can indeed assume the responsibilities of a point guard, but I would prefer the team to position me as a shooting guard or small forward. Su Lang gazed at Chris Mullin and Don Nelson, and upon hearing Su Lang's agreement to their proposal, both men exhaled in relief. Their decision was born out of necessity. This year had indeed been fraught with challenges for them. Initially, they had aspired to select Curry as their point guard in the draft. However, Curry opted not to participate in the event. Subsequently, they contemplated trading for Crawford to fill the position, only to be blindsided by an unexpected turn of events during the draft that compelled them to pay a hefty price for Su Lang. As a result, the Warriors found themselves devoid of assets to pursue Crawford. Thus, after a discussion, they settled on their current strategy. Fortunately, Su Lang's consent had alleviated their predicament. Otherwise, they would have been left to scour the developmental league for makeshift point guards. After bidding farewell to Chris Mullin and Don Nelson, Su Lang returned to his residence, initially uncertain about which skills to pursue. However, after conversing with the two men, clarity began to emerge. Su Lang realized that he should acquire the skill of passing. Otherwise, when he truly finds himself in the position of a point guard, he cannot rely on the lone wolf passing technique for every single play. Su Lang does not perceive the NBA league as populated solely by inept players. If every possession were to rely on a lone wolf passing strategy, it would likely not take long for opposing teams to decipher Su Lang's approach. After determining his next skill selection, Su Lang accessed the system. Among the plethora of passing skills possessed by point guards, his gaze immediately fell upon the passing technique of white chocolate, Williams. Logically, the passing skills of these point guards within the system are commendable. Players such as Paul, Nash, Magic Johnson, and Stockton exhibit remarkably high levels of passing prowess. At present, Su Lang merely occupies the position of point guard. It is indeed unnecessary to squander excessive negative emotional energy on the skill of passing. Thus, Su Lang ultimately set his sights on the S-tier skill, visual feast, of the illustrious white chocolate Williams. Su Lang likely understands why Bai Chiao Kuli's passing skill level is so low. The reputation of a player who can hold the ball while leaving 9 others in a state of panic is not unfounded. Therefore, although Bai Chiao Kuli's passes are visually impressive, the rate of errors is equally high. One of the reasons for Su Lang's choice lies in the fact that this pass could undoubtedly harvest some negative emotional value for him. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang decisively selected the S-grade visual feast of white chocolate. Currently, we find ourselves in the NBA off-season, with 4 months remaining until the commencement of the new season. Su Lang has ample time to master this skill. Therefore, this time, Su Lang refrained from squandering his negative emotional value on the lottery interface in pursuit of star player training acceleration cards. Su Lang prepared to retain a reserve of negative emotional energy. After selecting the skill, Su Lang's figure materialized in the star athlete training space. Su Lang has embarked on a journey of training, experiencing both pain and joy. Time swiftly passes, and before long, it is already September. In the past few months, Su Lang took the time to return to Longhua. Upon learning of Su Lang's entry into the NBA, his parents, residing far away in Longhua, were filled with disbelief. They were not the kind of parents disconnected from society. At the very least, they understood what the NBA represented. After all, the renowned Yao Ming had also played in the NBA. Now, the thought that their son had also reached such heights was astonishing. Did this not imply that their son could become someone as illustrious as Yao Ming? They felt an authentic joy for Su Lang's achievements. After spending over a month in Longhua, Su Lang bid farewell to his elders and hastened back to the United States, for there remained numerous matters that required his attention. Su Lang initially selected an agent, Beers, and subsequently entrusted him with the negotiation of his contract. He then proceeded to apply for a leave of absence from Davidson College, a common practice among certain NCAA stars. Perhaps one day, should his career in the league falter, he could return to the academic environment to obtain a degree. However, Su Lang had never entertained the thought of being unable to thrive in the NBA. After all, he was a man with a system, albeit one that had its challenges. In September, Su Lang received a notice regarding training camp with the Warriors, a preparatory measure for the upcoming season. Su Lang initially believed that the Golden State Warriors intended for him to report in September, presumably to allow him to warm up during the preseason. However, upon his arrival at the team, Coach Don Nelson handed him a comprehensive tactical manual that meticulously detailed all of the Warriors' strategies. Curiously, there was no mention of the preseason from Coach Nelson. His sole demand was for Su Lang to promptly familiarize himself with the tactical manual. In truth, Coach Nelson had never contemplated allowing Su Lang to participate in the preseason games. Su Lang is the secret weapon they have meticulously prepared. Thus, Tang Nielsen has designated the regular season as the stage for Su Lang, for it is during this time that he is to make his appearance. It is worth noting that typically, a rookie would not receive such treatment. This underscores the Warriors' profound regard for Su Lang. Chapter 60. The disheartened Tang Nielsen. In the NBA debut, Tang Nielsen did not arrange for Su Lang to take the court. Su Lang remained unperturbed, for he understood that the Warriors had invested a considerable amount to select him, not merely to serve as a decorative figure for the team. Su Lang focused his attention on the tactical manual in his hands. At that moment, he recalled the existence of a tactical training space within the system. During his time in NCAA, their strategies had been quite simplistic, which is why he had never utilized the tactical space to study the Wildcats' tactics. However, his experience in the NBA was a different matter entirely. Just by glancing at the manual, which was a full 5 centimeters thick, he could discern the vast amount of content it contained. This was far removed from the rudimentary strategies of NCAA. This manual represented a comprehensive tactical framework meticulously crafted by Don Nelson's coaching team for the Warriors. Offense, defense, positioning, and collaborative defense. The material was far too intricate to master in merely a day or two. Nevertheless, Su Lang was a man equipped with a system, and such challenges posed no difficulty for him. With a considerable amount of negative emotion points at his disposal, He felt no remorse and promptly invested 1,000 points into the tactical training space. Moments later, Su Lang emerged from the tactical space, feeling invigorated and eager for more. This expenditure of negative emotion points was undoubtedly worthwhile, and that was his immediate reaction. Su Lang had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable tactical training space would prove to be so formidable. Within this realm, an entire roster of the Warriors was meticulously simulated, tirelessly accompanying Su Lang and practicing their strategies. Moreover, the system would automatically rectify any errors Su Lang made in his tactical execution. Glancing at the tactical manual merely 5 centimeters away, Su Lang no longer perceived this as a daunting task. A week later, Don Nelson sat in the office of General Manager Chris Mullin, his expression one of palpable frustration. "Hey, Don, what's the matter? You look like you've bitten into a lemon," Chris Mullin remarked, astonished by the somber demeanor of his colleague. Upon hearing Chris's words, Don let out a heavy sigh and took a generous sip of the red wine before him. "Chris, you have no idea what kind of monster we have selected. I am beginning to doubt my own abilities. In just 1 week, can you believe it? In merely a week, he has mastered my entire tactical manual," Don exclaimed passionately, only to suddenly lose his fervor as a shadow of realization crossed his face. Clearly, Su Lang had dealt a significant blow to this seasoned veteran. Don had never envisioned that the compilation of strategies he had honed throughout his career could be grasped so effortlessly by another individual. Chris Mullin, upon hearing Don's lamentations, could not help but smile. It was evident that this choice had been exceedingly wise, as the fact that a veteran coach like Don Nelson was so affected underscored Su Lang's remarkable potential. Nevertheless, Chris took a moment to console the disheartened Don. "Isn't it a good thing that Su Lang is becoming stronger? I am growing increasingly eager for the season to commence. He will undoubtedly astonish everyone." Chris raised his glass to clink with Don's, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Don sighed once more, downing the remainder of his red wine. Time had now moved to October 30th, 2008. Su Lang has arrived at his inaugural match in the NBA. This also marks the first game of the regular season for the Golden State Warriors. Su Lang was unequivocally positioned as the starting point guard by Tag Nelson. In Tag Nelson's perspective, if Su Lang were deemed unworthy of a starting role, then the other members of the team would be even less deserving. Were they to possess even half of Su Lang's tactical prowess, he would not need to expend so much energy imparting the nuances of strategy to them. The Warriors' inaugural match will take place at the Oracle Arena, where they will face off against the New Orleans Pelicans. In his inaugural match, Su Lang faced formidable challenges. He was pitted against none other than Chris CP3 Paul, the captain of the New Orleans Hornets, who is notorious for preying on rookies. Thus, this encounter with Paul presents an opportune moment to evaluate Su Lang's capabilities. Many have not forgotten Su Lang's bold declarations during the post-draft press conference. Whether he's audacious or merely overconfident will soon be revealed through this match. The lineups for both teams are as follows. Warriors, 1. Su Lang 2. Steven Jackson 3. Corey Maggette 4. Brandon 5. Andris Biedrins notably absent from the lineup is Monta Ellis, the core player who recently re-signed with the Warriors. His absence is due to an indiscretion. He was found reveling in nightclubs before the season commenced, resulting in an inexplicable arm injury. Consequently, Monta Ellis will be sidelined for the early part of the regular season. Coach Don Nelson has expressed significant dissatisfaction with Monta's reckless behavior, yet he finds himself powerless to rectify the situation. Originally, there were plans for Su Lang and Monta Ellis to form a formidable backcourt duo for the Warriors. But Monta's folly has dashed those hopes. This has led Coach Nelson to voice his grievances to Chris Mullin, the general manager, planting a thorn in Mullin's mind, even if it doesn't alter the course of events. On the other hand, the Hornets' starting lineup consists of 1. Chris Paul 2. Morris Peterson 3. Peja Stojakovic 4. David West 5. Tyson Chandler. It is evident from the rosters that the Warriors are at a disadvantage. The depth of the Hornets' lineup surpasses that of the Warriors significantly. This reality has not escaped the Hornets, who regard the Warriors with disdain. During pre-game warm-ups, they were even wagering on the manner in which Paul would outmaneuver the rookie Su Lang. While the Hornets exuded a relaxed atmosphere, the Warriors were enveloped in a serious tone, as last season's dismal performance had left many fans disheartened. This season, they are determined to avoid a repeat of last year's calamity, and Coach Don Nelson will not allow such a fate to recur. With a sharp whistle, the official signal to commence the match reverberated through the arena. The players took their positions, and as the referee lofted the basketball high into the air, Tyson Chandler, The formidable heavyweight swatted it directly towards Paul. Paul deftly secured the ball in his grasp. "Hey, rookie, how do you plan to fall to the floor later?" Paul taunted, as he dribbled past half-court, locking eyes with Su Lang. Chapter 61. Are you feeling anxious? After traversing across time, it took less than half a year to find myself standing on the coveted NBA stage. Su Lang felt a surge of excitement. Yet Paul's words abruptly grounded him in reality. His previously joyful demeanor soured in an instant. Aside from the reckless Beasley, no one had dared to provoke Su Lang before. Now, unexpectedly, another fearless challenger had emerged. In light of this, Su Lang resolved to use Paul as a standard-bearer, heralding to the NBA that their nightmare had arrived. Su Lang's lips curled into a devilish smile. "If you believe you can unsettle me merely with words, feel free to attempt it." Paul was taken aback. This rookie possessed remarkable audacity. While most newcomers would shy away from his provocations, this one not only stood his ground, but audaciously turned the tables on him. As the reigning king of the court, how could Paul tolerate such insolence from a mere rookie? With a sudden burst of speed, he seized control of the basketball, intent on slipping past Su Lang. Su Lang positioned himself expertly, intercepting Paul's path with a swift lateral step. It must be noted that during his time with the Hornets, an uninjured Paul possessed remarkable explosive power, akin to a small dynamite. Upon seeing Su Lang's interception, Paul showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he charged directly at Su Lang. With a resounding clash, the two collided forcefully, and Paul seized the moment to pivot, aiming to bypass Su Lang once more. At that instant, Su Lang spread his arms wide, enveloping Paul within his defensive grasp. With his attempt to spin around thwarted, Paul retreated a step backward. Su Lang, relentless and unyielding, stepped forward once more, constricting Paul's pathway to the basket. Unbeknownst to him, Paul furrowed his brow. This rookie proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, that was all there was to it. At that moment, Paul's close ally, David West, surged forth from the paint, seamlessly executing a pick to assist Paul. Seizing the opportunity created by the screen, Paul accelerated, finding space for his shot. With precision, he launched a mid-range jumper. Swish. The ball found its mark, propelling the Hornets into the lead with a score of 2-0. After scoring, Paul cast a triumphant glance at Su Lang. "Is this truly your method for making me stumble?" Su Lang cast a disdainful glance at Paul, instantly freezing the triumphant smile on Paul's face. Su Lang was mocking Paul for his inability to confront him directly, resorting instead to scoring through screens. Aware of his own shortcomings, Paul shot a fierce glare at Su Lang. Nevertheless, with ample time left in the game, he was confident that there would be opportunities for Su Lang to pay the price. Negative emotional score from Chris Paul, 500. Su Lang has encountered the initial wave of negative sentiment values since his entrance into the NBA. It is evident that the star athletes within the NBA contribute a significantly greater base of negative sentiment values compared to those from the NCAA. During this period, Su Lang has also discerned that the extent of negative sentiment one can elicit is not solely dependent on the emotional fluctuations of the opponent, but is also intricately linked to their level of prominence. Previously, when Su Lang provoked fans through the media, the negative sentiment he garnered from each individual did not exceed 100 points. However, the situation differs markedly with stars. Their contributions are substantially higher than those of ordinary individuals. As the Golden State Warriors embarked on their offensive possession, Don Nelson observed Su Lang with a keen intensity. Eager to determine whether entrusting the point guard position to Su Lang was a stroke of genius or a grave miscalculation, an answer that would soon reveal itself. After Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line, he was met head-on by Paul's defense. As Paul closed in on Su Lang, he discreetly used his arm to obstruct Su Lang's waist, all while remaining in the referee's blind spot. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile. No wonder Paul is disliked by the majority of stars in the league. This fellow truly employs an abundance of sneaky defensive tactics. Su Lang angled his body to control the basketball, while keenly observing the defensive positioning on the court. At the apex of the arc, Su Lang signaled with a fist, as if transmitting an unspoken cue to the Warriors players, who commenced their movements across the court. Meanwhile, Stephen Jackson executed the Warriors' strategy by gliding toward the baseline, then surging inward towards the paint. In this tactical play, Jackson was primarily a decoy, drawing attention while the true orchestrator of the offense was Maggette. However, as Jackson penetrated the lane, he suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck?" This was prompted by an unexpected basketball hurtling towards him like a projectile. By the time Jackson registered its presence, the ball was perilously close to colliding with his face. Reacting instinctively, he leaned back while catching the ball. Once he secured it, he realized it presented an exceptional opportunity for offense, as no one had anticipated the ball arriving in his hands. With decisive flair, Jackson executed a one-handed slam dunk, scoring effortlessly against the Hornets' interior defense. The scoreboard reflected a tie at 2-2 as the Warriors mounted their counterattack. Su Lang gazed at the messages within the space, a smile gracing his lips. The negative emotional value from Stephen Jackson was a staggering 500. As anticipated, the negative emotional values provided by NBA stars were indeed substantial. On the sidelines, Coach Don Nelson stood in stunned silence, observing the scene that had just unfolded. He instinctively reached for a tissue in his pocket to wipe the perspiration from his brow. From his vantage point, the clarity of the moment was undeniable. Su Lang's pass was a no-look maneuver. In the blink of an eye, he had been confronting Paul, yet in the very next moment, with a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball soared towards Jackson. Throughout the entire sequence, Su Lang did not spare Jackson even a glance. This was a clear testament to his thorough understanding of the tactical manual, as long as the Warriors players adhered to the strategy and moved accordingly on the court. Success was assured. Su Lang could discern their position even with his eyes closed. Although this pass was visually striking, it was primarily for the spectators. For Coach Don Nelson, it felt akin to a roller coaster ride, utterly thrilling. He gazed at Su Lang on the court, unable to suppress a silent exclamation in his heart. Such confidence! Su Lang appears to have never doubted the possibility of misplacing this pass. Such mental fortitude is hardly characteristic of a rookie. It seems that the team's prior psychological assessment of Su Lang was entirely accurate. Su Lang possesses an undeniably formidable inner strength. After Su Lang executed a masterful assist, his opponent Paul's expression darkened. Su Lang's pass rendered Paul's previous staunch defense a mere joke. This is the utmost humiliation for Paul. Su Lang seized the opportunity without hesitation, fueling the anger of Paul even further. Hey, Chris, did you witness that pass just now? You will never execute a pass like that in your lifetime. The negative emotional score for Chris Paul surged by 1,000. It was evident that Su Lang's strategy had prevailed. Upon hearing Su Lang's taunt, Paul was nearly propelled out of his seat, eager to demonstrate his prowess with a powerful punch. Chapter 62. This rookie is infuriating. Furious, Paul declared, "Rookie, you will pay for your actions." With that, he dashed off to receive the ball from the baseline. After catching the basketball, Paul resolved that this play would showcase Su Lang's folly. Just past the halfway line, he prepared for a decisive move. Chandler and David West, stationed in the paint, sought to step out and assist Paul in executing a Horns offense. This double pick-and-roll strategy is ideally suited for a point guard of Paul's caliber. Typically, Paul would orchestrate the pace, methodically drawing his defender into the Horns formation. However, on this occasion, he opted for a different approach. A mere rookie, he felt entirely capable of handling the situation on his own. Furthermore, Su Lang had just provoked him, insinuating that he would shy away from a direct confrontation. This time, Paul intended to demonstrate that facing him head-on was a nightmare for Su Lang. From the top of the arc, Paul waved his hand, signaling for Chandler and David West to retreat from the play. Although puzzled, they complied with Paul's gesture and created space for him. Once the area was cleared, Paul commenced his display. At this moment, he was not the rhythm-oriented point guard of his later years. Rather, his ball handling was aggressive and forceful. The basketball was pounded against the floor with vigor as Paul maneuvered, attempting to unsettle Su Lang's defensive stance. Yet, Su Lang remained unfazed by Paul's flashy moves, maintaining his center of gravity in a straight line. This was largely due to Su Lang's explosive static attributes. His exceptionally long wingspan significantly enhanced his defensive reach. Even with minimal foot movement, he could envelop Paul within his defensive grasp. Upon reaching the one-guard position, Su Lang's defensive prowess was evident, far surpassing his effectiveness at the two-guard slot. After all, not every point guard possesses Su Lang's towering physique. Paul was momentarily taken aback. Logically, a player of Su Lang's height should be susceptible to a few swift changes in direction. Yet, Su Lang remained steadfast, unyielding to Paul's attempts to shake him off. At this juncture, Paul also recognized Su Lang's remarkable wingspan, which lashed around him like two whips. A flicker of jealousy crossed Paul's eyes. He held a disdain for those gifted with such physical prowess. He had often fantasized about possessing similar athletic attributes, but reality proved to be harsh. Hey, Chris, aren't you going to get past him? The taunts of Su Lang reached Paul's ears, instantly igniting his fury once more. No longer intimidated by Su Lang, Paul executed a swift lateral maneuver before clasping the ball with both hands. Just as Su Lang's defensive block approached, he took a jump shot. However, Su Lang's interference disrupted Paul's rhythm, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Observing the ball's trajectory and Su Lang's disdainful gaze, Paul had never encountered a rookie he found so insufferable. He felt as though Su Lang had been sent by the heavens solely to vex him. Meanwhile, the Warriors center, Andrus, seized the defensive rebound. Chandler, having created space for Paul, lost the opportunity to contest the rebound, helplessly watching as Andrus effortlessly secured it. The moment Andrus captured the rebound, Su Lang moved forward to receive the ball. Andrus passed it to Su Lang, who immediately accelerated into a fast break. Su Lang surged forth like an engine, propelling the pace of the game to exhilarating heights. The members of the Warriors instantly comprehended his intent, swiftly trailing him towards the Hornets' backcourt. The Warriors advanced as a deluge, overwhelming their opponents. Meanwhile, the Hornets hurriedly retreated to fortify their defense. Paul remained fixated on Su Lang, relying on his instincts as a point guard. He understood that Su Lang was likely to opt for a pass this time. Thus, Paul discreetly surveyed the positioning of the Warriors players with his peripheral vision. Should Su Lang dare to pass, a steal awaited him. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Paul's mouth as he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the basketball in Su Lang's hands. Upon reaching the arc's apex, Su Lang executed a graceful behind-the-back dribble. The streetball maestro's skills were unleashed, instantaneously widening the gap between him and Paul. Cursing under his breath, Paul swiftly adjusted his direction to continue the pursuit of Su Lang. Su Lang surged towards the basket with unwavering speed, as if intent on executing a thunderous dunk over both Chandler and David West. The two players from the Hornets were indeed captivated by Su Lang's formidable presence, and they braced themselves to deliver a resounding rejection beneath the rim. After Su Lang took off, the two individuals followed him into the sky, erecting a defensive wall before him. However, they did not anticipate Su Lang's thunderous dunk. As Su Lang ascended halfway, his motion abruptly halted. They were filled with dread as they witnessed Su Lang casting the basketball directly behind him. The center, Andrus, trailing closely behind, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the ball before him. A shiver coursed through his spine, and a cold sweat broke out across his skin. Initially, he had followed Su Lang into the fray to contest for the rebound, but who could have anticipated that the basketball would land directly in front of him? Instinctively, Andrus caught the ball and took a powerful step towards the hoop. At that moment, David West and Chandler were both exhausted, descending from the air. A perfect timing gap emerged. As Chandler fell, Andrus rose. With a thunderous bang, Andrus executed a spectacular dunk. "Damn!" erupted a furious shout from the floor, none other than Paul. After Su Lang's breakthrough, Paul, who was closely trailing behind him, was entirely caught off guard, leading to a tragic scene. Paul was directly overwhelmed by the center Andrus, who executed a stunning dunk over him. Paul himself fell to the floor under Andrus's forceful charge. Not only had he lost his defensive position, but he was also humiliated by being dunked on by an unknown player. Paul's face was nearly devoid of dignity. At that moment, Andrus realized he had just dunked on Paul, and to add to the surrealism, it had occurred right beneath the watchful eyes of both David West and Chandler. It felt as if he were in a dream. The resounding cheers from the crowd further elevated Andrus's exhilaration, marking this as the pinnacle moment of his life. Previously, he had been the one to endure humiliation under the basket. Never had he imagined he would rise to dunk over others. However, everything had changed thanks to Su Lang. Andrus looked at Su Lang with heartfelt gratitude. As Su Lang beheld Andrus's eyes brimming with gratitude, he glanced at the desolate system prompt. In that instant, he felt utterly disheartened. How could this be? Shouldn't he, of all people, be providing me with negative emotional value? What on earth is this gaze filled with appreciation? Chapter 63, The Novice. Today, you are here, and I am not. Unlike others who offered Su Lang negative emotional value, Andrus instead expressed his gratitude towards him. This unexpected turn of events completely shattered Su Lang's defenses. Su Lang distanced himself from what could only be described as a masochistic individual. I am Chris Paul. Today marks the commencement of a new season, and I find myself matched up against a rookie. As is customary, I intend to repay all the bullying I endured during my own rookie year to these newcomers. It is only fitting that they experience the tender mercies of an experienced player. I, too, navigated my rookie season through considerable hardship, subjected to the relentless torment of seasoned veterans. It is unreasonable for the current rookies to escape such trials. My actions are rooted in their benefit. However, today I faltered. I utterly faltered. Though merely 2 plays have elapsed, I am certain I have been outwitted. Damn it, This is the most humiliating day of my life. I will not permit this to transpire any further. As a veteran, I must uphold the dignity of my kind. Chris Paul rose from the floor, noticeably out of sorts. The manic Chris Paul from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a somber figure whose expression grew exceedingly serious. This transformation prompted Andrus, who had earlier dunked over him, to instinctively take a step back. This exemplifies the distinction between a star player and an ordinary one. The aura emitted by Paul alone was enough to intimidate Andrus. "Hey, Chris, did you enjoy that fall?" Su Lang's voice sliced through the tension as Paul bore down on Andrus. Fuck, damn it. The pretentious facade Paul had prepared crumbled instantly. A notification echoed in his mind. Negative emotional value for Chris Paul, 2000. It became evident to Su Lang that Paul had reached his breaking point. "Rookie, you better watch out. Today, it's you, and not me." Paul hurled a fierce retort at Su Lang before pivoting to receive the inbounds pass. Ready to initiate an offensive play, the corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upward. "Ah, Paul, just obediently provide me with your negative emotional value. Do not struggle. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become." Su Lang observed Paul's retreating figure with a faint smile before turning back to defend in the backcourt. Despite experiencing 2 consecutive moments of embarrassment, Paul, though momentarily shaken by Su Lang's tactics, managed to regain his composure as he crossed half-court with the basketball. This demonstrated to Su Lang the remarkable ability of an NBA star to adjust under pressure. In contrast, had this occurred in the NCAA, Su Lang's previous maneuvering would likely have resulted in the opposing player clashing with him, allowing Su Lang to dictate the pace of the entire game. Paul resolutely focused on maintaining his calm. He then signaled for David West and Chandler to come forward for a pick and roll. Having assessed Su Lang's capabilities through the previous plays, Paul recognized the need to treat him with utmost seriousness. The 2 players, understanding their roles, swiftly positioned themselves beside Paul to execute a classic Hornet strategy. Many teams were aware of this approach, yet found themselves powerless against it. David West and Chandler adeptly maneuvered to a spot close to Paul, who suddenly accelerated. Charging toward the paint, Su Lang was momentarily impeded by David West, only to be swiftly distanced by Paul. Once Paul accelerated, Chandler surged towards the basket. David West dismantled his defense and moved toward the free throw line. This is precisely where the Hornets' offense becomes most exasperating. In an instant, 3 offensive threats emerged for the Hornets. Paul could penetrate the defense himself. Should interior help arrive, he would effortlessly toss the ball into the air. Chandler would undoubtedly complete a thunderous alley-oop dunk. Alternatively, he could pass the ball to David West stationed at the free throw line. West is one of the few power forwards in the league with a reliable mid-range shot. Therefore, even with West positioned at the free throw line, the Warriors could not afford to relax. As Paul charged towards the paint, Warriors center Andrus attempted to assist with the defense. However, just as he began to move, Paul lofted the ball skyward. Simultaneously, Chandler leaped, grasping the ball with both hands and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. Andrus, who had just been blocking someone in the previous play, found himself merely a backdrop in this moment. After achieving the highlight dunk, Chandler joyfully howled at the sky, exuberantly celebrating with a chest bump from Paul. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. If Paul were to confront him directly, he would not be intimidated. However, he feared Paul's adeptness at orchestrating plays with his teammates. It was evident that Su Lang's companions were no match for their adversaries. In an instant, Andrus was reduced to his true form. What Su Lang must now do is to drag Paul into his own rhythm, ensuring that Paul cannot connect with his teammates. Turning back to the Warriors' offensive possession, Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line. This time, Paul refrained from pressing forward, fully aware that his aggressive approach would only prompt Su Lang to pass the ball. The peculiar pass from Su Lang indeed poses a significant challenge. Observing Paul, who stood merely 2 steps away, Su Lang smiled and exclaimed, "Hey, Chris, did you see that? I am about to make a 3-point shot right here." As Su Lang deftly maneuvered the basketball, he gestured towards the position in front of him. Paul instantly furrowed his brow. This rookie was becoming increasingly audacious. Nevertheless, Paul did not place his trust in Su Lang and maintained his defensive rhythm. As Su Lang observed that Paul had disregarded him, a smile graced his lips. Then, in the midst of Paul's astonished gaze, he effortlessly lifted his hand to execute a 3-point shot from a mere 2 steps beyond the arc. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a flawless arc akin to a vibrant rainbow, before gracefully settling into the net. Let it not be forgotten that Su Lang had mastered Curry's SSS-grade court vision with an eightfold intensity following the NCAA finals. Those who underestimate Su Lang will undoubtedly face the consequences. Paul found himself utterly bewildered. How could such a rookie possess such audacity? Displaying no hint of trepidation on the court, he dared to shoot from a mere 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Was the team's head coach truly allowing such reckless abandon? Little did Paul know that Su Lang's audacious long-range shot had also taken coach Don Nelson by surprise. He recalled that Su Lang had not possessed such three-point prowess. Prior to selecting Su Lang in the draft, they had indeed conducted thorough research on him. During the Su Lang University League, it was observed that his three-point shooting accuracy from the corner was exceptionally high. However, he had never been seen attempting a three-pointer from any other position. Yet, just moments ago, Su Lang astonishingly made such a shot. Was this merely a coincidence? Or had he devoted the past few months to perfecting his three-point shooting to this extent? If it were the latter, the implications would be truly formidable. Tang Nielsen ran his fingers through his sparse hair, momentarily lost in contemplation. Chapter 64. Chris, how naive you are. Hey, did you see that? I told you I would take the shot here. Why did you not believe me? Su Lang smiled as he gazed at Paul. Paul, however, fixed a fierce stare upon Su Lang, vowing that had it not been for the last vestiges of reason urging him to consider the consequences of his actions, he would have undoubtedly leaped up to strike Su Lang with a punch. Opting to ignore Su Lang now, Paul recognized that this was merely a tactic to provoke him. Yet, the signals received by Su Lang's system revealed that Paul's inner turmoil belied the calmness he projected. Negative emotional value from Chris Paul, 3,000. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upward, as Paul now resembled a balloon, increasingly constricted. When he reached his breaking point, it would signify the success of Su Lang's scheme. Turning back to the Hornets' offensive possession, Paul once again utilized a screen to deliver the basketball to David West beyond the arc. West swiftly executed a precise shot, securing 2 points. The tension on the court remained palpable. Now, during the Warriors' offensive turn, having learned from the previous round, Paul positioned himself much closer to Su Lang this time, maintaining a distance of merely a step. In this manner, should Su Lang attempt a shot, Paul would still be able to exert some influence. Su Lang gazed at the vigilant Paul before speaking once more. Hey, Chris, can you believe it? I'm going to shoot some hoops here shortly. Su Lang pointed again at the spot before him. Damn it. Here we go again. Paul shot a fierce glare at Su Lang. Yet, his body betrayed him, as he unconsciously shifted slightly towards Su Lang. At that moment, Su Lang launched a three-pointer. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net froze Paul's expression. In truth, Su Lang himself was taken aback, not expecting his shooting touch to be so impeccable. Although Curry's court possesses formidable capabilities, it is still reliant on the feel of the game. It appears that the rhythm of this match is quite favorable. Why don't you believe me? I told you I would take the shot here. Su Lang gazed at Paul with a smile brimming with delight. From Chris Paul's negative emotional value, a staggering 3,500 emerged. At this moment, Paul wished to disregard Su Lang, as he had never encountered anyone so utterly detestable, save for that accursed number 8 far away with the Utah Jazz. The Hornets' offense commenced anew. Paul, utilizing a screen, penetrated towards the basket, opting to seize the opportunity for a personal attack. He released a jump shot, the basketball grazing the fingertips of Andrus. However, the angle was slightly off, causing the ball to strike the rear of the rim and bounce away. Su Lang, in pursuit of Paul, leapt high into the air, capturing the basketball with ease. Chandler could only cast a begrudging glance at Su Lang before hastily retreating on defense. Fully aware of the Warriors' formidable fast break, which had already demonstrated its potency in previous possessions, the Warriors' offensive sequence was about to unfold. Su Lang once again brought the basketball to a halt at the arc's apex. Upon witnessing Su Lang's sudden pause, Paul felt an immediate shadow of apprehension envelop him. Having been subjected to 2 consecutive face-offs against Su Lang, a sense of vigilance instinctively arose within Paul. Hey, what do you think about my next shot from here? Su Lang once again smiled as he gazed at Paul. In Paul's eyes, Su Lang's smile was exceedingly irritating. Why must you announce your intention to shoot while you are shooting? It is utterly insufferable. Paul had mentally cursed Su Lang's ancestors countless times. This time, Paul dared not disbelieve Su Lang. After Su Lang declared his intent to take the shot, Paul immediately advanced to apply pressure, denying Su Lang any space to shoot. Su Lang observed Paul charging towards him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The bait was taken. At the precise moment Paul initiated his aggressive pursuit, Su Lang accelerated sharply, effortlessly slipping past him. Realizing Su Lang had broken free, Paul could hardly muster a curse against his lack of sportsmanship. He hastily adjusted his center of gravity, preparing to intercept Su Lang, but it was too late. Su Lang effortlessly surpassed Paul with his remarkable speed. The Hornets' number 2, Peterson, was compelled to step in for assistance. However, Peterson swiftly paid the price for his intervention. Meanwhile, Wu-Sheng Jackson, having been left unguarded, made a rapid advance towards the basket. With Peterson no longer obstructing him, Jackson found himself in a realm devoid of defenders. In the next instant, the basketball appeared before Jackson's eyes. Although he had somewhat prepared himself for this moment, the sudden and unexpected arrival of the ball still startled him. Jackson swiftly reached out, seized the basketball, and executed a layup to complete the play. After assisting, Su Lang turned around with a smile on his face, looking at Paul. "Surely, you cannot be so naive as to believe I would actually shoot from there." The words of Su Lang echoed incessantly in Paul's ears. Naive. Naive. Damn rookie. Paul felt utterly humiliated. As if his dignity had been ruthlessly ground into the floor by Su Lang, he harbored an intense desire to devour Su Lang alive. Negative emotional value from Chris Paul, 5,000. Su Lang delightfully reaped a wave of negative emotional value from Paul. Truly, as an NBA star, he is indeed a prolific source of output. In comparison, Su Lang had previously considered Beasley to be a significant contributor, but now he seems utterly insignificant. Regardless of Su Lang's awareness, it appears that 5,000 is likely the pinnacle of Paul's output. Su Lang's exquisite pass once again ignited the fervor of the fans at the Oracle Arena. The spectators were indifferent to whether he was a rookie. What truly mattered to them was his ability to elevate their adrenaline within the arena. It was precisely this enchanting quality of Su Lang's passes that captivated the crowd. Meanwhile, Coach Danielson had already reached a definitive conclusion. Su Lang has undoubtedly developed exceptional three-point shooting skills over the past few months. Although only a few rounds have passed, Danielson has already glimpsed the limitless potential that lies within Su Lang. Su Lang's frenzied performance simultaneously ignited the latent madness within Danielson. The moniker of the mad scientist was not bestowed upon him without reason. At that moment, a myriad of outrageous strategies began to take shape in Danielson's mind, all originating from or culminating in Su Lang. He believed he had unearthed the player best suited to his tactical framework. What had once been thoughts of retirement now vanished. As Danielson felt invigorated, sensing he could still stir the waters of the league for several more years, a particularly audacious notion began to blossom within him, to elevate Su Lang as the cornerstone of the Warriors. However, such an endeavor could not be rushed. Given the team's impressive Monta Ellis, prematurely proposing this plan would undoubtedly meet with resistance from the management. Nevertheless, Danielson kept this ambition close to his heart, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 65. Danielson schemes. After Su Lang once again toyed with Paul, the Hornets called for a timeout. Head coach Byron Scott had discerned that Paul's performance was far from optimal. When the timeout buzzer sounded, Paul stormed off the court, sulking in solitude on the bench. He had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by a rookie. Coach Scott approached Paul and said, "Hey, Chris, what's troubling you? This isn't like you. I understand your frustration, but you must realize this is part of their strategy. They are deliberately trying to provoke you to disrupt the team's rhythm." Coach Scott spoke earnestly, elucidating the stakes involved. Paul merely shook his head. He was acutely aware of the opponent's intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured this long. However, knowing the situation and being able to tolerate it were two different matters. Paul felt he had reached his limit. If the opponent persisted in this manner, he was uncertain how much longer he could hold his composure. Nevertheless, for the sake of the team, Paul once again forcibly suppressed his burgeoning rage. Beep. The timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Yet, Coach Scott's timeout had indeed borne some fruit, as it had managed to calm the nearly explosive Paul somewhat. Su Lang gazed at the now composed Paul and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that the stars of the NBA were indeed not so easily swayed from their rhythm. In light of this, it was time to confront him head-on with sheer strength. Su Lang resolutely abandoned the notion of continuing to provoke Paul. After all, he did not wish for his inaugural NBA game to devolve into a chaotic brawl. With Su Lang's verbal assaults no longer present, Paul gradually regained his rhythm. He consistently utilized screens to create openings and adeptly distributed the ball, thereby crafting opportunities for his teammates. Most of Su Lang's attention was devoted to linking up with his teammates. It must be said that his ability to dazzle with the ball, making 9 players appear to be in motion while he commands the play, is indeed quite impressive. Not only does it deceive the defenders, but it also confounds his own teammates at times. By the end of the first half, Su Lang had achieved an impressive tally of 9 assists. However, he also recorded 5 turnovers. Several of his exquisite passes went astray simply because his teammates were caught off guard, turning what should have been brilliant assists into unfortunate mistakes. On Su Lang's end, there was not much to be concerned about. He had mentally prepared himself prior to selecting this skill. However, head coach Don Nelson was visibly anxious. Time and again, he witnessed exquisite passes being squandered by the players. Nelson felt an overwhelming urge to take the court himself. As halftime approached, the scoreboard was frozen at 52-63, with the Warriors trailing by 11 points. During the intermission, Don Nelson erupted in fury within the locker room. If it were not for the squandered passes from Su Lang, the Warriors would have been in the lead. After being subjected to a stern lecture from Coach Nelson, all the Warriors players cast resentful glances at Su Lang. Could they truly be blamed for this? The passes from Su Lang are truly enigmatic. At times, it seems they merely intend to create space or set a screen. Who would have anticipated the sensation of a basketball striking one's face directly? Su Lang found himself in a state of bemusement as he observed the incessant influx of negative emotional points from his teammates within the system. Truly, Danielson had unwittingly garnered a wave of animosity towards himself, while Su Lang held a certain fondness for negative emotional points. Danielson's current actions were nothing short of creating adversaries for Su Lang in the locker room. Nevertheless, Su Lang possessed a direct method to address the situation. Su Lang glanced around at his teammates and stood up. "Please, don't look at me like that. To make amends, I'll cover the expenses at the nightclub tonight." Su Lang naturally has his own methods for integrating into the team. Nothing fosters camaraderie quite like the nightlife culture in America. Beside him, the formidable Jackson gazed at Su Lang with a look of astonishment. Initially, he had presumed that this rookie would find himself isolated in the locker room. Who would have anticipated that he possessed such audacious tactics? The resentment towards Su Lang had not been particularly intense. It was merely stoked by Danielson, causing some discomfort among the players. However, with Su Lang demonstrating such sincerity, several individuals in the locker room began to feel a shift in their sentiments. At that moment, Jackson stood up and embraced Su Lang. It's rare to encounter someone so generous, so it's settled. Just for drinks, no shenanigans. Indeed, there exists a rule within NBA teams that prohibits players from indulging in nocturnal revelries during the season. Yet, under ordinary circumstances, teams tend to overlook such transgressions. After all, these basketball players are brimming with vitality. If they were confined indoors, they might inadvertently stir up trouble. Jackson's seemingly simple gesture concealed profound implications. As the unequivocal leader of the locker room, his support for Su Lang signified his endorsement of the rookie, conveying to others that Su Lang was not to be bullied. It can be asserted that Su Lang's current standing in the locker room is not typical for a novice. Traditionally, rookies occupy a lowly status, often facing unfair treatment from their peers. Jackson's actions stemmed from 2 key reasons. First, Su Lang genuinely appealed to him, and he held high hopes for the rookie. Second, their synergy on the court was remarkably fluid. During the first half, Su Lang's passes to Jackson had only one misstep. Unlike other less capable players, Jackson found a sense of ease when collaborating with Su Lang. Furthermore, Jackson harbored discontent towards another core player of the Warriors, Monta Ellis. And with Su Lang now showcasing formidable abilities, Jackson was more than willing to lend his support. Although Su Lang did not fully comprehend Jackson's intentions, he had deduced them with a fair degree of accuracy. Both individuals were tacitly aware of each other's thoughts. Su Lang gazed at the jubilant group of teammates within the changing room, a smile gracing his lips. A single night of indulgence at a nightclub had afforded him the opportunity to harvest their negative emotional burdens without a trace of guilt. This transaction proved far more advantageous than any financial dealings he had previously engaged in. Let them revel in their joy. There will be ample time in the future to reclaim what he had sown among them. Su Lang gazed thoughtfully at the lively locker room. The other members of the Warriors remained blissfully unaware that a single night at a nightclub had jeopardized their tranquil future. Had they known, they would have resolutely avoided that particular establishment. Meanwhile, hiding just outside the door, Danielson listened to the bursts of laughter emanating from within, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. Indeed, he had intentionally orchestrated the situation to assess whether Su Lang possessed the requisite skills to manage affairs within the locker room, an essential capability for any leading star. Judging by the outcome, Danielson felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 66. Let us make a splash. The whistle signaling the end of halftime sounded. Players from both teams gradually returned to the court, with the Warriors now in possession of the ball for their offensive play in the third quarter. Su Lang decided to show the Hornets a thing or two in this round. While he may be carefree, winning the game remains paramount. Su Lang was determined not to lose his first NBA game. As he inbounded the ball, he skillfully dribbled it across the half-court line. Su Lang gestured towards the paint. In an instant, Andrus comprehended Su Lang's intention and swiftly moved to the perimeter to set a screen for him. Reluctantly, Chandler followed Su Lang to the outside. Upon witnessing the screen being set, Su Lang accelerated swiftly, gliding past Andrus with remarkable agility. Paul endeavored to pursue, yet found himself firmly obstructed by Andrus. At this moment, Su Lang represented the pivotal point of Andrus's emergence, compelling Andrus to exert himself even further. Following the screen, Su Lang and Andrus separated instantaneously, effectively stretching the Hornets' defense. Paul and Chandler were compelled to execute a switch on defense. This marked the first instance of Su Lang employing the screen and roll strategy in this match. If Paul relished such tactics, Su Lang was more than willing to engage him. While Paul might withstand the provocation from Su Lang, it was uncertain whether Chandler could do the same. As Su Lang faced Chandler, who had switched onto him, all the Warriors players began to shift towards the weak side, evidently intending to allow Su Lang to take on the challenge alone. Head coach Don Nelson observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. Increasingly curious about what transpired in the locker room. How had these players suddenly become so compliant? Nelson had underestimated the allure of nightlife. These players were now enamored with Su Lang, for a rookie so generous was indeed a rarity. After the Warriors players had effectively created space, Su Lang commenced his performance. The streetball maestro activated his skills, and in an instant, Su Lang transformed into an ethereal spirit of the wind. His entire being became remarkably graceful, continuously shifting his center of gravity in accordance with the basketball's every maneuver. Su Lang's towering physique grants him an extraordinary capacity for swift directional changes. The consequence of this is that Chandler, tasked with defending against Su Lang, could not even endure to the second round. As he was cleanly outmaneuvered by a deft behind-the-back dribble from Su Lang feigned a drive towards the paint. Chandler, determined, pivoted sharply to defend against him. But in the next instant, Su Lang executed a swift retreat, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. In a flurry, Chandler turned to sprint towards the arc. Yet an unforeseen mishap occurred. As he pivoted, his footing betrayed him, and a sudden slip sent a jolt of alarm through Chandler's mind. It was a grave error. By then, he had already lost control of his body, performing an unexpected and exaggerated split right before Su Lang. Not only was Su Lang taken aback, but the entire arena, players and fans alike, was left in astonishment. Imagine a towering figure of over 2 meters executing a split in front of you. It was more bizarre than witnessing a sow climbing a tree. Observing Chandler's unintended display, Su Lang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness. That sight was genuinely painful. Su Lang even sensed a cool breeze wafting beneath him. The audience, engrossed in the spectacle, showed little concern for Chandler's discomfort. What captivated them was the exquisite culmination of an ankle-breaking maneuver. Chandler was left sprawling in an exaggerated split, a moment that, without a doubt, would secure a spot among the top 5 plays of the week. At that moment, Su Lang's three-point shot swished flawlessly through the hoop. Su Lang naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. "Hey, Chandler, are you celebrating my goal with a split?" Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Chandler was nearly compelled to retort with a sarcastic, "Congratulations to you, my dear." However, the persistent pain he was experiencing left him with little inclination to engage with Su Lang. At that moment, Chandler's primary concern was whether he would end up as a solitary figure, akin to a superhero without allies. Beep. Reluctantly, the Hornets called for another timeout, as it had become evident that Chandler was not in optimal condition. Continuing to squander time might lead to a foul being called against him by the referee, resulting in a regrettable situation. Fortunately, there were no significant issues on Chandler's end, yet his gaze directed at Su Lang was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Negative emotional value from Tyson Chandler, 1000. Su Lang May joyfully garnered another wave of negative emotional energy. The intermission concluded, and the players from both teams returned to the court. The Hornets initiated their offensive sequence. Perhaps due to the halftime break or the influence of Chandler, the Hornets players were evidently slow to regain their rhythm. David West, upon receiving a pass from Paul, astonishingly launched an airball. After his missed shot, David West clenched his fist in frustration. It was now the Warriors' turn to take possession. Once again, Su Lang gestured for Andrus to set a screen. Upon witnessing this, Chandler in the paint found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. Having just executed an impressive split, he was taken aback by the opponent's renewed challenge. Stepping forward was Chandler's good friend, David West, selflessly volunteering to switch defenses, allowing Chandler to remain in the paint. He then trailed Andrus as he ventured outward. Observing the silhouette of David West, Chandler nearly shed tears of gratitude. A true brother. I shall remember your sacrifice. In his heart, Chandler had already resigned himself to the belief that David West was walking into peril. And indeed, the very next moment. After the screen, David West found himself directly in front of Su Lang. Since David West had taken it upon himself to defend for Chandler, Su Lang naturally would not hold back, eager to meet the challenge. Su Lang is still scheming to reap benefits from Chandler. David West emerges to disrupt his plans and intends to teach him a lesson. Su Lang executed a series of continuous behind-the-back dribbles, while David West exerted every ounce of his strength to thwart him. However, dreams are often beautiful, whereas reality can be harsh. In the next moment, David West found himself utterly deceived by Su Lang and fell to the ground. Yet, he fared much better than Chandler, as he at least refrained from theatrically performing a split. In astonishment, David West watched as Su Lang unleashed a shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish. Su Lang once again succeeded in a three-point shot, bringing the score to 58-63. The gap had once more been narrowed by Su Lang. David West was now consumed by a singular thought. Why had he put himself in such a position? What pretense was he maintaining? After all, this was not his affair. Foolishly, he had volunteered to play the role of a mere backdrop. Sitting on the floor, David West resolved never to involve himself in the matters between Chandler and Su Lang again. He cast a glance toward Chandler in the paint, who, at that moment, looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Upon seeing that look, David West felt an even greater surge of annoyance. Here he was, enduring this torment on Chandler's behalf. And what did that look signify? As Su Lang gazed at the system's notification, joy blossomed within his heart. A surge of negative emotional value from David West, amounting to 1,000, brought him immense delight. Oh, how delightful. La la la, la la la. I am the bearer of negative emotional value. Inspired by the tune of a newsboy, Su Lang couldn't help but hum a tune. Chapter 67. Surely, a novel wouldn't dare to write this. The offensive round of the Hornets. Perhaps Su Lang had indeed instilled a psychological shadow. This fellow, David Sturt, during a layup, surprisingly suffered from butterfingers, causing the basketball to soar out of bounds. Su Lang could distinctly hear the sound of Paul grinding his teeth in frustration beside him. David West, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, dared not meet Paul's gaze. He could only feign ignorance of the predatory look in Paul's eyes and swiftly retreated to bolster the defense in the backcourt during the Warriors' offensive possession. Su Lang continued with his previous strategy, and shortly after halftime, Andrus burst forth from the paint, eager to assist Su Lang with a pick and roll. Chandler looked at David West in disbelief, wondering why he was joining in. Come on, do your part, he seemed to implore. However, David West simply turned his head away, completely disregarding Chandler's gaze. Good luck to you. I cannot assist further. I certainly do not wish to be turned into a mere backdrop again. At that moment, both David West and Chandler displayed an unusual modesty, each hoping the other would step out to guard Su Lang on the perimeter. Yet, neither made a move, resulting in an astonishing outcome. After using the screen to shake off Paul, Su Lang found himself with no defenders in sight. The Hornets head coach, witnessing this debacle, was practically stomping his feet in frustration. How could I not have put those two imbeciles on the court? With the defense so utterly absent, Su Lang mercilessly sank another three-pointer, narrowing the score to 61-63. The gap had shrunk once more. Initially, the Hornets coach remained somewhat composed, entertained the hope that his players might self-regulate on the court. However, it seemed all to be in vain. Just over a minute into the second half, the opponent had already leveled the score. Even a pack of dogs could not have performed worse. Reluctantly, Coach Scott called another timeout. He knew he had to implement changes, otherwise, allowing Su Lang to continue his isolation plays after screens would lead them down a path of defeat. Meanwhile, Warriors head coach Don Nelson watched Su Lang in disbelief, vowing he had never witnessed such a brutal approach to scoring. 3 possessions, 3 identical strategies, and 3 consecutive three-pointers. In a remarkable turn of events, the Warriors swiftly closed the 9-point deficit within a mere minute. The atmosphere among the home crowd ignited with fervor, as they had never witnessed such an exhilarating contest. Just a minute prior, the Warriors trailed by 11 points. Now, they found themselves a mere 2 points behind, all thanks to Su Lang. Scoring appeared effortless for him. akin to slicing through vegetables. Don Nelson began to question whether Sue Lang had been swapped out after the draft, for this was not the player they had previously known. As the timeout concluded, Hornets head coach Scott took to the court, reiterating his instructions to the players. The baseline ball was in play, and Paul skillfully navigated the basketball across half-court. During the timeout, Scott had primarily focused on strategies to counter Sue Lang's offensive prowess. Yet he proposed no alterations to the Hornets' own offense. However, Paul had devised a plan of his own. He had grown weary of two inept teammates and was determined to seize control of the game. With the ball in his possession, Paul gestured toward Chandler in the paint. Upon receiving the signal, Chandler promptly set a screen. Paul accelerated past Chandler, deftly maneuvering toward the three-point line, employing the very tactic that Sue Lang had previously utilized. In a moment of necessity, Andrus had no choice but to switch onto Sue Lang. Paul observed Andrus, whose expression was riddled with apprehension, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. "If I can't get past Sue Lang, can I not surpass you?" he mused, recalling the dunk Andrus had executed moments ago. Prepared to face the judgment of the Hornet King, Paul employed every ounce of skill at his disposal against Andrus, the basketball seemingly ablaze in his hands. The outcome, however, was remarkably favorable. Merely a few exchanges later, Andrus found himself unable to withstand Paul's relentless assault. Seizing an opportune moment, Paul executed a deft sidestep, releasing a mid-range jump shot. To evade Andrus' impending block, Paul even leaned back slightly during his release. Andrus, witnessing Paul's shot, leapt with determination, his arms outstretched. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he realized his fingertips had grazed the basketball, though merely a fleeting touch. Andrus was certain he had made contact. Meanwhile, as the ball left Paul's hands, a smile graced his lips, confident in the shot's success. Yet, in an instant, that smile froze. The ball ricocheted unexpectedly off the rim. It arced through the air, landing in the bewildered hands of Andrus. At that moment, Andrus experienced a fleeting illusion, questioning if he were indeed a child of divinity. The defense was unexpected, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and he had astonishingly blocked the shot. To make matters even more surreal, the basketball fortuitously found its way into his possession. One might think such a plot too far-fetched for a novel. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Paul wore a look of utter disbelief, as though he had tasted something foul. Being outmaneuvered by Sue Lang was one thing, but now this somewhat foolish player had also turned the tables on him. Paul began to wonder if he had neglected to consult the calendar before stepping out. In the next moment, Paul charged forward, intent on snatching the ball from Andrus' grasp. However, Andrus, quick to react, released the basketball to Sue Lang before Paul could reach him. Upon receiving the basketball, Sue Lang surged forward with remarkable speed, executing a swift three-point shot. The Hornets, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as Sue Lang effortlessly released the ball. As the three-pointer arced gracefully through the air, it found its mark, nestling securely within the net. Despair etched itself upon the faces of the Hornets players. The advantage they had painstakingly built throughout the first half was obliterated in those fleeting 2 minutes. Indeed, those 2 minutes were nothing short of a nightmare for the Hornets team. After Sue Lang successfully sank a three-pointer, the score on the court reached 64-63, marking a remarkable turnaround for the Warriors. As the basketball swished through the net, the home crowd erupted into fervor, witnessing a visual spectacle. Before they could fully comprehend the shift, the Warriors had already seized the lead. Such a match ignited the fans' passions as they fervently waved their jerseys, popcorn, and even soda in jubilation. It had been a long time since Oracle Arena echoed with such cheers. Donnie Vinson also jubilantly raised his fists, expressing his exhilaration. The surprise brought by Sue Lang was utterly astounding. One cannot help but wonder if the general managers of the Thunder and the Bucks are now filled with regret upon witnessing Sue Lang's remarkable performance. In Chapter 68, titled Friend of the Reporter, the tension mounted. During the ensuing matches, the Hornets could no longer bridge the gap in points. As time progressed, the players of the Hornets seemed to drift into a stupor on the court. Clearly, the blow dealt by Sue Lang had instilled a sense of despair regarding the game within them. Paul fought valiantly, his eyes ablaze as he relentlessly attacked the paint. Yet, this could not halt the Hornets' downward spiral. David West and Chandler, the Hornets' interior players, had lost their courage to battle on the court. Scott's tactical deployment against Sue Lang proved ineffective. David West and Chandler remained ensnared in the fate of being toyed with by Sue Lang. Midway through the fourth quarter, the point differential widened considerably. After a surge of 13-2 from the Warriors, the gap had expanded to 20 points. At this juncture, The Hornets had completely abandoned any thoughts of a comeback. Reluctantly, Scott called a timeout and substituted all the starters, surrendering to the Warriors. Naturally, Don Nelson, with a sense of sportsmanship, also replaced all his key players. Paul draped a towel over his face, never having anticipated that the season's opening match would end in such a debacle, suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Warriors. All of this transpired because of that number 0 player from the Warriors. The dream of overpowering the rookie had not materialized. Instead, it had backfired, delivering a stinging slap. Paul yearned to leave the court immediately. The cheers of the departing fans in the Oracle Arena were, to Paul, unbearably grating. As the final whistle blew, the Warriors claimed victory at home with a score of 118-101, marking their first triumph of the season. In his debut in the NBA, Su Lang immediately amassed an impressive tally of 31 points, 11 assists, and 2 rebounds. Such statistics are nothing short of perfection for a rookie's inaugural game. Achieving a double-double right from the outset, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is certain that this performance will incite a frenzy among the media. Don Nelson is acutely aware of this reality, and he now harbors concerns regarding the aftermath of the game. Anticipating that the media will undoubtedly exalt and subsequently scrutinize Su Lang with fervor. In the face of such circumstances, can Su Lang still retain his original intentions? Thus, during the post-match press conference, Don Nelson pondered for a considerable time. He deliberated on whether to bring Su Lang to the post-match media event. Given Su Lang's performance in the match, it would be somewhat unreasonable not to include him. However, the thought of taking Su Lang along filled Don Nelson with trepidation. Thus, in a state of ambivalence, he approached the entrance of the locker room. Upon pushing open the door, a resolution formed in his mind. "Su, gather your things. Prepare to join me at the press conference," he called out. Su Lang, who had just finished showering and was in the midst of changing, turned a glance at Don Nelson. Although taken aback, it was within the realm of expectation. "Su, hurry up and deal with those paparazzi. Remember to return promptly. And do not forget the promise you made to us," Wu Sheng Jackson remarked, playfully patting Su Lang on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the other players in the locker room displayed expressions of excitement. They had not forgotten Su Lang's promise to treat them to a night out at the nightclub. Observing the suddenly animated players, Don Nelson shook his head in resignation. He was not particularly interested in the agreement Su Lang had made with the others. Yet the current situation seemed to be evolving favorably. Moments later, Su Lang and Don Nelson appeared at the press conference. The reporters in attendance, upon spotting Su Lang, surged forward as if drawn by the scent of blood in the water. Su Lang has acquired a charming moniker within the journalistic community, the friend of reporters. It appears that these journalists have discovered that during interviews, Su Lang consistently provides them with the topics they seek. Such an endearing player is indeed a rarity. Nowadays, many athletes in the league speak in a monotonous, official tone, leaving reporters struggling to find captivating stories to write about. However, Su Lang stands apart, as the journalists are confident that he will deliver the answers they desire. "Please be quiet. If you continue in this manner, this press conference will come to an abrupt end," Don Nelson admonished, casting a stern glance at the assembled reporters. In an instant, the reporters became much more compliant, though in their eyes, the old fellow Don Nelson had begun to appear rather detestable. Once the atmosphere settled, a local media outlet from Golden State was granted the opportunity to pose the first question, a privilege afforded to home media at press conferences. "Mr. Su, may I inquire about your thoughts on your outstanding performance in your inaugural NBA game?" The question hung in the air, awaiting a response. Su Lang caressed his chin, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed rather pleasant, did it not? I had not anticipated acquiring such commendable data. The journalists gathered on the sidelines instantly cast a look of disdain towards the reporter who had just posed the question. What a fool. How could one dare to inquire such a question of Su Lang? It was this imbecile who squandered a coveted opportunity for a question they had longed for. The query was, in fact, merely simplistic. "Mr. Su, after competing against Chris Lee in this match, what are your thoughts? How do you perceive Chris?" Su Lang chuckled softly. "You are indeed quite greedy. This is not merely one question, but two." The journalists in the audience exchanged awkward smiles, yet their gaze remained firmly fixed on Su Lang. Engaging for the first time with a player from the NBA realm felt remarkably exhilarating. Chris is undeniably a formidable guard. Su Lang provided his response. This time, the reporters present were somewhat bewildered. It differed markedly from their expectations. Was this still the Su Lang they remembered, who would challenge everything and everyone? Why did his answer now carry an air of formality? Some reporters, still unsatisfied, turned their gaze back to Su Lang. Mr. Su, could you please share your thoughts on the distinctions between the NCAA and the NBA? Upon hearing this question, Su Lang's lips curled into a smile. Finally, it has arrived. Previously, Su Lang had responded to them in official terms, primarily because the earlier two inquiries lacked any substantial technical depth. Moreover, even if Su Lang were to provide them with the answers they sought, it would yield little advantage for him. Informing them that Paul was merely a novice would only serve to please the reporters. On Su Lang's side, the most he can do is harvest another wave of negative sentiment from Paul. This is not what Su Lang desires. However, the current issue does indeed present some room for maneuver. After feigning deep contemplation, Su Lang slowly began to speak. I perceive no discernible difference. The journalists, anxiously awaiting an answer, were momentarily taken aback, convinced they had misheard him. However, some reporters quickly regained their composure and hurriedly pressed on. Mr. Su, do you mean to suggest that the intensity of NBA games is akin to that of NCAA competitions? Is that not the case? Su Lang replied with a smile. The previously composed Danielson, who had been beside Su Lang, suddenly felt as if his scalp had exploded. What on earth? Is Su Lang truly intent on becoming the NBA's public enemy number one? My goodness, this is utterly insane. Chapter 69, Attention from the Dragon Kingdom. During the post-match press conference, all the journalists departed with gleeful expressions, leaving only the despondent Don Nelson behind. At this moment, Don Nelson harbored deep doubts about the wisdom of bringing Su Lang to the press conference. It seemed a monumental error. He had overlooked the fact that Su Lang could be indiscreet with his words in such settings. Now, he could already envision the following day's headlines, as the media would undoubtedly proclaim that a rookie from the Golden State Warriors had issued a challenge to the entire NBA. The mere thought sent shivers down Don Nelson's spine. While many might dismiss Su Lang as merely an arrogant rookie, the league is not devoid of players who relish in meticulous scrutiny. Don Nelson could easily imagine the frenzied opponent Su Lang would face in subsequent matches. Su, you really shouldn't have said that. Are you not aware of the consequences it may entail? Don Nelson gazed at Su Lang in resignation. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Su Lang pondered within himself, recalling a time when he too had provoked the fans of the opposing team. He had never feared standing before thousands. Why should he now? Don Nelson observed Su Lang's nonchalant demeanor and shook his head in resignation once more. Su Lang has certainly stirred up quite a buzz, and one can only imagine that the public relations department of the Warriors will soon find themselves inundated with tasks. Upon learning of the situation, they might privately express their sentiments towards Su Lang. Following the press conference, Su Lang honored his commitments. With the assistance of the esteemed Jackson, he discovered the most vibrant nightclub in Golden State. Although some players departed with the allure of nightlife companions, everyone discreetly pretended not to notice, as such occurrences have become commonplace in the NBA. After once again declining Jackson's offer to introduce him to a lady, Su Lang settled the bill and bid farewell to Jackson, returning to his residence. His night out at the club cost him a staggering $100,000 in currency, merely for the revelry of drinking, without accounting for any additional indulgences. The other members of the Warriors were quite understanding, opting to pay for their own extracurricular activities. Nevertheless, this experience left Su Lang astounded, as he grasped the true essence of a den of financial depletion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean in the Dragon Kingdom, a group of basketball enthusiasts, in accordance with their usual routine, accessed a website to peruse basketball information. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon a familiar face within the Warriors roster. The name Su Lang displayed in English letters on the technical panel unequivocally confirmed to the fans that this was indeed their compatriot. When had a citizen from the Dragon Kingdom ventured into the NBA? Curiosity piqued, they began to search for Su Lang's name on the website. This inquiry revealed to the fans that Su Lang was far from ordinary, an NCAA champion and the 8th overall pick in the draft. Su Lang emerged in the eyes of Longwa fans like a bamboo shoot sprouting after the rain. Su Lang remained unaware that overnight he had risen to prominence in the Dragon Nation. Not only had basketball enthusiasts taken notice of him, but the National Sports Association had also recognized the sudden emergence of a basketball prodigy. Consequently, the leadership of the Sports Association instructed their representative stationed in the NBA, Coach Zhang, to establish contact with Su Lang. Upon receiving the call, Coach Zhang was utterly bewildered. His first instinct was to search for Su Lang's games online. After reviewing the footage, he let out a heavy sigh. This was nothing short of negligence. How could such a sensational player from the Dragon Nation go unnoticed by him? It took a reminder from across the ocean for him to finally pay attention. In truth, even without receiving the call from the Dragon Nation, Coach Zhang would have eventually learned of Su Lang's name. At that moment, the media was already buzzing with fresh reports. Arrogant rookie strongly announces entry into the NBA. Proclaim the headlines. NBA NCAA, the rookie unleashes shocking statements. Not a single competitor worthy. The media embellished Su Lang's remarks and swiftly published their accounts. Consequently, Su Lang's fame exploded not only in the Dragon Nation but also in the United States. Anyone with a modicum of interest in the NBA was now aware of the brash rookie making waves. Meanwhile, Su Lang delightedly observed the rewards accumulating within his system. Although it did not compare to the windfall from the draft, it was sufficient to bring him joy for a while. Upon reading the report, some NBA stars shared the sentiments of Coach Don Nelson, viewing Su Lang with disdain. To them, he was merely an eager aspirant, oblivious to the realities of the league. Currently, Su Lang had yet to earn their respect. Should his future performances continue to astound, they would not hesitate to confront him directly, insisting he understand the true nature of the NBA. At the same time, others reacted with indignation upon encountering the reports about Su Lang, feeling as if he had sullied their sacred realm. They vowed that when faced with Su Lang in a game, they would ensure he received a harsh lesson. However, Su Lang had anticipated such reactions. As Coach Don Nelson presented the emergency plan meticulously crafted by the Public Relations Department, Su Lang was already prepared for the challenges ahead. Su Lang resolutely declined. At this moment, surrendering was far from his characteristic demeanor. Su Lang has resolved to confront those who have spoken harshly without reservation. There is no turning back. Should he capitulate now, he would irrevocably forfeit his avenue of garnering negative sentiment through the media. In the future, if Su Lang were to act arrogantly via media channels, he would merely be regarded as a figure of ridicule. Therefore, surrender is not an option for him. Presently, Don Nelson has extended ample respect towards Su Lang. Su Lang declined to apologize, and Don Nelson did not press the matter. Following the match against the Hornets, Su Lang faced the Raptors, another team considered to be at the lower end of the spectrum. The Warriors and Raptors could be likened to two unfortunate brethren from opposite conferences. However, it did not take long for the Raptors to be bewildered once the game commenced. Is this truly a team akin to their own? They had pledged to endure together, yet it seemed they had covertly engaged in self-serving tactics. Such a lack of sportsmanship. What was initially anticipated to be a contest of mediocrity swiftly transformed into a one-sided massacre by the Warriors. Under Su Lang's orchestration, the Warriors completed their task in just 3 quarters. With a resounding victory over the Raptors, they secured their second consecutive win of the season. In this match, Su Lang amassed an impressive tally of 24 points, 15 assists, and 3 rebounds, sustaining the fervent momentum established in the previous game. This performance left those who were keenly observing Su Lang for errors somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, they had not relinquished hope. Should Su Lang falter in his upcoming games, they would undoubtedly emerge to vehemently criticize him, insisting that this rookie must recognize his rightful place. Chapter 70. The Dazzling Crimson Charm. After triumphing over the Raptors, the Warriors embarked on a back-to-back away game against the New Jersey Nets, another team deemed to be at the bottom of the league. As spectators anticipated a potential rout led by Su Lang, the atmosphere was charged with expectation. Su Lang played a grand just on the people. The Warriors suffered a narrow defeat against the Nets, with a score of 97-105 in an away game. Su Lang struggled with his shooting touch during this match, frequently missing his 3-point attempts. In light of this, he found himself at a loss, recognizing that even the formidable Stephen Curry, with his SSS-level prowess, occasionally encounters moments of ineffectiveness. Aware of his off night, Su Lang redirected his focus towards orchestrating the team's offensive plays. Su Lang delivered a career high of 19 assists. In this match, Wusheng Jackson was abundantly fed by Su Lang, resulting in a remarkable 34 points. However, the other players seemed to be adversely affected by Su Lang's rhythm, collectively falling silent. Consequently, despite achieving a personal best of 19 assists, Su Lang only managed to score 9 points. This prompted a wave of spectators fixated on Su Lang to erupt in delight. They eagerly exclaimed, 9 points. I wonder where this rookie's audacity to challenge the NBA comes from. Let me see. Haha, this arrogant newcomer only managed to score 9 points. Perhaps he finally realizes that the NBA is not merely a child's play. Hey, rookie, do you see this? This is the NBA. 9 points? I could probably score 9 points with my eyes closed. These individuals began to mock Su Lang incessantly online. At this juncture, the media also fanned the flames, proclaiming, Arrogant rookie faces career Waterloo. Is NCAA akin to the NBA? Arrogant rookie gets ruthlessly slapped in the face. Many fans of the Dragon Kingdom residing in the United States. Upon seeing these reports, united online to support Su Lang. Unexpectedly, a prominent figure emerged in the media spotlight. If a rookie can be deemed worthless after achieving 19 assists in just his third game, I must say there's no one in the NBA who can compare to him. Warriors head coach Don Nelson openly defended Su Lang against his critics online, renowned for his protective nature towards his players. Don Nelson's words provided a rallying point for Su Lang's supporters, who gathered en masse beneath his statement to express their solidarity. Amidst this turmoil, Su Lang remained unfazed, completely free of psychological burdens. After an intense training session, Wushin Jackson observed Su Lang, who appeared unaffected by the commotion, and inquired, "Hey, buddy, you must know that there's quite the uproar online about you, right? Even the head coach has stepped in to back you up." Of course. As Su Lang wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, he remarked without turning his head, "Do you not have any thoughts on the matter?" Wushin Jackson looked at Su Lang in astonishment. It is worth noting that some comments online are quite harsh. Jackson believed that if this situation had befallen him, he would certainly struggle to maintain such composure. Even if he could not out-argue them, he would still confront them at night. However, Su Lang appeared utterly unconcerned about voicing his opinions online. They were merely a group of ignorant individuals. To engage with them would only diminish one's own intellect. The most fitting response to such individuals is to deliver a resounding rebuke through tangible actions. Su Lang explained to Jackson. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Jackson stood frozen in place, momentarily speechless. My goodness, could it be that a newcomer possesses such vision? Jackson felt as though he had wasted years of his life. It was as if the calmness that had long resided within him was reignited by Su Lang's fervor. Hey, my friend, if you wish to pursue anything, I shall assist you, he said, gazing earnestly at Jackson. A faint smile graced Su Lang's lips. Then it settled. However, upon turning away, a shadow cast over his countenance. He was not devoid of anger. The vitriol directed at him had begun to ensnare his parents, an affront he found intolerable. Yet, Su Lang understood that intervening in the current online turmoil would only embolden those individuals further, failing to address the underlying issue. Su Lang understood that the only way to silence his detractors was to retaliate with a spectacular performance on the court. The date was November 4, 2008. The Warriors were set to face the Memphis Grizzlies in the final leg of their 3-game road trip at the FedEx Forum. After 2 days of escalating fervor online, the frenzy had intensified remarkably. Some individuals had even gone so far as to purchase tickets to the game, eager to attend in person and mock Su Lang. As Su Lang entered the arena alongside his team, a chorus of boos erupted throughout the crowd. It was evident that there were numerous individuals present, eager to deride Su Lang in person. In that moment, however, Su Lang heard a powerful roar cutting through the cacophony. Su Lang, keep going. We stand by you. Su Lang turned his gaze toward the sound and beheld a vibrant red flag. Following that, he noticed a group of approximately 50 individuals, all adorned in crimson attire, with Su Lang's jersey draped over them. In that instant, Su Lang's heart was filled with warmth. He had not anticipated witnessing such heartfelt support from his compatriots on this side of the ocean. Indeed, the individuals rallying to support Su Lang were none other than the enthusiastic fans of the Dragon Nation residing in America. Su Lang observed as they raised their fists triumphantly, then struck them fiercely against his chest. This match would undoubtedly end in victory, for Su Lang had been bestowed with the enigmatic powers of the East. Moreover, he did not wish to disappoint these delightful individuals. Although Su Lang could be somewhat unreliable at times, he had now transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness. He understood the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. During the warm-up, from the distance of the main court, after maneuvering the ball a few times, he gazed towards the hoop. With a swift motion, he launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish. The crisp sound echoed as Su Lang effortlessly sank a logo three-pointer. But the excitement did not end there. Jackson swiftly passed the ball to Su Lang, who was positioned at the logo. Su Lang once again raised his hand and took a shot from beyond the arc swish. The three-pointer found its mark once more. At this moment, the visiting fans were utterly astonished by Su Lang's 2 incredible logo shots, gazing at the now hushed arena. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled upwards slightly. The sensation is delightful. This match shall not disappoint these charming individuals. Are you prepared to embrace an exhilarating contest? Su Lang's gaze was directed towards the expanse of red in the stands. Chapter 71, Seizing the Initiative. Unreasonable three-point shot. Hey, Mayo, how are you feeling? Do you have confidence in facing the opponent? Rudy Gay quietly approached Mayo after Su Lang had successfully landed 2 consecutive logo shots. Mayo, this year's 3rd overall pick in the draft, was the only one among the top 3 selections who had never faced Su Lang on the court. In a prior post-match interview, Su Lang had proclaimed his intent to decisively outperform those selected before him in the draft. Although OJ Mayo refrained from verbalizing his thoughts, he harbored a sense of disdain for Su Lang's remarks. As the 3rd overall pick, Mayo possessed a sense of pride that could not be easily dismissed. From that moment onward, he resolved internally that when he faced Su Lang, he would demonstrate precisely why his draft position surpassed that of his rival. Despite not having faced him in competition before, he was confident in his abilities. With a scornful glance towards Su Lang, Mayo remarked, "Ha ha ha. I eagerly await the spectacle." Rudy Gay, clapping Mayo on the shoulder, intended merely to ease his tension. He had never doubted that Mayo would prevail in their forthcoming confrontation. It is worth noting that the individual in question was often regarded as possessing the potential of a higher-tier Jordan and the lower-tier prowess of Kobe. With the sound of the whistle, the match commenced in earnest. The rosters were as follows. For the Warriors, Su Lang at point guard, Steven Jackson at shooting guard, Maggette at small forward, Brandon Wright at power forward, and Andrus at center. The Warriors lineup remained unchanged. For the Grizzlies, Mike Conley at point guard, OJ Mayo at shooting guard, Rudy Gay at small forward, Daryl Arthur at power forward, and Marc Gasol at center. The referee tossed the basketball into the air, and a jump ball ensued between Andrus and Marc Gasol. Although Gasol's weight limited his vertical leap, his opponent, Andrus, was even less capable in that regard, allowing Gasol to secure possession. The ball was deftly directed towards Conley, who initiated the Grizzlies' first offensive play of the game. As Conley received the ball, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, clearly eager to witness Su Lang falter. A subtle smile crept across Conley's lips. The circumstances seemed to favor them, and he could scarcely conceive of a scenario in which they might lose unless divine intervention occurred. A childish notion flickered in Conley's mind. Surely, there could be no such providence. He dismissed the thought and refocused on the game. Conley approached Su Lang's defense. As a time traveler, Su Lang was acutely aware that Conley's offensive capabilities were limited at this stage, primarily focused on facilitating his team. Thus, Su Lang strategically backed off Conley slightly, effectively obstructing his passing lane. Observing this, Conley signaled to Marc Gasol, who promptly moved to the free throw line. In the next instant, Conley swiftly passed the basketball to Gasol. Su Lang did not interfere with the opponent's pass. After receiving the ball at the free throw line, Pau Gasol raised his arms high, surveying the unfolding situation on the court. This is quintessential Pau Gasol, orchestrating plays from the free throw line, emblematic of the Memphis Grizzlies' tactical identity. It was only after the arrival of Zach Randolph that this strategy became truly formidable. Gasol would create space from the perimeter while Randolph wreaked havoc inside. Many teams in the league found themselves at their wits' end. Even the powerful Lakers struggled against the Grizzlies. Hence, a saying emerged, encountering the Grizzlies men enduring a tough battle. However, that is a tale of the future Grizzlies. Presently, the team lacks such overwhelming dominance. Once Gasol opened up the interior space, Rudy Gay executed a swift off-ball cut, evading his defender, Maggette, and drove straight to the basket. This exemplifies the current offensive strategy of the Grizzlies. With a deft pass, Gasol delivered the ball to Gay, who then scored with a powerful dunk. The presence of Andrus under the basket, following Gasol to the free throw line, left the interior defense vulnerable. Witnessing this play, Coach Hollins, who had returned to lead the Grizzlies this year, smiled with satisfaction. The execution of the team's tactics was impeccable, leaving even the head coach with no room for criticism. Thus, Hollins felt confident in steering this year's Grizzlies to overcome their previous struggles. As the Warriors took their turn on offense, Mayo confronted Su Lang directly. This was part of Coach Hollins' strategy from the outset, initiating a defensive switch, assigning the taller Mayo to guard Su Lang. This explains the earlier moment when Rudy Gay inquired about Mayo's approach. Mayo kept a close watch on Su Lang, resolute in his determination to showcase his prowess and reaffirm his status as the nation's top player. He lowered his center of gravity, harboring disdain for Su Lang. Yet he had studied Su Lang's playing style meticulously. Su Lang's dribbling is exceptionally incisive. Consequently, Mayo lowers his center of gravity to guard against Su Lang's advances. As Su Lang gazed at Mayo before him, for the first time, he refrained from issuing a provocation on the court. This time, Su Lang was determined to be serious. He raised his hand and took a three-point shot. Without any forewarning, Su Lang launched the ball. This sudden move startled Mayo, who had lowered his center of gravity in defense. Mayo had intentionally relaxed his defense, having contemplated Su Lang's unpredictable three-point abilities. However, based on Su Lang's performance in the previous match, Mayo had mentally minimized the threat of his three-point shooting. To his astonishment, Su Lang initiated his attack with the very approach Mayo deemed least likely, taking the shot right in front of him. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated behind Mayo. Well done, Su Lang. Incredible, Su Lang. The crowd clad in red erupted in excitement as they witnessed Su Lang score. Faces flushed, they shouted with fervor, their collective voice echoing with the force of hundreds. Even those nearby who initially intended to mock Su Lang found themselves silenced in awe. Su Lang naturally heard the cheers of the fans from the stands. Su Lang smiled faintly, raising his right hand to point towards the crimson-clad legion in the stands. This is for you. Upon witnessing Su Lang's gesture, the fervor of the Crimson Legion intensified. Mayo, who had just been effortlessly scored upon by Su Lang, wore a rather displeased expression. He had never anticipated being scored against so easily. Recalling the boasts made prior to the match, Mayo felt a sense of embarrassment creeping over him. Damn it. This is your own doing. Would it not be better to simply surrender and accept your fate? Mayo shot a fierce glare at Su Lang. From Mayo, the negative emotional value increased by 500. Su Lang gazed in astonishment at the system's prompt, unable to suppress a smile. A windfall from the heavens. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. However, that was of little consequence now. In Chapter 72 of the Serious series, the formidable Su Lang, the Grizzlies turned back. Employing the same strategy, once again positioning Pau Gasol at the free throw line to orchestrate the play. The players of the Grizzlies began to move without the ball. This time, Mayo managed to shake off Steven Jackson and penetrated towards the basket. Receiving Gasol's pass, he executed a bank shot that swished through the net. After scoring, Mayo provocatively glanced in Su Lang's direction. Did you see that? This is the prowess of a third overall pick. Su Lang paid no heed to Mayo's provocative gaze, swiftly receiving the ball from the baseline and charging towards the Grizzlies' backcourt. Witnessing this scene, Mayo's fury intensified. What gives you the right to disregard me? In a flash, Mayo raced towards Su Lang, determined that this time he would not allow Su Lang to score. Su Lang gradually came to a halt, 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Upon noticing Su Lang's pause, Mayo quickly executed a sharp stop, positioning himself directly in front of Su Lang. However, due to the momentum, he inadvertently surged forward by more than a step. At that very moment, Su Lang made another shooting motion. A three-pointer. The basketball danced through the air, and in Mayo's eyes, it seemed to trace a fiery arc as it soared before decisively finding its mark in the hoop. Swish. In a state of astonishment, Mayo witnessed Su Lang score, once more using the same technique. The score on the court now stood at 6-4, with the Warriors leading by 2 points. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Don Nelson observed the remarkable change in Su Lang's performance during this game. Ever since he conceived the idea of supporting Su Lang as the team's core player, Don Nelson had been closely monitoring him. Many subtle actions that Su Lang himself overlooked were clearly apparent to Don Nelson. This was the hallmark of a professional coach. He noted that Su Lang had a penchant for taunting opposing players in every game, whether during his college days or after entering the NBA. Although the reason for Su Lang's contrasting demeanor compared to his psychological test results remained a mystery, it did not diminish Don Nelson's admiration for him. After all, every genius possesses their own temperament. However, in this game, Don Nelson was taken aback to find that Su Lang astonishingly refrained from taunting his opponents and instead played with utmost seriousness. This shattered Don Nelson's previous impression of Su Lang. Perhaps this was the true essence of Su Lang. Don Nelson couldn't help but speculate. Clearly, the state Su Lang exhibited now aligned more closely with the results of his initial psychological assessment. During this period of introspection, Su Lang executed 3 more shots on the court, missing 1 and successfully making 2. Su Lang's personal score has now reached 12 points. The issue is that since the beginning of the first quarter, Su Lang has not passed the ball to his teammates. In the past 5 offensive possessions, all have been executed solely by Su Lang himself. Furthermore, the method of attack has been entirely identical, as he has consistently taken and successfully made 3-point shots right in front of Mayo. As Su Lang secured 12 points, the score on the court reached 12-7. Relying solely on Su Lang, a 5-point lead was established in the previous round. When Su Lang successfully made a 3-pointer, the head coach of the Grizzlies, Hollins, was compelled to call a timeout. whether to regroup the strategy, disrupt Su Lang's fiery rhythm, or provide some respite for the increasingly unstable mindset of his players. This timeout was imperative. During the pause, Danielson observed Su Lang, who sat quietly on the bench, lost in silence. A torrent of thoughts surged within him. What intrigued Danielson was how Su Lang managed to shoot without restriction on the court, while his teammates exhibited no hint of negativity. Despite the absence of star players on the team, they were all seasoned veterans of the league. It was indeed remarkable that they willingly accompanied a rookie in relentless back-and-forth runs. The reason was quite simple. Jackson had long expressed his support for Su Lang's decisions. The other players, meanwhile, were swayed by Su Lang's previous generosity. They had not forgotten how, after his debut game, he treated them to a night of revelry at a nightclub. Although this eventually came to Danielson's attention, to everyone's surprise, he did not react with anger. Thus, they attributed this leniency to Su Lang. To follow Su Lang to the nightclub felt akin to having a royal decree to indulge in such escapades. It was evident that Danielson had tacitly approved of Su Lang's actions. Otherwise, he would not have let them off so easily. Hence, these players speculated that perhaps after this game, if Su Lang was in high spirits, he might treat them to another night out. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their standing and knew better than to offend a favored player in Danielson's eyes. All of this was merely a product of their imaginations, stemming ultimately from Su Lang's initial invitation for the entire team to enjoy a night out. Beep, beep. At this moment, the whistle signaling the end of the timeout sounded. The players from both teams returned to the court. The Grizzlies, having adjusted during the break, appeared significantly revitalized. Mayo was no longer as anxious as before. As the Grizzlies initiated their offensive sequence, Conley directly handed the basketball to Mayo. Clearly, they had altered their offensive strategy after the timeout. A tactical response orchestrated by Coach Hollins. He was well aware of the coaching prowess of the Warriors' Don Nelson and did not believe that Nelson had failed to devise a strategy targeting Gasol's play at the free throw line during the break. This was merely a precautionary measure. However, Hollins was mistaken this time. Nelson had, in fact, refrained from making any tactical adjustments, as he was currently bewildered by the situation. Upon receiving the ball, Mayo immediately challenged the veteran Jackson in a one-on-one confrontation. This Kobe-esque player certainly possessed remarkable skills, displaying remarkable composure in the face of Jackson's defense. He skillfully dribbled the ball. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, he deftly maneuvered past Jackson. In his younger days, Jackson would have undoubtedly intercepted Mayo with a decisive step. However, with age, Jackson's foot speed had diminished, allowing Mayo to seize the opportunity. The moment Jackson faltered in his defense, Mayo executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. The basketball swished through the net, bringing the score to 12-9. Seeing Mayo score, Jackson displayed a hint of frustration. For a seasoned player, being outmaneuvered by a rookie was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, following this score, a smile crept across his face. Coach Hollins exhaled a sigh of relief. The strategy to have Mayo handle the ball was intended to help him regain his confidence. Mayo was their prized asset, and the team had plans to establish him as the cornerstone of their future. They could not afford to witness Mayo being disheartened on the court. If he were to falter under pressure, it would spell disaster. Clearly, Mayo's form had returned. Chapter 73, 24 points in a single quarter. The backup steps in, turning back to the Warriors' offensive possession. As Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the half-court line, Mayo promptly closed in on him. His intention was clear, to deny Su Lang any opportunity to attempt a three-point shot. As for Su Lang's potential drives to the basket, Coach Hollins had already devised a strategic response during the recent timeout. He instructed Rudy Gay and Arthur, stationed in the paint, to assist Mayo in thwarting Su Lang's advances. Su Lang cast a glance at the Memphis Grizzlies' interior defense, instantly comprehending their strategy. They aimed to compel Mayo to relinquish the three-point shot in favor of a drive. Then, the formidable giants of the Grizzlies would undoubtedly crush Su Lang, akin to grinding meat, as he charged into the paint. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upwards. Having seen through their strategy, how could Su Lang possibly allow them to achieve their desires? They underestimated his prowess in three-point shooting far too much. This is not entirely their fault, for in the current league, no one has yet displayed three-point skills comparable to those of Curry. Su Lang gently nudged Mayo with his shoulder before swiftly retreating a step backward. He then launched a three-point shot. Mayo was utterly unprepared. Having believed he had effectively blocked Su Lang's advance, Su Lang audaciously opted for a defiant three-point shot, seemingly disregarding any challengers. Mayo, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself off the ground, attempting to contest Su Lang's shot. However, upon leaping, Mayo was taken aback by the absurd height and arc of Su Lang's release. Su Lang's remarkable wingspan and height enabled him to execute an extraordinarily difficult shot. In midair, Mayo's attempt to block was in vain, and he landed in frustration, turning his gaze towards the hoop just as the basketball swished through the net. At that moment, Mayo felt as though his heart might shatter. Negative emotional value from O.J. Mayo, 1000. His feelings were not of anger, but rather despair, a manifestation of negative emotion. Mayo was utterly flustered by Su Lang's unreasonable three-pointer, sending his mentality into disarray. Witnessing this scene, Grizzlies head coach Hollins felt a twinge of panic. After all, it was he who had instructed Mayo to switch defensive assignments with Mike Conley. He had thought that Mayo's similar physique could pose a challenge to Su Lang. However, it appeared that Mayo was on the brink of being psychologically overwhelmed by Su Lang's prowess. If Mayo were to falter, Hollins knew he would undoubtedly face reprimand from the Grizzlies management. With this in mind, Hollins stood on the sidelines, issuing commands for the next play. Mike Conley would defend Su Lang, abandoning the switch. This was the only strategy Hollins could conceive at that moment. However, Hollins inadvertently added to Mayo's distress. The once embattled Mayo now felt further disheartened by Hollins' actions, interpreting them as disappointment in his defensive capabilities, as if he were incapable of containing Su Lang. For the proud Mayo, this was an intolerable blow. Thus, when the Grizzlies' offensive possession concluded, and it was time for defense, Mayo chose to disregard Hollins' directive and did not switch with Conley. Hollins' decision ignited the last remnants of defiance within Mayo. Conley, initially prepared to execute the defensive switch as per Coach Hollins' strategy, was taken aback upon reaching Su Lang and realizing that Mayo had no intention of switching. Consequently, the formidable Jackson was left unguarded. Though Su Lang yearned to showcase his talents in this exhilarating performance, he could not overlook such a splendid opportunity. Thus, he delivered the first pass of the match. Whoosh! The basketball soared directly into Jackson's hands. Upon receiving Su Lang's pass, the formidable Jackson did not disappoint. He executed a mid-range shot from just inside the three-point line. The ball gracefully nestled into the net, exacerbating the already dire situation for the beleaguered Grizzlies. However, this moment also unveiled a potential strategy for Hollins to thwart Su Lang's scoring prowess. He silently committed this plan to memory, vowing to resort to it only in dire circumstances, for such an action would be utterly humiliating. Beep. The whistle signifying the end of the first quarter echoed through the arena. The Grizzlies, utterly dismantled, exhaled in relief. Little did they know the immense pressure they faced during the quarter. The players believed they had performed admirably and adhered strictly to the coach's tactics. Even Mayo, on the defensive end, made no mistakes. Yet, Su Lang's relentless three-point barrage left the Grizzlies questioning their very existence. Imagine, after exerting every ounce of energy to execute a brilliant play and securing 2 points, they turned to witness Su Lang, unfazed, sinking a three-pointer in Mayo's face. Regardless of who was in their shoes, despair would surely ensue. Observing Mayo's grave demeanor, the other players of the Grizzlies silently empathized with him. In the first quarter, Su Lang attempted 12 shots, successfully landing 8 of them, all from beyond the arc. In the inaugural quarter, Su Lang amassed an impressive 24 points. Although this tally falls short of the NBA's single-quarter scoring record, one must not forget, Su Lang remains a rookie. For him, the first quarter was merely a warm-up. Thanks to Su Lang's exceptional performance, the Warriors entered the second quarter with a commanding lead of 36-23, a 13-point advantage. During the intermission, Coach Don Nelson quietly observed Su Lang. Ordinarily, this would be the moment for him to devise strategies for his team. However, Don Nelson found himself devoid of such intentions. Let us not forget that he is nicknamed the Mad Scientist. In his mind, he has implicitly entrusted the game to Su Lang, allowing him to take the reins. He is eager to discover the extent of Su Lang's capabilities. Were others to learn of Don Nelson's thoughts, they would undoubtedly point at him and exclaim, "Madman! How could a head coach entertain such a reckless notion?" This is the allure of the Mad Scientist. On the other side, the atmosphere within the Grizzlies camp was noticeably somber, and Coach Hollins was feeling the pressure. He had not anticipated facing such a daunting situation in his third game back with the Grizzlies. Nevertheless, Hollins was undeterred. After contemplating for a quarter, aside from the secret tactics he had stored away, he devised an alternative strategy. Quinton Rose. "Warm up, you're going in." Hollins instructed a player by the water cooler. Clearly, Quinton was taken aback by the coach's decision. Could it be that the coach had recognized his potential? Quinton thought joyfully. Yet, The very next moment, Hollins's words rendered Quinton despondent. Remember, you have but one task. At all costs, prevent Su Lang from scoring. At all costs, Hollins reiterated emphatically. Quinton shook his head in resignation. So I'm just cannon fodder? This is familiar territory for me. It seems I am destined to be mere cannon fodder for life. Hollins remained oblivious to the resentment evident in Quinton's eyes. Chapter 74, The Dirty Defense. The victor and the vanquished beep. The intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Donaldson naturally noticed the Grizzlies' shift in strategy, yet he assumed that Mayo had been replaced due to being overwhelmed by Su Lang. Coach Hollins, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Su Lang. Though he recognized the underhandedness of his approach, he felt he had no choice. Such is the nature of the NBA, the victor and the vanquished. The baseline ball was in play, and the game continued with the Warriors' offensive possession. Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball as he gradually traversed the midcourt. Just substituted into the game, Quinton Rose exhibited no signs of anxiety whatsoever, for he had firmly established his role in his mind. In simpler terms, he had come to terms with the notion of being a sacrificial pawn. After all, if he failed to defend against Su Lang, no one would hold him accountable. Su Lang glanced at the towering Quinton Ross before him, standing at a height of 1.98 meters. Quinton, though slightly shorter than Su Lang, was not significantly dwarfed by him. Su Lang advances with the ball, while Quinton Rose retreats. As Su Lang retreated, Quinton Ross charged forward without a moment's hesitation, utterly disregarding the possibility of applying the brakes. After executing a consecutive series of two between-the-legs dribbles, Su Lang swiftly performed a deceptive acceleration move, seamlessly transitioning into a behind-the-back step. The defender, Quinton Rose, was left bewildered, having been faked out and drawn into the three-point area. At this moment, Su Lang had already set up his stance, aiming intently at the distant hoop. Su Lang's wrist trembled slightly as the basketball danced upon his fingertips. Yet, at the very moment he released the ball, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. In that instant, as Su Lang extended his arm to shoot, a sudden arm struck him with considerable force. Losing his balance, Su Lang tumbled to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the tension, prompting him to rush onto the court and interpose himself between the Warriors player and Su Lang. Meanwhile, Wuxing Jackson was readying himself to charge forward, his enthusiasm undiminished despite his advancing age. He still believed he had much to offer on the court, especially against the bald opponent before him. Indeed, it was Quinton Ross, who had just entered the game to defend against Su Lang, that had committed the foul. Fully aware of his role, Quinton had rushed at Su Lang, even knowing he could not block the shot, and had delivered a brutal foul. How dare he? This was nothing short of an assault. The audacity! How could he act in such a manner? The supporters clad in red in the stands were now collectively incensed. They could not bear to witness Su Lang being so unjustly treated before their eyes. Though their numbers were few, they resolved to lend their support from the sidelines. The situation on the court began to stabilize. Fortunately, the referee had intervened in time, and Quinton Ross swiftly concealed himself behind his teammates after the foul, thus preventing a potential escalation of conflict. Once the atmosphere settled, the referee called Quinton for a routine defensive foul. Despite the Warriors' dissatisfaction with the decision, it did not alter the referee's ruling. Su Lang was granted 3 opportunities to shoot. Standing at the free throw line, he flexed his somewhat numb arm. Su Lang is well aware that this fellow, Kundoros, acted with intent. Otherwise, his foul would not have been so severe. Before taking the free throw, Su Lang cast a glance at Hollins on the sidelines of the Grizzlies. Is this your strategy? Su Lang's face displayed a look of disdain as he turned around to execute 3 free throws, perhaps influenced by the previous foul. Su Lang made only one of his 3 free throws. Witnessing this moment, Hollins' lips curled into a smile. Such is the harsh reality of the NBA. It appears that his tactics have borne fruit. Though these methods may be scorned by some, Hollins remains indifferent to such judgments. The NBA only remembers the victors. The vanquished are left to languish in the shadows, nursing their wounds. This truth is one that Hollins has long recognized. As the game progressed, the referees became the busiest individuals on the court, responding to the Grizzlies' strategy of fouling Su Lang, resulting in a flurry of whistles. With more than half of the second quarter elapsed, Quinton Ross accrued his 5th foul. Yet, Hollins showed no inclination to substitute him out. This is the role of a pawn, to exhaust his final vestiges of value. The Warriors' offensive possession ensues, as Su Lang took another 3-point shot. Quinton Ross lunged at him just as he had before. Perhaps it was a matter of fatigue, or perhaps after the foul. Quinton Ross was acutely aware that he would be ejected from the game. Consequently, His movement this time appeared somewhat distorted. Quentin Ross, in his attempt to reach Su Lang, launched himself directly towards him. Su Lang did not anticipate that the opponent would be so utterly ruthless. In an instant, Su Lang was struck to the ground by Quentin Ross, and as he landed, he felt a peculiar twisting sensation in his arm. Curse it! Su Lang silently cursed under his breath. At that moment, the players of the Warriors could no longer contain their frustration and collectively surged forward, seeking to teach Quentin Ross a lesson for just having risen from the floor. Fortunately, the referee intervened once more, successfully preventing further escalation. Quentin Ross, however, had to bear the consequences of his actions. He received a flagrant foul of the first degree. The referee deemed that while Quentin's actions were somewhat unwarranted, he did not engage in any further excessive behavior thereafter, which warranted only a first-degree flagrant foul as opposed to a second-degree one. This ultimately spared Quentin Ross, for this infraction would not count against his personal foul tally. Thus, his count remained at 5, allowing him to stay on the court for a while longer. After Su Lang rose from the floor, he prepared to continue the match. However, at that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling towards Donaldson. It was then that they noticed Su Lang's elbow was already beginning to bleed. Consequently, the referee had no choice but to halt the game, mandating a substitution for the Warriors. Reluctantly, Donaldson had to replace Su Lang with Azabuk. After Su Lang exited the field, the team doctor hurriedly approached to tend to his wounds. The moment the doctor made contact, Su Lang's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment that caught the attention of Danielson. Su, go to the locker room for an examination, Danielson asserted with unwavering authority. It was evident that he believed Su Lang's injury was more severe than it appeared. Su Lang furrowed his brow once more. He had no desire to leave the court at this moment. I have no issues with the coach, he exclaimed. I am not negotiating with you. This is an order. I recognize your determination, but in my heart, your well-being outweighs the triumph of the game. At that moment, Don Nelson resembled a stern enforcer, unwavering in his principles. With no alternatives, Su Lang reluctantly followed the team physician towards the players' tunnel. Chapter 75, Su Lang's Thoughts. I must return to the court at this juncture. It was not only the Grizzlies who were affected. The legion of fans clad in red also took note of Su Lang's departure, and an air of unease enveloped them. In unison, they silently offered prayers for Su Lang's recovery. Meanwhile, Hollins of the Grizzlies also frowned. Although he had instructed Quentin Ross to employ every means possible to defend against Su Lang, he did not wish to witness his injury. As a professional basketball coach, he maintained certain ethical boundaries. Clearly, the current situation had spiraled beyond Hollins' control. After Su Lang's departure from the court, Hollins reintroduced Mayo, who had previously succumbed to Su Lang's overwhelming prowess. The Grizzlies rallied, sounding the clarion call for a counterattack. The Warriors, bereft of Su Lang, resembled a ship adrift without a rudder, swaying perilously amidst the relentless onslaught from the Grizzlies. The Warriors could only rely on the sporadic scoring from the formidable Jackson to stabilize the situation somewhat. Yet, this effort did little to impede the Grizzlies' momentum in closing the gap. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 63-59, with the Grizzlies having reduced the deficit to a mere 4 points. It is noteworthy that during the second quarter, the Warriors had held a commanding lead of 18 points over the Grizzlies. However, everything shifted dramatically following Su Lang's exit. The Warriors players, heads hung low, trudged toward the locker room. In the corridor, the irate Jackson kicked a nearby trash can in frustration. Damn it, I should have pounded that filthy guy just now, he lamented, clearly still aggrieved by his failure to confront Quentin Ross. Rest assured, the next time he steps onto the court, I'll make him regret it, remarked the usually composed Andrus, his face reflecting a rare display of anger. During the time that Su Lang is joined, Andrus has experienced a remarkable improvement in form. Thanks to Su Lang's adept assists, Andrus has firmly secured his position as a starter in the team. Who is Su Lang? Su Lang is indeed the benefactor of Andrus. Now that someone has harmed his benefactor, the usually honest Andrus has become enraged. Jackson gazed at Andrus with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the fierce words emanating from someone typically so sincere. A slight smile crept upon Jackson's lips as he embraced Andrus. It's settled then. But let us keep this from Su Lang, he whispered softly in Andrus's ear. Upon hearing this, Andrus nodded emphatically. The group gradually made their way to the entrance of the locker room. As they pushed the door open, they found Su Lang seated in a chair. Uncertain of Su Lang's condition, they refrained from speaking, fearful of inadvertently touching upon his pain. As the players entered the locker room one by one, Donaldson followed suit. How is it? Donaldson asked, his expression grave as he turned to the team doctor. His inquiry encapsulated what every player longed to know. Yet his demeanor betrayed a sense of anxiety. He dreaded receiving an answer he did not wish to hear. Su Lang is undoubtedly a prodigy in the eyes of Tang Ernison. However, throughout his many years in the profession, he has witnessed countless talents devastated by injuries. Thus, a profound sense of concern weighs heavily on him. It's nothing serious. It should merely be a soft tissue contusion, the team physician reassured, providing Tang Ernison with a sigh of relief. Let us do this. Su Lang should refrain from playing for a while and take a proper rest. I cannot allow you to take any risks. Yet, as soon as Tang Ernison's words fell, he was met with a firm refusal from Su Lang. Su Lang rose abruptly and approached Coach Tang Ernie. Let me play, Coach. I have compelling reasons to take the court. Absolutely not. Although your injury is not severe, I cannot take the risk. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary assessment. No one can ascertain whether it is indeed a soft tissue contusion, Tang Ernie retorted, steadfast in his stance against Su Lang. It was evident that Su Lang's reasoning was merely an excuse. As the team physician for an NBA franchise, Tang Ernie would never make such statements without complete certainty. Nevertheless, he chose to err on the side of caution. I must take the court. Su Lang fixed his gaze steadfastly on Donaldson, who furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated such firmness from Su Lang this time. Unbeknownst to Donaldson, there were dozens of fans from the Red Legion in the stadium, eagerly awaiting the return of their hero. This was the very reason for Su Lang's resolute demeanor. After a brief moment, Donaldson let out a sigh. All right, I concede. But if you feel the slightest discomfort on the field, you must come off immediately. Do you understand? Donaldson feigned sternness as he looked at Su Lang. Upon hearing Donaldson's agreement, a smile instantly illuminated Su Lang's face. All right, understood. What a fickle fellow. Seeing Su Lang's grin, Donaldson could only shake his head in resignation as he turned to leave the locker room. The moment he stepped outside, Donaldson exhaled heavily. During the confrontation with Su Lang, he had found himself somewhat intimidated by Su Lang's presence. Were it not for his years of coaching experience, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the players. Reflecting on this, Donaldson shook his head again with a sense of helplessness. He now recognized that Su Lang was not merely a prodigy, he was an exceptional player. After all, few rookies would dare to confront their head coach in their third career match. Rather than harboring disdain for Su Lang, Donaldson felt a growing admiration for him. Fortunately for Su Lang, he had encountered a coach like Donaldson, who did not adhere to conventional norms. Had he been faced with a more rigid coach, Su Lang would have found himself relegated to the bench for daring to question authority. After Donaldson's departure, Jackson turned to Su Lang and gave him a thumbs up. Su, you are truly impressive. This is the first time I have seen a rookie stand up to the head coach. It was at this moment that Su Lang finally grasped the significance of the situation. A subtle smile unconsciously graced Su Lang's lips. I was rather anxious just now, but fortunately, the head coach possesses a commendable temperament. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Jackson's mouth twitched in amusement. A commendable temperament? You have yet to witness the training fanatic. Don Nelson, you remain rather naive. Jackson chuckled as he shook his head. By the way, how is the match progressing? Su Lang cast a glance at Jackson, whose expression immediately darkened. I apologize for disappointing you. After your departure, the Grizzlies mounted a comeback, and we were unable to halt their advance. Jackson's mood seemed to wane. Come on, don't be disheartened. I'll return for the second half. Since we managed to establish such a significant lead in the first half, we can certainly achieve the same in the second. Su Lang patted Jackson on the shoulder. Su, when your opponent commits such a foul against you, you must retaliate fiercely. Otherwise, they will only perceive you as someone who is easily bullied. The valiant Jackson gazed at Su Lang, eager to impart some unspoken rules of the game. Su Lang smiled. He had compelling reasons to remain on the field during this match. Indeed, if he sought retribution against the opponent, a single throw could render them regretful. However, he himself would undoubtedly face expulsion from the game. Confronted with the presence of the red-clad supporters who had come to cheer for him for the first time, Su Lang did not wish to present them with such a disheartening conclusion. He aimed to deliver a resounding victory, not a sorrowful exit. Yet, if anyone truly believed him to be an easy target, the future was long, and they would soon discover who the real weakling was. Chapter 76. The Return of the King. A spectacle of madness beep. The halftime whistle signaled its conclusion. Players from both teams gradually returned to the pitch through the player tunnel. In the stands, the fans of the Dragon Kingdom who supported Su Lang craned their necks, eagerly peering into the player corridor. Sure enough, they soon caught sight of the figure they had been anxiously awaiting. I knew it. I knew he would return. Damn. Su Lang is truly impressive. The red-clad supporters in the stands erupted in excitement. As Su Lang emerged from the player tunnel, a smile graced his face. This was precisely the reason he insisted on taking the field. So many wonderful people were waiting for him. How could he possibly let them down? Upon Su Lang's return to the scene, the atmosphere among the red-clad legion in the stands visibly relaxed. The ambience on the Warriors' side also lightened considerably. It was evident that Su Lang's presence instilled a sense of stability within the team. Don Nelson observed this moment in silence. Although Su Lang had only participated in a handful of NBA games, he had already begun to exhibit the essential qualities of a team cornerstone. On the Grizzlies' side, the players displayed an unmistakable unease upon witnessing Su Lang's reemergence, as it evoked the fear they had experienced during the first half. Meanwhile, Quentin Rose, who had remarkably succeeded in defending against Su Lang earlier, was once again brought back onto the court, his purpose unmistakable. Upon seeing Quentin Rose return, Andrus's expression momentarily froze as memories of his earlier bravado resurfaced. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Andrus, and his demeanor grew increasingly tense. It is indeed no simple task to compel an ordinarily mild-mannered player to unleash their ferocity on the court. Su Lang also noticed the anxious demeanor of Andrus. However, Su Lang was unaware of the thoughts that occupied Andrus's mind. Su Lang believed that Andrus felt a sense of guilt for the points lost after his departure. With a smile, Su Lang approached Andrus, slowly bringing his hands together in a gesture reminiscent of ancient rites, invoking the Su family's unique technique, the Millennium Kill Relaxation Method. In that instant, the tension that enveloped Andrus seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sudden tightness in his very core. The intricate schemes for exacting revenge upon Quentin Ross vanished from his mind, leaving only existential queries. Who am I? Where am I? Reacting instinctively. Andrus shielded his vital essence with both hands, trembling slightly as he turned to glance behind him. Hey, there's no need for such apprehension. It's merely a competition. So, what do you think? Has our Su family's exclusive Millennium Kill Relaxation Method proven effective? Do you not feel your anxiety has lessened considerably? Su Lang smiled as he gazed at Andrus. Upon meeting the cheerful countenance of Su Lang, Andrus found himself grappling with unspoken words that lingered in his mind. Observing Su Lang's eager demeanor, Andrus could not help but muster a faint smile. Otherwise, he feared that the next moment might see Su Lang delivering a swift and decisive blow. All right. I am no longer anxious in the slightest, Andrus exclaimed, hastily waving one hand before him, while the other remained steadfastly guarding his vital points. As the two engaged in their playful banter, the referee blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. Only then did Andrus exhale a sigh of relief. Having just returned to the court, the Warriors initiated their offensive play. Su Lang moved his arm slightly, and to his astonishment, the previous discomfort had nearly vanished. In fact, by the time he reached the changing room, he had already sensed a significant improvement. However, Su Lang chose to keep this revelation to himself. Su Lang is acutely aware that the team physician's recent diagnosis of a soft tissue contusion is likely resolved. The reason for this, undoubtedly, lies in the inherent advantages bestowed by the system's pristine body. Su Lang was surprised to discover that this physique could indeed facilitate a swift recovery from injuries. The match had only just begun. Su Lang made a triumphant return, boldly confronting Quentin Rose with an audacious three-pointer. Although his shooting touch seemed somewhat affected, it appeared that fate was favoring Su Lang this time. Following the referee's call of a defensive foul against Quentin Rose, Su Lang's shot bounced off the rim before gracefully settling into the net. Su Lang accomplished an astonishing 3+1. Su Lang, with his formidable 3+1 play, boldly proclaimed his return. The nightmare for the Grizzlies had resurfaced. Quentin Rose had also incurred his sixth foul of the game. As a mere pawn in this contest, he had expended the last vestiges of his energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Quentin strode towards the player tunnel. This marked the end of his participation. Approaching the threshold of the tunnel, he cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. This was the fate of a mere pawn, devoid of accolades or derision. His departure stirred not a ripple among the spectators. In that instant, Quentin felt a twinge of envy towards Su Lang, despite the mockery directed at him by the majority of the crowd. He had noticed the unwavering support symbolized by a flash of red for Su Lang. At least Su Lang had steadfast supporters, while he, Quentin, was merely a stone on the path of another's ascent, an inconspicuous stone at that. With another self-mocking smile, Quentin turned away, his silhouette tinged with a hint of desolation. After Quentin's exit, Hollins chose not to substitute Mayo into the game. Instead, he brought in another expendable player, Buckner. His role mirrored that of Quentin Rose, aimed solely at disrupting Sue Lang's offensive rhythm through fouls. If they could stretch the game into the fourth quarter, the Grizzlies would still have a chance. With this thought in mind, Hollins kept Mayo firmly seated on the bench. Buckner, however, lacked the proficiency of Quentin Rose. Upon entering the game, he quickly accumulated his fourth foul within just a single possession. Sue Lang was granted 4 opportunities for free throws, successfully converting them into 5 points. To date, he has accumulated a remarkable total of 39 points. This is particularly notable considering that he scarcely played during the latter half of the second quarter. Otherwise, his score at halftime would have undoubtedly surpassed 40 points. However, Hollins' tactics have indeed influenced Sue Lang's scoring. This self-destructive approach, akin to inflicting harm on oneself while attempting to weaken the opponent, has afforded the Grizzlies a glimmer of hope. Following Buckner's 6th personal foul in this match, Sue Lang has reached an impressive 47 points. The score on the court now stands at 83-74. Although the point differential has widened somewhat, it remains within Hollins' control. Nevertheless, Buckner's inability to complete the third quarter has caught Hollins off guard. The bench now lacks any viable options to defend against Sue Lang. Reluctantly, Hollins had to substitute Mayo onto the court, which signifies a departure from his previous strategy of mutual destruction. After all, it would be unwise to allow Mayo, the team's only remaining shooting guard, to engage in intentional fouling. Upon Mayo's entry, Sue Lang's offensive intensity noticeably escalated. Unencumbered by foul limitations, he proceeded to sink 2 consecutive three-pointers over Mayo's defense. Sue Lang's scoring has surpassed the formidable threshold of 50 points, reaching an astonishing 53. After being relentlessly bombarded by Sue Lang's 2 consecutive three-pointers, Mayo found himself in a state of disarray. When the other role players took to the court, Sue Lang had not displayed such ferocity. Yet, now that it was his turn to play, Sue Lang erupted. It was as though he was reflecting that he was inferior to a mere supporting player. This reality was utterly unacceptable to the proud Mayo. In fact, he contemplated emulating those role players by delivering a harsh foul on Sue Lang. However, upon meeting Sue Lang's icy gaze, Mayo swiftly abandoned this notion. Chapter 77. Unstoppable. The wayward Sue Lang. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 93-81, with the point differential once again in double digits. During the intermission, Hollins cast a final glance in Sue Lang's direction, unveiling his last resort strategy. After laying out the plan, Hollins exhaled deeply. He had exerted all his efforts to keep the Grizzlies competitive thus far. The remainder was left to fate. Beep. The fourth quarter commenced officially. The Grizzlies initiated their offensive play, with Rudy Gay securing the first points of the fourth quarter through a deft cut and layup. The gap shrank back to a single-digit deficit. This scoring play infused confidence into the Grizzlies roster, and their defensive movements noticeably quickened. As the Warriors embarked on their offensive attempt, Hollins' strategy began to unfold. Sue Lang had just maneuvered the basketball past the half-court line when Mike Conley dashed forward, while Mayo also sprinted over with great determination. This was Hollins' ultimate strategy, an unrelenting double team on Sue Lang, who held the ball. As long as Sue Lang possessed the basketball, they would relentlessly converge upon him. Upon witnessing Jackson's defensive lapse, Sue Lang promptly delivered a pass to him, revealing the inherent flaws of the double-team strategy employed against Sue Lang. Jackson effortlessly executed a mid-range shot, successfully landing the basketball and restoring the point differential to double digits once more. However, this development remained within Hollins' calculations. Compared to Sue Lang's formidable shooting percentage, Jackson's performance was still deemed acceptable. Over on the Warriors' side, Don Nelson looked at Hollins in astonishment, exclaiming internally about the audacity displayed in mindlessly double-teaming a rookie. Don Nelson understood that following this match, Hollins would be branded as incompetent within coaching circles. After all, resorting to such a simplistic double-team strategy against a newcomer spoke volumes about the coach's ineptitude. In the subsequent 3 possessions, without exception, Sue Lang faced the relentless double-team from Mike Conley and Mayo immediately after crossing half-court. Meanwhile, Andrus attempted to assist Sue Lang with a screen, but this only served to increase the number of defenders focused on Sue Lang. Sue Lang had refrained from launching any attacks for 3 consecutive rounds, instead opting to pass the basketball to the unguarded Jackson. On the first attempt, Jackson succeeded in making the shot. However, he faltered on the subsequent 2 occasions. inexplicably missing despite facing no defense. This left Jackson feeling quite disheartened. Taking advantage of this, the Grizzlies narrowed the gap to 7 points, bringing the score to 97-90. It was now the Warriors' turn to mount an offensive. Su Lang leaned in and whispered something into Jackson's ear, instantly causing Jackson's eyes to widen. Nevertheless, he ultimately nodded in agreement. When the Warriors executed their baseline play, Jackson did not rush to advance to the front court. Instead, he followed Su Lang as they leisurely crossed the half-court line. Once they had crossed, Su Lang passed the basketball to Jackson, momentarily catching Mike Conley, who was poised to double-team Su Lang, off guard. It was at that precise moment that Su Lang sprang into action. Su Lang immediately began to maneuver. Indeed, his strategy was to play without the ball. However, one must not forget that Su Lang possessed an S-level skill in off-ball movement. Since his arrival in the NBA, he had primarily played as a ball handler, rendering this skill seemingly forgotten. Yet now, Su Lang had decided to revive it. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolded on the court. At the two-guard position, Jackson was holding the ball at the top of the arc, while Su Lang, assigned to the point guard positions, was executing the very movements that Jackson was supposed to perform, frantically running around the court. With his exceptional off-ball movement skills, Su Lang swiftly distanced himself from his defender, Mayo. Within 2 plays, Mayo could only watch in frustration as Su Lang's back disappeared from view. After shaking off Mayo, Su Lang made his way to the perimeter. Jackson promptly passed the basketball to him. With the court's 8-fold vision skill activated, Su Lang took another 3-point shot. Rudy Gay, caught off guard in his defensive response, could do nothing but witness Su Lang's effortless release. Swish. The 3-pointer confidently found its mark, restoring the lead to double digits. On the sidelines, Hollins was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated everything, yet he had not accounted for Su Lang's remarkable off-ball movement technique. Furthermore, Su Lang had genuinely begun to play without the ball on the court. Hollins felt a strong urge to confront Su Lang, questioning why he was deviating from his primary role as a point guard to fully develop his skills in off-ball movement. As Su Lang commenced his game without the ball, he utterly liberated himself from the shackles that bound him. Swish, swish, swish. In that moment, the hoop appeared to him as vast as the ocean, and Su Lang began his magnificent display. 3-point shots incessantly found their mark within the net. Before the members of the Grizzlies could even react, Su Lang had widened the gap on the scoreboard to a staggering 19 points. Su Lang's personal score has now reached a staggering 64 points. Observing the ever-widening gap in the score, Hollins finally realized the gravity of the situation and hastily called for a timeout. However, it was too late. The entire Memphis Grizzlies team had descended into a state of despondency. In the mere span of 2 minutes, Su Lang, with his singular prowess, had obliterated all of the Grizzlies' efforts throughout the game. The players, who had once harbored a flicker of hope for victory, now found themselves utterly despondent, unable to perceive any glimmer of triumph. Su Lang loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, crushing their spirits. Helplessness, confusion, and despair, this encapsulates the emotion swirling within the hearts of the Grizzlies players, all accomplished by Su Lang in just 2 minutes. As the timeout concluded and the players returned to the court, Su Lang unleashed his full potential against the demoralized Grizzlies. After sinking 2 more 3-pointers, he extended the lead to 25 points, heralding the Grizzlies' demise. The whistle for the timeout pierced the air, and the Grizzlies, who had fought valiantly throughout the game, surrendered. A 25-point deficit is an insurmountable figure, representing a score that typically reflects a team's performance over a substantial portion of the game. The Grizzlies could only hope for the Warriors to remain scoreless in the remaining time to have a chance at victory, a possibility that seemed utterly implausible. Don Nelson, watching Su Lang descend from the court, silently pondered a question in his mind. Was it indeed a prudent decision to place Su Lang in the point guard position for the sake of Monta Ellis? In the 4th quarter, Su Lang unveiled an unprecedented display of formidable firepower to Tanner Senator, his exquisite off-ball movement, coupled with a terrifying 3-point shooting percentage, epitomized the attributes of a premier shooting guard. The question lingered, would retaining Su Lang in the point guard position squander his exceptional talent? At that moment, Tanner Sen's mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts. After entrusting the game to Su Lang, who performed remarkably well, he found himself confronted with a perplexing dilemma. Chapter 78. Silence. A record etched in history beat. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, signaling the end of the match. The Warriors triumphed with a score of 128-101 against the Grizzlies on their home turf. As the final whistle blew, those who had previously mocked Su Lang fell silent. The stands, filled with the red-clad legion, erupted into a frenzy. Su Lang did not disappoint them. He delivered a resounding victory that was exhilarating and gratifying. Su Lang remarkably scored a staggering 70 points, the highest of the match. Throughout the game, he attempted 31 shots, including an impressive 19 successful three-pointers out of 27 attempts. Merely through his three-point shooting, Su Lang amassed an astonishing 57 points. Although the game unfolded with its share of twists and turns, the Warriors ultimately triumphed over the Grizzlies under Su Lang's leadership. As the final whistle blew, Su Lang slowly made his way to the center of the court, first gesturing towards the fervent crowd in red, and then emphatically pounding his chest. This was Su Lang's finest response to them. After reveling in the ecstatic celebration of his supporters, he cast a glance back at those in the stands who had previously mocked him. Now, some of these individuals were quietly departing, their expressions a stark contrast to their earlier jeers. Initially, they had come to witness Su Lang's downfall, but reality had delivered them a profound lesson. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled slightly upwards. It has never been his style to leave a grudge unavenged. Su Lang surveyed the surroundings and then pointed a finger at the fans in the stands. Subsequently, he placed his right hand near his ear, mimicking the act of listening, while a look of disdain crossed his face. Some individuals, upon witnessing Su Lang's expression, recalled the earlier jeers and ridicule directed towards him, which stirred a sense of guilt within them, prompting them to lower their heads and refrain from responding. However, there were others, fueled by fervor, who had already begun to hurl insults at Su Lang from the stands. Su Lang cast a disdainful glance at them, then shook his head and turned to leave the arena. Witnessing the imposing figure of Su Lang, the Red Army in the stands fell into a state of rapture once again. There was no need for Su Lang to retaliate. The mere presence of the Red Army was sufficient to silence those who dared to boast. As he entered the players' tunnel, Su Lang felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Although he had refrained from voicing any opinions online during this period, the pressure he bore was undeniably substantial. However, after this match, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to mock Su Lang again. Scoring 70 points in a single game, he stands in a league of his own, comparable only to the legendary Kobe Bryant, who once scored 81 points in a single game. Moreover, it is crucial to remember that this was merely Su Lang's fourth appearance in the NBA. Su Lang is still an emerging talent. Su Lang's remarkable achievement of scoring 70 points in a single game will forever be etched in the annals of NBA history. He now stands alongside the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, sharing the 10th position in the NBA's all-time single-game scoring records. Notably, 6 of the top 10 records are held by Chamberlain himself. Were it not for Kobe Bryant's extraordinary performances, Chamberlain would have monopolized the top 5 scoring records in NBA history. However, as a rookie, Su Lang has directly inscribed his name in the chronicles of the NBA, an accomplishment that is nothing short of astonishing. Following this game, it is unlikely that anyone will dare to doubt Su Lang's prowess. With this performance, he has firmly established himself as the most formidable rookie in the league's history. After all, no other rookie has exhibited such a frenetic display in their inaugural season. At the post-game press conference, media representatives eagerly flocked to the Golden State Warriors, keen not to miss the opportunity to interview Su Lang. It is now common knowledge, even among the laymen, that Su Lang has ascended to stardom. In this moment, failing to secure an interview with him would render their journalistic pursuits futile. Mr. Su, after scoring 70 points in this game, what are your thoughts? I am immensely grateful to my teammates. Their selflessness has enabled me to achieve this record. Mr. Su, do you believe your explosive performance in this game is related to the doubts expressed online previously? Absolutely. I think they should be silent now. If scoring 70 points in a single game does not silence them, perhaps they should seek medical attention for a thorough checkup. Su Lang has finally responded to the disparaging remarks made online. However, he does so in the wake of an extraordinary achievement, scoring 70 points in a single game, openly mocking his detractors before the media. While these individuals are likely to feel quite irked by his triumph, as Su Lang himself stated, such a remarkable feat is more than sufficient to silence them. Otherwise, as he cheekily suggested, they might need to consult a doctor regarding their mental faculties. Once the journalist received the answer he sought, he turned to Su Lang with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, I doubt anyone will question Mr. Su any longer, otherwise the hospital might find themselves overwhelmed." This playful jest elicited laughter from the entire gathering, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Warriors. The mood among the Grizzlies was profoundly somber. After all, Su Lang's astonishing 70-point performance was achieved at their expense, forever entwining them in NBA history. However, the Grizzlies will be recorded on the annals of shame in the league, alongside the despicable tactics of Coach Hollins, the unsavory defense of Quentin Ross, and the dismal performance of fellow draft pick O.J. Mayo, who was thoroughly outplayed by Sue Lang. These figures will be perpetually remembered in the NBA's Hall of Disgrace. Whenever Sue Lang's 70-point achievement is mentioned in the future, they will inevitably resurface from the shadows to face the judgment of the fans. Our players performed admirably. If anyone must bear the blame for this defeat, let it fall upon me, the inept coach, Hollins remarked somberly into the microphone, demonstrating a sense of professional responsibility as he prepared to shoulder the burden alone. Yet, the journalists were not present to listen to Hollins' lamentations. The game felt like a nightmare. I never imagined someone could score so wildly above me. O.J. Mayo paused, recalling his earlier taunts directed at Sue Lang. A hint of self-deprecation crossed his face as he admitted, he was right. In our draft class, he truly is the strongest. Mayo sighed in resignation once more. The journalists on the sidelines reflected on Sue Lang's bold proclamations following the draft. Sue Lang once declared that anyone selected before him in the draft was worthless. Now, he has taken the first step in realizing his audacious proclamation. The third pick from the same draft has been left questioning his very existence after facing Sue Lang. I find myself at a loss for words. Do you understand? We committed no errors on the court, yet we still lost the match. Perhaps this game truly was a divine intervention. Mike Conley reflects on his initial confidence, believing they would not lose unless God himself intervened. Now, it seems that indeed, divine intervention has occurred, and Sue Lang is that divine entity. Chapter 79, The Speechless Coach Zhang. Finalizing the plan. Zhang. You're a fool. Do you possess no intellect? Why has Sue Lang not been interviewed yet? A furious tirade echoed from the other end of the line. Coach Zhang, feeling helpless, moved the receiver away from his ear. Even so, the microphone continued to relay the frenzied curses. After a brief period, the voice on the other end calmed down, and Coach Zhang managed to offer a few explanations before ending the call. After hanging up, Coach Zhang shook his head in resignation. This is truly absurd. Initially, after receiving notice from Longhua, he had planned to interview Sue Lang. However, it coincided with the Warriors' 3-game road trip. Thus, Coach Zhang was not in a rush, intending to head to the Golden State Warriors' home arena after the trip concluded. At that time, he thought he could conduct a special interview with Sue Lang. Considering he was also from Longhua, Coach Zhang believed that Sue Lang would not refuse his proposal for an exclusive interview. Yet, who could have anticipated the events that would unfold during those 3 games? Sue Lang unexpectedly stirred up a situation, catching Coach Zhang completely off guard. This led to Zhang receiving a severe reprimand from his superior. With a resigned sigh, Zhang hastily prepared his ticket to Golden State, realizing he could not afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, the fervent fans of Longhua would surely tear him apart. Meanwhile, as Zhang quietly set off, the atmosphere in Golden State was anything but tranquil. Upon learning that Sue Lang had scored an astonishing 70 points in a single game, local fans erupted with excitement. Since the Warriors relocated to Golden State, it seemed that the glory of the team had been buried along with its past in San Francisco. Although the Warriors once boasted a history shaped by the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, that legacy belonged to San Francisco. Now, however, Golden State had begun to forge its own history, all thanks to Sue Lang. In an instant, Sue Lang's popularity soared among the local populace, simultaneously earning the Warriors the recognition of their fans. At long last, the Warriors truly felt connected to the land of Golden State. The most evident sign of this was the frenzied sales of the team's jerseys, with the majority being Sue Lang's number 0 jersey. This was more than enough to delight the Warriors management. If all goes as expected, Chris Mullin, the general manager who brought Sue Lang to the Warriors, would undoubtedly be hailed as the executive of the year. However, Chris Mullin was too astonished by the plan proposed by Don Nelson to consider such accolades. Indeed, Sue Lang's extraordinary performance compelled Don Nelson to act decisively. He confronted Mullin directly, revealing his vision to establish Sue Lang as the cornerstone of the team and elevate him to the core of the Warriors. Upon hearing Don Nelson's words, Mullin initially thought he had misheard. After confirming the statement, a single thought crossed his mind. Don Nelson must be out of his mind. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? As Mullin steadied his emotions, he looked at Don Nelson and said, I don't mean we should do this immediately. I suggest we start preparing. Next season, we aim to create a brand new Warriors team. Don Nelson replied with enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to Mullin's stunned expression. Indeed, Don Nelson's vision was somewhat audacious. What about Monta Ellis? What will we do? Mullin posed another question. Trade. Don Nelson responded resolutely, fixing his gaze on Mullen. Are you out of your mind? Chris Mullen found himself momentarily speechless as he gazed at Don Nelson. Monta Ellis's performance could be described as nothing short of exceptional. If this trajectory continues, he is undoubtedly on the path to becoming an all-star player. Prior to Sue Long's arrival, Monta Ellis was the cornerstone the Warriors intended to nurture. Now, however, Don Nelson proposed trading him. Indeed, I am acutely aware of Monta Ellis's temperament. If Sue Long is to be supported as the core player, a trade is inevitable. The two cannot coexist, Nelson stated with an air of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the shocking nature of his words. This matter requires careful deliberation. If the antiquated members of management were to learn of your intentions, they would undoubtedly be incensed, Chris Mullen remarked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. In truth, he had already been largely swayed by Don Nelson's argument. Old friend, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. A reluctant smile returned to Chris Mullen's lips. However, should Monta Ellis be traded, the team could indeed bolster its lineup. With Sue Long now in the fold, Monta Ellis's significance has diminished considerably. After all, Sue Long possesses a charm far surpassing that of Monta Ellis. He has already begun to yield benefits for the Golden State Warriors in such a short time. Yet, how to persuade the rest of the team's management? Monta Ellis is undeniably a rising star. The challenges of trading him within the organization are considerable. If Monta Ellis were to be traded, how would the team fortify itself? Suddenly, Chris Mullen recalled a player originally intended for selection in this year's draft. Sue Lang's college teammate, the somewhat slender guard, Stephen Curry, appeared to be a commendable choice, especially as he was once a companion on the court. Should he indeed be selected, there would be no concerns regarding their compatibility. The familiarity of former teammates would undoubtedly foster a remarkable synergy on the court. With this thought in mind, Chris Mullen picked up the phone and dialed the team scout, Hill, assigning him a crucial task to closely observe the player, Stephen Curry. Chris Mullen had already envisioned the future trajectory of the Warriors in his mind, showcasing the prowess of a professional manager. Meanwhile, the catalyst behind this unfolding narrative, Sue Lang, was reveling in exuberance with his teammates at a nightclub. Following the conclusion of the game, Maggot jokingly inquired of Sue Lang whether scoring a record-breaking 70 points warranted a celebration. In response, Sue Lang waved his hand grandly, treating the entire team to a night of revelry at the nightclub. This delighted the Warriors players, who had eagerly awaited this moment, culminating in their current nocturnal escapade. As before, Sue Lang maintained his stance of indulging in drinks without excess, perhaps a reflection of the ingrained disposition from his homeland. Sue Lang could no longer tolerate the decadent lifestyles of certain individuals. Naturally, others, having witnessed his virtuous demeanor during their inaugural nightclub excursion, refrained from imposing any expectations upon him. Thus, each person indulged in their own pursuits, mutually unperturbed by one another. Sue Lang sat quietly on the sofa, a glass of strong liquor in hand, savoring its taste while becoming engrossed in the system. This time, the gains should be substantial. It was time to acquire new skills and elevate oneself. Chapter 80. Montalis could no longer remain seated. The day after Sue Lang scored an impressive 70 points, he received a call from Tang Ernie, informing him that there was a matter requiring his personal attention. Sue Lang, filled with curiosity, arrived at Chris Mullen's office, where he was greeted by the beaming face of Coach Zhang. Upon seeing Coach Zhang, Sue Lang felt no surprise. After all, he was well aware of the multitude of NBA fans in Longhua. With Coach Zhang's arrival, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Logically, Coach Zhang should have come to see him right after the draft, yet it was only now that he had made an appearance. Had Coach Zhang known the thoughts swirling in Sue Lang's mind, he would surely have been dismayed. Coach Zhang himself never anticipated that a single misstep in his duties would lead him to overlook such a formidable player as Sue Lang. Sue, you've arrived. This individual claims to be a journalist from your country and wishes to interview you, so we would like to hear your thoughts. Chris Mullen remarked with a smile as he turned to Sue Lang. Typically, players wishing to engage in interviews must first obtain permission from their teams, as teams generally prefer their players not to speak freely in public. Moreover, most NBA players are perceived as brawny yet simple-minded individuals. When confronted by cunning media professionals, they might inadvertently reveal astonishing quotes. Consequently, Coach Zhang had approached the Warriors management to secure their consent beforehand. To his astonishment, the management sought Sue Lang's opinion instead. Truly, it was a sight to behold. When did a rookie ever receive such high regard from a team? From that brief encounter alone, Coach Zhang sensed the Warriors' significant investment in Sue Lang. Unbeknownst to him, The two astute individuals before him had already begun to quietly envision Su Lang as a foundational pillar for the Warriors' future. Otherwise, Coach Zhang would not have been so taken aback. After observing Director Zhang, Su Lang smiled and said to Chris Mullin, "Of course, I have no objections. In fact, I would like to communicate with my compatriots from the Dragon Nation as well." Su Lang acquiesced to Director Zhang's interview plan, which did not come as a surprise to him. At that moment, Danielson pulled Su Lang aside and whispered, "Su, I have no objections to the interview, but you must promise me one thing." Su Lang cast a puzzled glance at Danielson. "You must refrain from attracting further animosity online, though I cannot fathom your reasoning. Remaining at the center of public scrutiny is certainly not beneficial for you," Danielson said earnestly. In truth, Danielson's concern stemmed from his careful deliberation. His intentions were quite straightforward. Chris Mullin had already consented to his proposal of supporting Su Lang as the core of the team. However, it was still necessary to persuade the other members of the management. If Su Lang remained the focal point of media attention during this period, it would undoubtedly hinder the implementation of their plan. Additionally, Danielson harbored another concern. If Su Lang continued on this path, he was uncertain whether his own heart could withstand the strain. Upon hearing Coach Danielson's counsel, Su Lang's lips curled into a faint smile. "Understood, Coach. I shall take heed." In truth, even without Danielson's admonition, Su Lang was already inclined to lay low for a while. After all, he had already harvested a considerable amount of negative emotional currency. During this period, Su Lang had been at the epicenter of public scrutiny. Although this method proved effective for accumulating negative sentiment, it undoubtedly tarnished his reputation. Therefore, Su Lang resolved to employ this tactic sparingly in the future, lest he become a pariah in the eyes of the public. It would be unwise to risk becoming a target, perhaps even facing unprovoked hostility while strolling down the street. Danielson had not anticipated Su Lang's prompt acquiescence and regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "Rest assured, Coach, I am a man of my word. I shall indeed temper my actions during this time." Su Lang smiled as he spoke to Tang Nair's son, who nodded in agreement, choosing to trust Su Lang's promise. Moments later, in a conference room provided by the Warriors, Director Zhang, accompanied by his staff, set up the necessary equipment and officially commenced the exclusive interview with Su Lang. Director Zhang was acutely aware that, were it not for Su Lang, securing this interview would have proven exceedingly difficult. After all, numerous media outlets were queuing up outside for the opportunity to interview Su Lang. The exchange between the two parties remained amicable throughout. It must be said that Director Zhang, having established himself in the competitive realm of basketball journalism overseas for such an extended period, demonstrated a commendable level of professionalism. The recent interview with Su Lang was quite pleasant. Director Zhang also informed Su Lang that colleagues from Longhua have already gone to interview his parents. Consequently, along with this exclusive interview, a feature on Su Lang can be presented on the sports channel in Longhua. Su Lang nodded with a smile, acquiescing to Coach Zhang's suggestion. In the remaining time, they supplemented the project with footage of Su Lang's training on the court, which would later be complemented by highlights from his match performances. Thus, the preliminary form of the feature began to take shape. The exclusive interview concluded successfully, and Coach Zhang arranged to conduct an on-site interview with Su Lang during the next home game. Hoping that Su Lang could greet the fans of Longhua during the live broadcast, Su Lang readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Director Zhang, Su Lang's brow began to furrow. This was due to the incessant appearance of a single name within the system, Montelis. This individual was astonishingly generating negative emotional values for Su Lang at an alarming rate of 1 per second. Su Lang pondered for a moment, realizing that he had not engaged in much communication with the other party. How was it that he suddenly began to experience a surge of negative emotions? Su Lang was not left in doubt for long, as Monta Ellis, his arm encased in plaster, made his appearance in the arena. Logically, Monta should have been at home recuperating, for his injury precluded him from participating in any training. Yet, he found himself at the venue. Driven by a simple reason, he could not remain idle. Su Lang's remarkable performance in the previous match instilled a sense of urgency within Monta, who was recovering at home. This prompted him to hastily return to the court, eager to assert his presence before everyone. However, the atmosphere he encountered was markedly different from before. It was evident that the majority of his teammates had already been captivated by Su Lang's prowess, rendering Monta's concerns quite justified. Reflecting on his own arduous rookie year, Monta felt a twinge of unfairness. Coach Don Nelson, perceptive of Monta's sentiments, chose not to intervene. After all, a little competition behind Su Lang could be beneficial. Yet, it was essential that this rivalry remained healthy. If Mata sought to influence Su Leng outside the bounds of fair play, he would not hesitate to take a firm stance. Chapter 81. A formidable adversary approaches. Carmelo Anthony. The date was November 6, 2008. The Warriors were set to face their fifth game of the season, encountering their most formidable opponent thus far. Previously, the Warriors had faced predominantly weaker teams, with the Grizzlies being the strongest they had encountered. And even they were on the fringes of playoff contention. However, this match would see them go head-to-head against the Denver Nuggets, a true powerhouse in the playoffs. As the players entered the Oracle Arena, it was already teeming with fans. This was indeed an astonishing sight for the Golden State territory. Typically, the Warriors' home games attracted a crowd of around 80% capacity. Yet now, the entire Oracle Arena was filled to the brim with enthusiastic supporters. Clearly, this was a testament to the influence Su Leng had, fully integrating the Warriors into the essence of Golden State. As Su Leng entered the arena, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. In the previous match, Su Leng had delivered an extraordinary performance, though, due to the away game. His supporters were unable to cheer for him. However, this match was held on their home turf, and naturally, they would offer resounding applause. On the other side, J.R. Smith of the Nuggets observed the ecstatic fans celebrating Su Leng and couldn't help but smirk. Carmelo, this is precisely why I despise playing away. These people should really be silent. Unlike you, I relish the away games. Don't you find it amusing to gradually silence these fans as the match progresses? Anthony responded, having just sunk a mid-range jumper, turning to smile at J.R. Smith. Smith shook his head, recognizing him as a cunning character. Yet, one cannot deny that Anthony possesses the prowess to render away fans speechless. Subsequently, Anthony glanced in Su Leng's direction. Over this period, he has emerged as the league's most sensational rookie. Even this year's first and second picks have not garnered as much attention as Su Leng. Scoring 70 points in a single game attests to Su Leng's remarkable talent. Anthony mused that if he were firing on all cylinders, he too could achieve such feats. However, such accomplishments hinge on the right timing, favorable circumstances, and the right synergy. Lacking any of these elements means he merely awaits his opportunity. Su Leng, along with his teammates, engaged in jovial banter while warming up. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Montelis felt increasingly unsettled. As Su Leng observed the incessant notifications from the system, he discerned that Monta Ellis was quite unsettled. However, as long as he did not provoke him, Su Leng lacked the inclination to engage in any disputes. Following the conclusion of the warm-up, the match commenced officially. The Warriors maintained their previous lineup, while the Nuggets fielded the following players. At the point guard position, Chucky Atkins. At shooting guard, I.R. Smith. At small forward, Carmelo Anthony. At power forward, Kenyon Martin. And at center, Nene. Despite a slight weakness at the point guard position, the remaining four players were formidable in their roles. The challenge presented by this match was indeed palpable. Once both teams entered the court, the referee tossed the basketball into the air. Nene, akin to a rocket launching, leapt from his position. Before Andrus could reach his apex, Nene directed the ball towards Atkins. Su Leng's towering figure loomed directly before Atkins. However, this would not affect the Nuggets. Atkins had always assumed the role of a basketball porter within the team. Once past the half-court line, his involvement in the game was minimal. Thus, as soon as they crossed the midcourt, Atkins swiftly passed the ball to the team's star, Carmelo Anthony. Interestingly, in the first possession, Anthony chose not to attack. Although positioned at the small forward spot, he had a significant advantage over Maggette. Yet he opted to pass the ball to Nene. Upon receiving the pass in the low post, Nene executed a powerful spin move, overpowering Andrus as he charged towards the paint. After the confrontation, Nene took his shot, but was still influenced by Andrus, causing the ball to veer off course. Nevertheless, Nene did not relent. He leaped again, delicately tapping the ball, which soared toward the hoop. This time, it found its way into the net. The Nuggets took the lead, with the score standing at 2-0. Now it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Faced with Su Leng, Atkins immediately sensed a disadvantage. As a veteran who had navigated the league for nearly a decade, this was his first encounter with such a towering point guard. Goodness, how tall he was. That was Atkins' thought. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was dwarfed by Su Leng, who towered over him by more than 2 meters. Was this even a height befitting a point guard? Not to mention the immense pressure he felt merely standing before Su Leng, making it nearly impossible to defend. Su Leng cast a glance at the vigilant Atkins, unable to suppress a smile. The height difference between the two was already considerable, and in an effort to prevent Su Lang from breaking through, Atkins had lowered his center of gravity. Consequently, Atkins found himself at the level of Su Lang's waist. If Su Lang does not bow his head, he might not even notice the defender standing before him. However, Su Lang remains vigilant. After all, he has navigated through the league for over a decade. One could say he is a seasoned veteran, and should he let his guard down, he might very well find himself at the mercy of his opponent's cunning tactics. Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the half-court line, casting a discerning glance at the positioning of the Warriors. It was evident that, apart from Su Lang himself, there was no advantageous matchup elsewhere on the court. Particularly alarming was the situation with Maggette, who found himself cornered by Anthony, utterly devoid of any opportunity to receive the ball. Meanwhile, Wushing Jackson faced his own challenges, as J.R. Smith clung to him like an unyielding shadow, denying him any chance to break free. Jackson was acutely aware that if this continued, it would result in a significant drain on his stamina. Should the situation persist, he would undoubtedly exit the game before J.R. However, in that moment, Jackson found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Su Lang furrowed his brows, inwardly lamenting the prowess of a playoff stronghold. From the onset, the Warriors found themselves ensnared in a predicament of considerable disadvantage. Nevertheless, Su Lang remained unperturbed, recognizing the absence of opportunities for his teammates. He resolved to take the initiative and break the deadlock himself. Su Lang deftly maneuvered the basketball to the vicinity of the three-point line. Atkins, wary of Su Lang's shooting prowess from beyond the arc, denied him the opportunity to leap. He swiftly surged forward, positioning himself closely beside Su Lang. Yet, how could the disparity in height be so easily overcome? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang raised his hand and executed a three-point shot. Upon witnessing Su Lang's release, Atkins found himself grappling with an unspoken thought. How could he possibly defend against such a lofty shooting point? Thus, in the midst of Atkins' resigned gaze, Su Lang's effortless shot gracefully found its way through the net, igniting the fervor of the fans at the Oracle Arena in an instant. Chapter 82. What to do without a point guard. Su Lang received a resounding cheer from the audience. However, the most discontented individual in the arena was Monta Ellis. In his perspective, such adulation should rightfully belong to him. Monta Ellis's negative emotional score, 100. Monta Ellis's negative emotional score, 100. Su Lang cast a glance at the incessantly scrolling notifications within the system, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Atkins, who was tasked with defending against Su Lang. Atkins misconstrued Su Lang's expression as a sign of disdain towards him. Although his defense had indeed failed to hinder Su Lang, it did not imply that he could tolerate what he perceived as Su Lang's mockery. Consequently, Atkins experienced an increase of 300 in his negative emotional value. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Lang cast a surprised glance at Atkins before him. Could it be that this fellow possesses a fragile heart? After merely enduring a three-point shot, he seems unable to cope. If Atkins were aware of Su Lang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly seek a thorough discussion with him. The ensuing match transformed into an outright offensive battle. Su Lang single-handedly took on the entire Denver Nuggets team. On the Warriors' side, opportunities for offense were elusive, leaving Su Lang to bear the burden of the team's offensive efforts. Atkins, tasked with defending Su Lang, now found himself utterly disheartened. It was the first time he realized just how much he detested facing such a towering point guard. Yet, while others showcased their talents, it was only Atkins who suffered the brunt of the onslaught. Su Lang observed the expression of Atkins, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the moment had nearly arrived. Is this truly your defense? It is as fragile as paper. How many points have I scored over you? 12? Or perhaps 15? Su Lang, with the ball in hand, cast a cheerful glance at Atkins. The negative emotional value emanating from Atkins surged to plus 2,000. As Atkins observed the smug expression on Su Lang's face, frustration boiled within him. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Su Lang's provocation. For the truth in Su Lang's words was undeniable. His defense was indeed as flimsy as air before Su Lang's prowess. Having already endured a barrage of humiliating displays from Su Lang, Atkins's mood had plummeted. Now, faced with an audacious taunt, he felt as though his very lungs might explode from rage. How does it feel to be on the brink of such fury? Su Lang smiled once more at Atkins. I find great pleasure in witnessing your inability to surpass me, while simultaneously being utterly helpless against me. Su Lang once again dealt a devastating blow to the formidable Arteskin. The surge of negative emotions from Arteskin soared by 3,000. Arteskin felt a rush of blood surging to his head. disregarding all reason as he charged directly at Su Lang. Did you not claim I was powerless against you? I shall confront you head on. In that moment, Arteskin yearned to pin Su Lang to the ground, unleashing the pent-up resentment within him. As Arteskin lunged forward, Su Lang's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang executed a swift behind-the-back dribble, vanishing from sight. Arteskin found himself grasping at thin air. Hey, I'm right here. After shaking off Atkinson, Su Lang surprisingly refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he positioned himself at the three-point line, awaiting Atkinson's return to defense. How infuriating. Atkinson was utterly unable to contain his emotions and charged once more towards Su Lang. With a swift pivot, Su Lang deftly eluded Arteskin once more. At that moment, the arena was filled with sporadic jeers from the spectators. Arteskin felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. He vowed he had never experienced such humiliation on the court. Artskin's negative emotional value surged by 50-100. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, Arteskin chose to remain stationary, entirely foregoing the pursuit of Su Lang. As Su Lang was poised to unleash another wave of ridicule upon his opponent, he noticed that the light had faded from Arteskin's eyes. It was evident that the other party had succumbed to despair. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, his adversary was nothing more than a fragile soul. Such a slight pressure had rendered the opponent disarmed and defeated. Su Lang, unhesitant, executed a zombie jump shot, and the basketball found its mark once more. Beep. The head coach of the Nuggets, George Karl, called a timeout, exclaiming, "You fool! What are you doing?" As Atkins stepped off the court, he was met with a torrent of criticism from the notoriously tough George Karl. Surveying his surroundings, Atkins caught the disdainful glances of his teammates, and a wave of unjustified grievance washed over him. It was a five-man game, yet while four were showcasing their skills, he alone bore the brunt of the blame. Had no one considered his feelings? He truly struggled to contain the opposing players. Without offering an explanation, Atkins silently took a seat on the bench. In that moment of despair, thoughts of retirement crept into his mind. Su Lang remained unaware that, after merely contending for a single quarter, he had instilled thoughts of retirement in a seasoned veteran who had navigated the league for over a decade. George Karl cast a disapproving glance at Atkins, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Ultimately, he sought solace in the belief that this predicament was merely temporary, once the trade was finalized. The issues at the point guard position would be resolved. Karl's focus was directed towards a transaction with the Pistons, who possessed Billups, while they themselves were interested in acquiring Iverson. This was a mutually beneficial exchange. Once Billups joined the team, the burdens of the current situation would alleviate. However, the pressing dilemma at hand remained. Atkins, now plagued by self-doubt, compounded the existing troubles for the Nuggets, who were already struggling at the point guard position. Karl surveyed the bench, finding none capable of rising to the occasion. Prior to the season's commencement, he had never anticipated facing such a dire scenario, devoid of a viable point guard. Damn it, it was all due to that number 0 player on the opposing team. Frustrated, George Karl felt yet another strand of hair slip from his forehead, inwardly cursing Su Lang. Negative emotional energy from George Karl, 1000. Upon seeing this news, Su Lang's face broke into a smile. In fact, prior to the commencement of the match, the Warriors had identified the deficiencies at the point guard position within the Nuggets. This revelation presented Su Lang with a golden opportunity to secure victory. Thus, his previous actions were deliberately orchestrated. Firstly, to harvest a wave of negative emotional energy, and secondly, to directly pose a significant dilemma for the Nuggets. The negative emotional energy provided by George Karl indicated that the opposing team was undoubtedly plagued by concerns. While the Nuggets boasted superior paper strength compared to the Warriors, the absence of a competent point guard leaves them vulnerable. As long as Arteskin dares to step onto the court, I shall make him question his very existence once more. Su Lang's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he cast his gaze towards the distant figure of George Karl. Chapter 83. The little one can't handle you anymore. After losing the primary position, George Karl had no choice but to reluctantly place Kleiza, who was seated on the bench, into the game. The predicament was that Kleiza was far from being a player suited for the backcourt. He was a quintessential small forward. George Karl's decision stemmed from sheer necessity. For apart from Artis Gilkey and J.R. Smith, he had no other guards at his disposal. Thus, J.R. Smith was compelled to temporarily assume the role of point guard, while Kleiza would have to fill in at shooting guard. After some makeshift adjustments, they were finally ready to re-enter the fray. George Karl shook his head in resignation. The game resumed, and as the timeout concluded, J.R. appeared at the point guard position. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile. The current situation was, of course, within Su Lang's expectations. After all, George Karl had no other guards at his disposal. It was inevitable that J.R. would occupy the point guard position. As J.R. controlled the basketball, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Lang. "Hey, rookie, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." J.R. Smith glared fiercely at Su Lang. Meanwhile, Su Lang's smile subtly deepened. "Referee, he is threatening me." With a thunderous roar, Su Lang raised his arm to signal the referee. The sudden outburst startled J.R., causing him to tremble and nearly drop the basketball. Naturally, the referee did not fully accept Su Lang's words. Yet he cast a warning glance at J.R. It was evident that the referee was well aware of the nature of J.R. Smith as a player. The official had no desire to let J.R. Smith create disturbances during the match he was officiating. Negative emotional value from J.R. Smith, 500. Su Lang smiled as he glanced at the system prompt. "You think you can intimidate me? The one who dares to threaten Su Yi has yet to make an appearance." J.R. Smith intended to assert his dominance and showcase the prowess of a seasoned player. However, his attempt to assert himself backfired, leading to an unexpected setback. Negative emotional points from J.R. Smith, 800. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Completely forgetting that he was in the role of a point guard. His current responsibility was to facilitate the team's operations. J.R. Smith's singular desire was to evade Su Lang and deliver a resounding dunk. Indeed, this was precisely how J.R. acted in reality, executing a flashy dribble. J.R. Smith swiftly maneuvered past Su Lang. Upon witnessing J.R. slip by, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. The Warriors had already anticipated this move. As J.R. penetrated the lane, the defense of the Warriors constricted like a net, enveloping him entirely. This was the thoughtful strategy prepared during the Warriors' timeout. J.R. Smith soon recognized the predicament he faced, confronted by two Warriors players blocking his path to the basket, with two more lurking nearby, ready to pounce. In an instant, J.R. found himself in an awkward situation. Reluctantly, he had to pass the ball. However, it is essential to note that passing has never been J.R.'s forte, especially under such tight defensive pressure. Thus, his first pass as a point guard resulted in a turnover, intercepted by Magette, who had been dominated by Anthony for much of the game. Finally, Magette seized the opportunity to shine and promptly tossed the ball to Su Lang. Upon receiving the basketball, Su Lang swiftly initiated a counterattack. J.R., aware of his misstep, exerted every ounce of his strength to pursue Su Lang. Su Lang deftly maneuvered the basketball, accelerating towards the unguarded hoop. In the periphery of Su Lang's gaze, it was evident that Anthony and J.R. Smith were relentlessly pursuing him from behind. However, Su Lang remained entirely unperturbed. As Su Lang approached the 3-second zone, his pursuers, J.R. Smith and Anthony, became increasingly tense, poised to leap and intercept Su Lang's impending shot. In their line of sight, Su Lang grasped the basketball with one hand, his arm extended, striking a pose suggestive of an imminent layup. However, J.R. Smith, unable to contain his eagerness, leaped into the air, attempting to block Su Lang. Yet, Anthony, aware that Su Lang's offensive maneuvers were far from straightforward, anticipated a different outcome. Indeed, in the following moment, J.R. Smith found himself soaring through the air, only to realize he was left with nothing but solitude. As Su Lang executed a deft maneuver during J.R.'s block, he seamlessly switched hands in midair, evidently aiming for a left-handed layup. Upon discerning this, Anthony did not hesitate and leaped into action, targeting the basketball in Su Lang's left hand. With his back to Anthony, a sly smile crept across Su Lang's lips. Grasping the ball with his left hand, he flung it behind him. In the next instant, the basketball was deftly propelled through Anthony's armpit by Su Lang. At that moment, the swift and relentless Magette surged forward, keeping pace with Su Lang. Upon encountering the suddenly available basketball, Magette wasted no time. He seized it and soared towards the hoop. Anthony, who was descending from the air, found himself unable to evade Magette's thunderous dunk. Following the successful slam, Magette felt an overwhelming sense of elation. No wonder Andrus was constantly lavishing praise upon Su Lang, seemingly eager to be his loyal acolyte. One could hardly deny the sheer satisfaction derived from such a moment. What of Anthony? After having bullied him for the better part of the game, it was he who was now on the receiving end of an emphatic dunk. Magette's mood was as refreshing as sipping an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. Meanwhile, Andrus, with a look of discontent, arrived just a moment too late. Realizing that the spotlight had been stolen by Magette, logically, it should have been Andrus basking in the glory. Instead, he was left to grapple with his disappointment. In stark contrast to Andrus' mood, J.R. Smith and the recently dunked Anthony appeared utterly disheartened, as if they had consumed something repugnant. In a single sequence, both had been thoroughly outplayed. J.R. Smith had committed a critical error, while Anthony faced humiliation from a rival's dunk. In unison, they cast a fierce glare at Su Lang, their negative emotional scores soaring. J.R. Smith's negativity increased by 1,000, and Anthony's by the same measure. Together, they generously allowed Su Lang to reap the rewards of their misfortune. Su Lang was not the least bit angered. Instead, she turned around with a smile and looked at the two individuals. "Hey, I truly appreciate your assistance, my friend. Let us continue to strive for excellence." Su Lang smiled directly at J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith, initially poised to defend, paused in his tracks. "What does this mean? Do you think this is some sort of undercover operation on the court? When did I become your mole? Damn rookie." J.R. Smith's negative emotional score increased by 1,200. Chapter 84. J.R. is about to go insane. The promise of social gossip. Upon noticing the system's prompt, Su Lang vividly imagined J.R. Smith with smoke billowing from his head. It was likely that J.R. Smith was on the verge of an explosion of frustration. In the remaining moments of the first quarter, the Nuggets were thrown into disarray. J.R. Smith was solely fixated on showing Su Lang a lesson, completely disregarding his teammates. He felt that unless he could land a thunderous dunk over Su Lang, his pent-up resentment would remain unresolved. However, the Warriors had anticipated J.R. Smith's intentions. Each time he charged towards the paint, he was met by the formidable wall of muscle that was the Warriors' defense. While the Warriors typically lacked an advantage in the paint against larger opponents, they certainly held the upper hand against a guard like Smith. Poor J.R. was being bullied by the Warriors' interior players to the point of wanting to explode in place. The whistle signaling the end of the first quarter sounded. The score settled at 32-25, with the Warriors holding a 7-point lead. Shocking those who had expected a massacre of the Warriors, the Nuggets were no longer the pushovers they had once been. Yet they still found themselves at the mercy of the Warriors. George Karl felt as if he might soon lose the hair from his forehead. J.R. was undeniably a double-edged sword. His remarkable firepower could indeed be an asset to the team, yet his volatile temperament posed a liability. This was the current predicament. During the latter half of the first quarter, the Nuggets failed to execute a single cohesive play. Instead, most of the time was spent with everyone merely running back and forth in support of J.R. Smith. Astonishingly, as the team's central figure, Anthony had not even touched the ball during this stretch. This was simply unimaginable. The fact that Anthony had not exploded in frustration was a small mercy amidst this chaos. "Damn it, that wretched rookie. I must teach him a lesson." J.R. Smith's furious voice echoed. Reluctantly, George Karl felt compelled to address this issue. If J.R. continued to dominate the court in such a manner, it was likely that Anthony's patience would not last much longer. The intermission concluded with the sound of the buzzer, and both teams returned to the court. The Warriors prepared for their first offensive possession. Su Lang maneuvered the basketball past the half-court line, then turned to J.R. Smith with a beaming smile. Upon witnessing that grin, J.R. Smith immediately sensed trouble was afoot. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Lang's voice rang out. "Hey, I bet George Karl just informed you that if you don't pass the ball to Anthony, he will certainly make you regret it." The voice of Su Lang, filled with mockery, echoed through the air. A notification from the system appeared. Negative emotion value from J.R. Smith, 2,000. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Goodness, could it be that he had actually guessed correctly? In truth, Su Lang merely intended to provoke J.R. Smith further, wishing to prevent him from regaining his composure. However, he never anticipated that his words would land such a devastating blow on J.R. Smith. Su Lang's conjecture was indeed correct. George Karl did utter those words while J.R. Smith was on the court. This is precisely why J.R. Smith was so agitated. He has completely lost his composure, directly unleashing a torrent of expletives at Su Lang. The air was filled with a cacophony of inappropriate language, heavily censored. Observing this scene from the sidelines, George Karl slapped his forehead in exasperation, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, all his efforts during the intermission had been in vain. Faced with the furious J.R. Smith, he had entirely lost his sense of judgment. After an exquisite give-and-go between Su Lang and Wu Sheng Jackson, Su Lang deftly eluded J.R. Smith and executed a low layup. Upon witnessing Su Lang's score, an enraged J.R. Smith found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. "You're nothing but a coward. If you have the guts, face me in a true battle of men," J.R. Smith exclaimed, frantically sticking close to Su Lang. "In a battle of men, one must first be a man." With a cheerful smile, Su Lang delivered yet another devastating blow to J.R. Smith. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted downward towards J.R. Smith. This provoked a surge of blood and indignation within J.R., who could no longer endure Su Lang's humiliation. He charged towards Su Lang. At that moment, Anthony, who had been by J.R. Smith's side, swiftly embraced him. Understanding J.R.'s volatile nature all too well, Anthony remained close to him for a reason. Indeed, J.R. Smith was now unable to contain his emotions. "Let me go. I want to kill that damned rookie. If you are truly my brother, help me teach him a lesson," J.R. Smith exclaimed, struggling fiercely against Anthony's hold. Anthony's face darkened. "Good grief. Not only have you gotten yourself into trouble, but now you want to drag me down with you. You truly are a brother." At that moment, the referee entered the scene, halting the game. The next instant, J.R. was issued a technical foul as a warning. Upon hearing the referee's decision, J.R. Smith's frustration only intensified. In the face of relentless verbal assaults from Su Lang, the referee remained oblivious. To everyone's astonishment, he now called a technical foul on himself. This prompted J.R. Smith to advance and engage the referee in a discussion. However, just as he made a move, he was restrained once more by Anthony. It was clear to Anthony what J.R. intended. Did he wish to be ejected from the game? He whispered into J.R.'s ear. Upon hearing this, J.R. ceased to struggle, his expression one of frustration as he turned to Anthony. Witnessing the typically boisterous J.R. display such a demeanor tugged at Anthony's heartstrings. As the leader of the team, Anthony felt a sense of disquiet upon seeing his protege in such distress. "If you still heed my words, then focus on playing well, and leave the rest to me. I will ensure retribution." Anthony resolved to take matters into his own hands. As a team leader, how could he remain composed when witnessing his teammate being bullied? A plan began to form in his mind, though he refrained from sharing it with J.R., for the latter was currently unstable and prone to indiscretion. Revealing his strategy now might lead to it being disclosed to Su Lang. J.R. regarded Anthony thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he chose to place his trust in him. The ensuing free throw, resulting from the technical foul, was taken by the formidable Jackson, whose free throw percentage surpassed that of Su Lang. The shot was successful. Following this, the Warriors executed a flawless play from the sideline. Su Lang stood confidently beyond the three-point line, releasing the ball with precision. The basketball found its mark, smoothly swishing through the net. In a single possession, the Warriors amassed an impressive 6 points, 1 layup, 1 three-pointer, and 1 successful free throw. J.R. Smith even incurred a technical foul, which was nothing short of catastrophic for the Nuggets. Following this sequence, the morale of the Nuggets players visibly plummeted. On the sidelines, Coach George Karl could only watch in frustration, cursing Su Lang in his mind countless times. However, all of this negativity transformed into a reservoir of emotional energy for Su Lang. Chapter 85. A Scoring Frenzy. The rise of Anthony as the first half concluded. The scoreboard read 66-52, with the Warriors maintaining a commanding lead. During the halftime break, the atmosphere within the Nuggets camp was palpably somber. J.R. Smith pressed Anthony for his strategy. Yet Anthony remained tight-lipped, simply instructing him to wait quietly. J.R. Smith felt increasingly suffocated by the situation, vowing that he had never experienced such frustration before. Unbeknownst to him, even more trying moments lay ahead. The second half commenced, and Coach George Karl made further adjustments during the intermission. He assigned Kleiza to guard Su Lang. Recognizing that while Kleiza's footwork may not match Su Lang's agility, he at least held a physical advantage. There was no alternative, with J.R. Smith being the sole guard left. Karl was concerned that the situation might unravel, leading J.R. to implode like Atkins. He could not afford to take such risks any longer. J.R. Smith now resembled a bomb on the verge of detonation, and the immediate goal was to instill a sense of calm within him as the second half of the game began. Su Lang gazed at the figure of Kleiza before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It appears that George Karl has truly reached an impasse. Su Lang deftly maneuvered past Kleiza's defense in a single stride, swiftly penetrating the paint. In response, the Nuggets' Nene and Kenyon Martin quickly converged to provide assistance on defense. Su Lang effortlessly tossed the basketball into the air, and Andrus, who had been eagerly awaiting his chance in the paint, seized the ball and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. There is perhaps no greater joy in the world than indulging in such a moment of triumph. After completing the dunk, Andrus's face radiated with excitement and delight. Observing this spectacle, George Karl was visibly infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration. The opposing number 0 was proving to be exceedingly troublesome, having swiftly exploited the shortcomings of the tactical adjustments he had just implemented. While it might not have been surprising if such a scenario unfolded with a seasoned veteran point guard, witnessing it from a rookie was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, Don Nelson appeared completely at ease, hardly leaving his seat throughout the game. The unfolding situation on the court required no intervention from him. Alone on the court, Su Lang deftly maneuvered the entire Nuggets team. Don Nelson discerned a remarkable quality in Su Lang in extraordinary basketball intelligence, a trait that is both rare and invaluable. While the league is rife with physically gifted athletes, only a select few possess such high basketball IQ. Players with elevated basketball intellect have always been favored by head coaches. Thus, Don Nelson perceived Su Lang as a divine gift bestowed upon him. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable why such a perfect player would land in his lap. Upon uncovering George Karl's tactical vulnerabilities, Su Lang seized the opportunity, relentlessly attacking the paint and distributing the ball to his teammates. As a result, those teammates, who had previously struggled against the Nuggets' defense, gradually found their rhythm thanks to Su Lang's orchestrations. Naturally, George Karl was not oblivious to this development. However, there was little he could do. At this juncture, it was the most manageable situation for Karl, as the score remained within a range he could tolerate. His singular aim was to prolong this state until the fourth quarter, allowing Anthony to take command of the game. It appeared that Anthony had also sensed Karl's intentions. Thus, during the latter half of the third quarter, he deliberately conserved some energy. Beep. The third quarter concluded with the score fixed at 93-80. The Warriors maintained a 2-point lead. Yet this advantage was insufficient for them to celebrate prematurely. The fourth quarter would prove to be pivotal. Don Nelson had already surmised George Karl's strategy. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. In the past, such matters might have caused him concern, but now he had Su Lang at his disposal. Karl intended to transform the fourth quarter into a star-studded showdown, and it would be a test of which superstar could better command the court. Thus, Nelson harbored no worries, while Anthony possessed a formidable scoring ability. Su Lang's prowess was equally daunting. Nelson chose to place his unwavering faith in Su Lang, whose previous game performance of 70 points had instilled him with ample confidence. Beep. The fourth quarter commenced. As anticipated by Don Nelson, Anthony, who had been coasting through the third quarter, unveiled his full vigor at the start of the fourth. After establishing 3 scoring threats, he executed a swift step back beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. Swish. The basketball gracefully swished through the hoop, leaving Maggette, who was tasked with defending Anthony, utterly bewildered. Throughout the third quarter, Anthony had scarcely engaged in the offense, leading Maggette to believe that his defensive efforts were effective. However, it soon became evident that his defense was as flimsy as paper. Anthony, completely disregarding him, effortlessly scored. Turning back, Su Lang delivered a direct assist to Jackson, who smoothly executed a mid-range shot, further widening the gap in points. In the fourth quarter, Anthony unleashed his full offensive prowess. Once more, he faced Maggette's defense and sank another three-pointer. Observing this, George Karl's previously tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Anthony remained a reliable asset. In the meantime, the Warriors' offense faltered. Maggette fell victim to a steal by Anthony, who promptly launched another three-pointer in pursuit. Swish. The basketball found its mark once again. In 3 consecutive possessions, Anthony had made 3 three-pointers, demonstrating an undeniable rhythm. The scoreboard instantly reflected a score of 95-89, with the point differential shrinking to single digits. The fans at the Oracle Arena experienced a roller coaster of emotions, plummeting to an all-time low. A wave of anxiety washed over everyone, as they pondered the possibility of a disastrous collapse in the fourth quarter after leading for 3. As Su Lang witnessed Anthony's remarkable prowess, narrowing the point gap to single digits, a flicker of determination ignited within him. A scoring frenzy, you say? Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of scoring. The Warriors' offensive possession unfolds. After Su Lang advanced past the halfway line, he unleashed a shot from just 2 steps beyond the three-point arc. The basketball traced a perfect arc before confidently settling into the net. The score on the court now stood at 98-89. Following his successful shot, Su Lang turned with a smile towards Anthony, who was reveling in the fact that the deficit had been reduced to 6 points. Little did he know, Su Lang promptly sank another three-pointer, extending the gap back to 9 points. Witnessing Su Lang's triumphant expression ignited Anthony's frustration. After consecutively nailing 3 three-pointers, Anthony felt a fiery rhythm in his shooting hand. At that moment, he doubted Su Lang's ability to match his scoring prowess. Chapter 86. Are you brave enough to fight? A fatal psychological blow turning back to the Nuggets' offensive possession. Magette was prepared. He would not allow Anthony another three-point opportunity. Magette closely guarded Anthony. In response, Anthony unleashed his signature move, the washing machine attack. Magette was forcefully nudged aside by Anthony's head as he accelerated towards the three-point line for a shot. A long two-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. After scoring, Anthony cast a taunting glance at Su Lang. Returning to the Warriors' offensive possession, Su Lang crossed half-court and, noticing Anthony's gaze upon him, pointed to the spot from which he had just launched his three-pointer. Su Lang accelerated once more, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. The basketball was released. Poor Kriisa could barely keep pace with Su Lang, left to watch helplessly as Su Lang took another shot. Swoosh. The ball found its mark in the hoop. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Su Lang's lips, for he had just experienced the long-awaited sensation of a scorching touch. Even during his previous game, where he scored 70 points, he had not felt this exhilarating rhythm. Realizing this newfound feeling, Su Lang decisively retrieved a touchlock card from the system. With his touch secured, he was confident that he would not succumb in this scoring duel. Anthony's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had valiantly narrowed the gap to single digits, only to see Su Lang swiftly extend it back to double digits. It was a stark slap in the face. Moreover, Su Lang had audaciously taunted him, scoring in the same manner. Anthony felt a surge of anger ignite within him. He had never feared anyone in the league, least of all a rookie. Turning back, Anthony executed a powerful and-one play against Magette's defense. Magette wore a look of existential doubt, mirroring Kriisa's sentiments entirely. The two seasoned players were engaged in a scoring frenzy, while they, the mere foot soldiers, were being ruthlessly trampled. After exchanging a fleeting glance, Magette and Kriisa felt a profound sense of shared despair. At that moment, George Karl stood courtside, signaling for J.R. to rejoin Su Lang. After a period of reflection during the game, J.R. was expected to be less impulsive now. Furthermore, it was evident that Kriisa's footwork could not keep up with Su Lang. All they could do was hope that J.R. Smith might impose some influence on Su Lang. Su Lang launched an offensive, taking a shot from beyond the arc. This time, fortune did not favor Su Lang, as the basketball struck the rim, only to be deflected back out once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lang was overwhelmed by a torrent of frustration. He had anticipated that utilizing the tactile lock mechanism would ensure a seamless shot. Little did he know he would encounter such an extraordinarily rare and bizarre situation. As Su Lang's shot missed the target, J.R. Smith couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within. That damned rookie. You were so full of yourself. And now you've received your comeuppance. Su Lang was already in a foul mood, and upon witnessing J.R. Smith's smug expression, he felt no inclination to indulge him. Hey, Smith. Where have you been? Didn't you just go home to complain to your mother? The smile on J.R. Smith's face instantly froze. His earlier evasion of defense against Su Lang in the third quarter had already left him feeling quite humiliated. To his dismay, Su Lang unceremoniously reopened that wound. J.R. Smith exhaled heavily. Contrary to Su Lang's expectations, J.R. Smith did not lash out. From J.R. Smith, the negative emotional value increased by 1,500. Had it not been for the system's notification, Su Lang might have believed that J.R. Smith had suddenly transformed. It seemed that J.R. Smith was merely suppressing his inner fury. Turning back, Anthony, perhaps out of courtesy towards Su Lang, made a rare mistake during his offensive play. His mid-range shot missed the mark, causing the basketball to ricochet away. Andrus seized the opportunity, gathering the ball and passing it to Su Lang. Observing this, Anthony's face betrayed a look of regret. This possession had presented an excellent chance to close the gap, yet he had squandered it. He glared at Su Lang, silently cursing him for the impending offensive blunder. On Su Lang's side, it is uncertain what Anthony thinks. However, since Anthony has commenced competing and scoring with him, Su Lang would certainly not show any leniency. It is time to engage Anthony in a battle of verbal artistry. Hey, Cameron, did you see the logo at the center court? Do you dare to shoot some hoops with me here? Su Lang pointed to the position of the mid-court logo and shouted at Anthony. Initially, Anthony was engrossed in bullying Magette, but suddenly he heard Su Lang's challenge. Taken aback, Anthony momentarily lost focus as Su Lang shot from the mid-court logo. Surely, he must be out of his mind. Thus, Anthony completely disregarded Su Lang's challenge. In the next instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Lang releasing the ball from the mid-court logo. The basketball soared through the air like a projectile. Swish. The ball swished through the net, producing a crisp sound that resonated in Anthony's ears like thunder. At that moment, All Anthony could think was a single exclamation, encapsulating his astonishment. He never anticipated that Su Lang would dare to shoot from the midcourt logo during an official game. Now, Anthony found himself in a predicament. If he accepted Su Lang's challenge, he was uncertain of his ability to make a three-pointer from that distance. Conversely, if he declined, it would imply that he, Anthony, was yielding like a novice. The reporters on the sidelines would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Tomorrow's headlines could very well read about him conceding to a rookie. Damn that rookie. How infuriating. Anthony cursed Su Lang repeatedly in his mind. Little did he know, the more he cursed, the happier Su Lang became. As it translated into a surge of negative emotional value for Carmelo Anthony, that was the source of Su Lang's delight. Turning back as Anthony received the ball, he instantly felt a gaze piercing through him like a sharp blade. Following the intensity of the gaze, he saw Su Lang, grinning widely, seemingly urging him to accept the challenge. Taking a deep breath, Anthony steadied his emotions and opted for the safest scoring method. He understood that this was not the time for impulsiveness. If he were to accept Su Lang's challenge, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards his team. With that resolve, Anthony took a mid-range shot, and the basketball swished through the net with precision. The score remained tightly contested, with the Nuggets maintaining their grip. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lang naturally would not let Anthony off the hook. "Hey, Cameron, I believe you should pass the basketball to J.R. Smith. I am confident he will not shy away from my challenge." Su Lang's words were a lethal blow to Anthony's psyche. Upon hearing Su Lang's statement, Anthony indeed erupted with fury. Chapter 87. Anthony blocked the door. J.R. Smith was merely one of his subordinates. Su Lang's implication was nothing short of suggesting that he was inferior even to a J.R. In the realm of society, nothing is more detestable than a subordinate usurping power. Although this was merely a provocation from Su Lang, Anthony could not help but cast a glance in J.R. Smith's direction. Observing this scene, J.R. quickly gestured, indicating that he harbored no such intentions. Nevertheless, a surge of ambition stirred within J.R.'s heart. Su Lang's words seemed to unveil a new realm for him. Had the ball been entrusted to him moments ago, he was confident he would have embraced the challenge like a true man. However, J.R. Smith soon realized that Su Lang was, in fact, undermining him. If Anthony had taken it seriously, it might have planted a thorn in his heart. Fortunately, Anthony was oblivious to J.R. Smith's inner thoughts. Otherwise, with his temper, he would surely have delivered a lesson to J.R., teaching him the essence of a subordinate's self-cultivation. After Anthony declined Su Lang's challenge, the team's momentum plummeted. He even found himself regretting not having taken the plunge with Su Lang initially. As the atmosphere soured, Anthony's shooting touch began to falter as well, which was undoubtedly linked to his waning stamina. As the clock ticked down to the final 2 minutes, the score disparity remained firmly in the Warriors' favor, exceeding double digits. Clearly, the Nuggets' chances had evaporated. After all, not everyone possesses the celestial prowess akin to that of the Rockets' number one. Beep. After calling a timeout, George Karl resigned to defeat. Don Nelson, wearing a satisfied smile, rose from his seat for the first time in the second half. He then substituted out the starting lineup. Nelson mused that if every future game could be as effortless as this one, perhaps retirement should be on the horizon. It felt as though there was little distinction between now and retirement. Sipping from a thermos while watching a game from the VIP seats was all he had done this match. With that thought, Don Nelson couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Once the substitutes took the court, the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt, culminating in a final score of 121-109. Su Lang delivered an impressive performance, amassing 35 points, 9 assists, and 2 rebounds. Meanwhile, Anthony, despite his valiant effort of 41 points, 4 assists, and 12 rebounds, found himself on the losing end. The exhilarating scoring duel between the two in the fourth quarter ignited the atmosphere of the Oracle Arena, captivating the fans who revel in such displays of prowess. Ultimately, bolstered by the enigmatic force of the East, Su Lang triumphed in this thrilling contest. Su Lang scored 19 points in the fourth quarter, while Anthony amassed 22 points. However, in the end, Anthony was unable to close the gap. Su Lang chuckled softly in the end. After the match concluded, Anthony made his way towards the players' tunnel without a backward glance. Ideally, there should have been a post-match handshake, yet Anthony was devoid of any enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Anthony's departure, J.R. Smith quickly followed in pursuit. Su Lang did not immediately proceed to the players' tunnel, as he was to partake in a live interview conducted by Coach Zhang. With a beaming smile, Coach Zhang approached Su Lang. The sensation this match imparted to Coach Zhang was one of triumphant exhilaration. A stark contrast to the experience of watching Yao Ming play in his early days. Su Lang possesses a certain boldness that contrasts with the humility characteristic of Yao. Thus, witnessing Su Lang's matches is undeniably exhilarating. Coach Zhang has often envisioned a day when a player from Longwo would profoundly disrupt the NBA landscape. Now, he finally beholds that glimmer of hope. Su Lang, allow me to congratulate you on your victory in this match. Please greet the fans in front of the camera. Coach Zhang remarked with a smile. Su Lang beamed at the camera. Hello, everyone. I wonder if you are satisfied with this match? In response to this inquiry, I shall speak on behalf of the fans. We are exceedingly pleased with this spectacle. Coach Zhang took over Su Lang's question, chuckling as he did so. Little did he know, fans far away in the Dragon Country were already in a frenzy. Darn it. Another person trying to steal my girlfriend. Wow. Is Su Lang truly this handsome on camera? You shallow individuals. This is a basketball match. Your focus should be on the sport. Leave Su Lang to me. Goodness. Is the brother upstairs that fierce? Get lost. Su Lang belongs to everyone. No one can monopolize him. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the game. And I said that only by kneeling can I show my respect for the god of waves. Disappointing. This match didn't reach 70 points. Yet, I still adore you. God of waves. Lee, the live stream is about to explode. A staff member shouted in a rush. The leader, Mr. Lee, looked bewildered. What does it mean that the live stream is exploding? He began to suspect that the staff member before him had not fully awakened. After all, they were a sports channel, not an entertainment one. How could a live stream explode? When the staff member presented the backstage data to Mr. Lee, he exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? It's broad daylight, and yet, a sports channel's live stream is actually exploding. This is more unlikely than a pig climbing a tree. What match are we even broadcasting? Kobe or LeBron? Mr. Lee shouted anxiously. Neither. It's our own player, Su Lang. The staff member replied, a look of excitement on his face. To witness such a miracle in one's career is a profound blessing. Su Lang, Mr. Lee muttered to himself. Then grabbed his notebook and dashed out. It was time to seek glory, and this achievement was unprecedented. Watching the frenzied Mr. Lee rush out, the staff member stood there. Stunned. What about the camaraderie? You left me here all alone. Meanwhile, behind the Oracle Arena, two individuals clad in hoodies stealthily traversed a corridor. Boss, is this reliable? Asked the slightly more slender figure. Fear not. This route was acquired through bribery of a staff member. The average person remains unaware, the leader assured confidently. We've arrived. The leader pointed ahead. An iron gate came into view, and he gently pulled it open. Light illuminated the face beneath the hoodie. It was none other than Carmelo Anthony. Another individual, naturally, is J.R. Smith. Following the conclusion of the game, Anthony managed to acquire 2 hooded sweatshirts. He enlisted J.R. Smith and set off, not having forgotten his promise to teach Su Lang a lesson during halftime. Thus, the two of them have come here with the intention of confronting Su Lang. To this end, Anthony did not hesitate to spend a considerable sum to secure access to a passage from a member of the Warriors staff. This clearly illustrates the depth of Anthony's animosity towards Su Lang. In truth, after the defeat, J.R. was not as eager to confront Su Lang. However, the current situation was no longer within his control. The issue lies in Anthony's inability to swallow his pride. He seeks retribution from Su Lang. They are now poised, awaiting Su Lang's passage after he completes his on-site interview. Chapter 88. Not a single competitor in sight. A resounding victory arrives. Anthony spoke in a low voice. Instantly, J.R. Smith felt a tightness throughout his body. Meanwhile, Su Lang, having just finished his interview, sauntered through the player tunnel, clearly in high spirits after the victory, humming a little tune as he walked. Suddenly, an iron gate beside the tunnel swung open, and 2 figures clad in hooded sweatshirts burst forth. Su Lang's heart tightened in an instant. Damn it. Could it be that my reckless behavior online recently has attracted some malicious trolls? In the next moment, Su Lang let out a sigh of relief. Did you not expect to see me here, rookie? If you sincerely apologize, perhaps we might let you off the hook. A familiar voice echoed. As Su Lang contemplated, he realized that this was none other than the infamous Carmelo Anthony. He was taken aback to find both Anthony and J.R. Smith waiting for him here. Su Lang initially believed that there were indeed fans unable to endure the mockery, rushing over to retaliate. Su Lang's originally cheerful disposition has now vanished in an instant. An apology has become an impossibility, one that will never materialize in this lifetime. Since his good mood has been extinguished, let them both bear the consequences. Beneath his hoodie, Anthony's face reveals a smug grin. Such novices, under the intimidation of his social clout, should promptly apologize. Yet, in the next moment, Anthony's smile freezes upon his face. Go resolve it in there. When you came over just now, there should have been no one inside, right? Su Lang gestured towards the iron gate through which Anthony and J.R. Smith had just emerged. He then stepped forward, boldly entering without hesitation. Anthony and J.R. stood frozen in place, taken aback. This was utterly unexpected. It was not the scenario they had envisioned at all. Upon seeing them, Su Lang ought to have been trembling and offering an apology. Yet his demeanor conveyed no intention of contrition. Instead, he seemed eager for a confrontation, a test of manhood. Fixing his gaze on Su Lang's retreating figure, Anthony gritted his teeth and followed suit, determined not to retreat this time after having previously backed down on the court. After the two stepped inside, J.R. promptly shut the iron gate behind them. You can still apologize now, Anthony exclaimed once more. Enough with the dilly-dallying. Let us face him together. Su Lang swiftly discarded his jersey and addressed Anthony. This is your own doing. In the next moment, Anthony charged forward. Meanwhile, George Karl was preparing to attend the post-game press conference when he suddenly realized that their team's cornerstone, Anthony, was missing. Along with him, J.R. Smith had also vanished. The entire coaching staff of the Denver Nuggets was thrown into disarray. After the game concluded, it was the Nuggets who were the first to lose their key player. After exhausting all options, George Karl was left with no choice but to seek assistance from the Warriors. After all, this was the Warriors' home arena. However, this appeal for help only added to the Warriors' anxiety, for their head coach, Mark Jackson, was also missing Su Lang, his prized player. Whether or not to attend the press conference seemed trivial in comparison to the pressing issue at hand. People were inexplicably disappearing in broad daylight. Consequently, everyone in the Warriors' camp began searching for Su Lang within the arena. At that moment, the staff member who had leaked information to Anthony felt a surge of panic. He realized that a seemingly innocuous piece of information could lead to such a predicament. However, he dared not reveal this detail. Yet he was certain that the three individuals who had vanished were indeed at the location he had disclosed. A few minutes after Su Lang and Anthony entered the iron gate, it gradually swung open. Su Lang's figure re-emerged in the players' tunnel. TCH. Not a single capable player in sight. Su Lang turned his head and curled his lip, casting a glance at the two individuals behind the iron gate. If they could hear Su Lang's words, they would undoubtedly cry out in indignation. However, these two were oblivious to everything at present. For Anthony and J.R. Smith lay sprawled on the ground like lifeless swine. Su Lang gently touched his slightly stinging cheek, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The injury on his face was inflicted by J.R. Smith. Su Lang's expertise lay in his mastery of jiu-jitsu, making him formidable in one-on-one combat. However, when faced with multiple adversaries, he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Su Lang had resolved to fight fiercely since the onset of the conflict. Su Lang swiftly seized Anthony and brought him to the ground. Anthony barely had time to react before Su Lang executed a decisive move akin to a guillotine. Under the impression that a man's battle consists of exchanging blows, Anthony was unprepared for Su Lang's unpredictable tactics. Without landing a single punch on Su Lang, Anthony was rendered unconscious. Seizing the opportunity as Su Lang restrained Anthony, J.R. Smith landed 2 punches on Su Lang. However, upon witnessing Anthony succumb to unconsciousness, J.R. Smith contemplated fleeing the scene. Su Lang would not allow him to be complacent. A family should lie together in perfect harmony. Thus, before long, J.R. Smith followed in Anthony's footsteps. The two of them lay together in unison. Of course, Su Lang did not forget to deliver a couple of punches to J.R., for this fellow had certainly left his mark. The injury on Su Lang's cheek, bolstered by the innate purity of his being, is expected to heal completely by tomorrow. However, the two individuals lying within shall not be so fortunate, as they are likely to bear lasting psychological scars. Su Lang was about to hum a little tune as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the silhouette of the martial sage, Jackson, emerged from the corridor. Su Lang is here. Jackson bellowed at the top of his lungs before swiftly dashing towards him. Su Lang stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was it really necessary to be this terrifying? Su, I finally found you. Wuxing Jackson approached Su Lang, intending to inquire about his whereabouts. However, the scene before him rendered his words caught in his throat. Goodness, if he wasn't mistaken, the two individuals inside were undoubtedly the missing members of the Nuggets. Incredible. They had been decisively knocked out by Su Lang right here. No wonder everyone had been unable to locate the three of them. It turned out they had come here for a battle of masculinity, and Su Lang had emerged victorious. It was truly unbelievable. No words could adequately convey the astonishment that filled Jackson's heart. After all, the most noteworthy event in Wu Sheng Jackson's life was the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Yet, in comparison to Su Lang, that seemed utterly insignificant. Su Lang is indeed a formidable individual. Not only did he triumph in the competition, but he also knocked out his opponent afterward. Just as the renowned warrior Jackson was taken aback by this turn of events, those searching for Su Lang in the corridor hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing this scene, Jackson instinctively moved behind Su Lang and, in a moment of urgency, shut the iron door with a swift motion. "Listen to me. No one is to speak of what transpired within," Jackson whispered fervently in Su Lang's ear. Su Lang nodded with a smile. Upon the arrival of Tag Nielsen, Jackson leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Tag Nielsen's expression shifted from shock to anger and finally settled into resignation. "Everyone disperse. It's nothing." He waved his hand dismissively, clearing the crowd. "You've truly presented me with a formidable challenge." Tag Nielsen cast a resigned glance at the innocent Su Lang, who had already departed. Damn it, how can this kid be so ruthless? Ultimately, under Tag Nielsen's negotiations, the Nuggets discreetly retrieved their 2 stars. This was indeed quite the embarrassment. After the game, they had confronted the opposing team and ended up being knocked out. When George Karl went to collect the 2 players, he couldn't help but notice Tag Nielsen's barely contained urge to laugh. However, both parties, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose not to publicize the incident. After all, if the league were to catch wind of it, given the nature of the affair, a few game suspensions would be unavoidable, a scenario neither side wished to entertain. The Nuggets had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Chapter 89, Anthony's Respect. Finalizing new skills after the match, an intriguing scene unfolded. On one side, George Karl of the Nuggets accompanied Kenyon Martin to the post-game press conference. On the other, the Warriors brought Stephen Jackson to participate in the same event. This arrangement starkly deviated from the unwritten rules of post-game press conferences, where typically the team's core players or the standout performers of the match are presented by their coaches. Yet, this time, neither team brought forth its key player. Astute journalists quickly sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Don Nelson found himself at an impasse. If Su Lang were to appear at the press conference with his facial injury, it would undoubtedly ignite the reporter's imagination. As for the Nuggets, when Don Nelson caught sight of them, their condition was far worse than Su Lang's. It would take an extraordinary lapse in judgment for George Karl to present such individuals at the conference. The rather mundane press conference did not linger for long, as the journalists were not particularly eager to interview either Kenyon Martin or Jackson. Furthermore, both Karl and Nelson, seasoned veterans in the field, divulged not a whisper of information. Their reticence only fueled the reporters' suspicions regarding the events that had transpired. Once the conference concluded, the journalists dispersed hurriedly, seeking to unearth the truth through their own channels. Meanwhile, aided by the team doctor, both Anthony and J.R. Smith gradually regained consciousness. It took considerable time for them to process the shocking news of being single-handedly bested by Su Lang, particularly for Anthony, as he recalled the sequence of events. He fell silent. Having dominated the league for so long, he never anticipated facing such humiliation at the hands of a rookie. The embarrassment was palpable. He wished to vanish into the ground. J.R. Smith glanced at the quietly brooding Anthony. "Boss, are we just going to let this slide?" he remarked, feeling the sting of the injury on his cheek. Upon noticing Anthony's unblemished face, a wave of resentment surged within him. The fellow Su Lang exhibits a distinct bias. After Anthony fainted, Su Lang refrained from delivering any further blows. Meanwhile, Anthony himself bore the marks of injury, undoubtedly inflicted by Su Lang during the aftermath of his collapse. The mere thought of this left J.R. Smith feeling quite discontented. Yet, at this moment, J.R. Smith found himself wary of Su Lang's formidable prowess. It could be said that he had been instilled with a sense of fear by Su Lang. After all, both of them had been incapacitated by Su Lang in just a few exchanges. J.R. Smith had come to possess a profound understanding of Su Lang's strength. "What does it matter if it's counted or not?" Anthony retorted with irritation. The victory of Su Lang's team was secured through the valor of true warriors. Although Anthony possesses certain advantages off the court, he would never stoop to orchestrating a scheme against Su Lang. To confess to his subordinates that their leader engaged in a fair fight only to be outmatched would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, Su Lang triumphed through honorable means. Resorting to underhanded tactics would undermine his integrity. A true man can accept defeat with grace. Ultimately, Anthony arrived at a resolute decision. Upon witnessing Anthony's unwavering expression, J.R. Smith conceded as well. The two were left to bear the burden of their loss. However, this experience would surely instill wisdom, and they would likely refrain from engaging in such dubious tactics in the future. The day following the match, J.R. Smith was photographed with a bruised visage, further fueling the journalist's speculation. It was evident that something untoward had transpired post-game with the Warriors, possibly involving a backstage altercation. Yet, these remained mere conjectures for the time being. Despite the reporters' relentless pursuit of the truth, they found themselves ensnared in a deadlock, unable to extract any valuable information from the Warriors' staff. Nevertheless, the journalists remained undeterred. They refused to believe that not a single individual within the Warriors organization was privy to the events that had unfolded. After triumphing over the Nuggets, the Warriors prepared to face the Grizzlies in a rematch this season. This time, the contest was held at the Oracle Arena in Golden State. The Grizzlies, as the visiting team, were met with the fervent enthusiasm of the local fans. Throughout the game, the atmosphere was rife with jeers, compounded by the psychological scars inflicted by Sue Lang in their previous encounter. Consequently, the Grizzlies players underperformed, ultimately succumbing in their quest for vengeance this season. Sue Lang accumulated an impressive tally of 22 points, 15 assists, and 4 rebounds throughout the game. Following the conclusion of the match against the Grizzlies, Sue Lang finally contemplated which skill he would like to acquire. Sue Lang realized that he required a formidable perimeter defensive skill. This time, he was determined to achieve his goal in one fell swoop, aspiring to learn a perimeter defensive skill of at least S rank. After delving into the system, Sue Lang examined the various skills available: Kobe's S-level Mamba Wrap, Tony Allen's SS-level Frozen Domain, Battier's S-level Finger Interference, Beverly's S-level Mad Dog Bite, Leonard's SS-level Death Grip, and Gary Payton's SS-level Double Strike. Among these, Sue Lang was particularly inclined towards Tony Allen's Frozen Domain, Leonard's Death Grip, and Kobe's Mamba Wrap. He was not at all surprised by Kobe's S-level perimeter defense, as his formidable offensive prowess often overshadowed his defensive capabilities, leading many to underestimate his skills in guarding the perimeter. Tony Allen's Frozen Domain was particularly adept at disrupting the shooting rhythm of opponents, rendering their shooting touch ineffective. Leonard's skill leaned more towards interception, blocking, and stealing the ball. As for Gary Payton's abilities, Sue Lang had eliminated them from consideration from the outset. Despite Payton being the only point guard to have won the Defensive Player of the Year award, his defensive style did not align with Sue Lang's needs. Payton's double strike encompassed trash talk and intense physicality, under the current standards of officiating in the league. Opting for Payton's defensive skill would likely result in Sue Lang accumulating 6 fouls per game. Resolute in his decision, Sue Lang, with a wealth of negative emotion points at his disposal, resolved to acquire an SS-level perimeter defensive skill all at once. Thus, he was left with the choices of Frozen Domain and Death Grip. Ultimately, he opted for Leonard's Death Grip, as his height, wingspan, and hand size closely resembled Leonard's, allowing him to fully harness the ability. This skill was the most suitable for Sue Lang's perimeter defense. Once the decision was made, he immediately began to expend resources fervently, now awaiting the rewards that would come in just over a month. Chapter 90. The Dragon Kingdom's endorsement soars. The Automotive City has arrived. In the forthcoming matches, under the leadership of Sue Lang, the Warriors have surged with formidable momentum, consecutively defeating both the Kings and the Timberwolves. The Warriors' regular season record now stands at 7 victories and 1 defeat, securing the second position in the Western Conference. The top spot is held by the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, a scenario none anticipated prior to the commencement of the season. Last season, the Warriors were merely a team of underachievers, yet this season, with the addition of Sue Lang, they have transformed dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, General Manager Chris Mullin discreetly shared some insights with other members of the management, seeking to gauge their sentiments regarding the promotion of Sue Lang as the team's cornerstone. As Mullin had anticipated, these misguided individuals proposed that Sue Lang should play a supportive role to Monta Ellis. Mullin felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to their ignorance. Just imagine a player capable of scoring 70 points in a single game being relegated to a subordinate role. Ultimately, Mullin chose not to confront them. Understanding the necessity of patience and the importance of ensuring absolute certainty in this matter, Sue Lang remains oblivious to the fact that Chris Mullin is already overwhelmed on his behalf. At present, Sue Lang has more pressing matters to attend to. Bills. Sue Lang's agent has presented him with an abundance of endorsement contracts, as Sue Lang has risen to prominence. Among these, the most significant is undoubtedly the sneaker deal. However, not all of these endorsement contracts require Su Lang's signature. They are merely selections that Bills has curated for Su Lang's consideration. Ultimately, the decision to sign any contract rests solely with Su Lang. One must ponder why there is such a multitude of endorsement contracts from the Dragon Kingdom. Su Lang pointed to the thick stack of endorsement contracts before him. Goodness, Su, are you truly unaware of your immense popularity in Long Country? Exclaimed Billers, his expression exaggerated. I merely selected the most favorable terms from this pile. You must know that there are 2 large boxes of similar contracts in my office, though their conditions do not compare to those before you. At this moment, Billers was filled with joy. When he first approached Su Lang, he had agreed to numerous stringent conditions to secure the position of his manager. However, it now seemed that those rigorous stipulations were of little consequence. After all, while other agents scurried about seeking endorsement deals for their clients, he had merely been fortunate enough to have opportunities fall into his lap, reaping a sizable reward without any effort. What troubled Billers most was the thought that Su Lang might not renew their contract upon its expiration. By the way, there is an intriguing contract among these, Billers said, pulling out a particular document and presenting it to Su Lang. Su Lang took a glance at the document and stood frozen in place. Filming a movie? This is truly absurd. How could anyone seek me out for such a venture when I am a professional basketball player? Su Lang has somewhat underestimated the power of her own beauty. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Lang enjoys considerable popularity among her younger female admirers, although they may lack a deep understanding of basketball. This does not diminish their admiration for Su Lang's striking appearance. Consequently, certain companies have taken notice of this phenomenon. Su Lang set aside the film contract. With the regular season in full swing, he simply has no time to engage in filmmaking. This matter must be postponed until the off-season. Su Lang harbored a budding interest in the realm of filmmaking. The date was November 14, 2008. When the Golden State Warriors faced a formidable opponent at the Oracle Arena, the Detroit Pistons, who had recently traded Chauncey Billups to acquire the illustrious Allen Iverson. Following Iverson's arrival, the Pistons had secured 2 consecutive victories, thus entering the game with a surge of confidence. This matchup promised to be anything but straightforward, as both teams' players made their entrance. The crowd at Oracle Arena erupted in fervent cheers. With the Warriors' ascendance, the home fans exhibited an increasingly passionate fervor, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a fortress. Any team competing at Oracle Arena would be met with a resounding challenge from its zealous supporters. The home crowd's fervor served to diminish the Pistons' momentum, leaving them feeling somewhat chilled. Such a state could not be remedied by mere warm-ups if the Pistons players could not conquer their internal apprehensions. This condition would persist throughout the entirety of the match. For this contest, the Warriors maintained their original lineup. The Pistons featured Allen Iverson at the point guard position, Richard Hamilton at shooting guard, Tayshaun Prince at small forward, Rasheed Wallace at power forward, and Kwame Brown at center. As the game commenced, the much-maligned Kwame Brown triumphed in the jump ball against Andrus Beedry, granting the Pistons their first offensive possession. Iverson orchestrated the initial offensive play, yet Warriors guard Stephen Jackson faced a significant challenge, contending with the indefatigable Hamilton. From the outset, Hamilton relentlessly maneuvered around the court, leaving Jackson with a pained expression. As his aging body struggled to keep pace, it was evident that Hamilton aimed to exhaust Jackson throughout the game, utilizing a screen from Rasheed Wallace. Hamilton accelerated to receive a pass from Iverson and confidently sank a mid-range jumper. Clearly, Hamilton's prowess remained intact as the Warriors prepared for their offensive sequence. As Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line, Hamilton promptly confronted him. Su Lang gazed in astonishment at Hamilton before him. It appeared that this was the gift the Pistons had prepared for themselves. On the sidelines, Pistons head coach Michael Curry shook his head in resignation. Clearly, it was his strategy to assign Hamilton the task of defending Su Lang. However, this was a necessary decision as the game progressed. The Warriors had begun to dissect some of Su Lang's characteristics. As a point guard standing over 2 meters tall, possessing both agility and speed, the thought alone was daunting. Moreover, Su Lang boasted an exceptionally accurate three-point shot, which posed a significant challenge for teams facing the Warriors. After all, typical point guards are around 1.8 meters tall, a height that renders them ineffective in defending against Su Lang. Thus, with no other options available, Michael Curry had no choice but to assign Hamilton to guard Su Lang. At the onset, Hamilton's offensive efforts were merely a smokescreen. Their plan was to focus Hamilton's role on defending Su Lang throughout the match. Observing Hamilton before him, Su Lang refrained from rushing into an attack. Su Lang passed the basketball to Wusheng Jackson. Upon receiving the ball, Jackson immediately initiated a low-post isolation against Iverson. With a deft spin move, he maneuvered past Iverson. However, the vigilant Rasheed Wallace swiftly provided assistance defense, causing Jackson a momentary pause. Seizing the opportunity, Iverson snatched the basketball from behind. Clearly, the Pistons had meticulously prepared for this match. Chapter 91. Tactical Genius Su Duiji during halftime. The atmosphere in the Warriors' locker room became rather somber. Throughout the first half, they found themselves entirely ensnared in the Pistons' rhythm. Iverson's incisive drives, coupled with Hamilton's and Prince's unanswerable mid-range shots, pierced through the Warriors with the precision of a sword. By the end of the half, the score stood at 48-64, with the Warriors trailing by 16 points on their home court. In truth, Su Lang's performance on the offensive end during the first half was commendable. The Warriors managed to keep the deficit within a reasonable range largely due to Su Lang's scoring contributions. In the first half of the match, Su Lang scored an impressive 20 points. However, he only managed to secure a mere 2 assists. This discrepancy highlights the underlying issue. As the second quarter approached its latter stages, Coach Don Nelson observed a critical problem. The Pistons were employing various deceptive tactics. Whether it was Hamilton trailing Jackson or the defensive switches with Iverson, all feigning to guard Su Lang. Yet, these maneuvers were not the Pistons' ultimate objective. Their singular aim was to neutralize all players on the Warriors, aside from Su Lang. This strategy was the catalyst for the Warriors' collapse in the first half, excluding Su Lang. The rest of the Warriors' lineup boasted a true shooting percentage of less than 30%. This statistic equates to them successfully scoring only once every 3 to 4 offensive attempts. Consequently, the Warriors' offense was rendered ineffective. Upon discerning the Pistons' strategy, Don Nelson couldn't help but glance at the new head coach of the Pistons, Michael Corey. In Don Nelson's eyes, Corey was merely a minor figure, one he had not even heard of prior to this encounter. Yet, the downfall of a dynasty can often be orchestrated by such seemingly insignificant individuals who may take unexpected actions. Michael Corey had now presented the Warriors with a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Jackson, typically the morale booster in the locker room, sat silently with his head down, as he was the player responsible for the most turnovers in the first half. Su Lang delivered several exquisite passes, all of which were squandered. The primary reason for the Warriors' defeat in the first half lay squarely on his shoulders. This was utterly unacceptable for a veteran who has navigated the league for nearly a decade. However, within the confines of the locker room, there was one individual secretly reveling in this misfortune, Monta Ellis. If anyone in the Warriors wished for a loss, it was undoubtedly Monta Ellis. For with each victory that Su Lang orchestrated for the team, his standing within the Warriors solidified further, a development that was far from what Monta Ellis desired to witness. After surveying his surroundings for a week, Su Lang noticed that his teammates were not particularly enthusiastic. "Come on, everyone. Let's lift our spirits. We're merely trailing by 16 points. We can easily make a comeback in the second half." Su Lang rose to his feet, rallying his teammates with encouragement. Montaley scoffed at Su Lang's actions, curling his lip in disdain. Did he truly believe himself to be the leader of the team? Such arrogance. Su Lang gazed at his teammates, who remained in a state of despondency and couldn't help but let out a sigh within his heart. One must always reckon with the consequences of their actions. Having dismantled numerous teams in the past, it was now evident that his own team was facing a similar plight. Realizing this, Su Lang felt compelled to resort to his most formidable tactics. Before proceeding, he silently uttered an apology to Curry in his heart. Su Lang gathered his teammates together. He was about to impart a straightforward strategy to them, the infamous elevator door tactic, which later became one of the most unanswerable plays in the Warriors' repertoire. This strategy was so perplexing that it was ultimately banned by the league. Su Lang now intends to introduce this tactic ahead of schedule. This still signifies that Curry, who has dedicated his life to promoting this strategy, will likely never have the opportunity to engage with it again. Su Lang could only silently apologize to his good brother. Curry. Beep. The second half of the match commenced, and both teams' players returned to the field. Upon crossing the halfway line, Su Lang deftly passed the basketball to the 45-degree angle where Wusheng Jackson awaited. After receiving the ball, Jackson patiently bided his time for Su Lang. Then, Su Lang commenced his performance. Su Lang's exquisite off-the-ball movement captured everyone's attention once more. All eyes were drawn to his positioning, leaving unnoticed the fact that Andrus and Brian White had already advanced near the free throw line. As Su Lang perceived the opportune moment, he surged forward with a swift stride. Hot on his heels was Hamilton, who was relentless in his pursuit. In terms of starting positions, Hamilton had never backed down from anyone. Thus, he remained unfazed by Su Lang's stance. In the next instant, Su Lang deftly maneuvered through the gap between Brian White and Andrus, positioning himself at the top of the arc, just as Jackson's pass arrived as anticipated. Meanwhile, Hamilton sought to emulate Su Lang's trajectory, attempting to thread the ball between the two. However, in a split second, Brian White and Andrus stood shoulder to shoulder, obliterating the gap between them. Hamilton found himself abruptly colliding with Andrus, nearly losing his balance. It was akin to hurtling forward only to crash into an unyielding wall. One can only imagine the disorientation Hamilton experienced. His head felt muddled, and he became engulfed in a haze. There was not a single defender within a meter in front of Su Lang. Su Lang even found time to adjust his shooting technique before effortlessly releasing the ball. Swish! The basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. Success! This was their first execution of the elevator door play, and although Brian White and Andrus appeared somewhat inexperienced, the outcome was undeniably pleasing. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Warriors head coach Don Nelson widened his eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. As a professional basketball coach, Don Nelson instantly recognized the remarkable synergy displayed by Su Lang and the two interior players. It was an exceptionally crafted tactic. Simultaneously, Don Nelson put himself in the shoes of his opponents, searching for a potential weakness in this strategy. Then, he was taken aback. There was no discernible flaw. After exhausting all the knowledge amassed throughout his career, Don Nelson found himself unable to identify any vulnerabilities. A tumult of emotions surged within him. On one hand, he was astounded by the brilliance of the tactic, while on the other, he was perplexed as to when his players had acquired such a strategy. This was not a play found in his tactical manual. Meanwhile, the dynamics on the court began to shift in an intriguing manner. Hamilton put on quite a show for everyone, embodying the phrase hitting the wall, but refusing to turn back. Bang, bang, bang. Hamilton could hardly recall how many times he had collided with Andrus, each time watching in despair as Su Lang effortlessly took his shot. Chapter 92. Go home and find your mother from Hamilton. Negative emotion value 1000 from Hamilton. Negative emotion value 1000 with each collision. Hamilton inadvertently provided Su Lang with a significant influx of negative emotion points. Unbeknownst to them, the Warriors had narrowed the point gap to single digits. Despair began to fester in Hamilton's heart as he struggled to find meaning in defending against Su Lang. Was he to continuously hurl himself into the embrace of the towering opponent? Hamilton felt on the brink of madness. The tactic employed by the opposing team was not merely insurmountable, it was shameless. It was the most unscrupulous strategy he had ever encountered. Hamilton sensed that he was not merely matched up against Su Lang, but rather against the Warriors' interior players. Following yet another execution of the elevator door play, Su Lang, with a beaming smile, prepared for another shot. Hey, watch closely, I'm about to shoot. With those words, he once again released the ball, sinking another three-pointer. From Hamilton, negative emotion value 1300. Hamilton's mood was exceedingly grim. Su Lang boldly declared his intention to shoot, yet, I found myself utterly powerless against him. Soon, the referee indicated that it was a long two-pointer, as Su Lang had stepped on the line during his shot. Su Lang nonchalantly nodded. Whether it was a three-pointer or a two-pointer, it mattered little. After all, the Pistons seemed utterly powerless. The Warriors had triumphed over numerous formidable teams in the league with this very strategy. Such a transcendent tactical approach, one that defied the constraints of time, left the Pistons without any conceivable means of countering it. Beep. At this juncture, Michael Curry on the sidelines could no longer remain seated and was compelled to call a timeout. Although he had yet to devise a solution, the timeout was essential, if only to disrupt Su Lang's rhythm. During the pause, Michael Curry and his players fervently deliberated on how to dismantle the elevator door strategy. On the Warriors' side, the players' performance had noticeably improved. The pressure had shifted to the Pistons, even though the Warriors were still trailing on the scoreboard. The current tally stood at 60-66. As the third quarter commenced, the Warriors launched an impressive offensive surge, scoring 12-2. The elevator door strategy appeared to have adversely affected the Pistons' defense, while Hamilton's offensive prowess also suffered. His previously accurate mid-range shots had suddenly faltered, which accounted for the Warriors' offensive explosion. Once the Warriors players returned to the bench, head coach Don Nelson eagerly approached them. Hey, you need to inform me when you learn such a tactic, especially without my knowledge. Upon hearing Don Nelson's inquiry, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Lang. A knowing expression spread across Don Nelson's face. Su Lang's current performance has increasingly surpassed Don Nelson's expectations. Initially, Don Nelson believed he had a comprehensive understanding of Su Lang, only to discover that Su Lang possesses a tactical acumen of his own. Is this truly the realm of a mere player? At this rate, Don Nelson wonders if it is time for him to retire as head coach. His conviction to build the team around Su Lang has solidified. Don Nelson has resolved to firmly support Su Lang, recognizing that such a player is a rare gem. Should the Warriors refuse to embrace his vision, he is prepared to depart alongside Su Lang. He silently hopes the team will not force him to reach that juncture. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Pistons players felt utterly disheartened, akin to having ingested something repugnant due to the previous timeout. They found themselves incapable of devising any counter to the elevator door strategy. Entering the game under these circumstances, they braced for another overwhelming onslaught from Su Lang. The game continued, and following Hamilton's loss of the mid-range shot, all offensive pressure fell upon Iverson. However, Iverson faced his own dilemma, his stamina. Time spares no one. And even a formidable player like Iverson must concede that his prime has passed. After a drive, Iverson attempted a layup, only for the ball to ricochet off the rim, plunging the already despondent Pistons into deeper despair. The Warriors now prepared for their offensive possession. Once again, Su Lang employed the elevator door tactic. Hamilton's defense proved ineffective. However, Iverson and Prince swiftly came to assist. This was the sole strategy considered by the Pistons during their timeout. In contrast to Su Lang's three-point shots, it was evident that they preferred him to pass the basketball to his teammates. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lang instinctively passed the basketball to Jackson, stationed at the 45-degree angle. The current Pistons were no longer the impenetrable fortress they had been in the first half. Su Lang has deftly torn open a chasm in the Pistons' defense, and if Jackson fails to capitalize on this opportunity, it would be a grave disservice to Su Lang. With determination, Jackson surged into the unguarded lane, executing a powerful one-handed dunk that unleashed all the pin-up frustration from the first half. On the sidelines, Don Nelson wore an expression of knowing satisfaction. He had discerned that the elevator door strategy served not merely to liberate Su Lang as an offensive option, but undoubtedly involved a series of subsequent variations. The current dynamics on the court perfectly validated Don Nelson's insights. Upon witnessing Jackson's emphatic dunk, Su Lang shook his head in regret. The strategy would be most effective if the team boasted another formidable three-point threat. When the Warriors first employed this tactic, if other players chose to double-team Curry, they would find Thompson's three-point shot waiting, an embodiment of true despair, rendering opponents helpless as they watched one three-pointer after another find its way into their basket. However, the current iteration of the Warriors lacks such a configuration. Yet, against the Pistons, it suffices, for the Pistons have already begun to unravel. Their defense now resembles a sieve. FCK. They are committing fouls. Did you see that? Why aren't you calling it? The irate Rasheed Wallace could no longer endure the torment, shouting furiously at the referee. This unscrupulous tactic had completely shattered Rasheed Wallace's composure. The referee, in response, granted a foul call, but it was not in favor of the Warriors. It was against Rasheed Wallace himself, who incurred a technical foul for his impulsive outburst. Clearly, the referee did not view the Warriors' strategy as warranting accusations of foul play. A head referee should not need a player to instruct him on how to officiate the game. Such individuals ought to be taught a lesson. Hey, all you do is complain. Hurry home and find your mother. Su Lang whispered softly into Rasheed Wallace's ear. The negative emotional value from Rasheed Wallace surged by 300. Indeed. The next moment, Rasheed Wallace exploded. Chapter 93, Wallace wept. The truth was revealed. Damn it. Rasheed Wallace felt a surge of blood rush to his head, ready to charge forward. At this moment, Woo-Shung Jackson noticed Rasheed Wallace's impulsiveness. Without a second thought, he stepped directly in front of Su Lang. If you wish to harm Su Lang, you must first confront me. Hey, what do you intend to do? Do you want a taste of my fists? Do not forget. My fists have struck your older brother before. Those unafraid of death should give it a try, Woo-Shung Jackson bellowed. His bold move left Su Lang, who had been on high alert, momentarily stunned. Goodness, is he really that fierce? Woo-Shung Jackson's words seemed to provoke Rasheed Wallace, reminding him of that fateful night 4 years ago. It was the moment Rasheed Wallace regretted the most in his life. He should not have hesitated. He should have fought fiercely alongside his older brother Ben Wallace. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Lang quickly grasped the essence of the issue. No wonder Wu-Sheng Jackson was so incensed. It turned out that the two harbored deep-seated grievances. Wu-Sheng Jackson was referring to the notorious malice at the palace incident. That event had directly devastated both Jackson and Arteist. They had once had a golden opportunity to contend for the championship, but that incident obliterated their closest chance at glory. Thus, that night became an eternal wound in Jackson's heart. With both old grudges and new grievances combined, it was clear that Jackson intended to teach his adversary a lesson. Su Lang's lips curled slightly upwards. Having a formidable ally like the legendary Jackson by his side seemed to alleviate the need for him to intervene personally. It became evident that he would need to invest some effort into winning over the great Jackson. However, the anticipated clash on the court never materialized. The furious Rasheed Wallace found himself devoid of any opportunity to express his wrath as his teammates forcibly dragged him to the bench. Clearly, at this juncture, the Pistons were intent on avoiding conflict and preserving their advantageous position. Observing the lack of an outbreak, the referees opted not to impose penalties but merely issued a verbal warning. Nevertheless, Rasheed Wallace was substituted out as his current state was deemed unsuitable for play. Upon leaving the court, he immediately covered his face with a towel, and in the next moment, tears streamed down his cheeks. At that instant, he profoundly yearned for his elder brother, Ben Wallace, reminiscing about the glory of the Pistons' 5 warriors. Had Ben Wallace still been present, such indignities would have been inconceivable. Regardless of the game's outcome, he felt wronged and believed in taking action first and addressing the consequences later. This was the true spirit of the Pistons' 5 warriors. The current team had lost its essence. With Ben Wallace's departure, the spirit of the Pistons' 5 warriors had vanished. Observant media members quickly noted Rasheed Wallace's shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Although he attempted to conceal his emotions with the towel, it did not deter the media from speculating that he was weeping. The following day's headlines were sensational. The roaring titan Rasheed Wallace falls, overcome with tears. Just envisioning such a stirring title was exhilarating. After Rasheed Wallace exited the game, the defensive intensity of the Pistons waned significantly, as he was a crucial element of their defense. Without him, the Pistons felt as though they had severed a limb, resulting in the game falling entirely into the rhythm of the Warriors. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed at home, defeating the Pistons with a score of 109-101. Su Long dazzled the court with a remarkable performance, amassing 41 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds. In contrast to his previous games, this match accentuated Su Long's leadership qualities. When the team found itself in dire straits, he miraculously led them to a stunning comeback. This feat endeared him even more to the Golden State fans, who have grown increasingly fond of this yellow-skinned number 0 player. Monta Ellis sensed an unprecedented sense of urgency. Intriguingly, following the Pistons' loss, the former Pistons star Ben Wallace openly expressed his thoughts in the media, vowing to make Su Long and Stephen Jackson pay in their upcoming encounters. Clearly, Ben Wallace was aware of the injustices faced by Rasheed Wallace. Though not brothers by blood, their bond resembled that of kin, and Ben Wallace was evidently intent on avenging his younger comrade. Upon reading this news, Su Lang smiled. Had this been a few years ago, one might have been cautious of Ben Wallace. However, the current Ben Wallace is merely a henchman beside James. Thus, Su Lang harbored no worries whatsoever. In contrast, Jackson, upon receiving this information, became utterly exhilarated. He even sought out Su Lang to discuss how to teach Ben Wallace a lesson, clearly revealing the resentment Jackson harbored towards him. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. As Su Lang was training with the team, Don Nelson approached with a grim expression. "Su, have you been suspended?" Don Nelson said to Su Lang. Su Lang felt completely numb. What on earth? A suspension? The other players, upon hearing this news, were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. They found it hard to fathom what a team without Su Lang would be like. This was also the reason for Don Nelson's discontent. The team was currently on a winning streak, and losing Su Lang at this juncture meant a likely defeat in their upcoming matches. It would be strange indeed if Don Nelson were to feel any joy. You and Anthony, along with J.R. Smith, have had your post-game activities exposed, Don Nelson elaborated. Su Lang has completely deteriorated. It has nearly been a week, and those paparazzi have truly unearthed the details. It's utterly exasperating. Following the previous incident, these media personnel have relentlessly pursued the story. Finally, they seized an opportunity. In the aftermath, the Warriors organization initiated an internal investigation. How could Anthony and his associates so effortlessly evade detection, leading to Su Lang's exposure? Clearly, there was a mole within the team. Unsurprisingly, the individual who had initially leaked information about Anthony was swiftly identified and faced termination. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. After his dismissal, he callously sold the previous information to the media. Journalists, who had previously found no leads, suddenly discovered a direction. Remarkably, they managed to coerce another Warriors staff member who proceeded to sell surveillance footage that was meant to be destroyed to the reporters. Consequently, Su Lang's behind-the-scenes actions, which had decisively taken down Anthony and J.R. Smith, could no longer be concealed. The moment the news broke, the league established an investigative committee. At that time, Su Lang and his team were still engaged in a match against the Pistons. The league's investigative team acted with remarkable swiftness, thoroughly clarifying the events in a remarkably short period. Hence, the league imposed penalties on Su Lang, Anthony, and J.R. Smith. Su Lang has been suspended for 2 matches and fined $20,000. Anthony and J.R. Smith have both received a 4-match suspension, with a similar penalty of $20,000. Su Lang is currently quite displeased. After all, he is a friend of journalists and has often provided them with sensational stories. To his astonishment, they have now turned the tables and created a situation that has fallen upon him. This matter was supposed to have settled down. Su Lang believed that this matter had come to a close. Little did he expect that due to these paparazzi, he would once again be dragged into the limelight by the league. What a stroke of misfortune. Su Lang silently took note of these journalists, vowing to repay them when the opportunity arose. Chapter 94. Oh, how you feign profundity. Deceiving Curry into drinking white liquor. The god of war, Su Lang. A true man's battle. Veteran players overwhelmed by the rookies. As anticipated, the headlines the following day would inevitably amplify this incident. Initially, most of Su Lang's fans hailed from the Dragon Nation. However, the coverage of this incident would soon change that. Su Lang has gained considerable popularity among fans. It was indeed their first encounter witnessing a full-blown brawl following a match. This exemplifies true masculinity. If one is dissatisfied, one must confront it directly. What is even more intriguing is that Anthony, after the media reported on the incident, promptly took to the press to express his thoughts. He stated, "Mr. Su and I merely engaged in a friendly exchange. There are no significant conflicts between us. In fact, I hold Mr. Su in high regard." Fans were led to believe that Anthony would unleash a torrent of furious retorts against Su Lang online. Little did they expect Anthony to utter such conciliatory words. Clearly, he has been somewhat humbled. The prowess of Su Lang has ascended to greater heights in the hearts of the fans. However, this has also stirred discontent among some seasoned veterans within the league. Reflecting on Su Lang's previous antics, they had dismissed him with little regard. Yet now, he is poised to overshadow them, which has become intolerable for certain proud veterans. Simultaneously, they secretly disparage Anthony, deeming him inept, lamenting the indignity of being outperformed by 2 individuals. As the situation escalates externally, Su Lang receives a phone call. It is from Coach Bob of Davidson University. "Su, I find myself at an impasse and have no choice but to reach out to you. I hope you can assist Steven." Bob's voice, tinged with frustration, resonates from the other end of the line. Su Lang furrowed his brow. "What exactly has transpired, Mr. Bob? It cannot be succinctly articulated in mere words. If you have the time, I sincerely hope you can return. Otherwise, I am at a loss as to what might become of Steven," the head coach, Bob, remarked. "Very well, I shall book a flight and should arrive by evening." Su Lang replied, "I appreciate your assistance. I will await you at the school." After hanging up the phone, Su Lang racked his brain, but could not uncover what had transpired with Curry that year in history. However, judging by Bob's words, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. As Su Lang pondered, he made his way towards Mr. Nelson's office. "Mr. Nelson, I have a matter to attend to and would like to request a 2-day leave." Indeed, the media frenzy over the past couple of days had been quite overwhelming, and a brief escape seemed prudent. Without inquiring about Su Lang's intentions, Mr. Nelson readily acquiesced to his request. Later that evening, Su Lang arrived at Davidson College. What on earth is Mr. Bob up to? Upon catching sight of Bob, Su Lang felt a jolt within his heart. Was this truly the same spirited elder who had graced the finals with such vigor? Now, Bob appeared haggard, his countenance shrouded in gloom. It was evident that he had encountered significant troubles. The mere thought of it weighed heavily on Su Lang's heart. Could it be that something grave had befallen Stephen Curry? "Alas, follow me, and you shall understand upon meeting Steven," Bob uttered, leading Su Lang into the arena. At this moment, the venue was devoid of all but Curry. The other players had already embarked on their nocturnal escapades. They gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Su Lang observed Curry fervently practicing his three-point shots, his entire being drenched in sweat as he launched one basketball after another. However, it seemed as though the hoop had been sealed, for not a single shot from Curry found its mark. Each ball was invariably deflected away. On rare occasions, fortune smiled upon him, and the basketball might fortuitously bounce into the net. Yet, witnessing this unfolding scene, Curry's expression became markedly more grave. How could it have come to this? Su Lang involuntarily glanced at Bob. It's entirely my fault. I failed to notice Steven's condition. You must be aware that the NCAA regular season has commenced. Yet we have already suffered 3 defeats, Coach Bob lamented. And now, Steven has deteriorated into this state. Damn it. Su Lang cursed inwardly. It is now painfully evident that Curry is under immense psychological pressure. Although the reasons remain elusive, it has undoubtedly impacted Curry's performance. At this juncture, it is accurate to assert that Curry's condition may indeed fall within the realm of psychological distress. Su Lang did not dwell on why Bob refrained from assisting Curry with psychological guidance. It is highly probable that Curry had dismissed Bob's advice. After observing for a moment longer, Su Lang's lips twitched in sync with Curry's three-point attempts, as if reflecting the turmoil. The once prodigious talent now seemed to have transformed into a blacksmith, threatening to distort the very rim with his errant shots. Su Lang slowly approached Curry. Steven, are you planning to change your profession and become a blacksmith? Su Lang seized the bouncing basketball with a swift motion, turning to Curry with a beaming smile. However, upon noticing Su Lang, Curry's face momentarily contorted into an unsightly grin, only to fade into a somber expression in the next instant. Su Lang couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. In the past, if he had teased Curry in this manner, Curry would have long since bestowed upon him a plethora of negative emotions. Yet now, surprisingly, Curry remained utterly unperturbed. The situation was proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. A faint smile of bittersweetness appeared at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. What do you think? Would you be interested in a conversation? Curry glanced at Su Lang and then at the hoop, ultimately nodding silently in agreement. Half an hour later, Su Lang boldly pushed open the door to Curry's dormitory. As Curry's astonishment registered on his face, Su Lang retrieved a substantial collection of energy drinks and baijiu from his backpack. Indeed, it was the distinctive spirit of the Dragon Country, baijiu. Acquiring this had cost Su Lang considerable time and effort. Now, he was poised to assume the role of a spiritual mentor. Originally intended as a gift for Bob, it seemed these bottles had acquired a far more significant purpose. Su Lang directly opened the packaging of the liquor and casually handed a bottle to Curry. Taste this specialty from my hometown. I am certain you will come to appreciate it. Curry, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the bottle and cautiously inhaled its aroma from the neck, his brow instantly furrowing into a deep frown. Weren't we supposed to converse? Why are we drinking instead? At that moment, Curry found himself perplexed by Su Lang's intentions. Come on. Su Lang clashed his bottle with Curry's and then took a hearty gulp. Upon witnessing Su Lang's boldness, Curry decided to abandon all reservations and seized the bottle for a generous swig, coughing violently. He couldn't help but entertain a fleeting thought that perhaps Su Lang had poisoned him. What he had consumed was no mere alcohol. It felt akin to a blade slicing through him. Su Lang observed the disheveled Curry, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Ah, look at you, trying to appear profound. I refuse to believe that after 3 cups of white wine, you won't be weeping uncontrollably. If you don't, I shall write my name, Su, in reverse. Su Lang did not afford Curry a moment to respond, raising the bottle once more. Come on, let us continue. Chapter 95, Let Destruction Reign. After yet another swig of liquor, even Su Lang felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Damn it, I miscalculated. Had I known, I would have prepared some snacks to accompany the drink. Consuming it straight like this is truly unbearable. Yet, Su Lang found himself powerless. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree. Surely, he could not send Curry out to fetch some snacks. After gulping down 3 large mouthfuls, Curry gradually began to enjoy the sensation, the warmth igniting from his throat all the way to his chest. He felt as though all the pressure he had accumulated over time was being incinerated. After downing more than half the bottle, a sense of dizziness began to wash over him. Su, am I truly a worthless being? He lamented. Indeed, I am utterly worthless. Curry, not waiting for Su Lang's reply, spoke with a self-deprecating tone. Do you understand? Without you, I am nothing. I cannot even lead the team to victory. You have already etched your name in NBA history, while I cannot even surpass the NCAA. At this moment, Su Lang finally comprehended that there were indeed issues of his own at play. He had not anticipated the depth of emotions that resided within Curry. In a daze, Curry approached Su Lang and embraced him tightly. I am utterly useless. I have always considered myself a genius, but it seems that, in reality, I am nothing but a fool. At this point, Curry could no longer contain himself, and tears began to flow. Observing this, Su Lang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness! The future darling of the fans had succumbed to a state of despair, all due to his own actions. This was truly maddening. As Su Lang was about to offer some comfort to Curry, in the next moment, Curry, who had been leaning against him, suddenly went limp and fell to the floor with a thud. Su Lang glanced at Curry, who lay unconscious on the floor, and smiled helplessly. Oh, Stephen, you truly underestimate yourself, don't you? Alas, since you find yourself in such a predicament, allow me to rekindle your spirit. Su Lang gently placed Curry upon the bed. He opened the window, allowing the gentle breeze from outside to waft in, which somewhat alleviated the heaviness in his head. Su Lang turned around and cast a glance at the sleeping Curry on the bed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The following morning, Curry felt as though his head might explode. He vaguely recalled engaging in a conversation with Su Lang the previous night. Yet the events that transpired afterward eluded his memory entirely. At that moment, Su Lang appeared at Curry's bedside, a smile of amusement upon his face. Noticing Curry's expression of deep contemplation, Su Lang realized that Curry was undoubtedly grappling with a blank slate. What had transpired last night? Curry looked towards Su Lang, seeking answers. Su Lang looked at Curry with a beaming smile. It's nothing. Just someone who, after a night of revelry, stripped off all their clothes and danced while also attempting to streak across the campus. Su Lang spoke softly. Curry suddenly sat up in bed, his mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. After glancing down and confirming that his clothes were still on, he exhaled in relief. You must be joking with me, Curry remarked. Do you truly believe I am jesting? You have no idea the effort I expended yesterday to stop you and help you get dressed one piece at a time, Su Lang replied. Curry looked at Su Lang in surprise, instinctively sensing that he was not joking. However, in the next moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that he had not actually been caught in the act of running around naked. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Oh, hold on before you express your gratitude. I recorded that spectacular scene before I helped you get dressed. Su Lang laughed. Would you like to see just how thrilling it was? Su Lang waved his phone with a beaming smile. In an instant, Curry felt a chill run through him. It was recorded. It was recorded. Su Lang, you scoundrel. Negative emotional value from Stephen Curry, 5,000. Upon perceiving the system's notification, Su Lang exhaled in relief. All his efforts had not been in vain. It seemed that Curry had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Just look. The influx of negative emotional points he had accrued was significantly increased, a testament to the success of his strategy. In the next instant, Curry lunged forward, attempting to snatch the phone from Su Lang's grasp. Yet, how could Curry possibly match Su Lang? He faltered and was swiftly subdued once more. Haha, Stephen, if you desire the video, come find me at the NBA. But let me be clear, if you cannot make it to the NBA, I shall certainly share this video with the younger students at Davidson College. With that, Su Lang seized his backpack from the table with remarkable speed and darted out. Behind him, Curry's furious voice echoed, Su Lang, we shall be adversaries forever. Negative emotional points from Stephen Curry, 5,000. What is the matter? Coach Bob inquired with a concerned expression directed at Su Lang. Fear not. There should be no significant issues. Su Lang waved his hand appreciatively. I am truly grateful to you. If Stephen continues down this path, I genuinely do not know how to cope, Bob expressed with a look of heartfelt gratitude. Hey, let us not forget that I was once a member of the Wildcats. There is no need for such formality. By the way, I must take my leave, as my suspension is about to conclude, and I need to re-establish synergy with my teammates. I shall not linger here any longer. With that, Su Lang waved once more and departed swiftly. Bob was left puzzled by Su Lang's hasty exit. Had he not been suspended for 2 matches? The earliest game would not be until 3 days hence. Was it truly necessary for him to rush back? Not long after Su Lang's departure, Curry, brimming with fury, sought out Bob. Where's that guy? Tell me. Quick, tell me. Are you referring to Su Lang? He has already left. Coach Bob, unaware of the unfolding events, candidly relayed the information to Curry. Stunned, Curry stood frozen in place. He truly has left. My final opportunity has slipped away. Curry harbored no doubt that had he not entered the NBA, Su Lang would have shared his video with the junior female students. The mere thought of his vulnerable footage being admired by so many sent a chill down Curry's spine. Su Lang, just you wait. he uttered, glaring into the distance with fierce determination. I will never drink beverages from the Dragon Country again. At that moment, en route to the airport, Su Lang inexplicably sneezed. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. Oh, Stephen, I hope you can comprehend my sincere intentions. The following day, during the Wildcat team's match, as Curry stepped onto the court and laid eyes on the opposing players, it was as if he were confronted by the insufferable visage of Su Lang. This infuriated Curry to no end. NBA, the footage. I must reclaim it, he declared. Let destruction reign. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish. Throughout the game, Curry was consumed by a frenzy, completely disregarding the defense. Regardless of the number of opponents, none could prevent him from effortlessly sinking the basketball into the hoop. Witnessing this spectacle, Bob's face was awash with tears of exhilaration. At last, that person has returned. After the match, Bob made a special phone call to express his gratitude to Su Lang once more. Su Lang earnestly cautioned Bob over the phone, urging him not to divulge that he was still in contact with Curry. Bob, bewildered by Su Lang's warning, appeared perplexed. At that moment, Curry approached with a sinister expression. Is it Su Lang? Are you speaking with him? Upon witnessing Curry's demeanor, Bob instinctively gestured for silence. Once Curry had distanced himself, Bob exhaled in relief. Goodness, what truly transpired that night? Chapter 96, Su Duodwa's comeback. The defending champion strikes back. In the two matches during Su Lang's suspension, the Warriors first suffered a defeat against the underperforming Clippers, followed by a devastating loss to the Trail Blazers. The Trail Blazers boasted formidable talents such as the Yellow Mamba Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge, Nicholas Batum, and the imposing Greg Oden. Even with Su Lang on the team, securing a victory would have posed a challenge. Thus, the absence of Su Lang left the Warriors in a dire situation. The Trail Blazers swiftly widened the gap to 30 points by the end of the third quarter. Observing the unfolding circumstances, Coach Don Nelson chose not to dwell on the matter and surrendered without resistance. Following the loss to the Trail Blazers, the Warriors' record fell to 8 wins and 3 losses, plummeting from 2nd to 5th place in the Western Conference. It is rumored that some members of the Warriors' management expressed discontent regarding the team's defeat attributed to Su Lang's suspension. However, this discontent was promptly quelled by Chris Mullin. Don Nelson was well aware of this dynamic. Had he not been wary of the implications for future plans, he would have been inclined to voice his frustrations more openly. Fortunately, Su Lang's suspension was limited to just 2 games. The date now stands at November 22, 2008. Su Lang has returned to the court for his first match following his suspension. Competing away in Boston, he faces the formidable Celtics, the reigning champions of last season, a truly powerful adversary. Before the match begins, Su Lang helplessly gazes at his phone in the locker room, then resolutely presses the reject button. Hey, why aren't you answering the call? Jackson teases, leaning closer to Su Lang with a mischievous grin. You're not out there flirting around, are you? Now they come knocking at your door. Jackson continues. Su Lang wore an expression of exasperation, as this fellow's capacity for imagination was truly remarkable. He had nearly conjured an entire harem drama within his mind. In reality, the call had come from Stephen Curry. Over the past few days, Su Lang had come to witness the true essence of stubbornness. Every day, without fail, there were 3 phone calls, morning, noon, and night, like clockwork. Regardless of whether Su Lang answered, Curry would unfailingly reach out at the appointed times. Each time the call ended, Su Lang found himself inundated with a plethora of negative emotional energy from Curry. Now, Su Lang began to question whether this had escalated beyond reason. He had not anticipated Curry's unwavering dedication. Su Lang shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. After all, where there is a will, there is a way. Curry could not possibly show up at his doorstep to confront him. At worst, he would have Nelson close the door when the time came. In any case, Curry would not be able to come upstairs. He was overthinking this, after all. It was merely a financial advisor attempting to recommend investment opportunities, and he simply had no desire to engage with him. After some contemplation, Su Lang reluctantly offered a response to Jackson. Otherwise, he could guarantee that before this match concluded, Jackson's loose lips would ensure the entire team was aware of his reputation as a notorious flirt, even though the reality was far from it. Jackson, exhibiting a lack of interest, cast a glance at Su Lang, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind his words. After a fruitless observation, Jackson ultimately relinquished his scrutiny with a resigned expression. Su, do you think we can win this match? We've suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and everyone is on the verge of despair. Jackson shifted the conversation. I cannot say for certain whether we will emerge victorious, but even if we do lose, I intend to ensure they pay a price. Su Lang said softly, haha. All right. To triumph over us, they must first sacrifice something substantial. Besides, we may not necessarily be defeated, Jackson replied with a smile, as both teams' players began to take the court. The North Shore Garden Arena evidently displayed a lack of hospitality towards the Warriors, the atmosphere plummeting to a freezing point compared to the warm reception afforded to the Celtics upon their entrance. Su Lang gazed distantly at the roster of the Celtics, a wave of frustration washing over him. This was undeniably the most formidable adversary he had encountered since joining the NBA. Just as he returned from his suspension, he found himself facing such a challenging opponent. The orchestrator on the court, Rajon Rondo, the offensive virtuoso, Paul Pierce, the gentleman, Ray Allen, and the Wolf King, Kevin Garnett. Su Lang found himself at a loss for words, surrounded by formidable adversaries. Although he had been fervently cheering for Jackson, doubt lingered within him. The Wolf King, Garnett, cast an intimidating glare in Su Lang's direction, his expression fierce and menacing. Opposite him stood the brash rookie wearing jersey number 0, whose audacity had reached unprecedented heights in recent times. It seemed that today would be an opportunity to impart a valuable lesson, one that would instill a profound respect for the seasoned veterans of the game. Garnett, who held this principle in the highest regard, was among those in the league eager to teach Su Lang a lesson. Therefore, in this matchup, Garnett was determined to showcase the intensity of competition, ensuring that Su Lang grasped the harsh realities of the NBA. The silent tension had already ignited on the court. As for the lineups, the Warriors maintained their usual roster. The Celtics featured Rondo at the point guard position, Allen at shooting guard, Pierce at small forward, Garnett at power forward, and Perkins as the center. A formidable lineup comprised of 4 all-stars and a diligent blue-collar player, exuding an unmistakable air of competitiveness. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball soared into the air. Once again, Andrus did not disappoint, losing the tip-off. Rondo deftly maneuvered the ball across half-court. Su Lang deliberately gave Rajon Rondo a distance of more than 2 steps, being well aware of the situation due to his time-traveling experience. Su Lang knew that Rondo's shooting percentage from beyond the arc was lamentably low. This unfortunate reality resulted in Rondo rarely attempting shots from the perimeter. Thus, Su Lang chose to abandon Rondo's outside shooting, focusing instead on defending against his drives and passes. Upon noticing Su Lang's defensive posture, Rondo's expression darkened. How dare he? Who does he think he is? No one in the league had ever shown him such blatant disregard in their defense. Negative emotional energy from Rajon Rondo, 1000. A faint smile graced Su Lang's lips as the match commenced, yet Rondo appeared visibly displeased. The more discontented he seemed, the more satisfaction Su Lang derived from it. Observing the unguarded distance of merely a couple of steps ahead, Rondo hesitated momentarily. He then shot a fierce glare at Su Lang. Damn rookie, you've won this round. Without hesitation, Rondo passed the basketball to Garnett in the paint. Ultimately, Rondo refrained from taking a shot, primarily due to his lack of confidence in his own shooting abilities. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Garnett backed down against Brandon Wright. It was evident that Brandon Wright stood no chance against Garnett. After 2 successive confrontations, Garnett executed a swift spin move, leaping to take a shot, the Iron Man's signature jump shot. However, in the next instant, Garnett felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Without a moment's thought, he flung the basketball towards the 3-point line. Once the ball was released, a sigh of relief escaped Garnett's lips as he focused his gaze, only to find Su Lang, who was supposed to be guarding Rondo, suddenly at his side. Had Garnett not passed the ball just then, he might have faced a block from Su Lang. Damn rookie, I hadn't even sought trouble with you, and yet you come knocking, he thought. Just wait. Chapter 97, The Wolf King? I'll drown you in soda on the perimeter. Rajon Rondo received the ball passed by Garnett. There was no time for a new offensive strategy. Left with no choice, Rondo prepared for a shot from beyond the arc. As expected, the basketball careened off course. It fortuitously soared in Su Lang's direction, who effortlessly secured the rebound. Jackson gradually approached Su Lang, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me. Why did you let up on your defense against him? Relax. He won't make the shot anyway. Even if he gets lucky and scores one, it's of no consequence." Su Lang appeared to be conversing with Jackson, yet he deliberately raised his tone slightly. The figure of Rajon Rondo, who was poised to return to defense, noticeably hesitated. Negative emotional energy from Rajon Rondo, 1000. Su Lang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with Jackson. This was a clever little tactic devised by the duo in the locker room, aimed at unsettling Rondo's mindset. It appears that Rondo has taken the bait, turning back to the Warriors' offensive possession. It was no surprise that the first play was orchestrated by the tactical genius Su Lang, utilizing the elevator door strategy he had previously employed against the Pistons. After facing the Pistons, Su Lang meticulously explained this strategy and its subsequent variations to Don Nelson. During Su Lang's suspension, the team members have been fervently practicing this strategy. Consequently, its execution this time will be far more seamless than in the previous match. Moreover, the crafty old fox, Don Nelson, has incorporated some misdirection into this tactic. If Su Lang refrains from initiating, no one would discern that this is merely the prelude to the elevator door tactic. In a swift motion, Su Lang effortlessly maneuvered between Andrus and Brandon Wright, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc to take a shot. Rajon Rondo, of course, was engaged in an intimate exchange with the two formidable men. Celtics head coach Doc Rivers furrowed his brow from the sidelines, harboring concerns about the Warriors' strategy even before the game commenced. Following the match between the Warriors and the Pistons coach Michael Curry had vocally lamented to the media about the Warriors' tactics, branding them as utterly shameless. This had drawn the attention of numerous coaches within the league to this strategy. Rivers had even contemplated incorporating this tactic into his own team, but it was evidently impractical. The team's cornerstone, Paul Pierce, would undoubtedly oppose such an approach, as it would necessitate Ray Allen as the primary offensive focal point. Should the elevator door tactic be employed, the team's atmosphere would inevitably grow tense. Rivers understood profoundly the significance of a stable team environment. Thus, despite possessing one of the league's premier three-point shooters, he found himself unable to utilize this strategy. While he could not apply it himself, witnessing the opponent implement it left Rivers dissatisfied, particularly since he had yet to devise a countermeasure. At that moment on the court, Su Lang effortlessly sank a three-pointer, grinning as he glanced at Rondo. "Hey, did you see that? That's a three-pointer. I doubt you'll ever grasp the joy of it in your lifetime." Ha. Was Su Lang not merely mocking his abysmal three-point shooting percentage? Rajon Rondo's expression darkened further. "Hey, clean up your mouth, rookie." As Su Lang continued to deride Rondo, he was unexpectedly shoved. The instigator was none other than Kevin Garnett, who was visibly displeased with Su Lang. Garnett, notorious for preying on the weak, believed that Su Lang, being an inexperienced newcomer, was an easy target for him. Thus, he seized the moment to not only bully Su Lang but also to assert his presence before Rondo, hoping it might encourage Rondo to pass him the ball more frequently. However, Garnett had miscalculated this time. "Fuck, get away from me." Before Su Lang could utter a word, the formidable Jackson abruptly shoved Garnett aside. Standing resolutely beside Su Lang, Jackson presented himself as a quintessential bodyguard. He would not allow anyone to bully Su Lang. Having spent some time together, he found Su Lang to be an exceptionally agreeable teammate. Jackson had no qualms about assuming the role of a loyal protector. Upon witnessing Jackson's emergence, Garnett felt a sudden jolt of surprise, quickly replaced by a look of disdain. "Coward, you're merely hiding behind others. You'd be better suited for a nursery, where gentleness is a prerequisite," he sneered, embodying the reputation of the trash-talking king. Just as Jackson was about to assist Su Lang in retorting, Su Lang patted Jackson on the shoulder and stepped forward. "You're merely a stray dog clinging to the powerful. I believe softa suits you far better." With that, Su Lang chuckled and returned to his defensive position. Garnett stood frozen in place. "I am the king of wolves, not a stray dog. The fans in Minnesota have already forgiven me. I did not abandon them. I'm not at fault." Garnett's heart continually roared with anger, his negative emotional value soaring by 300. Su Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. "In comparison to my own banter, I could easily extinguish you with a mouthful of salt soda." The Celtics embarked on their offensive possession. Pierce engaged in a one-on-one against Maggette. The offensive display was indeed mesmerizing. A series of feints left Maggette utterly bewildered. A mid-range jumper concluded the sequence. The score on the court now stood at 2-3, with the Warriors leading by a single point. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. It was exceedingly difficult to contend with the situation, entangled with Rajon Rondo and Kevin Garnett. Meanwhile, Paul Pierce seized the opportunity. Turning around, the Warriors continued to execute their elevator play. This time, the Celtics chose to abandon their defense against Jackson as Ray Allen swiftly came to assist. It was an inevitable decision, for one of either Su Lang or Jackson had to be left unguarded. In comparison, Su Lang posed a far greater threat than Jackson. Su Lang passed the basketball to Jackson, who, akin to his usual shooting practice, made a slight adjustment before launching a three-point shot. Swish. The ball found its mark, bringing the score to 6-2. Following his successful shot, Jackson appeared visibly elated. However, the Celtics had a different perspective. Turning back, Pierce once again sank a mid-range jumper, tightly keeping the score within reach. During the Warriors' offensive possession, the Celtics continued to apply pressure on Sue Lang. Sue Lang once again passed the basketball to Jackson. However, this time, he found himself marked by Garnett. Unlike before, Garnett was not concerned about his assigned opponent. Instead, he focused solely on Jackson. As Jackson received the ball, Garnett lunged forward with a swift step. In theory, at this moment, Brandon Wright, Garnett's designated opponent, should have cut towards the basket. Jackson would have seamlessly delivered the ball to Wright, allowing him an unobstructed opportunity to attack the hoop. Unfortunately, Wright hesitated, missing his chance, which left Jackson with no option but to take the shot himself. On the sidelines, Don Nelson's expression darkened at this unfolding scene. He resolved to implement extra tactical training after the game. How infuriating. Such a promising strategy, yet they could not execute it effectively. Truly, they were like mud that could not be molded. As Jackson launched a three-pointer, Garnett continued his relentless charge without pause, colliding directly into Jackson. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Garnett. However, Jackson found himself sprawled on the floor as a result of Garnett's impact. Sue Lang charged forward without hesitation. Damn stray dog. Are you courting death? Did you see that, you coward? This is the NBA. If you're afraid, you should return to your nursery. Garnett shouted defiantly. Sue Lang's gaze darkened. Upon noticing Sue Lang charging towards him, Jackson immediately rose to his feet and grasped Sue Lang firmly. It was evident that Garnett was deliberately provoking Sue Lang. This was indeed Garnett's ultimate objective. His intention to bring down Sue Lang was merely a means to incite his fury. Jackson, acutely aware of Sue Lang's significance to the team, would not permit him to take such risks. Indeed, as Jackson restrained Sue Lang, a glimmer of regret flickered in Garnett's eyes. Sue Lang shot a fierce glare at Garnett. Upon witnessing Sue Lang's seemingly calm demeanor, Jackson let out a sigh of relief. He then stepped up to the free throw line to execute his shot. Yet, little did he know, Sue Lang was far from calm. Sue Lang took this matter to heart. Given that Garnett had acted in such a manner, Sue Lang was certainly poised to retaliate. Those who dare to harm my teammates shall be met with vengeance, no matter the distance. Furthermore, Jackson was embroiled in this issue due to his own entanglements. Jackson could discern Garnett's intentions, so it was illogical for Sue Lang to remain oblivious. In the subsequent rounds, the Celtics relentlessly focused their attacks on Pierce. Pierce, however, rose to the occasion, gradually narrowing the score gap. After all, Sue Lang's three-point shots were not always guaranteed to find their mark. Yet, remarkably, Pierce seemed to be on a relentless streak, akin to having taken performance-enhancing substances, as he consistently scored during that match. Of course, this was also attributable to the defensive pressure exerted by his counterpart, Magette. Here, Sue Lang refrains from further provoking Rajon Rondo. Garnett, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believes that his earlier intimidation had borne fruit, a smug smile gracing his face. Humph. Merely a rookie, a slight display of bravado was sufficient to compel surrender. How solitary is invincibility? In this particular possession, upon crossing half-court, Rondo decides against passing the ball to Pierce. This is an unspoken rule among the Celtics. Although Pierce's shooting form is commendable, Rondo, as the team's point guard, bears the significant responsibility of balancing the shots among the trio of stars. If he continues to feed Pierce, the other two will undoubtedly grow discontented. Indeed, after several possessions without touching the ball, Garnett harbors considerable discontent. How foolish of him to defend Rondo. This fellow is neglecting to pass to him. Garnett shot Rondo a disapproving glare. With a resigned smile, Rondo redirected a pass initially intended for Ray Allen to the interior, finding Garnett instead. Others may claim that under the leadership of these three titans, even a dog could win. Yet, they fail to recognize the challenges of managing such a canine role. If he does not adeptly navigate the ball-sharing dilemmas among the three luminaries, a reckoning awaits him. Upon receiving the ball, Garnett's spirits lifted considerably. To him, Rondo demonstrated a degree of awareness. Having finally secured a pass, Garnett was determined to make a statement. With an elegant spin move, he cleanly evaded Brandon Wright, swiftly advancing toward the basket. In the next moment, he prepared to unleash a thunderous dunk. As for Andrus in the paint, Garnett dismissed him entirely. He could even envision the roaring applause from the North Shore Garden crowd following his emphatic finish. However, Garnett's fantasy was abruptly shattered. Just as he was about to complete the dunk, a figure surged past, delivering a forceful slap to his arm. The encounter disrupted his balance midair. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as Garnett fell to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, defensive foul. Indeed, the foul was committed by Su Lang. At that moment, Su Lang calmly raised his right hand toward the scorer's table, acknowledging himself as the offender. Damn. This was intentional. This was an act of malice. Garnett, recovering from his fall, realized that the one who had felled him was none other than Su Lang, whom he thought had been subdued by his own bravado. Garnett bellowed in fury. Did you see that, stray dog? This is the NBA. If you're afraid, then retreat to your kennel. Su Lang cast a disdainful glance at Garnett, who lay on the floor. In an instant, Garnett crumbled, realizing that these were precisely the words he had spoken to Su Lang not long ago. Now, he was utterly convinced that Su Lang's foul had been premeditated. Negative emotional value from Garnett. 5,000. Su Lang's lips curled into a slight smile as Garnett unwittingly offered him a significant opportunity. Rising from the floor, Garnett charged directly towards Su Lang. How audacious for a rookie to provoke the Wolf King. Garnett had already resolved to let Su Lang experience the force of his fists, to make him understand who truly possesses the weakness. However, a figure suddenly appeared before Su Lang, wearing an eager expression. This individual was none other than the martial sage, Jackson. Just moments ago, Jackson realized that Su Lang was seeking retribution on his behalf. Garnett had knocked him down several rounds earlier, and now, as Garnett received the ball, the tension escalated. Su Lang placed his opponent onto the ground, his words remaining unchanged, unmistakably delivering a lesson to Garnett. In that instant, Jackson felt a warmth enveloping his heart, reminiscent of his days with the Pacers. After wandering for so long, Jackson once again experienced the warmth emanating from a teammate. A gesture of reciprocity. Su Lang stood up for him, and naturally, Jackson would not allow Garnett to lay a finger on Su Lang. Garnett, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, did not anticipate the emergence of a formidable force. The legendary prowess of Warrior Jackson was well known throughout the league. Garnett did not believe that, should it come to blows, he would truly have the upper hand. Thus, Garnett faltered, halting his advance and casting a fierce glare at Su Lang. You wait for it. Garnett spat a harsh remark before turning away to leave. Su Lang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he patted Jackson on the shoulder. Do not be so anxious, Stephen. He is merely a coward who lacks the courage to act. Su Lang's voice was neither too high nor too low, perfectly audible to Garnett. Garnett's footsteps faltered momentarily. Garnett's negative emotional value increased by 700. Chapter 99. A royal flush against flawless tactics. Su Lang felt a surge of delight within. Not only did he harvest a significant amount of negative emotional energy from Garnett, but he also managed to enhance his favorability in front of Jackson. Su Lang gazed at the deeply moved Jackson, his heart blooming with joy. The golden ace was certainly not escaping this time. Su Lang has not forgotten his plan to recruit the golden-hued enforcer, Jackson. Little does Jackson realize that the scene just moments ago, where he stood before Su Lang, has prompted Donaldson to reassess his strategy. According to Donaldson's perspective, his plan necessitates trading away several players from the team. Jackson falls into the category of those whom Donaldson would part with without hesitation, should another team present a lucrative offer. However, it now appears that retaining Jackson and the Warriors is imperative. At this moment, Jackson undeniably embodies the essence of a formidable enforcer, a role that Su Lang will undoubtedly require in the future. The game on the court continues. Garnett approaches the free throw line, still feeling the sting from Su Lang's recent foul, which was rather harsh. He senses a tingle of numbness in his arm. His first free throw barely grazes the rim, but fortune smiles upon him with the second, which bounces in. Garnett's expression darkens as he mentally curses Su Lang once more. Nevertheless, he is determined not to let Su Lang off the hook so easily. Su Lang is already perched upon his neck, excreting without restraint. How could Garnett possibly endure such indignity? The Warriors embark on their offensive possession, while the Celtics remain resolute in their determination to prevent Su Lang from attempting a three-point shot, as Su Lang has just executed the tactical maneuver of the elevator doors. Llewellyn promptly arrived to provide support, entirely disregarding the presence of the formidable Wusheng Jackson. Su Lang naturally passed the basketball to Jackson, who once again succeeded with a long two-pointer. The score now stood at 24-21, with the Warriors leading by 3 points. Less than 2 minutes remained in the first quarter. Turning back, Rondo chose not to pass the ball to Garnett this time, a decision that proved most prudent, especially after Garnett had just been subjected to a harsh foul by Sue Lang. His shooting touch was undoubtedly compromised. Rondo then passed the ball to Ray Allen. However, Garnett was not pleased to see another missed opportunity to receive the ball. His frustration began to mount, and while he felt the urge to vent, he found himself deprived of the chance to do so, feeling increasingly stifled. Upon receiving the basketball, Ray Allen executed a perfect rhythm adjustment before swiftly releasing a three-pointer from beyond the arc. It must be said that Ray Allen's three-point shooting was indeed exemplary, embodying a textbook style in both rhythm and form. As expected, his shot found the mark, and the Celtics managed to equalize the score for the first time in the match, now at 24-24. Observing this scene, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers wore a smile, knowing that no matter how formidable the opposing tactics, he possessed a trump card. Rivers cast a satisfied glance towards Don Nelson, whose expression was far from favorable. He was acutely aware that the current state of the game relied heavily on the elevator door strategy devised by Sue Lang. Should the Warriors' shooting percentage decline, or should any issues arise on Sue Lang's side, it would signal a potential collapse for the Warriors. Don Nelson rubbed his aching head, feeling the weight of the situation. It truly was a case of a skilled cook struggling without ingredients. The disparity in player skill levels was significant. Yet, he also recognized that even if Rivers' players were under his command, he might not fare any better. After all, he lacked Rivers' motivational prowess. The coexistence of the Celtics' three stars owed much to Rivers' ability to inspire. Beep. The first quarter concluded with the score fixed at 30-32. In the final possession of the quarter, the Celtics had managed to take the lead, leaving the Warriors trailing by 2 points. During the intermission, Sue Lang sat on the bench, racking his brain for a breakthrough strategy, yet it appeared exceedingly challenging, such as the might of the defending champions. Sue Lang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Naturally, Don Nelson also witnessed this scene. He slowly approached Sue Lang and gently patted him on the shoulder. Relax. Do not bear such a heavy burden. Sue Lang cast a glance upward at Tang Nielsen, silently nodding his head. No one could decipher what thoughts were traversing Sue Lang's mind. Sue Lang gazed over at the Celtic side, where peals of laughter continuously echoed, and his mood began to sour. Beep. The whistle for the intermission sounded. Upon hearing the whistle, Sue Lang's face illuminated with a resolute expression, as if he had made a significant decision. Initially, he had aspired to engage in a fair contest with the reigning champion. However, it now appeared that the disparity between him and the title holder was considerable. Given this realization, he could no longer lament his resort to underhanded tactics. Sue Lang, with a resolute heart, directly retrieved 4 heartfelt cards from the system. The last time Sue Lang utilized the heart-to-heart card was during the NCAA championship. Since joining the NBA, he had refrained from using it, primarily due to a lack of necessity. Additionally, he harbored a lingering sense of unease, perceiving the use of the heart-to-heart card as akin to cheating. However, at this moment, Sue Lang was unwilling to concede defeat. He was also eager to discover how the Warriors would perform against the reigning champions with the assistance of the heart-to-heart card. Upon activating the heart-to-heart card, the Warriors players, just as they were about to step onto the court, experienced an instantaneous shift in demeanor. They could suddenly sense their teammates' thoughts. With no time to ponder further, the game commenced. The Warriors, empowered by the heart-to-heart card, unveiled a display of tactical prowess that could only be described as textbook excellence. Sue Lang is now utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the heartfelt card would wield such significant influence over NBA players. This scenario is entirely different from the NCAA finals. After employing the heartfelt card, the Warriors' tactical coordination on the court flowed seamlessly. The NCAA merely involves a few straightforward strategies, whereas NBA tactics are far more intricate. It is evident how substantial the enhancement from the heartfelt card truly is. On the sidelines, Don Nelson displayed an expression of disbelief. He is acutely aware of the caliber of his own team. Although they are not merely simplistic brawn, they are hardly exceptional either. Don Nelson has often found himself troubled by their tactical training. However, now he witnesses something remarkable. The players who previously caused him concern seem to have suddenly gained insight, flawlessly executing his strategies. Don Nelson's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Even his initial plans to conduct extra tactical training for these players faded from his mind. Why would they need additional practice at this point? Don Nelson's heart began to race. Numerous strategies he had previously abandoned due to their complexity suddenly flooded his thoughts. Perhaps there is an opportunity to experiment with them. Chapter 100. Truly shameless as expected from the defending champions, The Warriors executed their tactics impeccably, yet they still failed to defeat the Celtics. Nonetheless, their efforts were not in vain. The Warriors clung tenaciously to the score, leaving the Celtics, who had intended to widen the gap in the second quarter, utterly astonished. The fans at North Shore Garden were equally shocked. Is this truly their championship team? Why is it so arduous to overcome an inferior team? The Celtics players on the court were equally at a loss. Offensively, they fared well. Whether it was Pierce or Ray Allen, they maintained their regular scoring output. However, defensively, they faced significant challenges. The Warriors players seemed to transform into slippery eels during the second quarter, their elusive movements causing the Celtics considerable distress. As the second quarter drew to a close, the score on the court stood at 58-62. The Warriors remained at a deficit. Yet the gap was a mere 4 points. This indicated that during the second quarter, the Warriors had managed to hold their own against the reigning champions, the Celtics. In an evenly matched contest, this left the fans at the TD Garden less than pleased, as it was not the spectacle they had anticipated. They yearned to witness the defending champions showcasing their prowess, overwhelming the visiting Warriors with an impressive display. Yet, at this moment, it appeared the Celtics were struggling to gain the upper hand against the Warriors. During halftime, the Warriors' locker room was abuzz with excitement. All the players were engrossed in discussing the exhilarating sensations they had experienced on the court. Oh my goodness! You wouldn't believe it, but during the second quarter, I felt as though I had an epiphany, exclaimed one player. Right? I too felt that way. I could actually discern the tactical movements you were all envisioning. Another chimed in. Could it be divine intervention? I thought I was the only one experiencing this, but it turns out you all felt it too. Meanwhile, the architect of this extraordinary synergy, Sue Lang, discreetly observed from a distance, surprised by the players' heightened sensitivity and their candid discussions about such matters even off the court. Sue Lang recalled that when the NCAA was initially utilized, no one gave it much thought. However, the situation changed when it came to the NBA. Now, Sue Lang is making every effort to keep his distance, for fear that among these individuals, there might be one with a misguided suspicion directed towards him. Sue Lang struggled to find the words to articulate his thoughts. Hey, Sue, why are you so quiet? Didn't you feel the same way while we were on stage? Jackson inquired with a cheerful smile, noticing Sue Lang hiding off to the side. Sue Lang's expression froze, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it, I still couldn't evade it. Naturally. If not for that, how could our collaboration be so seamless? Sue Lang chuckled and said, if they were to discover that I am the deity they speak of, would they not slice me apart for research? My heavens, the mere thought is terrifying. Goodness, this matter must remain a secret, and furthermore, I must refrain from utilizing the heart-to-heart card too frequently. Otherwise, should these individuals be traded, they might easily cast their suspicions upon themselves. After all, I experienced such a sensation while with the Warriors, but once I departed, that feeling vanished. It is challenging to prevent others from overthinking. What if I were to encounter a reckless individual who suspects me? That would truly spell my doom. As Sue Lang smiled and responded to them, he quietly resolved within himself. Fortunately, these individuals were currently preoccupied with the extraordinary sensation, harboring no substantial doubts. Beep. The second half of the match commenced. On the Celtics side, the starting lineup remained unchanged. It was evident that they were determined not to lose this game. Sue Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the half-court line, while Rajon Rondo regarded him with keen vigilance. In this match, the most humiliating figure, aside from Garnett, was undoubtedly himself. It could be said that every point guard who faced off against Sue Lang had fallen victim to the elevator door strategy. Rondo now found himself questioning the efficacy of his own defense. After the halftime mark, Sue Lang did not immediately employ the elevator door strategy. It is often the case that deception is preferable. During the second quarter, the elevator door tactic was utilized numerous times. It remains uncertain whether the Celtics had considered a more effective countermeasure. Sue Lang stood 2 steps beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. Rajon Rondo, witnessing Sue Lang's audacious attempt, inwardly cursed. How unprincipled. They had been preparing to counter Sue Lang's elevator door tactic. Yet little did they expect him to deviate from the established playbook and shoot directly from beyond the arc bang. To Sue Lang's dismay, his recent shot failed to find its mark, prompting a furrowed brow in response to the scene. The Celtic strategy of closely guarding Sue Lang during the match, effectively denying him opportunities to shoot, has begun to yield adverse effects. Sue Lang's touch has deteriorated. Sue Lang cursed under his breath. Fortunately, Andrus in the paint surprisingly made a contribution this time. With all his might, Andres snatched the rebound and passed it back to Su Lang on the perimeter. This time, Su Lang did not hesitate, and the basketball found its way securely through the hoop. The score was now 61-62. It was the Celtics' turn to attack. Rondo once again passed the ball to Pierce. This move truly caught Su Lang off guard. Logically, to balance the ball distribution, Rondo's choice of pass should not have been to Pierce, especially considering Pierce had already taken plenty of shots prior to this game. Continuing to feed the ball to Pierce left little room for the other two stars to ponder. Yet, as Su Lang shifted his gaze, he noticed that Ray Allen and Garnett were not particularly upset. In the next moment, Su Lang understood the Celtics' strategy. Pierce accelerated and charged into the paint, forcing Brandon Wright to step up for help defense. However, this played right into the Celtics' trap. Beep. Foul on the defense. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Brandon Wright dropped back to the ground, visibly frustrated. He was acutely aware that Pierce had deliberately sought the foul. This was the Celtics' tactic. With that foul, Brandon Wright had accumulated 4 fouls. One more infraction, and Coach Don Nelson would have no choice but to sideline him, especially since the third quarter had only just begun. Meanwhile, Pierce stepped up to the free throw line, sinking both shots with ease. The score shifted to 61-64. Indeed, in the subsequent play, Pierce relentlessly attacked the paint, attempting to draw another foul from Brandon Wright. Finally, 2 minutes into the third quarter, Brandon Wright received his 5th foul. Damn, how shameless. Witnessing this, Su Lang couldn't help but mutter a curse. With a resigned expression, Brandon Wright was substituted out by Don Nelson. The Celtics' demeanor began to lighten. To them, it seemed the Warriors' seemingly impenetrable tactical framework had been breached. The Warriors were about to face a deluge of relentless attacks. Chapter 101. The three heroes battle Su Lang. After Brandon Wright left the court, Turieff from the bench took his place. As expected, Turieff was immediately targeted by the Celtics as a perceived weakness. Rondo consciously started passing to Garnett, who finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations, consistently overpowering Turieff in the paint. Although Brandon Wright could not contend with Garnett, the game continued to unfold. However, his height still exerts a certain influence. Turieff is no match for Brandon Wright. Not only is he lacking in physical confrontations, but he also finds himself helpless against Garnett's tenacious jump shots. After sinking 2 consecutive mid-range shots, Garnett, with a smug smile, returned to defense. "Did you see that, rookie? You are destined to lose." Garnett's voice echoed in Su Lang's ears. As Su Lang turned back, he caught sight of Garnett's smug grin. An inexplicable fury surged within him. For goodness sake, he was determined to confront this. Just as the ancient heroes faced Elbu, today, Su Lang would rise to the challenge. Soon, you shall comprehend the folly of provoking my wrath. Su Lang fixed his gaze upon Garnett as the Warriors initiated their offensive possession. Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line. Su Lang gestured with a wave of his hand for his teammates to spread out. Although the elevator strategy proved effective, it merely enabled the Warriors to keep pace with the score and did not suffice to overcome the formidable Celtics before them. Su Lang resolved to take control of the match, determined that even in defeat, he would extract a significant toll from the Celtics. Don Nelson had previously devised isolation plays for Su Lang in the tactical manual. Thus, the Warriors were not taken aback by Su Lang's individual plays. Once the space was adequately stretched, Su Lang commenced his assault, executing a relentless series of unpredictable maneuvers. Ultimately, with a final dribble, he skillfully evaded the grasp of Rondo beside him. Su Lang accelerated towards the basket with unwavering determination, his sights set on Garnett. This was the essence of Su Lang's strategy. Observing the unfolding scene, Garnett's face broke into a smile. Throughout the match, the Warriors had predominantly relied on outside shooting, rendering Garnett's formidable interior defense nearly obsolete. Now, Su Lang was audaciously challenging him. Garnett was supremely confident in his shot-blocking prowess. He vowed that should Su Lang venture into the paint, he could effortlessly swat him away with a single hand. As Su Lang neared the basket, he propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Garnett without trepidation. In response, Garnett leapt into the air, arms outstretched to obstruct Su Lang's pathway to the hoop. However, the layup was not part of Su Lang's design. Su Lang's strategy is to commit fouls. Beep. The referee blows the whistle, and Garnett is called for a defensive foul. Su Lang gazed at Garnett with a beaming smile. "How many more rounds do you believe you can endure?" Su Lang's words tightened Garnett's heart. This was his 3rd foul of the game, and if Su Lang continued to attack the paint, it was possible that he would accumulate his fouls before the end of the third quarter. Su Lang is employing the same tactics against his opponents. The Celtics utilized a strategy of fouls to remove Brandon Wright of the Warriors from the court. Su Lang seems intent on leading Garnett down the same path as Brandon Wright. In the next moment, Garnett was consumed by rage. Fool. Do you truly believe I would succumb to fouls as easily as that worthless player? You are gravely mistaken. Garnett spat fiercely. He silently vowed that if Su Lang dared to attack the paint in search of him again, he would ensure that Su Lang would pay dearly for his naivety. Garnett's negative emotional value increased by 2,000. A smile graced Su Lang's lips. He then stepped up to the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots. Turning back, Garnett faced Turieff and executed a smooth mid-range jumper, finding the net effortlessly. Did you see that? You cannot stop me, Garnett exclaimed incessantly after scoring. A cold smile appeared on Su Lang's face. You must cherish the present opportunity, for you are about to leave the stage. Su Lang coldly remarked as the Warriors embarked on another offensive possession. He once again surged towards the paint, with Garnett remaining his target. However, this time it was evident that the Celtics had prepared. Pierce, positioned at the 3 spot, unexpectedly came over to assist, forming a blockade alongside Garnett beneath the basket. Yet, Su Lang exhibited no trepidation. He charged directly into the defenses of both players, although he was unable to complete the layup amidst their guard. The familiar sound of the whistle echoed through the arena. Beep. The referee signaled the foul. At that moment, Pierce swiftly raised his arm, signaling to the referee that the foul was his. He understood that if the infraction were attributed to Garnett, it would mark Garnett's 4th foul. Nevertheless, the referee remained unmoved by Pierce's plea and ultimately called the foul on Garnett. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile as he rose from the floor. He extended his right hand towards Garnett, wiggling 4 fingers. For fouls. Witnessing this scene, Garnett's composure shattered. Should he commit another foul, Rivers would undoubtedly bench him. He could only hope to re-enter the game towards the end of the 4th quarter. Most frustratingly, just moments ago, Garnett had boasted about being unlike Brandon Wright. Yet now, it appeared he was not significantly superior. Su Lang's smile only deepened Garnett's discontent. Additionally, he noticed Jackson beside Su Lang, brimming with eagerness. In an instant, Garnett felt a wave of hesitation. Were it not for Jackson, he vowed he would have charged forward. Garnett's negative emotional score surged by 2,000. Su Lang was acutely aware that Garnett could not hold on for much longer. Su Lang once again stepped to the free throw line, successfully converting one of his 2 attempts. The Celtics initiated their offensive possession. This time, Ray Allen, positioned beyond the 3-point arc, launched a shot from distance. However, he encountered the same predicament as Su Lang. Throughout this match, Allen's attempts were alarmingly few, which consequently affected his shooting rhythm. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. In the paint, Andrus valiantly battled to keep both Perkins and Garnett at bay. Turieff redeemed himself by securing the defensive rebound. Su Lang swiftly maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line. However, he refrained from initiating an offensive play, choosing instead to bide his time, awaiting Garnett's defensive positioning. It was evident that Garnett was acutely aware of this tactic. Should he commit a foul during this possession, he would be compelled to leave the game, an eventuality he was keen to avoid. Thus, Garnett hesitated to venture into the paint, unwilling to afford Su Lang this opportunity. Nevertheless, Su Lang was not one to easily relent. What's the matter? Are you afraid, softy? Su Lang provocatively cast a glance at Garnett. Initially inclined to retreat, Garnett was once again incited by Su Lang's taunts. From Garnett emanated a surge of negative energy, a staggering plus 3,000. The man who had always prided himself on his toughness could not endure the label of being a softy. Without a moment's hesitation, Garnett returned to the paint. Come on, rookie. Show me what you've got. He glared menacingly at Su Lang. Su Lang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. As you wish. In the next moment, Su Lang erupted forth with fervor. Chapter 102. The Enraged Wolf King Beep. The whistle sounded, and Garnett's expression was one of utter despair. He had committed his 5th foul. Just moments ago, Garnett had been prepared to deliver a harsh foul to teach Su Lang a lesson. However, it seemed that Su Lang had anticipated this move all along. Not only did he deftly evade the blow he had meticulously planned, but in the end, as he attempted a layup, he inadvertently caused his own 5th foul. Su Lang smiled as he gazed at Garnett. It is time for you to exit the stage like a stray dog. Ha ha ha. The voice of Su Lang pierced through Garnett's ears, sharp and grating. Within Garnett's heart, a tempest of frustration roared. No, this was not the outcome he desired. He had yet to teach Su Lang a lesson. How could he possibly leave the court? At that moment, Garnett displayed an unmistakable aura of tenacity as he charged forward. However, in the next instant, a sudden fist struck him, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Overwhelmed by a surge of anger, Garnett didn't even discern who had attacked him before he was embroiled in a scuffle. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he rushed onto the court. Players from the Celtics and the Warriors swiftly intervened, separating the two combatants. It was only then that Garnett caught a glimpse of his assailant, sending a chill down his spine. It was none other than Jackson from the Warriors, who had been fixated on Garnett throughout the match. As Garnett sought to unleash his fury, Jackson had delivered a warning blow, intent on obstructing Garnett from confronting Su Lang. Garnett's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and satisfaction. Despite the impending ejection from the game, he had just engaged in a brawl with Jackson, even if separated by teammates. This was an undeniable fact. It was akin to etching another mark upon his rugged legacy. Henceforth, whenever Garnett's name was mentioned, there would be those who recalled his performance today. A sense of pride swelled within him. The referee ultimately rendered his decision, expelling both Garnett and Jackson from the game. On the sidelines, Don Nelson shook his head in resignation, clearly aware that this outcome was unfavorable for the Warriors. Jackson played a pivotal role within the team, serving as the second offensive threat aside from Su Lang. Unlike the Celtics, who still had Ray Allen and Paul Pierce to rely on, the Warriors would now bear the entire burden of offensive pressure upon Su Lang and Jackson's absence. Consequently, it was evident that the Celtics were less affected by the loss of Garnett compared to the Warriors' predicament. Su Lang watched Garnett strut out of the court, brimming with self-satisfaction, and his irritation surged within him. Had it not been for Jackson's timely intervention, it would have been he who had been entangled with Garnett. If Garnett had indeed succeeded in banishing him from the game, it would have dealt a far greater blow to the Warriors. Thus, Su Lang was determined not to let Garnett off the hook so easily. Hey, Su Lang waved his hand at Garnett, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. However, Garnett was well aware that Su Lang was mocking him, leaving the scene in a manner akin to a stray dog. The negative emotional value from Garnett surged by 50-100. Although he felt exhilarated after his confrontation with Jackson, the thought of being ousted by a rookie like Su Lang left Garnett feeling somewhat humiliated. Yet, at that moment, Garnett found himself powerless against Su Lang, resorting only to a fierce glare. After both Garnett and Jackson exited, the dynamics of the game swiftly turned unfavorable for the Warriors. As anticipated by Don Nelson, the Celtics seized upon the Warriors' glaring weakness of having a singular offensive threat. They began to relentlessly double-team Su Lang, which proved to be quite a headache for him. With Jackson gone, he was compelled to pass the ball to his teammates, but their offensive capabilities were woefully limited. Gradually, the tide of the game began to shift in favor of the Celtics. The final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. The score settled at 104-119. With the Warriors succumbing to the reigning champions, the Celtics, by a margin of 15 points. Su Lang amassed an impressive tally of 28 points, 12 assists, and 3 rebounds, despite committing 5 fouls throughout the match. As the game drew to a close, Su Lang cast a reluctant glance towards the Celtics' territory. Truly, as the defending champions, their prowess is undeniably formidable. In his heart, Su Lang couldn't help but lament. He had shown all his cards in this match, yet ultimately, he still faced defeat. The Warriors' morale was somewhat subdued, but one individual was secretly pleased, Monta Ellis. Seeing Su Lang lose in his first game back from suspension naturally brought him joy. This would undoubtedly diminish Su Lang's standing in the hearts of the fans. On the other hand, the Celtics, having secured victory, breathed a sigh of relief. They had never anticipated being pushed to such extremes by the Warriors. Had it not been for the departure of Garnett and Jackson towards the end, the Warriors might have tangled with the Celtics until the very last moment. This level of pressure was not something a mediocre team could achieve, and even playoff contenders would find it challenging to reach such heights. Nevertheless, the final outcome was still quite pleasing. The Warriors' season record now stood at 8 wins and 4 losses, with a mere 0.5 game advantage over the 6th place in the West. This meant that in their upcoming match against the Cavaliers, a loss would result in the Warriors being surpassed and dropping to 6th in the Western Conference. It is noteworthy that at the start of the season, the Warriors even briefly shared the top spot with the Lakers. However, as the season progressed, their inherent shortcomings became evident. After the loss, Don Nelson was not overly upset, considering the opponent was the defending champion. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Yet, what worried Don Nelson now was Su Lang's condition. Losing in his first game back was concerning. He feared Su Lang might be trapped in a dead end. However, Upon entering the locker room and seeing Su Lang laughing and joking with his teammates, Don Nelson realized he had misjudged the situation. Su Lang's condition was evidently far better than he had anticipated. Observing this, Danielson couldn't help but marvel. Encountering such a player left him unsure whether it was truly a blessing. There was no need to worry about tactics. No concerns regarding training. The relationships with teammates were secure. Even the control over the game situation was not a source of anxiety. Now, he found himself unconcerned about the opponent's mentality as well. Danielson felt as though his role as head coach was becoming increasingly redundant. After years in the profession, he was experiencing this unsettling sense of apprehension for the very first time. With a resigned smile, he closed the door, choosing not to disturb Su Lang. Unbeknownst to Danielson, Su Lang had already noted this strength in his heart. So, the Celtics' big three, is it? Thinking they can bully me because I'm alone, are they? Just wait. When the next season arrives, and it comes, if I don't annihilate you, I want to bear the surname Su. Chapter 103. Sudwood was sword-wielding guardian the day after the defeat. Su Lang was feeling somewhat disgruntled. He chose not to attend practice at the gym that morning. In truth, Su Lang understood that even if he refrained from training, given Danielson's personality, he would not voice any objections. Su Lang called Don Nelson to request a day off, as he had an important matter to attend to today. Recently, his agent, Beers, had recommended a substantial number of endorsement contracts for Su Lang. Su Lang has signed several agreements, among which is a sponsorship with an automotive brand. Today, the car that was gifted to Su Lang arrived. Last night, Beers called to inform Su Lang, inviting him to come and assess his satisfaction with the vehicle. After having breakfast, Beers arrived at Su Lang's residence, driving the car. Su Lang is quite pleased with Beers' performance. This is precisely why Su Lang chose an obscure individual as his agent. If he were to select a prominent agent, there is no guarantee that this person would regard Su Lang with the seriousness he deserves. Beers, however, is different. Su Lang could very well command him to call him grandfather without a moment's hesitation. After all, Su Lang is indeed his benefactor. Furthermore, Beers currently has only Su Lang as his sole client, which means all of Beers' attention is devoted to him. Simultaneously, Su Lang has a grand plan to manipulate Beers into establishing an agency. By leveraging the knowledge he possesses from his past life, he intends to sign several exceptional players. It is essential to recognize that many athletes were relatively unknown before entering the NBA. These players are precisely the targets of Su Lang's ambitions. However, the time for action has not yet arrived. Su Lang intends to observe Beers for a while longer. As it stands, Beers has proven to be quite obedient. An hour later, Beers drove Su Lang to a warehouse. As the large doors swung open, two formidable vehicles came into view. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lang felt a considerable uplift in his spirits. The automobile endorsement brand signed by Su Lang is none other than the American George Patton. This was also Su Lang's favorite car in his previous life. Su Lang walked forward with a joyful demeanor, gently caressing the car's exterior. The sensation remained unchanged. The two vehicles were none other than the most sought-after models under the George Patton brand. One was the George Patton Warblade, and the other was the George Patton Battle Car. These models were perfectly suited to Su Lang's physique, as his towering height of over 2 meters rendered ordinary cars quite inadequate to accommodate him. "Boss, what do you think?" Beers inquired with an obsequious smile directed at Su Lang. The source of Beers' elation was straightforward. Su Lang's ability to secure a contract with George Patton was a testament to his own merits. However, Beers also played a significant role in this achievement. It is worth noting that during his contract selection process, Beers had carelessly discarded contracts from various automobile brands into the trash. Thus, after the signing of the agreement between George Patton and Su Lang, Beers himself reaped considerable rewards, for the representatives of George Patton were quite astute. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. "Quite commendable. You have put in great effort." Su Lang spoke slowly, observing that the George Patton before him had been modified based on his suggestions. If the enormous tires were to be replaced with tracks, it would undoubtedly resemble an armored vehicle. This was precisely the reason why Su Lang held such affection for it. Su Lang was on the verge of taking a test drive when suddenly he recalled that he seemingly did not possess an American driver's license. In an instant, he found himself frozen in place. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? At that moment, it appeared that Bills had discerned Su Lang's predicament. With a broad smile, he retrieved an envelope from the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Boss, rest assured, the driver's license and all necessary documents have long been prepared." Surprised, Su Lang took the envelope handed to him by Beers. Inside was none other than Su Lang's American driver's license. How did you obtain this? Su Lang cast a glance at Beers. Ha ha ha. Boss, this is quite simple. I merely spent a trivial amount of money, Beers said with pride. Upon hearing this, Su Lang could only shake his head in resignation. It turned out to be something acquired through monetary means. Truly, the insidious nature of capitalism. Yet, it pleases him. Otherwise, if he were to pursue obtaining a driver's license in the United States step by step, he would find himself devoid of the time to do so. Su Lang opened the car door and settled into the seat. As he pressed the accelerator, the automobile beneath him erupted with a deep and resonant roar. Su Lang's face radiated with excitement. This is the car a man ought to drive. I shall take my leave now. You may store the other vehicle in your garage for the time being. Su Lang rolled down the car window and spoke to Beers beside him. Beers responded with a broad smile. Then, Su Lang pressed the accelerator and vanished into the street. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Su Lang's current mood. As Su Lang drove along the road, he resolved to pay a visit to the team. After all, how else could he flaunt his newly acquired vehicle? Half an hour later, Su Lang arrived outside the gymnasium. Oh my goodness! Su, where on earth did you acquire such a powerful car? As Su Lang had just lowered the car window, a voice of astonishment reached his ears. Su Lang turned around and saw it was Jackson, who had just had a confrontation with Garnett in the previous match. Hey, Steven, what brings you here? Su Lang smiled as he gazed at Jackson. I have just completed my training, yet you have not revealed to me the source of this colossal creature. Su Lang patted the car's exterior. Haha, I have just signed a contract with an automotive brand, and they gifted me this. Su Lang chuckled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jackson wore an expression of jealousy. Heavens, your agent is truly remarkable. Compared to yours, mine seems utterly pathetic. The car brands he has secured for me are nothing short of dreadful. Yours is precisely the kind of automobile a man ought to possess, Jackson remarked. Gazing at Su Lang with envy. May I take it for a test drive? He added eagerly. Of course. Su Lang directly opened the car door and handed the keys to Jackson, before taking a seat in the passenger's side. Jackson, brimming with excitement, settled into the driver's seat. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car unleashed a roar akin to that of a formidable beast, sending Jackson's adrenaline soaring. No man could resist such a sound. And Jackson was no exception. Oh my, did you hear that, Su? It's like a wild beast, Jackson exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. What brand is this car? I must get one for myself. Even if I can't drive it often, it would be a joy to simply admire it at home, he said, turning his gaze towards Su Lang. As a spokesperson for an automobile brand, Jackson typically refrained from driving casually, yet his affection for the vehicle before him was undeniable. If you adore it so much, why not take it for a spin? I have another one, Su Lang offered generously. Su Langman casually remarked, do not refuse me. If you prefer not to use it, you may simply return it to me later. Without waiting for Jackson's response, Su Lang continued. In the previous match, Jackson had stood up for Su Lang, and Su Lang had originally intended to cover the fines imposed by the league on Jackson. However, Jackson vehemently refused to accept such assistance. Su Lang felt a twinge of discontent. How could he persuade you to willingly become his enforcer if you refused? Unexpectedly, Jackson presented himself at the doorstep. Upon witnessing Jackson's hesitant agreement, he felt a flicker of intrigue. A smile graced Su Lang's face, indicating that this skilled player had been thoroughly won over. It seemed he would soon have a personal guard at his disposal, having exchanged nothing more than a mere automobile for such loyalty. Chapter 104, The Young Emperor. Strength versus Technique. The date was November 24th, 2008. The Warriors faced off against the Cavaliers in Cleveland, led by the young Emperor, LeBron James. This match also served as a reckoning for Wallace, who had previously reduced Rasheed Wallace to tears during a game against the Pistons. The harsh words Wallace had uttered were not forgotten, thus ensuring that this encounter would be anything but tranquil. Jackson, having received a gift from Su Lang, exhibited a clear shift in demeanor within the locker room. Many players noted that Jackson had fully aligned himself with Su Lang. They understood that Su Lang and Monta Ellis would inevitably have to choose between one another, leading to a palpable division in the locker room. Initially, they had hoped that Jackson might remain neutral, allowing them to stand behind him. However, Jackson's decision to take a side made neutrality unattainable. This left them with no choice but to make a decision. Su Lang himself had not anticipated Jackson's public declaration of support. Consequently, the animosity between him and Monta Ellis was laid bare for all to see. Nevertheless, Su Lang remained unperturbed. He had never intended for Monta Ellis to remain with the Warriors, especially with the arrival of the prodigy next year. Thus, his immediate focus was on aiding Curry in overcoming the obstacles ahead. As players began to weigh their allegiances, they were acutely aware of the implications for their future with the team. A misstep in their choice could lead to trades and uncertainty. While Monta Ellis had his supporters, the majority of the Warriors seemed to lean towards Sue Lang, as their interactions with him were far more agreeable. However, the team's ambiguous stance left them hesitant to make a definitive choice. Monta Ellis, on the brink of despair, lamented his injury. He had believed that by returning to the team and keeping a close eye on Sue Lang, he could slow the course of events. He envisioned a return to full health where he could confront Sue Lang directly. Yet, it now appeared that the opportunity for such a confrontation was slipping away. Negative emotional energy from Monta Ellis, 1000. Sue Lang turned his head to glance at the sorrowful Montalis, a smile blossoming upon his face. The smile of Sue Lang appeared to Monta Ellis as remarkably sinister. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the match officially commenced, with players from both teams entering the arena. Today, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse boasted an impressive attendance rate exceeding 80%. This was quite a commendable achievement for the management of Cleveland, as the arena typically maintains an attendance rate of around 70%. Clearly, the additional fans present today were there to witness the clash between Sue Lang and LeBron James. After all, one is the Little Emperor, a child of destiny, while the other is the formidable Sue Duo, who has wreaked havoc since entering the league. The collision between these two titans promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Sue Lang gazed at James from afar, a sense of lamentation welling up within him. Had this individual remained in Cleveland, perhaps countless rumors would not have circulated in the future. Yet, a single misstep often leads to a cascade of errors. Some individuals must bear the consequences of their own actions. Sue Lang was well aware that after Stern stepped down, Silver ascended to his position. The perception among league teams regarding the notion of one person, one city has become increasingly ambiguous. Loyalty has grown ever more trivial within the league. This cannot be entirely attributed to James. However, to compete against a player of his caliber during this era is indeed a stroke of fortune. If one were to consider the peak performances of Kobe and Iverson, the player Sue Lang most yearned to face off against would undoubtedly be LeBron during his tenure with the Cavaliers. At this stage, LeBron was already displaying his brilliance. While his skills may not have been as refined as in later years, he possessed an undeniable tenacity. Engaging in a match against such a LeBron would surely be an exhilarating experience. In this contest, the players taking the court were as follows. The Warriors maintained their most familiar lineup, while the Cavaliers featured Mo Williams at the point guard position, Delonte West at shooting guard, LeBron James at small forward, Ben Wallace at power forward, and Varejao at center. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the game. During the jump ball, Andrus inexplicably chose to forego his jump. The Warriors had not placed substantial expectations on him, considering he had managed to win a jump ball only once thus far. Varejao tapped the basketball to Mo controlled the ball as he crossed half court. True to his reputation, Mo did not pass the ball to LeBron in that initial possession. Instead, he initiated the offense himself. Sue Lang remained steadfastly close to Mo. While Mo's speed of breakthrough was not particularly swift, his physicality was unparalleled. This was indeed one of Mo's scoring techniques. However, this time he faced Sue Lang, and the usual advantage of overpowering smaller guards was rendered ineffective. In his attempt to push past Sue Lang and execute a shot, Mo found Sue Lang's resistance to be beyond his expectations. Unable to displace Sue Lang, Mo was compelled to fling the basketball to the perimeter. The trajectory of the pass was even slightly askew. Fortunately, James, positioned beyond the arc, had grown accustomed to Mo's hasty passes. With a significant stride, he managed to intercept the basketball, preventing it from veering out of bounds. Remarkably, Mo displayed no semblance of remorse for the situation. Upon witnessing this scene, Sue Lang could only shake his head in disbelief. To have survived until now with such a player in the number one position truly speaks volumes about James's remarkable temperament. After receiving the ball, James momentarily paused beyond the three-point line. The Cavaliers instantly comprehended his intent, and everyone swiftly cleared a path for him. In the next moment, James launched an offensive from beyond the arc. With a swift change of direction, he barreled forward with sheer force. The defender, Magette, found himself rudely shoved from the three-point line into the paint by James's relentless advance. As James reached his attacking range, he elevated his hand, executing a flawless bank shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Witnessing this, Sue Lang couldn't help but grimace. How utterly ferocious! Magette, tasked with defending James, or an expression of utter frustration. He had not lost his defensive position in the slightest, yet he was mercilessly bulldozed into the paint as if by a relentless machine. Was there no justice in this? Following James's basket, the Cavaliers swiftly returned to their defensive formation. Su Lang also calmed down from his emotional turmoil. In the next moment, a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. He was eager to witness just how formidable James was during this period. The ultimate skill pitted against unparalleled strength. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? Chapter 105, The Rebellious Mo Williams. The Warriors' offensive possession. Su Lang skillfully maneuvered the basketball past the halfway line. As he approached, Jackson deliberately slowed his pace and cautioned, "Be careful." He subtly gestured with his eyes towards the direction of Ben Wallace. Su Lang cast a glance at the eager Ben Wallace, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I am well aware." Su Lang slowly addressed Jackson, clearly indicating that Wallace had not forgotten his vow to avenge Rasheed Wallace. Su Lang disregarded him. Had he remained obedient, it would have been acceptable, but he truly chose to leap forth and seek his own demise. Su Lang did not mind escorting his opponent. The Warriors commenced the game with their most familiar elevator door tactic. Jackson, with the ball, sought an opportunity, and as Su Lang emerged, he executed a shot from beyond the three-point line, reminiscent of their training sessions. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, bringing the score to 3-2. The clash of exquisite technique and sheer power resulted in a stalemate during the first round. As the Cavaliers initiated their offensive play, Little Mo still refrained from passing the ball to LeBron. Su Lang experienced a bout of toothache. This fellow exhibits a rebellious streak. He shows no regard for the team's leader. Xiao Mo seeks to reclaim his dignity at Su Lang's expense, executing the same technical maneuvers as before. Su Lang can only watch in exasperation. This is truly stubbornness incarnate. Unsurprisingly, under Su Lang's vigilant defense, Xiao Mo once again delivered an incomprehensible pass. Yet, out beyond the three-point line, James salvaged the situation with his remarkable prowess. In that moment, Su Lang began to grasp why James chose to leave Cleveland. This is a burden even the most reasonable individual could scarcely endure, let alone a core member of the team. With the ball in hand, the Cavaliers reverted to their familiar strategy of spacing, employing James's isolation play. A fierce charge. A tank-like assault. Unsurprisingly, Magette was once more pushed aside by James, who effortlessly executed a layup. Magette felt an urge to confront James, as the treatment was quite unfair. The fans at the Quicken Loans Arena erupted in cheers for James. He nodded slightly, showcasing his biceps to the spectators. However, the expression on James's face revealed a hint of indifference. It seems that, at this juncture, James has begun to feel disillusioned with the team. Su Lang quietly noted this incident. During the Warriors' offensive possession, the Cavaliers altered their defensive strategy, double-teaming Su Lang while leaving Jackson unguarded. This mirrored the defensive approach employed by the Celtics in the previous game, who devised a method to counter the elevator play by closely monitoring Su Lang and disregarding Jackson. Although somewhat flawed, it was preferable to having no strategy at all. Given Su Lang's greater threat, faced with the double team, Su Lang adeptly passed the basketball to Jackson. However, unlike the Celtics, the Cavaliers boasted the formidable LeBron James. The moment Jackson received the ball, James lunged forward with two explosive strides, closing in on him. Jackson, witnessing James's relentless advance, broke into a cold sweat. Yet, his years of experience provided him with composure. Recognizing the imminent threat, Jackson executed a shot fake that momentarily drew James off balance, then accelerated towards the paint. Despite being momentarily deceived, James refused to relent. He swiftly pivoted and resumed pursuit, now trailing Jackson closely. As Jackson was penetrating the defense, he sensed pressure looming behind him, with Ben Wallace also converging for support. Defense was Wallace's forte, and his exceptional awareness was a hallmark of his play. In an instant, Jackson found himself caught between two formidable defenders, with both sealing off his passing and shooting lanes. With no options left, Jackson was compelled to confront Wallace in midair and attempt a contested shot. With a resounding slap, Jackson managed to evade Wallace's block, but was met by an overwhelming rejection from James, who soared to deliver a thunderous swat. Seizing the ball, James quickly initiated a fast break, passing to Mo, and darted towards the Warriors' backcourt. In a typical scenario, a point guard would have passed the ball to the interior at this juncture. Yet, the Cavaliers' point guard, Mo, instead opted for a contested three-pointer against Su Lang's defense. Witnessing this ill-timed shot, James, who had sprinted with all his might towards the paint, nearly erupted in exasperation. If he had just waited a moment longer, he would have found himself unguarded beneath the basket, where Mo could have delivered him an ideal pass. Alas, this opportunity vanished with the ill-conceived three-point attempt. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and despite James's leap in an effort to intercept it, he was unable to make the play. Su Lang received a distant rebound. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and he swiftly rushed towards the Cavaliers' backcourt. It turned out that a confrontation had erupted between Jackson and Ben Wallace. The two stood face to face, hurling insults at one another. "You're nothing but a coward. As long as I'm here, you'll never score." Ben Wallace shouted vehemently at Jackson. "You're just a worthless punk, a stray dog without a home." Jackson retorted defiantly. Jackson's words struck a nerve with Ben Wallace. Leaving the Pistons was never his desire. Yet circumstances had compelled him to this fate for a multitude of reasons. Many believed he chose to leave the Pistons willingly, but they were oblivious to the pressure the league had exerted on the team. Ultimately, the Pistons had no choice but to part with Wallace. A decision stemming from the defensive struggle against the Spurs in the finals that led to a drastic decline in NBA viewership. No one was willing to spend money to watch such games. Consequently, the famed Bad Boys of Detroit became the unfortunate casualties of this saga. As compensation, Ben Wallace was granted the opportunity to choose his next team. Yet, the weight of external criticism fell squarely upon his shoulders. Thus, he loathed the term stray dog more than anything. He was not lost. He simply could not find his way home. Wallace's emotions were quite heightened. Nevertheless, the conflict did not escalate, as the other players from both teams remained level-headed. With the support of their teammates, the two eventually managed to part ways, albeit still exchanging heated words. Su Lang shook his head in resignation. That fellow Jackson had managed to catch him off guard. He never anticipated being subjected to such a display of intimidation. However, Jackson had suffered a setback, and Su Lang was determined to reclaim his honor. After all, how could he possibly win the admiration of his prized enforcer otherwise? The corners of Su Lang's mouth slightly lifted. Chapter 106, Mocking Wallace. After the clash with James was resolved, the game continued with the Warriors' offensive possession. Upon receiving the sideline throw-in from Majetti, Su Lang faced off against Xiao Mo. Su Lang waved his hand, standing at the arc's apex, orchestrating the tactics. Su Lang altered his strategy, discarding the elevator door tactic. Upon observing Su Lang's gesture, Brandon White promptly positioned himself near the free throw line to set a screen for Su Lang. In response, his opponent, Ben Wallace, was compelled to step out from the paint. Su Lang, utilizing a screen, accelerated swiftly to outpace Xiao Mo. Coupled with Brandon White's downward cut, he drew Xiao Mo's attention, resulting in an immediate switch by Ben Wallace. Tasking a power forward to defend against a point guard is tantamount to inviting disaster. Su Lang maintained a steady control of the ball while retreating beyond the three-point line. "Hey, I shall shoot from the corner. Can't you see? That spot right there." Su Lang pointed towards the bottom corner on the right. Ben Wallace's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with indignation. "Who does he think he is? I am the best defensive player. Furthermore, he is certainly not Larry Bird. How dare he behave so arrogantly?" Before Ben Wallace could unleash his fury, Su Lang commenced